opinion-opinionated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize this is
allegations of Russian war content.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Think about this question. What does it feel like to die? A fascinating new study is looking to shed light on what happens when someone heads toward the light, specifically our brains and bodies in those final moments. Our Ann Thompson has more.
The moments after death.
Mr. Pendleton, you know where you are, don't you?
Hollywood imagined Warren Beatty greeted by James Mason and Buck Henry in Heaven Can Wait.
Flatline.
Kiefer Sutherland and Kevin Bacon revisited their sins in Flatliners.
So was it, Dave? Was today a good day to die?
Mary Curran Hackett experienced none of those things.
It was like almost going home, and there was nothing to be afraid of.
The Cincinnati writer's heart stopped for several minutes in the hospital in 2004.
And I could see everything, feel everything, hear everything, even though I know now I was medically dying. I felt an overwhelming rush and almost a pressure being pulled, like almost like a force field being pulled back into my body. And then I woke up and saw the doctors that I had been seeing working on me.
Experience like Hackett's part of a new scientific study. It found people who went into cardiac arrest and were brought back to life by CPR, almost 40% had a recollection of dying. NYU's Dr. Sam Parnia is the lead researcher.
We found signs of normal brain electrical activity that is consistent with the types of things that we all have when we're fully conscious.
What does your study show about what happens to the brain after the heart stops?
Contrary to the way that doctors have been taught, that after the heart stops, the brain does not die. It hibernates, and it shows the ability to recover even an hour longer afterwards.
Parnia and Hackett are working on a book. Parnia hopes it will spur new innovation in resuscitation technology. Hackett hopes it will make us think.
If you talk about how you're going to die or what's going to happen when you die, it frames how you are going to live. And what could be more impactful?
As science tries to unlock the mystery of death. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right, and still to come, week 2 in the NFL kicked off in Philly. We've got the highlights as the Eagles and Vikings battled it out in prime time.
Plus, the team to Teamsters, or from team to the Teamsters, the college basketball players pushing to unionize.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
I've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone with when you're here on the Today Show.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Third and 4. Here comes pressure. There goes the ball wide open. It is Smith again, all the way for the touchdown.
We are back to break down the biggest stories in sports, starting with a primetime kickoff to Week 2 in the NFL. The Vikings scoring a pair of touchdowns in the second half to bring themselves back into the game, only for DeAndre Swift to charge into the end zone to put the game out of reach. The Eagles beat the Vikings 34-28. And the Vikings really did not do anything to help themselves with 4 fumbles. They got to work on those turnovers. Not that I'm a football expert by any means, but it was pretty obvious.
Yeah, that's how they play the game. Now to some bad blood in college football. College State head coach Jay Norvell took a jab at Deion Sanders. Not a fan of the Colorado coach wearing hats and sunglasses during press conferences. Norvell said, quote, "When I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off." In a video posted to his son's YouTube page, Sanders addressed his team about the comments, saying, "All we do is go out here, work our butts off, and do our job on Saturday." Sanders added that Colorado State made that game personal, and how far it goes personal, you look at the W's and the losses, and Coach Prime, as he's known, Sanders, has won more in Colorado this year than the entire year last year, the team.
So, and what was interesting is they had been playing nice all week in the press conferences, and then it just kind of took a turn. So, well, let's keep things in college sports right now with Dartmouth's men's basketball team, who filed a petition to unionize. A spokesperson for the Ivy League school confirmed 15 players were looking to unionize and said the college is, quote, carefully considering the petition and will try to respond promptly. Other schools have tried to do this in the past. It has not gone their way, but something else that we'll be keeping tabs on.
They can look at Northwestern's playbook for 2014 and go, nope, didn't work for them. Maybe they can find a way around that. All right, when we come back, we've got the latest on Hurricane Lee as New England braces for impact.
And then later, we've got the details on a Tennessee police officer being hailed a hero.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Maine in a state of emergency, and Boston is under a tropical storm warning.
Hurricane Lee takes aim at the East Coast after a week of wild weather across the country. NBC's Kathy Park reports.
Maine now under a state of emergency with its first hurricane watch in 15 years.
What are you doing to prepare for the storm?
I'm going to pull my boat out tonight.
I feel like people are taking it more seriously than other storms we've had.
Most of New England bracing for Hurricane Lee, expected to turn up dangerous rip currents and storm surge.
I'm kind of hoping that it's kind of light, and I think it will stay light, but obviously things can change.
Extreme weather out east, fueling lightning and flooding in Maryland, and more floodwaters in Atlanta, rushing into the dorms of Clark Atlanta University. Meanwhile, new video revealing the strength of the monsoon storms that roared through Mesa, Arizona this week.
Wow, we're blowing hard over here.
Sheets of rain making it nearly impossible for drivers to see the roads.
I had to pull over because you can't even see.
Powerful winds and heavy rain shredded airport hangars in Falcon Field, damaging several planes.
The wind was so strong, it just blew it into the door, took it down.
Back in Maine, clear skies for now, as Hurricane Lee continues to track north.
And our thanks to Kathy for that report. I know a lot of people love New England during the summer, but this time of year is spectacular as well. So hopefully everything all stays safe. And
stay just as beautiful as it is. Well, a lemur leads police in Missouri on a wild chase. See what happened next after the break.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the week the dishes should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
A police officer in Tennessee responded to the call that no parent wants to make or imagine. When a one-year-old suddenly stopped breathing, Officer Robert Baer rushed to the scene, and NBC's Jordan James spoke with him about the life-saving moment.
What started as a typical shift for Robert Baer
was heading to a call at South Church Street and Middle Tennessee Boulevard.
Quickly turned into a day he will never forget.
911, where's your emergency?
Just as the parents of Zaire Brown were reporting that he was not breathing.
I I know they're coming as fast as they can.
The Murfreesboro police officer spotted them pulled over on the side of the road.
Just an older man running in the road, waving his arms at me, and at that point he handed me a 1-year-old that wasn't breathing.
Within seconds, Bear started performing CPR.
Hey, stay with me, buddy. Stay with me.
After several compressions, a heartbeat was detected.
11:45, the baby's breathing. I have a 3-year-old at home. That's what I'm thinking about, as I'm doing it. Like, just don't be the one to let this kid die. That was what was going through my head.
The 4th-year officer has been credited for saving Zair's life, prompting many to call him a hero, which he says is an honor.
It's a little strange, because to me, I'm just doing my job. Other officers in the same situation would have done the same exact thing. So it's a little strange, but I understand.
Following saving little Zair's life, Officer Bear has committed to being there to support him for the days to come after this unlikely encounter.
I feel like I'll forever have a bond with that kid, and Mom told me don't be a stranger, so make sure I'm coming around and checking on him. So I'm sure I will continue to do that.
Our thanks to Jordan James for sharing that story. That officer and that baby will be bonded for life.
And I'm sure that officer thinks about that every time he's with his 3-year-old son, knowing that he made such an impact, really saved that baby's life. All right, police in Missouri were led on a foot chase by a lemur. Watch the body cam video showing their attempts to capture the critter as it sprinted just out of arm's reach. A few bystanders also tried to help. Finally, the Springfield officers were able to wrap the escapee in a towel right after they caught up with him right there. The animal's owners, who reported it missing, were reunited with the lemur, but police say they won't be able to keep it. It is now headed to a local wildlife rescue. So there he is right there, all good.
Yeah, not exactly a high-speed chase, but, he's a good catch in the end. Thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend. And we'll see you back here on Monday. Hurricane Lee moves up the East Coast. It won't make landfall in the U.S., but it will stir up trouble for the Northeast. How the region is preparing.
The president's son officially indicted. Hunter Biden facing 3 counts related to buying a gun. We have a live report coming up from Washington.
The deadline has come and gone. Now thousands of auto workers are walking off the job and onto picket lines. CNBC's Arabella Gamede joins us to break down how this could impact markets.
Baseball swings for the postseason. The American League East still up for grabs. We're looking ahead at the games you need to catch this weekend.
Cave rescuers are a family. I'm the person that got rescued. They did all of the work to get me out, and I trust them.
Home safe and on the surface after a terrifying ordeal. American cave diver Mark Dickey describes his days-long rescue from thousands of feet beneath the earth. It's Friday, September 15th. Early Today starts right now.
And a good early morning to you. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're ending the week with us. I'm Frances Rivera. A hurricane is barreling up the East Coast, and though it's not expected to make landfall here in the States, we will still feel its impact. After days of intense rain, destructive flooding, and even a potential tornado, Hurricane Lee will bring even more severe weather to the Northeast. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us in a few minutes with a closer look at the storm's path.
This Sunday, NBC's Kristen Welker makes her debut as host of NBC's flagship Sunday show, Meet the Press, taking over from Chuck Todd. And on her first broadcast, she sits down with former President Donald Trump. We should also note that an interview was also sought with current President Joe Biden. In this exclusive interview with Trump, Kristen asked him directly what he would do if he took executive office with criminal charges still hanging over him.
Mr. President, if you were reelected, would you pardon yourself?
I could have pardoned myself. Do you know what? I was given an option to pardon myself. I could have pardoned myself when I left. People said, would you like to pardon yourself? I had a couple of attorneys that said, you can do it if you want. I had some people that said, it would look bad if you do it, because I think it would look terrible. I said, here's the story. These people are thugs, horrible people, fascists, Marxists, sick people. They've been after me from the day I came down the escalator with Melania, and I did a great job as president. People are acknowledged. Great economy, great jobs, great this, great that. Rebuilt the military, Space Force, everything. I could go on forever. Let me just tell you, I said the last thing I'd ever do is give myself a pardon.
See the rest of the interview that airs exclusively this Sunday on Meet the Press.
Now to President Biden's son Hunter has been indicted on gun charges. Court documents show that the younger Biden will face charges in Delaware federal court on 3 counts. It's a big story, so let's get right to Bree Jackson, who's standing by in D.C. Bree, good morning. What exactly is Hunter Biden accused of doing?
Good morning, Francis. Well, we should note that these are not violent crimes that Hunter Biden is accused of. 2 of the charges allege that he lied on a gun application form, saying he was sober when he was in fact actively abusing drugs at that time. The 3rd charge alleges that he possessed a firearm while using an unspecified narcotic. Normally, these kinds of charges do not necessarily proceed to a trial at all. And you'll remember that Hunter Biden and his attorneys initially struck a plea deal. But that fell apart after a Delaware district court judge rejected it in late July. Since then, things have moved fast. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced the appointment of a special counsel in that hot-button issue. And that special counsel, David Weiss, has now chosen to indict the president's son. Far from vindicated, Republicans are slamming this indictment, saying it does not go far enough. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles spoke to the Republican chairman of the House Oversight Committee. Take a listen.
If I ranked those crimes 1 through 12, I would rank this one a distant 12. And ironically, this is the one crime the president's son committed that you can't tie back to the president.
And Hunter Biden's attorney says they'll fight the charges, adding, quote, Hunter Biden possessing an unloaded gun for 11 days was not a threat to public safety. Francis?
And also, clearly, this will not make Republicans back off Hunter Biden in their pursuit of the president. So how are Democrats responding to the politics of this indictment?
Francis, Democrats are pointing to the evidence, more specifically, the lack thereof. Legal observers mostly agree that the purported evidence against President Biden is both circumstantial and anecdotal. There is no direct evidence linking him to any wrongdoing at a point that several Republicans, that's a point that several Republicans have conceded. Just a couple of weeks ago, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy promised in an interview with Breitbart that he'd put an impeachment inquiry to a floor vote. As we now know, he did no such thing, instead launching the inquiry by decree. That move grants committee investigators expanded oversight into White House communications. President Biden himself commented on the news earlier this week, saying Republicans are moving to impeach him because they want to shut down the government. Now, that's a reference to the September 30th deadline for Congress to fund the federal government and prevent a shutdown. Now, that's on Saturday, 2 weeks from now. Francis?
So many highlighted dates on our calendar. Bree, thank you.
A judge in Georgia has agreed to allow lawyers Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesebro go to trial sooner than other defendants in the state's election interference case. Former President Donald Trump and 18 other defendants were charged last month for violating Georgia's racketeering laws in an effort to overturn the 2020 election. All have pleaded not guilty. A trial, though, for Chesebro and Powell is now set to start October 23rd.
Earlier this year, the East Palestine train derailment spilled hazardous materials in an Ohio community, forcing residents to evacuate. But now the state is releasing its final safety report, outlining how the toxic incident happened and how another one could be prevented. Neil Fisher from our Cleveland affiliate has the details.
More than 7 months after a train carrying hazardous materials derailed in East Palestine, the Select Committee on Rail Safety provided its final report.
My hope is that the outcome will be that everything that we do, we're creating a safer environment for the people in the state of Ohio.
The 10-member committee, including Ohio Senate Minority Leader Nikki Antonio, were tasked with learning more about the fiery crash in Columbiana County, determining how the General Assembly can help residents recover and how to respond in the future.
What we're trying to do is look at what happened and do everything that we can to prevent an incident like this from happening again.
The result of their months-long hearings are 9 recommendations, including encouraging the passage of the Railway Safety Act of 2023 in Congress, funding a report on agriculture in the region, and improving communication.
We have to make sure first responders have a better idea of what is on a train and that they can quickly access that information. That's part of our recommendations.
Thanks to Neil Fisher for that report.
Turning now to more legal challenges for Google as the company agreed to a multi-million-dollar payout with California. Google will now pay $93 million to settle allegations that they stored and collected user data without consent. California's Justice Department claimed the tech giant used the data for advertising purposes. Now, in addition to the settlement, Google agreed to be more transparent with users about their tracking practices. But they say the complaint was based on outdated policies.
Hurricane Lee stirring up trouble in the Atlantic. If you're in the Northeast, you might want to take a second look at your weekend plans, especially if they're outside by the water. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking just how soon we'll see parts of the storm. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, ladies. It could be as early as the late parts of your Friday that we could see parts of New England starting to get in on that kind of tropical storm condition action. This is what we're looking at as far as the alerts so far this morning. Tropical storm warnings in effect where you see that brighter orange that goes from Massachusetts all the way to Maine. We've also got the hurricane watch in effect for parts of Maine, too. Here's why. Hurricane Lee headed to the north at 15 miles per hour. Right now, Category 1 hurricane, but still over 500 miles south of Nantucket at this time. But as we get into the later parts of today, we'll start to see those winds that extend well from the center start to work into southern portions of that area, basically Massachusetts. As we go through the overnight period tonight, we'll continue to see that system working a little closer to, of course, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, parts of Maine. It doesn't look like it's going to come onshore for folks in the United States, but it'll be close. So that means that the winds will still be difficult in some spots. Provincetown, you see Nantucket close to 60 miles per hour. Even inland areas of this region could see 30, 40 mile per hour winds. Storm surge not quite as rough as what we were looking at yesterday, but still some minor to moderate coastal flooding is expected and additional rainfall too. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A great day ahead for Cleveland to Columbus, 77 degrees for Indianapolis this afternoon with a whole lot of sunshine on tap. 78 for Atlanta, much warmer as we look down towards the Gulf Coast. Mobile headed to the low 90s today with showers and thunderstorms from New Orleans to San Antonio. And that is a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, thanks, Angie. Up next, auto workers officially on strike.
But similar strikes in the UK are shrinking the economy. CNBC's Arabella Gumede joins us to break down why the British trend could start to be seen in American markets.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
We're back now with news of a massive data breach in Las Vegas. Caesars confirms it was hit by hackers who got guests' private information. Meanwhile, another apparent cyber attack has MGM Resorts reeling. Here's Miguel Almaguer.
The cyber attack was confirmed by Caesars, the casino giant now saying hackers breached their firewalls and hijacked critical data that includes social security and driver's license numbers for customers who signed up for their loyalty program. Our partners at CNBC reporting a criminal cyber group demanded a $30 million ransom last week before the casino paid roughly half of it.
Why is that data so important?
That data can be used by people that like to commit identity theft, to open new credit cards, to get driver's license, to get social security cards, to open a mortgage.
In an SEC filing, Caesars Entertainment says, we have taken steps to ensure that the stolen data is deleted by the unauthorized actor, although we cannot guarantee this result. The confirmed cyber attack, the first of two, reported just days apart. Earlier this week, just down the Vegas Strip at MGM, slot machines suddenly went down. Guests waited for hours to check in, and ATMs were offline.
The FBI is now investigating what many experts already believe. Did the same cyber criminals who hacked Caesars also hack MGM? The question now, are they holding personal data from that casino for ransom?
With MGM saying they are working diligently to resolve our cybersecurity issue, it appears luck has run out for two major casinos. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Across the pond, recession concerns are rising after reports that the UK economy shrank at its fastest rate in months. The country's GDP dipping by 0.5% in July, with economists pointing to high interest rates and labor struggles as a potential strain on markets. For more on this, let's bring in CNBC Arabila Gamede. Arabila, the U.S. economy has also been tackling inflation and strikes. Could we see this kind of trend happening here, especially with the auto workers officially hitting the picket line just a few hours ago?
Well, look, there'll definitely be concerns, but I think there's a sense of a lot more resilient economy, particularly in the labor market, that you are seeing out of the United States. Plus, you're seeing a galvanizing of the consumer demand story actually picking up a little bit more than you're seeing it out in Europe. Plus, you also have inflation, which is actually lower, much lower than any of the G7 or G20 nations then in the United States compared to the rest of the world. So there is going to be factors that perhaps would mitigate and create a cleaner or a better sense of where they go when it comes to the economic stance. But of course, the worry is going to be this massive strike by the United Auto Workers. I mean, you have at least 146,000 people who could be affected by this, and you've got, you know, a whole host of money that is going to be taken out of the system at this point in time. It is similar to, of course, what happened not so long ago here in the UK. Literally this year and last year, we had strikes happening from the nurses, the teachers, as well as the rail and bus drivers. So a lot of the transport situation hurting the UK. So all of that has been downward, and it could create downward pressure in the US. But one wonders whether it would be enough to create a downfall.
We'll be certainly watching. Arabila, thank you.
Still to come, this is what all my friends are talking about. They're not gone. We've got your sneak peek at the boy band reunion, 2 decades in the making.
And the star-studded sweepstakes celebs are offering to support the WGA walkout.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the conditions should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
pretty bad.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
You're all I ever wanted.
I can't believe this is really happening.
You're all I ever needed.
We still got it.
Looks like your Band-Aids aren't behind you.
Love it.
It's time to say bye-bye-bye to NSYNC's 20-year hiatus. The iconic boy band reunited to create their new single called Better Place, which will be featured in the upcoming Trolls Band Together movie. The news comes just days after the group hit the VMA stage, leaving fans wondering what's next. The film is set to be released in theaters November 17th. I cannot wait for this movie. I love Trolls. I love how he plays Brand. I have been hardcore BSB from day one, Backstreet, but I would love for NSYNC to get together.
Francis, it's tearing up my heart wondering if they're going to go on a tour. Well,
they need to.
I agree. Speaking of hiatus, Tory Lanez fans may have to wait for some new music after the rapper was denied bond by a Los Angeles County Superior Court judge as he waits to appeal his 10-year prison sentence in the shooting of Megan Thee Stallion. The judge denied his motion, citing Lanez's conviction for a violent felony history of violating court orders and foreign citizenship. Lanez will now head to state prison to serve his sentence. A lot of drama on there and a lot of people waiting to see if he gets out early, how long that sentence actually will be served.
All right, if you ever wanted to hang with a celebrity or have them do random things like walk your dog, here you go. An auction by the Union Solidarity Coalition is selling memorabilia and quirky experiences with select celebs on eBay to raise money for members of the writer's strike. So you got celebrities like Lena Dunham, who's listed, Ann Dowd, Zooey Deschanel. Some listings include a personalized song sung by the cast of Bob's Burgers, a crossword puzzle with Natasha Lyonne, or a 20-minute Zoom call with Sarah Silverman. The auction ends September 22nd. So for Lena Dunham, she can paint a mural in your house. That's going for like $3 grand at last check. Maggie Gyllenhaal, you can have like 20 minutes, 20 questions with her as well.
Okay, cool. Well, right, people getting creative, right? Still to come, baseball makes a push to the playoffs as the NFL season heats up.
And we're fast forwarding into an action-packed weekend of sports right after this.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
The NFL season barrels into week 2 as baseball swings for the postseason. Let's fast forward into this weekend in sports. The Rays and Orioles continue their 4-game series tonight. The O's have a 1-game lead in the American League East over the Rays with 2 weeks left in the regular season.
On the Gridiron rivalry games line Saturday's college football slate. Penn State looking for their 3rd straight 3-0 start as they play Illinois. Tennessee takes on Florida, and after a war of words between the coaches, it's a mile-high showdown between Colorado and Colorado State.
On Sunday, the NFL caps off week 2 with a division rivalry in New England. The Dolphins head up north to take on the Patriots, and you can catch that game 8 p.m. Eastern Sunday right here on NBC.
All right, lots to keep you busy this weekend. And now back on level ground, the American caver who was trapped thousands of feet below the earth after he got sick is now sharing his unbelievable story right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We are back with the story of survival. Mark Dickey, the American who had been trapped in an underground cave in Turkey for more than a week, is finally speaking out. The cave diver shared firsthand on the Today Show the daring rescue that saved his life. Stephanie Gosk catches us up.
There were moments, Mark Dickey says, when he thought he wasn't getting out of that Turkish cave alive.
I'm feeling very good compared to where I started off on this rescue.
Speaking from a hospital room in Turkey alongside his fiancée and fellow caver Jessica Van Ord, he described the harrowing ordeal.
At first it was, I have no idea what's going on, but it's probably not life-threatening, into this is life-threatening, I need help.
Van Ord climbed more than 3,000 feet out of the cave after Dickey became suddenly ill, vomiting blood.
Just knew that I was definitely fit for that job to get out of there and then get back as soon as possible and coordinate a rescue while up on the surface if necessary.
What started as an exploration expedition turned into a massive international rescue effort.
There's lots of different medical terminology, but circling the drain is one of them, and I was down pretty damn deep in that drain.
At times, he says, he was only semi-conscious. Rescuers gave him a blood transfusion.
I'm not healed on the inside yet, so I'm gonna need a lot of help to get out of here.
Loaded on a stretcher, Dickey was pulled up to safety after an arduous 57-hour effort.
Cave rescuers are a family. I'm the person that got rescued. They did all of the work to get me out, and I trust them.
Thankful, he says, and not surprised that the tight-knit caving community answered his call. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
There's more in store this morning. Here's Dylan Dreyer with a look ahead at the third hour of Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, a special guest in Studio 1A. Elmo is stopping by. Plus, Joy Bauer is here with superfood swaps, and music superstar Teddy Swims live in studio to perform. That's all this morning on the third hour of Today.
Plus, on the first day of Hispanic Heritage Month, meet Carlos Torres, who created a card game to help others build a basic vocabulary after struggling with his own lack of Spanish fluency.
Oh, so great to be able to see that, and the effort he makes, and you know, to make it fun. So many people struggle with the difficulty of it and just kind of, you know, shun everything else to do with it, but to make fun out of it?
Yeah, to make fun and to join other people in bringing that to others. That's pretty cool.
We thank you so much for watching early today and being with us all week. I'm Frances Rivera.
By the way, we have not stopped singing NSYNC and Backstreet Boys. Just want to let you know that. I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great weekend.
Breaking right now on Morning News Now, auto workers officially on strike against Detroit's Big Three. Overnight, thousands of members of the United Auto Workers Union walking off the job after a midnight deadline passed without a new labor agreement. It's the union's first ever strike against Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler-owned Stellantis simultaneously.
We didn't want to be here. We want a fair agreement. We got to do what we got to do.
We have team coverage with the latest from the picket lines, plus the biggest roadblocks in negotiations and what it all means for you. Also, Hunter Biden indicted. More legal fallout for the son of President Biden, now facing federal gun charges in a special counsel investigation. We'll break down the latest developments and why the case may be difficult to prove. Plus, we're tracking Hurricane Lee this morning as the Category 1 storm looms closer to the coast of New England. We'll show you where it is headed and the preparations underway. And for the record books, it's a celebration of the weird and wonderful. This morning, we're getting our first look at next year's edition of the Guinness Book of World Records. We'll show you some of the most impressive achievements, plus the new category just introduced.
Those pictures are like a fun little tease.
Yeah, I know. You're like, what's going on?
We'll find out. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Friday. I'm Joe Fryer.
Yes, we made it to the end of the week. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. We begin with that breaking news from overnight. A historic auto strike now underway.
At midnight, the United Auto Workers Union officially went on strike against all of the three automakers, the Big Three, after failing to reach a deal on new contracts. The strike marks the first simultaneous walkout by union workers at all three U.S. automakers.
Tonight, for the first time in our history, we will strike all three of the Big Three at once. And if we need to go all out, we will. Everything is on the table.
The union had been calling for a 40% raise over the next 4 years. They also want a boost to their pension, plus the end of temporary employees, but the two sides could not reach an agreement. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Jay Gray at a Ford auto plant in Wayne, Michigan. Also with us, Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Jay, let's start with you. The strike now officially underway. Workers are on the picket lines at 3 locations, including the one you're at right now. So where do things stand this morning? What are both sides saying?
Well, both sides saying they're still far apart. I want to give you a look at the picket line here in Wayne, just outside of Detroit. There are also lines at a GM plant in Missouri, as well as a Stellus plant in Ohio. And although less than 13,000 of the union's 145,000 or so members left the assembly line for the picket line, this is part of what they're calling a stand-up picket, a unique style being employed by the union where they are just having divisions of plants in certain areas walk out. So you'll still see union members crossing the picket line here to go to work inside this plant, something we haven't seen in the past. The idea, according to union management, is to keep the automakers confused and uncertain about what may come next. And as you just heard from the president, they say they are willing and do plan to expand this strike as this continues to go further and further. And look, the one good news in all of this is that while the talks broke down yesterday and both sides accuse the other of not negotiating in good faith, they have said that they are ready and willing to come back to the bargaining table, perhaps as early as today.
Caleb, who's here on set with us, let's talk impact. I mean, what does this ultimately mean for the broader economy? Explain how that could be impacted.
Yeah, right now there's 12,700 members striking. If all members strike, if we get a complete shutdown of production across all of these plants, we're talking at about $500 million-ish a day, according to estimates. If it goes on 10 days, you're looking at around $10 billion to the overall economy. Most of that is in lost wages and productivity. But on the consumer side, you might not be able to get parts for repairs. You might not be able to get the car you wanted. Ultimately, car prices and automobile prices are going to go up. They're up 25% since before the pandemic already. So higher wages is going to mean higher prices for cars. Right now, smallish in scale, this strike, but it could get a lot bigger.
As we mentioned, this is the first time we've seen a strike simultaneously against all 3 big automakers. Could that make it easier to reach a deal? Could it make it harder to reach a deal?
Yeah, well, they're all far apart on different parts of the agreement. So GM did offer a bigger pay raise. Ford has come back to the table with a smaller raise. They all have to kind of have consensus if they all want to have agreement on this. As you heard Sean Payne say, they're willing to go all out. So it's going to be a tough negotiation. 3 automakers, 3 different sets of concerns, plus 147,000 workers. Could be tough.
Yeah, Jay, with that in mind, all those details that Caleb just laid out, I mean, how long could this last? It doesn't sound like they're very close when it comes to some of these details. What do we think?
No, not at all. In fact, I talked to one of the union negotiators that was in the room yesterday during their talks, and he says they are miles apart. He feels like it's going to take some time and does feel like the strike will expand. So that's not good news on just the opening day of this work stoppage.
All right, Jay Gray, Caleb Silver, thank you for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Let's turn now to the legal battle facing President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, who was indicted by federal prosecutors yesterday.
Hunter Biden was charged with 3 counts related to the possession of a gun while using narcotics. The president's son is accused of lying about his drug use on a federal form when he bought the gun back in 2018. An attorney for Hunter Biden says the charges were unwarranted and politically motivated. The White House has so far remained silent, but the case could prove to be a headache for President Biden as he runs for re-election.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba and NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella. Good morning to both of you. Thanks for being here. Monica, we'll start with you. Just walk us through exactly what these charges are that Hunter Biden's facing and the punishment that could come with them if he were to be found guilty.
Good morning, guys. So this relates to 3 new charges specifically related to possession of that firearm from nearly 5 years ago. And the reason I mentioned the timing is important because there was a statute of limitations that was set to expire shortly on this. So that is likely why these charges were brought now in terms of the timing. Now, exactly what we're looking at here, these are 2 false statements related to information that is needed to have a firearm like the one that Hunter Biden possessed. And the third one is the fact that he had this firearm while he was under a controlled substance, while he was using drugs. So the penalty for the first and the third carry a 10-year maximum sentence, and the second a 5-year sentence. Now, remember, earlier in the summer, there was a plea deal that was essentially going to go through a pretrial diversion agreement, something that had been negotiated on these gun charges, while separately the president's son was going to plead guilty to some misdemeanor tax charges. And that is something they were hoping was going to be wrapped up. But that all collapsed when a judge was asking questions about potential immunity that was going to be granted to Hunter Biden. So that's why we're here where we are now, and why a special counsel was elevated to this to continue to investigate. And the Department of Justice here says that they're still investigating, and there could be more to come from all of this, Savannah and Joe.
Angela, let's talk about these charges. First of all, how serious are they? Second, how common are they?
Good morning. So, Joe, they are both very serious and also not that common. So, as Monica said, he is facing up to 25 years in prison, which in itself shows the seriousness of the charges. That said, nothing about this entire process has been normal. The diversion agreement, the plea agreement, none of those are commonly happen. And this charge isn't even commonly prosecuted. So there's just a lot of questions as to what has happened and also how things will proceed.
Absolutely. Monica, Joe mentioned just a moment ago that an attorney for Hunter Biden has said the charges were unwarranted, politically motivated. What else have we heard from his legal team?
Yeah, this is really something they say for years has been the case, that they have tried to work with prosecutors here. And we did hear a little bit more from his attorney, Abby Lowell. I want to play a little bit of that specifically on this issue.
They knew all the facts for years. The law, if it has changed at all, as you pointed out, there have been at least 2 federal courts that have found this law in particular to be unconstitutional. And therefore, you have to ask what changed. And what changed, you also just talked about. It is the folks like Chairman Comer and the Republican MAGA crazies who have been pressuring this U.S. attorney to do something to vindicate their political position. And guess what? They succeeded.
You are seeing Hunter Biden's personal attorneys refer to the political here, which is, of course, another part of this story. But it is historic. It's the first time that the son of a sitting president has ever been indicted on these charges. And again, that may be their response specifically related to the gun matter. On the tax question, there's still a lot we don't know about what could happen or what charges could potentially be brought there.
Yeah, Angela, I want to ask you more about that. The special counsel's office says the investigation continues. So what is the potential for more charges here?
So the special counsel is making clear here that nothing is off the table, that this could possibly be just the beginning. I also think, though, it's a signal to Biden's attorneys. Come back in. Let's negotiate another plea agreement, possibly. So last time, I believe the plea agreement just was totally obliterated because Hunter refused to go to jail. Now, look, he's facing prison time almost definitively. So if I were his lawyers, I would be going back and thinking, look, now anything could happen. Let's agree to a little bit of prison time in exchange for other charges going away. So yeah, there's tax charges possible. And also there's the whole question of foreign dealings, which we haven't even looked at yet.
And Monica, as we look ahead and connect this to the president himself, how much of a problem could this be for the president headed into next year's election?
Well, it certainly takes an emotional toll on the president, who has always said he stands by his son, he loves his son, and that he comes at this as a father first and commander-in-chief second. So this is certainly an intense moment for them as a family. And the White House has always said, we're not going to weigh in on this, simply to say that they are a family and we need to set that aside. But they're hoping, and in conversations with sources, that there are some voters out there who will see this as something potentially relatable in terms of a lot of families who've struggled with addiction, who've had these kinds of issues. And again, this all is tangentially connected to an impeachment inquiry that was launched this week in terms of the first steps about potential investigations into Hunter Biden. But the most important thing the White House says here is that there is no linkage or evidence so far between his alleged business dealings and his father, and expect the White House to continue to make that point while not weighing in specifically on the Hunter Biden charges. Guys.
All right, Monica and Angela, thank you both very much. Well, 2 co-defendants in the Georgia election interference trial are headed to court earlier than the 17 other accused, earlier than former President Donald Trump. The Georgia judge agreed to sever the cases of lawyers Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesborough, saying the courthouse does not have enough room to hold all of the defendants in one room for trial. Powell and Chesborough were the only 2 that requested a speedy trial. They're set to begin their joint trial on October 23rd. The ruling goes against the wishes of Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, who is looking to try all 19 defendants simultaneously. The presiding judge warned further separations might be required, but said that decision will be made once all pretrial motions have been resolved.
This morning, at least 7 million people are under tropical storm warnings in New England, preparing as Hurricane Lee is finally set to make landfall this weekend. The storm system has been crawling across the Atlantic for more than a week. It's still unclear if Lee will make landfall in the U.S. or in Canada, but the impacts will be felt either way. We're talking about heavy rains, flooding, and strong winds in the forecast for that region. Let's bring in Coast Guard Master Chief Officer Lance Weiser for more on this. Good to have you with us. So, what conditions are we going to expect in the coming days as the storm moves up the coast, and how are you preparing for it right now?
Well, I'm out here on Nantucket at Coast Guard Station Brant Point. We have sustained 25 to 30 knot winds coming through this morning, going to increase 3 to 50 knot winds overnight. We are monitoring the storm surge and expect a 2 to 4 foot storm surge here out on Nantucket. And as the rest of the units across New England, Coast Guard units are preparing for their harbors and all of their specific locations.
Got it. So what worries you most about this storm as it gets closer, and how are your teams preparing to respond to any emergencies during the storm?
What worries is when people are not prepared. We try to make sure that everyone's prepared and informed, and definitely stress that being prepared and informed of the situation, staying away from the beaches and cliffs and anywhere where a tidal surge can be a danger to you. As far as preparing, we're pulling our small boats out of the water in preparation. They'll be ready to launch if we need them. And the larger boats are going to be tied down at the dock in standby in case we need to go out.
All right, Master Chief Officer Lance Weiser, thanks so much for joining us ahead of the storm coming this weekend. We appreciate it.
So where is Lee now, and where is it headed? Let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lassman for the latest. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. We've got all the details, and let's start with those alerts that we just mentioned. We do have the tropical storm warnings in effect, where you see that brighter orange extending from basically the Canadian border with Maine all the way down to Westport, Massachusetts. We're continuing to see tropical storm conditions likely starting for folks in the southern portions of this area by the time we get into the late part of today. The farther north you go, that's where we'll start to see those conditions deteriorating as we get into the evening hours and overnight hours, and eventually early tomorrow morning and beyond through your Saturday. That brighter pink, that's the hurricane watch that's in effect for parts of coastal Maine. That is where we could potentially be seeing some hurricane conditions as this system gets a little closer. And it is moving a little faster at this hour. Northerly movement at 16 miles per hour. You can see still just under about 400 miles to the south-southeast of Nantucket. Winds are at 85 miles per hour, so you might have noticed in the past 24 hours we've started to see it weaken a little bit. We've expected that. It is a Category 1 right now. It'll probably weaken a little more here now through the next 24 hours, but that doesn't really change the impacts that we'll likely see across parts of the East Coast. I say the East Coast because we're still dealing with those coastal issues for the high rip current risk, the large waves, the storm, the kind of dangerous surf that we're going to see over the next couple of days. That's going to last as far south as places like Charleston, Georgia. We'll see that even as far south as Florida, we could see those conditions. But as far as the winds are concerned from this system, really extensive wind field. This is something we've been expecting. As it moves to the north, it kind of has expanded. So that means folks from basically Nantucket up into portions just east of Boston could see some of those tropical storm force winds working through that area here as we get into the late evening hours tonight. You'll notice that we're expecting it to make landfall in a little bit of a more shrunken down area. Of course, as that time gets a little closer, we get that better into view exactly where that will end up. It looks like later into the day, Saturday, probably Nova Scotia, probably maybe into Bay of Fundy. We'll see. But either way, it looks less likely it'll actually make landfall by that time in parts of the United States. But, you know, either way, we're going to see this continuing impacts for folks in the New England area. So there's those winds. They extend more than 200, more than 300 in some spots out from the center of the system. So that means that winds will be elevated, especially along the coast. Bar Harbor, 58 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour in Provincetown. So the closer you are to the coast, the stronger the winds. But even look inland. Hartford could see gusty conditions at 30 miles per hour or a little higher than that. Now, the storm surge, we've seen a little bit of an improvement on that forecast, 1 to 3 feet. We're not looking at the more moderate to elevated coastal flooding, but we could see some minor to moderate. So something to watch, especially if you live near the coast. 1 to 3 feet, though, that's an improvement from where we were yesterday, where some spots in Cape Cod Bay we're going to see 2 to 4 feet, guys. And of course, we'll see some of that heavier rain in down east Maine, maybe up to 5 inches. So the flooding will be a concern, but it's the biggest thing is going to be the power outages, the down trees, of course, with those stronger winds, and along the coast, the flooding. And of course, no swimming in the water, please.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Great safety reminder.
Yes.
Thanks, Angie.
So you got the memo
Appreciate it.
today.
We're feeling blue today.
Love it. All right, there's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, an unlucky break for guests at a popular Las Vegas casino. We'll have the latest on a second major cyber attack, putting loyalty members' sensitive information at risk.
Up first, showdown on the Hill. Speaker Kevin McCarthy daring his own party to try and remove him from his speakership. More on the tense closed-door meeting when we come back. Stay with us.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the police conditions
allegations of corruption and war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. NBC News has learned that tensions boiled over on Capitol Hill during a closed-door meeting with Speaker Kevin McCarthy daring members of his own party to try and remove him.
Yeah, two sources in the meeting told NBC News that McCarthy told House Republicans, as you can see on your screen, if you want to file a motion to vacate, then file the expletive motion. Here's what McCarthy had to say afterwards.
I showed frustration in here because I am frustrated with the committee. I'm frustrated with some people in the conference. But when we come back, we're not going to leave. We're going to get this done. Nobody wins in a government shutdown. Nobody wins in a government shutdown. I've been here. I knew people would fight or try to hold leverage for other things. I'm going to continue to focus on what's the right thing to do for the American people. And you know what? If it takes a fight, I'll have a fight.
It was an indirect response to some in the party who are threatening to force McCarthy out of the speakership if he doesn't comply with their demands, like not passing a stopgap bill to prevent a government shutdown later this month. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now. Julie, good morning. So we just heard some strong words from the speaker yesterday. As you know, we had to make a lot of deals. He had to make a lot of deals to get into the speaker's chair. So who in the party would be behind this motion to potentially remove him, and how is his support in the party holding up?
Well, the one saving grace for Speaker McCarthy is the fact that there is really no one to replace him. And even those who want to oust him, they know that. So I was at that press conference yesterday when McCarthy told myself and others that he got frustrated. He got heated in this conference meeting that was supposed to be all about impeachment. Obviously, the spending fight played a big part there as well. And look, the biggest threats have been coming from Congressman Matt Gaetz, the representative, the Republican from Florida. He's part of the House Freedom Caucus. He's really one of those conservative members that, by the way, until the 11th hour, made McCarthy go to that 15th route to even get the gavel in the first place. So he's looking to oust McCarthy because he feels like McCarthy has not been honest with his part of the party when it comes to spending, when it comes to impeachment. Like I said, though, it seems like McCarthy's safe, at least for now, even though it seems like he has all these issues all at once with a very slim majority, because there's no one really to replace him and no one the party would coalesce around.
So, Julie, lay out the support that he would need to survive a vacate vote. Would House Democrats have to come into play there? And then, secondly, this was a week not without some big news from this particular office, this impeachment inquiry against President Biden, which he announced earlier this week. Could that impact that support that he needs to survive?
Certainly. It's certainly causing some bad blood on the Democratic side, especially with Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, who has kind of tried to work with McCarthy in the beginning. Obviously, McCarthy has about a 4 or 5 seat cushion, so he does need Democratic votes when it comes to pretty much anything that Congress has to pass, including government funding. When it comes to a motion to vacate, if Democrats don't support the speaker during that moment, that means just a handful of some of the far-right conservatives that aren't happy with McCarthy could actually oust him, and that's because of an agreement that he made to get in this place in the first place, right? He made that deal with some of the far-right that only one member can sort of bring up this motion to vacate on the House floor. Again, though, it's not clear who would even replace McCarthy, but certainly, as Jeffrey said yesterday, the MAGA people, he said, hold a temporary gavel. They could be the ones to pass their own legislation, or in this case, keep their own speaker in the job. It's not clear why they'd help them, especially after that impeachment inquiry was launched against the president, which they find completely unfounded.
So we're just over 2 weeks away from this funding deadline. What are the main sticking points right now, and where do Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans stand on actually resolving those issues?
Well, it's pretty much everything. It's such a mess. I was outside the conference meeting yesterday. There are all kinds of ideas being thrown around. Remember, the government shuts down in 14 days from now, just about 2 weeks. And McCarthy has a lot of work to do. He said he's going to keep his members in starting next week. That means weekends, nights, just to figure this out. And there's really 3 paths forward to keep the government open. The first is they can pass all 12 appropriations bills. That's not going to happen in time. The second is a short-term government funding bill, sort of a stopgap measure that can go 4 or 6 weeks, a couple of months. Not clear how long it would even go or whether there'd be enough support to pass it. And the third option here, of course, is to roll all of these measures into one bill known as an omnibus. That's a red line pretty much for all conservatives who are battling with McCarthy over spending levels, because it would guarantee that the Democratic-controlled Congress spending levels will be in effect. And that's one of the major sticking points here. Conservatives feel like the deal McCarthy made with President Biden back in May to avoid the debt ceiling crisis is one made of bad blood. They don't want to be a part of it, and they think the spending levels should be much
shorter. The other issue here, of course, is Ukraine aid, disaster aid. Will that be rolled into short-term government funding bill? Only time will tell, but certainly we're getting very close down to the wire here.
All right, Julie, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's get to international news now, starting with the latest out of Libya, where the death toll is soaring from those devastating floods.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Well, the mayor of Derna, the most affected town, has said the town is now completely destroyed and warned that the death toll there could rise to as many as 20,000 people. That will be 20% of the overall town population. Now, in the meantime, the United Nations Weather and Climate Agency said this disaster could have been prevented if there was a better warning system in place. But the finger is also being pointed at the poor level of maintenance of the dams that collapsed. The World Health Organization also estimates that over 35,000 people are now displaced and homeless, and called it a calamity of epic proportions. Now let's hit the seas, where the luxury cruise ship that was stuck in Greenland is finally free. The explorer, carrying 206 passengers and crew, were rescued just yesterday after days stuck in the mud. The boat's owner, Sunstone, reports that there were no injuries on board. They also say the passengers will be taken to a port from which they can be flown back home. And we end our news tour of the world with a royal auction. The late Princess Diana's famous black sheep wool sweater sold in a competitive bidding war. The auction house, Sotheby's, say this iconic piece actually set an auction record. In the last 15 minutes, the highest bid made a leap from $190,000 to the final price, $1.1 million. Wow. The late princess made headlines about 40 years ago when she wore the sweater to one of King Charles' polo matches just months after the two got engaged, guys.
I'm curious to know what the person who won it's going to do with it. We'll have to wait and see. Or maybe we'll never know. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Coming up, a landmark settlement after a devastating tragedy. When we come back, more on the multi-million-dollar deal over the bullying death of a 13-year-old boy.
And it happened again, another major cyber breach impacting guests at a Vegas casino. We'll have the latest on Morning News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We are back with new details about another massive cyber attack at a Las Vegas casino. This morning, Caesars is confirming that guest information, including social security and driver's license numbers, were stolen in a massive data breach. It's one of two recent highly publicized attacks. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the details.
The cyber attack was confirmed by Caesars, the casino giant now saying hackers breached their firewalls and hijacked critical data that includes social security and driver's license numbers for customers who signed up for their loyalty program. Our partners at CNBC reporting a criminal cyber group demanded a $30 million ransom last week before the casino paid roughly half of it.
Why is that data so important?
That data can be used by people that like to commit identity theft, to open new credit cards, to get driver's license, to get social security cards, to open a mortgage.
In an SEC filing, Caesars Entertainment says we have taken steps to ensure that the stolen data is deleted by the unauthorized actor, although we cannot guarantee this result. The confirmed cyber attack, the first of two, reported just days apart. Earlier this week, just down the Vegas Strip at MGM, slot machines suddenly went down. Guests waited for hours to check in, and ATMs were offline.
The FBI is now investigating what many experts already believe. Did the same cyber criminals who hacked Caesars also hack MGM? The question now, are they holding personal data from that casino for ransom?
With MGM saying they are working diligently to resolve our cybersecurity issue, it appears luck has run out for two major casinos. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
A California family just received what attorneys are calling the largest bullying settlement in the United States. The lawsuit was filed after the death of a 13-year-old whose family says that he had been bullied for years. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the details, and we do want to warn viewers, some of the footage you're about to see is graphic.
A Southern California school district reaching a record $27 million settlement over the bullying death of 13-year-old student Diego Stolz. Cell phone video captured the 2019 attack at Landmark Middle School in Moreno Valley. We're freezing the moment before Stolz was punched by a classmate, knocking him to the ground and causing him to hit his head on a nearby pillar. And once on the ground, he was struck again. The boy's aunt and uncle, who were his guardians, fighting tears as they remembered their nephew.
No me entra en mi cabeza ni en mi corazón, sobre todo, saber de que ya no está.
According to the lawsuit, the family reported he was being harassed by students for 2 years, and that in September 2019, Diego told the vice principal about several physical attacks. A statement from the family attorneys saying the assistant principal told Diego to take Friday off and that everything would be taken care of when he returned on Monday. However, his attorneys claim when Diego returned, the attack took place.
He died because of a fight that no one was preventing, and everyone was just taking videos of it.
The two teens involved in the beating originally faced manslaughter charges, but after 45 days in detention, they were ordered to complete 150 hours of community service and participate in rehabilitation programs.
Son niños, pero tuvieron mentalidad de adulto para hacer lo que hicieron.
The principal and two assistant principals were removed from Landmark Middle School as a result. The lawyers for Diego's family say administrators never reported the previous assaults to police, which is required by law.
The only way to prevent things like this from happening is making sure that staff are adequately trained, that there's adequate security in place.
The school district saying in a statement there have been changes regarding anti-bullying efforts, including a website where students can report bullying and sexual harassment. Diego's family and their legal team now hoping the hefty settlement is a wake-up call.
The end goal here is to inspire and tell and send a loud and clear message to school districts across the country that they have to deal with bullying in a way that's adequate, that puts the kids first, that puts the families first, because if they drop the ball, there's going to be serious consequences.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Well, convicted killer Alec Murdaugh appeared in a South Carolina courtroom Thursday for the first time since he was found guilty of murdering his wife and his younger son. The disgraced former lawyer now faces the next phase of the state's sprawling case against him in a web of alleged financial crimes. That includes more than 100 charges in state and federal courts, from money laundering to tax evasion and bank fraud. Murdaugh is expected to plead guilty to some of those federal financial charges in a hearing next week.
Coming up, behind the brand. When we come back, we're going to get the story behind one of the top beauty labels in the industry, and not all of it is pretty.
Plus, we're celebrating everything weird and wonderful with a look at the newest edition of the Guinness Book of World Records. You're watching Morning News Now.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
We're back with some financial news. Disney is reportedly still on the fence about selling ABC.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, I remember I was working for a Disney, what is now a Disney station, back in 1995 when they first bought ABC. Right now, Disney is yet to decide whether it will actually sell ABC or other properties in its broadcast business. Bloomberg reports Disney held preliminary talks with Nexstar Media Group about selling its TV stations, including ABC. Nexstar is the country's largest owner of TV stations with about 200 stations across the U.S. Media mogul Byron Allen, meantime, also reportedly made a $10 billion offer to buy ABC, local stations, and the FX and Nat Geo cable channels. Separately, Disney expects to fall far short by millions when it comes to its target for subscribers on Disney+. Bloomberg reports former CEO Bob Chapek set a goal of 215 to 245 million subscribers last August. But in February, returning CEO Bob Iger said Disney would no longer provide forecasts watching a movie by Netflix. Disney Plus has been losing, or rather watching a move by Netflix. That they don't prescribe those numbers anymore either. Disney has been losing customers to price increases and falling demand in India, where it failed to really win streaming rights to cricket matches, which are key in India. Meet the new boss, meantime. A drinks maker in Poland has appointed an AI-powered robot as its experimental CEO. Mika is a female humanoid that moves around the office on wheels. The company initially used her to identify potential clients for its high-end collectible rum. But now her duties have expanded to tasks such as choosing artists to design custom bottles. While Mika doesn't have actual executive powers, she does work 24/7, and I guess she probably doesn't have a big, executive pay package. So
yeah,
she doesn't
she's
need
not a
that.
great boss.
Who cares?
Pros and cons. There you go, Bertha. Thank you so much, and great to see you. Well, for the last decade, a company called Glossier has claimed its place as one of the leading beauty brands in the industry. Celebrities like Beyonce, Serena Williams, Reese Witherspoon have all been seen wearing the company's cosmetics, but in recent years, they've hit a few rough patches dealing with declining sales and layoffs. Author and journalist Maritza Meltzer is giving us a behind-the-scenes look at the company and its founder and former CEO and celebrity in her own right, Emily Weiss. It's all in her new book, Glossy: Ambition, Beauty, and the Inside Story of Emily Weiss's Glossier. And Marissa joins us now. Marissa, thank you so much. I was so excited for this book to come out. Fascinating read. I read every page. I've marked it. I've dog-eared it.
I wanted it to feel like a thriller.
Yes. I mean, it is definitely a page-turner for a nonfiction that is chronicling a company. And just to kind of give a quick background, it kind of, Emily Weiss, who I mentioned, the CEO, you chart her rise from this super intern at places like Teen Vogue all the way to creating this blog called Into the Gloss, which got super famous, and then she ultimately begins this product line. One of the lines that I loved in here was you asked the question, was Glossier just Maybelline or Mary Kay with better design? But it was a phenomenon. First, just set the scene about what this company did in this space.
Okay, so Glossier launched with just a couple products, which was really weird at the time, but it was their version of giving a young clientele stuff that felt like their own, the way that sort of like a Clinique or something did that no one had really updated before, but mixed with this like pink, smiley, very cool imagery that was more like maybe like streetwear or fashion world stuff. And it was an instant hit.
Yeah, and with their drops and everything, it kind of created this hype.
Yeah, we were always wondering, what are they going to come out with next?
Absolutely. And so Emily Weiss, the founder, CEO at the time, was kind of, she was totally synonymous with the brand and so famous in her own right. You really kind of dig into her as this enigma, which a lot of people, I think, were really looking forward to understanding because it was sort of this anomaly with her. You talk about how private she was and how in some ways that was to her detriment, but ultimately maybe it helped her last as long as she did in the CEO role. What did you learn about her?
I learned that she was learning on the job. I mean, she was a person who, starting Into the Gloss, the blog, was more or less her first real job. And within just a few years, the company was worth over $1 billion.
Wow.
So this is someone who is really driven, really talented, but is not necessarily experienced. So she's having to make these bigger and bigger decisions, forced to deal with venture capital funding and answering to, those people, changing cultural climate, a beauty industry where every celebrity from like Selena Gomez to Brad Pitt to Hailey Bieber is starting to launch their own lines, and dealing with her own kind of fame, wrestling with whether she wants to be a household name or something more like a recessive character,
I was shocked by the detail that that blog Into the Gloss had this feature called Top Shelf, where they have celebrities kind of say what's in their medicine cabinet, what products they love. And the New York Times wanted to feature Weiss and do that with her, and she wouldn't do that. I just thought that was such a good example of kind of how she handled her position.
Yeah.
We don't have that much time left, but we have to just talk about the girl boss culture. It's obviously a huge part of this book. It's a huge part of Weiss's story. I think when people knew this book was coming out, they were wondering, is this kind of a full takedown? It's not. It's obviously a company that's still making millions a month, but what was her role in that? You call her the last girl boss, and she did not want to step. She said she wouldn't step aside. She said she'd be in it for the long haul. Now she is still on the board, chairwoman of the board, but not the CEO anymore. How did that ultimately shake out?
Well, I think that she made enough missteps that finally the board kind of gave her the opportunity to maybe stay with a very different job or leave and create her own narrative around it. And that's what she chose to do because she's always been a storyteller. And, you know, being a girl boss was putting you up on a pedestal until it didn't really work for you anymore. And one by one, a lot of those women that were associated started to come down.
Absolutely. I loved this sentence in your book. To be a girl boss was to make a business cute. A boy boss is a completely moot point and absurd. It really just puts a fine point on kind of that whole phenomenon, which we'll have to dig into on its own another time.
Yeah, maybe it's Elon.
Yeah. Marissa Meltzer, thank you so much. Fantastic read. It's out now. Congratulations on this.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
All right, hot off the press, the 2024 edition of the Guinness World Records is now on sale. It is filled with the past year's record-breaking feats and achievements from all around the globe. There's quite a few Americans who made the cut this time around. Craig Glenday is editor-in-chief of Guinness World Records and joins us now. Craig, good to have you with us. So first of all, tell us about this latest edition. How many applications did you receive and how many actually made the cut?
Yeah, this year we've had an incredible year, over 36,000 applications for the book, but only really a very small percent can actually make it through our very rigorous system. So it's not easy to get your record ID approved. So in the end, for this book, we have about 3,000 records, but they're phenomenal. They're the very best of the year's record-breaking. So we're very impressed and very happy that people keep coming to us. So we want your ideas.
Wants to be in the book. So let's get to some of the record holders from the U.S. What are the ones that stood out to you? What are your favorites?
I love Nicholas Cherrywood, the guy who's collected the most Care Bear dolls, memorabilia. His story is fantastic. He was a kid in hospital feeling a bit sick, and the only thing that gave him any joy was his Care Bears. And now as an adult, he's got 1,223, I think it is.
Oh my goodness.
Different Care Bears. Amazing. There's Tommy the steer, this enormous, beautiful alpine dairy ox who's become a family pet. The family just love him so much. And he's 6'1" to the withers. So that's from the bottom of the hoofs to the top of the withers. Enormous. One of the biggest pets that we know of, as well as being the world's tallest living steer. There's some great hair records as well. The Americans this year for hair has been really impressive. Amir Mendez of California, who has the world's biggest afro. This thing was like 8 to 8 inches in circumference. It's enormous. And the mullet competition this year, for the very first time, we've recognized the mullet as a hairstyle. Oh, there we go. There's the afro. The mullet competition, which happens every year in the USA, is the biggest. And yes, there is a mullet growing world championships. But we have Tammy Manis. She managed to grow her hair 5 foot 8 inches at the back for the world's longest mullet. Very impressive.
That is a major party in the back, that mullet right there. All right, so Craig, this latest edition, it's also about inclusion. You have a new impairment initiative category. What is that? What should we know about it?
Yeah, what we wanted to do was open record-breaking up to everyone. Every single person in the world should have the opportunity. And you see Tom Enoch. Tom Enoch, who's Tom Fit is his brand now. And he is a kid, 19-year-old lad with Down syndrome. But he started his own fitness brand. He does online classes, and he has now about 25, I think, as of yesterday, Guinness World Record titles for various fitness things, for push-ups, pull-ups, and burpees. And he's in the impairment category for intelligence. We have short stature, for example. In fact, the very first entry in our short stature section for the impairment initiative was an American called Sprash Shah of New Jersey. He has osteogenesis imperfecta, so he's very small. But we managed to keep him his legs at 45 degrees for 2 hours. What an amazing achievement.
Oh, what a great initiative. Craig Glenday, thank you so much for joining us. Looking forward to seeing what else is in the Guinness World Records.
Cheers. Thanks for having me.
Okay, well, that was fun, and I'm obsessed with the Care Bears fact. Coming up, get ready. Oktoberfest is about to begin.
Yeah, when we come back, we are going to get a crash course on the German tradition with someone who clearly knows what he's talking about. I just saw him outside our studio in the cutest outfit you've ever seen. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Well, October is just weeks away, but that means already it's almost time for Oktoberfest.
Yeah, that's right. It is time to break out the lederhosen, raise a stein, and celebrate German culture with traditional food, music, and beer. We've got a head start. Joining us now is Sylvester Schneider. He's the founder of Zoom Schneider's Munich in Brooklyn, which hosts a huge Oktoberfest celebration here in New York. Let's take a step back. The history. Why do we do this? What do we need to know about it?
There was a wedding. We were just talking about wedding, and it was the Crown Prince and the Princess Teresa, and they staged a wedding in Munich and did a horse race and invited the whole city. And that was the founding of the Oktoberfest. They put up a tent and served beer and pork, and everybody had a merry time.
People were like, this is a good idea.
Yeah.
We should do this again.
Yeah.
So they repeated, and it grew and it grew, and now it grew so much that it can't grow anymore. So
It's as big as it could get. Tell us about your outfit. We love it.
Actually, these suspenders are from my late father.
Oh.
This is the first time I'm actually wearing them, and I'm proud to do that right here with you guys. Other than that, I have 3 pairs of lederhosen. So last night I was like going through them and couldn't decide, and then my son helped me decide it.
Oh, I love it.
How did you come to that decision?
How did we come to that decision?
Yeah, what put this one
Well,
at the top?
his girlfriend is just visiting from London, and they both went like back and forth, and I'm like, at a certain point, they were like, okay, that's it.
And what is it about this? To tell us about kind of, because this is part of the tradition.
This is part of the tradition. Lederhosen and dirndl, all of our waitresses at our operation have to wear that too. Lederhosen are also coming in different styles. There's longer ones that are for the slap dance. If you ever heard about the slap dance, we have dancers like that too. Yeah, so they're longer and they're usually black and they are really loud. There's different styles in Austria, so it's like an alpine thing, really. It's not just Bavaria, but.
So this is your 8th year of doing this celebration. What do you got planned for this year?
We got some chefs that are coming back that used to work in my restaurant. So we're spiced up the menu a little bit. We bring in our own beer imported from an area where I grew up in, the Andex and the HB Traunstein, which really nobody else has in town. We serve it, we just saw the picture, we serve it only in the steins, in the 1 liter steins. I brought this, by the way, that was also from my father. It's a vintage from 1860, I think.
Yeah, wow.
We have my band, obviously. I play in the band.
And what do you play?
Obviously.
You play?
I'm the drummer, singer. I am the guy that brings everybody up on the chairs.
All right.
Sylvester Schneider, you are a good time. I'd like to come when you're going.
I'm there every day. So
there we go.
You should come every day.
Yeah, okay.
You're supposed to do,
Don't have to ask me twice. Sylvester, thank you so much. It's so fun. Happy Oktoberfest.
Oh, happy Oktoberfest. Thank you. Prost.
Thank you. Yay.
We're going to end this hour with an amazing guitarist who, at the age of 96, is still selling out shows. George Freeman is a jazz musician who's been sharing his love of music with the city of Chicago for decades. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster sat down with him to learn more about his timeless sound and his big comeback to the stage.
At 96 years old, George Freeman is living the good life. A phrase that's not just the title of his latest album, but a sentiment that guides how he's played his guitar since the early 1940s.
Love is the epitome of what it takes to be a good musician. You got to love.
The Southside jazz guitarist still packs local venues with a signature sound. They see George Freeman. What do they need to know? What do you want them to be thinking?
Mainly creativity, originality, style, and going outside.
Spend any time with George and you'll learn what going outside means.
So I'm gonna play outside for you.
It's viewed as almost experimental and boils down to intentionally playing in a different key. A style inspired by the sound of his favorite instrument, not the guitar, but the saxophone.
Dexter Gardner, Sonny Stitt, all them great people.
His biggest inspirations were legendary saxophonists.
I was having a hard time because I was playing like a horn player.
With your guitar?
This is the problem. I was a guitarist.
He idolized his brother Von Freeman, John Coltrane, and Charlie Parker.
I never really cared for the guitar as far as styling was concerned. My interest was in that horn player.
And it was clear George mirrored saxophone solos, learning to blow his guitar like a horn when he was on stage with Coleman Hawkins.
And I was playing, and he said, blow.
Did you know what that meant?
Yeah, I knew what it meant.
What did you do?
Blow. He said, blow. You better play that thing.
But a good life wasn't an easy life. In 1947, he composed a hit song, but the lead trumpeter took the credit.
The tune I gave them could swing, and he made a record of it with his picture on the front page, on the front record.
With your tune?
My tune.
His brother Von died in 2012, and George completely lost his groove.
I stopped playing. I couldn't play.
But he picked up his guitar again 2 years later, started using a new, if unconventional pick, and never looked back. Selling out Chicago's famous Green Mill Lounge in April, releasing an album in June.
George Freeman! 96 years young.
And earning a standing ovation at the Chicago Jazz Festival in August. When was it that you felt you got some recognition?
Now.
With this latest album?
Yeah.
What makes you know that you're getting that recognition?
Looking at you. Look at him walking inside that door with them cameras.
Belated appreciation for a living legend. And warm spirit representing the best of us. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Chicago.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and here's some good news. It's Friday. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Developing overnight on strike. Thousands of UAW members are hitting the picket lines this morning, potentially kneecapping a titan of the American economy. It comes after a midnight deadline passed on labor negotiations between those big three automakers and one of the largest unions in the U.S. So what happens now? What's at stake? And how could it all affect your car already on the road? We are covering it all. Also this morning, Hunter Biden indicted on a handful of federal charges revolving around his purchase of a firearm while allegedly using narcotics. We're going to break down those charges in a moment, what sort of sentence could come along with them, and the political timing of it all. Plus, one-on-one, former President Trump in an exclusive conversation with our own Kristen Welker ahead of her inaugural broadcast of NBC's Meet the Press this Sunday. We're going to bring you Trump's take on his growing legal troubles and whether he'd pardon himself if he returns to the White House after the 2024 election. And I want to believe aliens and UFOs back in the headlines this week on the heels of an out-of-this-world congressional hearing in Mexico showcasing some remains, allegedly, of the extraterrestrial kind. And now here in the U.S., NASA is joining the fray, weighing in on if the truth is really out there. Still kind of blown away by those extraterrestrials that appeared at the hearing in
internet
Mexico.
Yesterday, by the way. There are some hilarious memes out there.
We'll dig a little deeper into that coming up. Of course, we want to begin with that historic strike. At the stroke of midnight, thousands of auto workers in 3 states walked off the job.
Yeah, it marks the first time union workers are simultaneously on strike at all of the big 3 automakers. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit with the very latest.
The UAW says this is unprecedented. Workers walking out on Ford, General Motors, and Jeep owner Stellantis all at once. The union is asking for better pay and benefits. Meanwhile, all 3 automakers have made offers. But I spoke with the UAW president overnight, and he tells me he thinks the 2 sides are not really close. From Missouri to Ohio and into the Detroit suburbs, this morning, the United Auto Workers taking historic action that comes with serious consequences. Overnight, almost 13,000 workers told to walk off the job in what the union calls its first ever strike against all of the big 3 automakers at the same time.
We're just seeking what's fair. We help build America.
In front of a Ford assembly plant outside Detroit, UAW President Shawn Fain joining the picket line overnight. For now, the UAW targeting 3 assembly plants, 1 each for General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis.
You've got competitors for these big 3 automakers paying a lot less in some cases for labor than these companies. How can you expect to actually get everything you're asking?
Shame on those competitors, number one. All this is the companies are trying to drive a race to the bottom, and we're better than that. America's better than that.
The big 3, including the head of Ford, say they want a deal.
What they've offered to us is untenable. We can't sustain our company. We'd go bankrupt in a matter of years. That's why we're pleading with the UAW.
Ford CEO also warning of potential ripple effects.
This could mean that downstream plants and the employees in there may not receive strike funds or even unemployment. It's chaos.
Overnight, General Motors writing, "We are disappointed by the UAW leadership's actions despite the unprecedented economic package GM put on the table," adding, "We will continue to bargain in good faith." And if strikes linger, car buyers and drivers needing repairs could also eventually feel the impact.
How long are you willing to go?
As long as we have to. One day more than these companies want to hold out.
Workers on strike only get $500 a week from the union, underscoring the risk they are taking. Meanwhile, overnight, we've heard from Stellantis, the company, saying it is disappointed in the actions of UAW leadership. General Motors, whose headquarters we're at right now, also expressing disappointment. Back to you.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
For more, we're joined by NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. All right, so this is aggressive, UAW taking on all 3 automakers at once. Does that make it harder to reach a deal?
Yeah, well, it's also unprecedented because it's all 3 of these companies at the same time. In 2019, they targeted one specific company. Now, what we know is that there were conversations being had up until the deadline last night. So there was a line of communication between the UAW and all 3 of the automakers. The question is, can they pick up the phone again to try to basically stop the strike that has already begun? Now, for what it's worth, the strategy is very important here because by targeting only 3 plants, 1 at each automaker, they don't have to offer that strike pay that Jesse was talking about to all 146,000 members of the UAW. They only have to offer it to about 12,700, which means in theory, that strike fund could last a lot longer than the estimated 11 weeks that some economists have projected.
So if wages, of course, as it often is in strikes, is a main point of contention here, And the sides are quite far apart, though, on what they want. Is it possible, like, meeting in the middle means that this could come to an agreement?
Yeah, well, mathematically, some might say, yeah, well, if the union is asking for 46% in terms of wage increases compounded over 4 years, and the best offer on the table is 20% as of the last disclosed offer from the UAW, well, then maybe you just meet in the middle, right? But it's not quite that easy, because keep in mind, the UAW is also asking for other things. They're asking for a 32-hour work week. They're asking for better benefits, better pensions. So it's not just going to be that. And reminder that the automakers, they have record profits. They have the money to be able to do this. But again, they're saying they need to save money to make investments into EVs so that they can survive over the long term, because the company's argument, nothing will be worse if they can't employ anyone because they go out of business compared to the other automakers.
For consumers, could this have any impact on car prices?
Yeah, well, I was chatting with a dealer last night who was telling me that the immediate implication would likely be a rise in prices, not just for new cars, because again, what we're talking about here is plants that are producing new vehicles, but it could also bleed into higher used car prices as well. If people can't find cars on the lot that are new, then dealers might be turning them over to used cars, in which case the high demand might lead to prices rising across the board. It's not just that. It could also be for people that are looking for repairs. Keep in mind, this is the entire auto industry that's at risk here. So parts, supplies might not be available as well, which means it could even take people a little bit longer to get their cars fixed. It depends on the length of this strike, which remains to be seen.
Explain UAW's strike fund and what it means it can do for its members in this time.
Yeah, so $500 a week, that's how much the fund can pay out to those that are striking. Again, only for those that are striking. So right now, it's only 12,700 people that would be getting those funds. For what it's worth, the UAW has a pretty deep fund. It's $825 million, which was estimated prior to last night's announcement to last about 11 weeks on the assumption that all 146,000 members would be getting paid. But again, because they're only doing a small sliver with this targeted approach here, what the UAW is calling a, quote, stand-up, that could last a lot longer than that.
Brian, not to throw something kind of random out there at you, but we're just seeing and talking about so many different strikes in so many different industries. Do you think this could be some type of reckoning?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I was hearing commentary from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce this morning that was saying you can't just look at this in a vacuum. A lot of this is, coming on the heels of other strikes that we've seen in Hollywood. We've seen the UPS, debate there. They avoided a strike and were able to get a lot of the high wage increases that actually inspired a lot of the UAW talks here. But again, some of that could be because of the atmosphere right now. Unemployment is very low, worker leverage is very high, and the Biden administration is also encouraging activity in the unions as a very pro-union message ahead of the election next year.
All right, Brian Jung. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, this morning there are new developments in the legal case involving President Biden's son. A special counsel has indicted Hunter Biden on 3 felony counts related to lying about his alleged drug use when he bought a handgun back in 2018. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, good morning, guys. A special counsel in Delaware is sticking to his pledge to indict Hunter Biden by the end of this month. But there are plenty of questions this morning about whether there are more charges still left to come.
This morning, less than 2 months after his plea deal collapsed, the president's son now fighting criminal charges in the midst of his father's re-election bid. A federal grand jury indicting Hunter Biden on 3 felony counts, accused of lying about his drug use when he bought a gun back in 2018. Those allegations, the same ones he stood ready to admit over the summer, which would have allowed him to avoid prison time.
This office has never brought a charge like this against anybody. Hunter owned an unloaded gun for 11 days.
But the deal unraveled after a judge questioned it, and Biden's legal team now calls the charges a result of partisan interference, accusing special counsel David Weiss of bending to political pressure.
If the Republicans yell loud enough, at some point it actually cracks through and people believe it.
While some Republicans on the Hill say they hope this is just the beginning.
That was an easy charge.
And remain focused on their own investigations related to Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings.
You have to follow the money. Does it lead back to the White House? Does it lead back to Joe Biden? And we don't know the answers to that.
No official word from the White House on the indictment, but the president has defended his son in the past, saying in an interview last year he believed people would understand his son's struggles with addiction.
This thing about a gun, I didn't know anything about it, but turns out that when he made my application to purchase a gun, what happened was I guess you get asked, you get asked the question, are you on drugs, you use drugs? He said no.
Special counsel Weiss only releasing a paper statement staying mum about the charges when pressed by NBC News. But a spokesperson for the special counsel's office says the investigation continues.
Now that Hunter Biden has been actually formally indicted, as for what comes next, we're likely to see him in court when he surrenders and comes in for his arraignment. Back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
For more on all this, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. Glenn, good to have you with us. So first of all, talk to us a little bit about the timing of the charges. We know prosecutors were up against a deadline here, right? Help us understand why that is.
That's right, Joe. They were up against a 5-year statute of limitations. And because the allegation is that Hunter Biden falsely filled out this firearms purchase paperwork in October of 2018, the prosecutors had to bring charges no later than October of 2023. I think that's why we saw this indictment drop when we did.
So Hunter Biden's attorney said he believed there was ambiguity in the statute under which Hunter Biden was charged. Help us understand that point. Is that going to be one of the key arguments we see in this case here?
Yeah, this will be hotly contested and litigated. So in 2022, the Supreme Court issued an opinion that restricted the government's ability to charge certain people with possessing a firearm if they had been convicted of some relatively minor criminal offenses. That sort of throws this prosecution into a state of flux. Now, people should know that this is a different charge brought against Hunter Biden. It is misrepresenting something that he put on a firearms purchase form. So that's slightly different than whether somebody convicted of a minor crime can own a firearm. But it's a related issue, and I suspect we're going to see lots of litigation surrounding that issue.
How common is it to see an indictment like this?
Extraordinarily uncommon, I can say. As you know, my time as a federal prosecutor, nearly quarter of a century with the Department of Justice, I've never seen a standalone charge like this brought. Ordinarily, Joe, when we see these kind of charges brought, it's because somebody may have lied on their paperwork to purchase a gun, but then they went out and they used that gun. Maybe they shot somebody. And what we would do is we would tack on these kind of relatively minor charges to the more serious charges of using that gun that the defendant purchased unlawfully. So it is highly unusual for a standalone minor crime like this to be brought by federal prosecutors.
So, Glenn, where does the case go from here? We, of course, saw that plea deal fall apart earlier this year. Can there still be a plea deal in this situation? What could be next?
Yeah, there can always be a plea deal. Now, people should remember that there is a 70-day speedy trial law in the federal courts. So if Hunter Biden demands his speedy trial, we could actually see a trial in late November of this year because the government has 70 days to bring somebody to trial after they've indicted him. But you can also expect that the parties are going to get together and see if they can again resolve this case with a guilty plea. They tried once before, but the judge rejected the plea. And you're going to hear the defense argue, and they already have, that, look, we already had a signed contract with the prosecutors, so we want them to honor that contract. Now, contract law doesn't strictly apply to plea agreements, but it is related. So I think we're going to see a lot of legal wrangling over the course of the next couple of months.
All right, Glenn Kirshner, thank you for joining us this morning.
Well, preparations are underway this morning as Hurricane Lee approaches the East Coast. The storm is expected to have the strongest impact on New England, but it's still unclear whether Lee will actually make landfall. Still, experts warn tropical storm conditions should be expected, even if the storm stays in the open waters. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is in Montauk, New York, with more on the storm. That's all the way out the very tip of Long Island. We call it the end. Kristen, good morning. So the storm isn't expected to directly hit New York, but I mean, there's certainly going to be feeling the effects on eastern Long Island, like where you are, strong surf, possible coastal flooding. How's preparations going? What are you seeing?
Yeah, as you know, this wave just comes up and almost gets us here. The storm is 500 miles out that way, and we are really feeling the effects. Even with the sun shining, you know, it's the waves coming in. Take a look out here And you can see the erosion on the beach. We've got these sandbags that are now exposed here. We've watched it eat away at this beach. So erosion going to be a big issue as we go through the day. And just look at the surf. Some beaches along Long Island already closed today because of rip currents and high surf. Officials saying it is just too dangerous to go in these waters. And then we've got, as we go north, you know, tropical storm warnings in effect now, Massachusetts through Maine. And a lot of people there having to prepare. So even if it skirts the U.S. and hits into Nova Scotia, this is a huge storm. There are 6 states that could see power losses today today and into tomorrow because of the high winds. And so this storm is a real concern for a lot of people, guys, as we continue just to watch it here, washing away the sand.
Absolutely. It's going to be a big concern, even more so further north in New England. Earlier in the show, we talked to somebody on Nantucket explaining what they're bracing for. How are they planning up there?
Right. So Maine has already been declared a state of emergency by the governor there. Here in New York, they have the National Guard has been deployed and is ready to go to wherever needed. Already they saw some overwash onto some roads and had to move the sand out of the way. They're shoring up along New England's coastline with things like sandbags, moving, you know, the sand into areas to protect the delicate shoreline. So prep's definitely underway as we go through today and as things continue to get worse into tomorrow.
All right, Kristen Dahlgren, stay safe. Thank you so much.
Let's get right to meteorologist Angie Lassman for the latest on Lee's track. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Still just under 500 miles away from, of course, Nantucket, but we're starting to see that cloud cover working in, those outer edges of the clouds moving in across parts of New England. Of course, this is not the most impactful thing that we'll see, but you might notice it. Still, with this system so far away, it is quite expansive. We've got the tropical storm warnings up, stretching from Westport all the way to Eastport, right along that that line between the border between Canada and, of course, Maine. We have seen these tropical storm warnings issued a little farther off to the west for parts of Maine. It does include more inland areas, especially places that are densely forested. We could continue to see maybe some downed trees, even with a little bit of wind as far as inland as central Maine. So something to watch for. Here's the latest track. We're going to continue to see this be a Category 1 here down the line through the day today. Maybe some weakening by the time it moves on shore. Either way, we're expecting this to move on shore, maybe Nova Scotia, into the Bay of Fundy, maybe New Brunswick. It's less likely that this is going to move on shore for folks in Maine, but we're still just seeing a sliver of the state in that cone down the line. We've had a good agreement of exactly where the system will go, but look how far west, how far east, how far north these tropical storm force winds, which you see in the orange spread. This is an expansive storm. We've been watching this and expecting this for days now. We likely will see these winds extend 200 to 300 miles out from the center by the time it works its way in. And by the way, those tropical storm force winds are going to start late into the afternoon today and into the evening hours for places as far west as Massachusetts, or as far south rather as Massachusetts. The areas farther west, you'll see maybe 30, 40 mile per hour winds for the peak winds across the day Saturday, but along the coast, much higher than that. 60 mile per hour expected in Provincetown. You see Bar Harbor, upper 50s, and these are some of those peak gusts. This is something we'll watch through the day on Saturday, and then before you know it here, as we get through Sunday, the system will be gone and we'll start to see things calming down. The good news is storm surge forecasts have come down just a little bit. That doesn't mean that it's not going to be impactful at all, but we're talking 1 to 3 feet likely. We saw areas of Cape Cod Bay that were expecting 2 to 4 feet yesterday, so that forecast has come down with just a little bit of a shift in that track, so that'll help us a little bit, but expect a lot of coastal erosion here. Expect still some minor to even moderate flooding from that storm surge. And by the way, really dangerous surf. I know a lot of people, even out on Long Island or down the shore, planning to maybe head to the beach to see just how churned up the ocean is. Some beaches down the shore are going to issue fines for going in the water. So that tells you just how large these waves are. We could see up to 16-foot waves. So the surf is going to be dangerous, not just today, through the day tomorrow too. And then we'll finally start to see things calming down as we get back into our next work week. As far as the rain is concerned, closer to the center of the storm is where we're going to see those highest totals, of course. So that includes down east Maine. We're talking maybe 3 to 5 inches. The highest totals will be closer to 5 inches. But places across this same region, Boston, Providence, you could see some rainfall across that area that's maybe 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch. We're going to continue to see the saturated ground become even more saturated because remember, we had a whole lot of rain that worked through some of these spots earlier in the week. So we've again got those really saturated grounds. It's not going to take much to bring some trees down with a little bit of wind. So just something to keep in mind. And if you're looking for a forecast anywhere else, it looks great across the West. I mean, I hate to follow up that forecast with this, but beautiful day for folks across the West on Saturday. We will see some strong storms across the midsection of the country and along the Gulf Coast. So heads up for that. Great temperatures, though, for the Midwest, the Northeast, still feeling kind of fall-like, but the showers and thunderstorms will get back into the picture for parts of the Southeast as we get into Sunday. But gorgeous, really, west of that. Look, warm sunshine, sunny and dry. Savannah, I know you like the words I put on this map.
Warm sunshine.
Warm sunshine. It's going to be great. I think people out west need their sunglasses. People in the Northeast might need their umbrella. Or stay home.
Exactly. Just stay home. But the nice weather, people have earned it.
Exactly.
Yes,
I agree.
that's so true. At least that's something that they're going to find people if you go in the water. You gotta
It does. It's a serious thing.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
We don't want anyone getting hurt.
Yeah. Andrew Lastman, thank you.
Of course.
Coming up on Morning News Now, aliens. They're back in the headlines. In Mexico, 2 alleged extraterrestrial bodies were shown off to the country's Congress. And here in the States, a new report from NASA. We are covering it all later in the hour.
But first, we'll bring you our own Kristen Welker's exclusive one-on-one conversation with former President Trump. Stick around.
On the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with a preview of this week's Meet the Press exclusive interview with former President Donald Trump. He sat down with new moderator Kristen Welker to discuss a range of topics, including the Hunter Biden charges and the possibility of pardoning himself if elected. Take a listen to some of that interview.
Mr. President, if you were reelected, would you pardon yourself?
I could have pardoned myself. Do you know what? I was given an option to pardon myself. I could have pardoned myself when I left. People said, would you like to pardon yourself? I had a couple of attorneys that said, you can do it if you want. I had some people that said, it would look bad if you do it, because I think it would look terrible. I said, here's the story. These people are thugs, horrible people, fascists, Marxists, sick people. They've been after me from the day I came down the escalator with Melania. And I did a great job as president. People were acknowledged. Great economy, great jobs, great this, great that. Rebuilt the military, Space Force, everything. I could go on forever. Let me just tell you. I said the last thing I'd ever do is give myself a pardon. I could have given myself a pardon. Don't ask me about what I would do. I could have, the last day, I could have had a pardon done that would have saved me all of these lawyers and all of these fake charges, these Biden indictments. They're all Biden indictments, political. They indicted. They want to arrest their political opponents. Only third world countries do that, banana republics. So, ready? I never said this to anybody. I was given the option. I could have done a pardon of myself. You know what I said? I have no interest in even thinking about it. I never even wanted to think about it. And I could have done it. And all of these questions you're asking me about the fake charges, you wouldn't be asking me because it's a very powerful thing for a president. I was told by some people that these are sick lunatics that I'm dealing with. Give yourself a pardon. Your life will be a lot easier. I said, I would never give myself a pardon.
Even if you were reelected in this moment?
Well, I think it's very unlikely. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. You mean because I challenged an election, they want to put me in jail?
Let's talk about the breaking news today. We learned just a short time ago that the president's son, Hunter Biden, was indicted by a federal grand jury on 3 gun charges. Given that, Mr. President, can you continue to say that there are 2 systems of justice?
Well, I think there's no question about it. He had a plea deal that was the deal of the century, the art of the deal. You could write a book on it, the art of the deal. And all of a sudden that was broken up by a judge who was able to, a brilliant judge actually, who was able to see through what was happening. And it's a sad situation. I mean, nobody should be happy about this. I'm not happy about it. Nobody is. It's a very sad thing. It's so bad for our country. But, you know, if you think about it, I've been under investigation from the day I came down the escalator, and a phony investigation, fake investigations that I beat every single time, still under investigations. But it's a very sad thing, and it's a slippery slope, and dangerous, very dangerous for our country.
Kristen, thank you very much for that interview. Well, NBC News has also extended an invitation to President Biden for a sit-down with Kristen. And you can watch the full Meet the Press exclusive interview with Trump this Sunday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern on NBC's Meet the Press.
International news now. U.S. officials say China's defense minister is out from his post and under investigation.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lobongo is back with that and other news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. According to U.S. officials, the defense minister of China is under investigation for corruption and has been removed from his position. Officials also say the minister, whose name is Li Shangfu, has not made public appearances since late August. This is the latest in a series of purges of Beijing security ranks. And now, with Shangfu's dismissal, there's some uncertainty about the management of China's day-to-day foreign policy. Now, let's head over to the Caribbean, where the Dominican Republic is shutting down all of its borders with Haiti. President Luis Abinader says the Dominican Republic will shut all of its land, air, and sea frontiers, escalating tensions between the two nations. This closure also threatens to worsen the ongoing crisis in Haiti, plagued by poverty and gang violence. Now let's fly over to my home here, Italy, where Venice escaped a spot on the list of endangered world sites, despite a recommendation from UNESCO. Mayor Luigi Brugnaro is celebrating, taking to X, formerly known as Twitter, to call the result a great victory. But some experts have concerns that the city is being destroyed by over-tourism and slowly sinking, of course, as it has been for many, many years. Now, since July, both the state and the city have been making some major changes to protect Venice by banning large cruise ships, and recently they announced they will introduce an entry fee for day trippers next year. So for now, at least, it looks like our beloved Venice is safe. Back to you guys.
Such a special place. Claudio, thank you so much.
The American who was successfully rescued from a cave in Turkey after becoming ill underground is sharing his incredible story of survival. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on what he's saying.
There were moments, Mark Dickey says, when he thought he wasn't getting out of that Turkish cave alive.
I'm feeling very good compared to where I started off on this rescue.
Speaking from a hospital room in Turkey alongside his fiancée and fellow caver Jessica Van Ord, he described the harrowing ordeal.
At first it was, I have no idea what's going on, but it's probably not life-threatening, into this is life-threatening, I need help.
Van Ord climbed more than 3,000 feet out of the cave after Dickey became suddenly ill, vomiting blood.
Just knew that I was definitely fit for that job to get out of there and then get back as soon as possible and coordinate a rescue while up on the surface if necessary.
What started as an exploration expedition turned into a massive international rescue effort.
There's lots of different medical terminology, but circling the drain is one of them, and I was down pretty damn deep in that drain.
At times, he says, he was only semi-conscious. Rescuers gave him a blood transfusion.
I'm not healed on the inside yet, so I'm going to need a lot of help to get out of here.
Loaded on a stretcher, Dickey was pulled up to safety after an arduous 57-hour effort.
Cave rescuers are a family. I'm the person that got rescued. They did all of the work to get me out, and I trust them.
Thankful, he says, and not surprised that the tight-knit caving community answered his call. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Next in Morning News Now, you've probably seen these little guys on your social media feeds lately.
Oh, yes. Well, they are allegedly the bodies of aliens shown to Mexico's Congress earlier this week. And while the jury's still out on their authenticity, NASA is now releasing its own separate report on UFOs. Gotti Schwartz is all over it, of course. That's up next.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There is renewed interest in the search for extraterrestrial life. From congressional hearings to the military, even foreign governments are now asking if we are alone in the universe. Well, now NASA is taking a closer look to see if there's life among the stars.
That's right. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us with more. Gotti, you cannot escape the memes.
You cannot escape the memes. Let's talk about that. Yeah, it has been a very, very weird in the UFO world, like even weirder than most this week. And we're going to get into whatever happened down in Mexico in front of their Congress and their lawmakers in just a bit with those like ancient alien mummy types. But first, we're going to talk about NASA because it is very important. They are stepping into the fray here and taking a very scientific approach at this whole UFO question.
Whether you're a believer or not, the question of aliens on Earth is here and now. NASA, the agency most associated with space exploration, has entered the UFO fray.
I personally believe in a universe that is so vast that could there be a replication of life on Earth elsewhere? Of course I believe that.
The agency releasing a 36-page report Thursday on unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or UAP. Their conclusion, there's no proof aliens exist, but they might. NASA saying UAP presents a unique scientific opportunity and that the agency should play an essential role in studying the subject. That report coming directly on the heels of a sensational revelation in Mexico.
No estamos solos en este vasto universo.
Supposed ancient alien bodies. Jaime Maussan, a self-described UFOologist, revealing two figures to the Mexican Congress claiming they were not of this earth. But Maussan has made unfounded claims in the past that turned out to be hoaxes. So in the world of UFO and UAP experts, there's some skepticism. This past July, former intelligence officer Major David Grush testified in front of Congress that the U.S. is concealing a long-standing UFO program.
I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
The Pentagon's UFO office has denied Grush's claims, but lawmakers are looking for answers.
Do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes.
All of this talk of what else might be out there is reducing the UFO stigma. More folks are coming forward, including New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who recently talked about a UFO encounter he says he had years ago on the show Hard Knocks.
We heard the sound and we saw this tremendously large object moving through the sky.
And if the truth is somewhere out there, now it's official, NASA is on the case too.
So, Gotti, is the stigma surrounding all this starting to loosen up in the last couple of years?
I think so. I definitely think so. I mean, you've got NASA, you've got the Pentagon. You guys aren't laughing at me so much every time I start talking about UFOs and aliens. But I think one of the things that's really, really interesting here, and this is one of the ways that NASA wants to tackle this, they are saying that AI is going to help them search for UFOs, and for so long they've had data from satellites, sensors covering the entire world, but looking through all that data has been very, very difficult. Now they want to use AI to help them do it. So if you could imagine, we live in a day and age where NASA is using artificial intelligence to search for UFOs here on Earth. Wild stuff.
AI to find ET. All right.
Wow. So much to dig into there, and we'll continue doing so with you. Gotti, thank you so much. Always good to have you here. The American Red Cross is calling for action after declaring a national blood shortage earlier this week. The organization warned their national blood supply has fallen critically low, dropping nearly 25% since early August.
They say back-to-back months of climate disasters have put a strain on the blood supply, causing blood drive cancellations and reducing donations to areas most affected. Let's bring in Dr. Baya Lasky, who is the Divisional Chief Medical Officer at the American Red Cross. Dr. Lasky, good to have you with us. So first of all, what does this declaration mean and what types of donors are needed right now?
So the American Red Cross has seen a 25% drop in our blood supply since August. That amounts to a 30,000 unit shortfall. We need about 12,000 units a day to support the patients across the country. And right now, demand from hospitals is as strong as ever, and donations have just not kept up with the pace. We need blood donations from all types, particularly O positive and O negative are always in critical demand.
Dr. Lasky, we just mentioned that we kind of think that there's a connection here to the challenges that climate disasters present. Walk us through exactly what that means, and does that mean that you're kind of concerned about this continuing as we've been tracking that Hurricane Lee?
Absolutely. We are just on the heels of incredibly severe fires in Hawaii, Hurricane Idalia, and now the Red Cross is preparing to respond to Hurricane Lee as it makes its way north. Extreme weather often forces the cancellation of blood drives and results in lower blood donor turnout in affected areas, which just further strains the blood supply when inventories are already critical.
So, Dr. Lasky, we know September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month. Back in 2021, the Red Cross launched a new initiative called Joined by Blood to try and help sickle cell patients. What more can you tell us about that? And what are some of the perks that donors receive for donating this month?
That's right. So patients with sickle cell disease are maybe transfusion dependent for life. They may need up to 100 units per patient per year. And it's really, we're looking for diverse donors to help support these types of patients. And we offer a number of incentives for our donors as a thank you. And we just really want to say, you know, the emergencies don't stop. People don't stop getting sick just because we're experiencing extreme weather-related disasters. Every 2 seconds, someone needs blood, and it's really the blood on the shelves today that helps to save lives.
All right, Dr. Lasky, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Coming up, a story that Savannah is especially excited about this morning.
That's because it's about my alma mater, the University of Colorado, and our so far undefeated football team with head coach Deion Sanders. Yes, the Deion Sanders. We've got a big game this weekend against Colorado State. It's causing a lot of buzz online already. I'll tell you all about it next.
It always feels so good to get back to it. hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with some money news. WhatsApp is sounding off on a recent report from the Financial Times.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs has that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, WhatsApp is denying a report that the messaging platform is exploring using ads. The Financial Times says teams at Meta, which owns WhatsApp, were discussing whether to show ads in conversations with contacts on the chat screen, but no final decision has been made. The FT also says Meta was deliberating whether to charge a subscription fee to use the app without ads. Meantime, JP Morgan Chase plans to offer payroll services as it tries to appeal to small business customers. CNBC has learned that the bank picked up a fintech player called Gusto to provide the technology. JP Morgan is stepping up its fight against PayPal and Square, which have already been ensconced when it comes to payroll services for small businesses. The new feature is expected to go live by the end of next year and will disperse paychecks, generate tax documents and pay stubs, and file to local and national agencies. JP Morgan has about 5 million small business customers right now and more than 200,000 users of its payment solutions offerings. And we're just about a month out now from Taylor Swift taking on and likely conquering the box office. We're talking about the movie box office. Deadline reports advanced ticket sales for the Eras Tour concert movie have already topped $65 million. That's already higher than advanced sales for superhero movies like Doctor Strange and The Batman. The Eras Tour is opening October 12th and is scheduled to play 4 weekends in a row and on Halloween night. Now, the thing I'm watching for is who's going to get the streaming rights. There are a lot of Taylor Swift documentaries already on Netflix. That would certainly entice a lot of people to actually pay up for Netflix in order to get access to that.
Yeah, Disney Plus has one too. And that, I mean, we could do a whole business segment on how she got this deal directly through the theaters. And then after 13 weeks, her lucky number, streaming rights open up. So we'll have to see where it lands.
Interesting. All right. Thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm so excited about this one. The University of Colorado Buffaloes are right now the talk of the college football universe after winning just one game last year. They are now off to a 2-0 start and are facing their in-state rivals this week in Colorado State. This is all thanks to the arrival of our new head coach, NFL Hall of Famer Deion Sanders, or as we like to call him, Coach Prime. Joining us now is Brian Howell, who covers CU football for Buff Zone and Boulder's Daily Camera. Brian, good morning. It's so great to be talking to you. So, okay, I went to the University of Colorado. This is my alma mater. This is so much fun and so exciting. You've covered the Buffs for over a decade. When I was there from 2009 to 2013, I mean, just to be honest, the football team was nothing to write home about. Just give people a sense of what life was like here before the arrival of Coach Prime in terms of our football program.
Yeah, you were there for some of the lean years, and they got leaner even this last year. So yeah, it's been tough. This program has not been a winning program for years. They used to be a big time national program. I mean, they won a title in 1990, but the last several years it's been really bad. And last year they were the worst Power 5 team in the country and one of the worst overall in the country. They had slipped to 1-11 and probably weren't even as good as that record. So it was a tough year for them, and it's been a tough stretch.
Absolutely. And now, I mean, we are ranked. Colorado football being ranked. It's crazy. Also, we're going to play host to ESPN's College Game Day. That's a huge deal. This coming weekend, that's happening where we're squaring off against, of course, our in-state rivals, Colorado State, the Rams. And things are getting a little bit heated in the build-up, some crosstalk back and forth between coaches. Tell us what the latest is here.
Yeah, Jay Norvell, the Colorado State head coach, earlier this week in his press conference, said, hey, Coach Prime has a lot of public critics, but I'm not one of them. And then 2 days later, he goes on his coach's show and publicly criticized Deion and made a comment that was a jab at him saying, hey, when I talk to adults, I take my hat and sunglasses off. That's just how my mother taught me. And that was definitely a stab at Coach Prime, who often wears hat and sunglasses when he's doing press conferences and things like that. And so, Deion Sanders, as he addressed his team, heard about that certainly and said, hey, they've got to make this personal. We're going to go make this personal for ourselves. And Deion Sanders will take any sort of motivation he can get his team going, and they've certainly latched onto that this week.
Oh, some of the videos that have come out of him just pumping the team up and stuff are so much fun to watch, and that quote about the hat and the glasses is making the rounds on the internet for sure right now. Let's talk more about Coach Prime. I mean, just what is it that he's done? Obviously, I know he cleaned out a lot of the team, but just walk us through what has happened and how much expectations have changed this season under his leadership.
Yeah, it's changed everything. I mean, this program, as I said, they were the worst team in the Power 5 last year. They needed an overhaul. And not only did he change the roster, there's 87 brand new players on this team. He changed the entire coaching staff. There's people, support staff, people that are no longer here that, they've got new people there as well. He's changed the community. This community was very apathetic about Colorado football. Yes. And, really anybody in Denver didn't really know the Buffs had a program, it seemed like. But now the whole state is behind this program. And there was a line of students that was, several hundred yards long the other day just to get a few extra seats. And they camped out overnight for those seats. That's never happened around here. So it's been pretty impactful all around.
Oh, it's so cool. Very quickly before I let you go. So I'll be there in a couple weeks. I'm coming to homecoming against Oregon State. What's it like in Boulder right now? What do you think it's going to be like at Folsom that weekend?
Oh, it's a madhouse. And that game they just announced yesterday as a sellout, the fifth one. There's only one game with tickets left. It's a party every single time they play. And I know they've only had one home game, but even the spring game was a party back in April. So this fan base is super excited, and it's a great atmosphere every single time they play. As you know, a full Folsom can be one of the best places in college football. But now with Coach Prime and this team, it's really one of the best places in college football.
Oh, my God, it is. It's a stadium where I was lucky enough to give a commencement speech in the middle of a snowstorm, and it was still magical. It's just the coolest place. Brian Howell, thank you so much. Great to see you. See you in a couple weeks, I hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, if it's Friday, that means only one thing. Your can't-miss list is right around the corner.
That's right. And this week we're following some dumb money. The Robinhood GameStop stock market drama is hitting the big stream. More on that and all the other can't-miss content for your weekend. And guess what? Here's the best part. It's with Darren Karp, our LA lady, back here with us after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize, should we wait for the dishes? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is Friday, which means it's time for your weekly Can't Miss list.
We love this segment, all the movies and shows you can't afford to miss this weekend.
Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed, Darren Karp, is on set with us for more on what we can't miss, because that's what the list says.
I missed you both.
we missed you too.
Yes.
It's glad that you keep coming back and visiting us.
Of course.
All right. So let's start with, there's a highly anticipated movie. It's behind the GameStop drama.
Yeah.
It's called Dumb Money. That's a great title for that one.
It's a great title because I think everyone kind of knows what we're going to get with this. It's very Big Short-esque. It should probably be called The Short Squeeze because that's kind of what happened at GameStop in 2021. This is brought to us by the director of I, Tonya, Craig Gillespie. So it's going to be pretty wild. Star-studded cast. We got Paul Dano right there. He actually plays the securities broker who kind of broke it all and flipped Wall Street on its head and kind of caused a sudden rise in the GameStop stock, which I couldn't be more upset about that I didn't kind of get on that train when we could. Right. But it's an incredible cast. Shailene Woodley plays his wife, and then Pete Davidson kind of rounds out this humor portion of it by playing his brother Kevin. And it's it's just a really well done movie, and it's very, very clever. And of course, we kind of remember it from 2021.
Absolutely. Some moments in the trailer even kind of made me like laugh out loud.
Yeah,
it seems like there's
levity for it. I mean, it was a ridiculous thing.
Right.
Like for GameStop. Like it was absurd. That's what's great about it.
Oh my gosh. We couldn't stop talking about that when it happened.
Yeah.
Okay, I've just started seeing giant posters pop up around the city for A Haunting in Venice.
You just started?
Yeah. She's pregnant. Yeah, I just started noticing. But I keep on wondering, and I have not watched this trailer yet. Like, what is this?
I feel like September 1 is like, then it's Halloween for like the next 2 months. And so that's why I'm sure you've noticed a lot of this. This is based on the 1969 Agatha Christie novel. So Hercule Poirot, it took me a long time to actually pronounce that. I'm sure I got it wrong. He's kind of this retired, investigator. He decides to go to a seance, as one does, usually during Halloween, and, finds that one of the guests is actually murdered, which causes him to kind of put on his thinking hat again and trying to solve this murder. But it's supposed to be very creepy, very eerie. It takes place in World War II kind of Venice. So it's got a little bit of an older feel, but it's supposed to be pretty haunting.
I love seeing Tina Fey in like a scary movie.
Yeah, who doesn't want that little like out of place,
It's
you know?
Like, all right,
yes,
good.
exactly.
You go for it. All right.
Yeah.
So Disney has been re-releasing some movies for its 100th anniversary. The latest is Coco, which won the Academy Award in 2017. I love that movie so much. Remind us what that one's about.
Yeah, so this one is actually being re-released from now until basically September 28th. So you basically have a solid 2 weeks to kind of take the kids and go see it. This won the Academy Award in 2017 in honor of 100 years of Disney, which is pretty great. There's actually going to be a number of films that they're re-releasing. Toy Story, Lion King, The Incredibles. It's just a fun way, I think, a nostalgic way, even though it was only 5 or 6 years ago that this film came out, to take the family, kind of miss it in theaters. I grew up on Lion King and Aladdin and all that stuff. I'm sure you did too.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be nice to kind of go back to the theaters and see it with your family. So it's going on for the next few weeks.
It's really cool. All right, finally, quickly, last one. If you're staying in, what can we stream?
Oh, gosh. I mean, there's so many things to stream. Let me see what I want on my list here to actually tell you about. A Million Miles Away is actually really interesting on Amazon Prime. This is the real-life story of Jose Hernandez, who kind of came up from a farming village in Mexico to go all the way to the International Space Station. It's really, really great. It's actually a nod to that Flamin' Hot biopic that actually aired earlier this year on Flamin' Hot Cheetos. So that's kind of great. It's kind of this Latin, building from the grassroots kind of movie, which is absolutely fabulous. And then Theater Camp on Hulu. If you didn't see this in the theater, you should watch it on Hulu. It's mockumentary style. It's Ben Platt. It's very funny. You don't have to be a theater nerd, which I am, to actually appreciate this, the awkwardness of adolescence. But if you want a good, fun laugh, check out Theater Camp on Hulu this
I feel like
weekend.
it has the camp vibes no matter
It's
what
campy.
kind of camp you like.
It's camp and campy. Yes, exactly.
All right, Darren Karp, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank
Have a great weekend.
We love when you come see us. All right, well, we want to take this opportunity now to say goodbye to a very special member of the Morning News Now team. We didn't know we were about to do this, so this is a total surprise for him. Our executive producer, Mike Milhaven, is leaving today after more than 2 years in charge of our show.
Yeah, here he is with his lovely, beautiful family. Mike has led our coverage of
Look at the live
huge
picture,
stories.
too.
There he is right there. He never saw this coming, right?
He
has a great sense of humor. He is creative, behind the scenes, a manager who cares about the team. Everyone knows that he is there. He has got our back. And luckily, he is not going very far. He's moving to Weekend Nightly News. They are incredibly lucky to have him. You as viewers are lucky to know that you'll still be watching shows that have Mike's touch all over them.
Absolutely. I mean, the first thing that our whole team was just saying is just how great the environment has been under his leadership and how much they're going to miss that. So, Mike, we're so grateful to you, and we're wishing you the best of luck. And a big welcome to our new executive producer, Sean Reese, who's also been here at NBC News for a very long time at the Today Show within NBC News Now.
We're all very lucky here at NBC News to have such great people to work with. Mike, we wish you the best. We're lucky we get to see you in the hallway every single day. You're still going to hear from us.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe not in the middle of the night, though.
Yeah, exactly. Get some sleep. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Breaking right now on Morning News Now, auto workers officially on strike against Detroit's Big Three. Overnight, thousands of members of the United Auto Workers Union walking off the job after a midnight deadline passed without a new labor agreement. It's the union's first ever strike against Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler-owned Stellantis simultaneously.
We didn't want to be here. We want a fair agreement. We got to do what we got to do.
We have team coverage with the latest from the picket lines, plus the biggest roadblocks in negotiations and what it all means for you. Also, Hunter Biden indicted. More legal fallout for the son of President Biden, now facing federal gun charges in a special counsel investigation. We'll break down the latest developments and why the case may be difficult to prove. Plus, we're tracking Hurricane Lee this morning as the Category 1 storm looms closer to the coast of New England. We'll show you where it is headed and the preparations underway. And for the record books, it's a celebration of the weird and wonderful. This morning, we're getting our first look at next year's edition of the Guinness Book of World Records. We'll show you some of the most impressive achievements, plus the new category just introduced.
Those pictures are like a fun little tease.
Yeah, I know. You're like, what's going on?
We'll find out. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Friday. I'm Joe Fryer.
Yes, we made it to the end of the week. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. We begin with that breaking news from overnight. A historic auto strike now underway.
At midnight, the United Auto Workers Union officially went on strike against all of the three automakers, the big three, after failing to reach a deal on new contracts. The strike marks the first simultaneous walkout by union workers at all three U.S. automakers.
Tonight, for the first time in our history, we will strike all three of the big three at once. And if we need to go all out, we will. Everything is on the table.
The union had been calling for a 40% raise over the next 4 years. They also want a boost to their pension, plus the end of temporary employees, but the two sides could not reach an agreement. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Jay Gray at a Ford auto plant in Wayne, Michigan. Also with us, Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Jay, let's start with you. The strike now officially underway. Workers are on the picket lines at 3 locations, including the one you're at right now. So where do things stand this morning? What are both sides saying?
Well, both sides saying they're still far apart. I want to give you a look at the picket line here in Wayne, just outside of Detroit. There are also lines at a GM plant in Missouri, as well as a Stellantis plant in Ohio. And although less than 13,000 of the union's 145,000 or so members left the assembly line for the picket line, this is part of what they're calling a stand-up picket, a unique style being employed by the union where they are just having divisions of plants in certain areas walk out. So you'll still see union members crossing the picket line here to go to work inside this plant, something we haven't seen in the past. The idea, according to union management, is to keep the automakers confused and uncertain about what may come next. And as you just heard from the president, they say they are willing and do plan to expand this strike as this continues to go further and further. And look, the one good news in all of this is that while the talks broke down yesterday and both sides accuse the other of not negotiating in good faith, they have said that they are ready and willing to come back to the bargaining table, perhaps as early as today.
Caleb, who's here on set with us, let's talk impact. I mean, what does this ultimately mean for the broader economy? Explain how that could be impacted.
Yeah, right now there's 12,700 members striking. If all members strike, if we get a complete shutdown of production across all of these plants, we're talking at about $500 million-ish a day, according to estimates. If it goes on 10 days, you're looking at around $10 billion to the overall economy. Most of that is in lost wages and productivity. But on the consumer side, you might not be able to get parts for repairs. You might not be able to get the car you wanted. Ultimately, car prices and automobile prices are going to go up. They're up 25% since before the pandemic already. So higher wages is going to mean higher prices for cars. Right now, smallish in scale, this strike, but it could get a lot bigger.
As we mentioned, this is the first time we've seen a strike simultaneously against all three big automakers. Could that make it easier to reach a deal? Could it make it harder to reach a deal?
Yeah, well, they're all far apart on different parts of the agreement. So GM did offer a bigger pay raise. Ford has come back to the table with a smaller raise. They all have to kind of have consensus if they all want to have agreement on this. As you heard Sean Payne say, they're willing to go all out. So it's going to be a tough negotiation. Three automakers, three different sets of concerns, plus 147,000 workers. Could be tough.
Yeah, Jay, with that in mind, all those details that Caleb just laid out, how long could this last? It doesn't sound like they're very close when it comes to some of these details. What do we think?
No, not at all. In fact, I talked to one of the union negotiators that was in the room yesterday during their talks, and he says they are miles apart. He feels like it's going to take some time and does feel like the strike will expand. So that's not good news on just the opening day of this work stoppage.
All right, Jay Gray, Caleb Silver, thank you for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Let's turn now to the legal battle facing President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, who was indicted by federal prosecutors yesterday.
Hunter Biden was charged with 3 counts related to the possession of a gun while using narcotics. The president's son is accused of lying about his drug use on a federal form when he bought the gun back in 2018. An attorney for Hunter Biden says the charges were unwarranted and politically motivated. The White House has so far remained silent, but the case could prove to be a headache for President Biden as he runs for re-election.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba and NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella. Good morning to both of you. Thanks for being here. Monica, we'll start with you. Just walk us through exactly what these charges are that Hunter Biden's facing and the punishment that could come with them if he were to be found guilty.
Good morning, guys. So this relates to 3 new charges specifically related to possession of that firearm from nearly 5 years ago. And the reason I mentioned the timing is important because there was a statute of limitations that was set to expire shortly on this. So that is likely why these charges were brought now in terms of the timing. Now, exactly what we're looking at here, these are 2 false statements related to information that is needed to have a firearm like the one that Hunter Biden possessed. And the third one is the fact that he had this firearm while he was under a controlled substance, while he was using drugs. So the penalty for the first and the third carry a 10-year maximum sentence, and the second a 5-year sentence. Now, remember, earlier in the summer, there was a plea deal that was essentially going to go through a pretrial diversion agreement, something that had been negotiated on these gun charges, while separately the president's son was going to plead guilty to some misdemeanor tax charges. And that is something they were hoping was going to be wrapped up. But that all collapsed when a judge was asking questions about potential immunity that was going to be granted to Hunter Biden. So that's why we're here where we are now, and why a special counsel was elevated to this to continue to investigate. And the Department of Justice here says that they're still investigating, and there could be more to come from all of this, Savannah and Joe.
Angela, let's talk about these charges. First of all, how serious are they? Second, how common are they?
Good morning. So, Joe, they are both very serious and also not that common. So, as Monica said, he is facing up to 25 years in prison, which in itself shows the seriousness of the charges. That said, nothing about this entire process has been normal. The diversion agreement, the plea agreement, none of those are commonly happen. And this charge isn't even commonly prosecuted. So there's just a lot of questions as to what has happened and also how things will proceed.
Absolutely. Monica, Joe mentioned just a moment ago that an attorney for Hunter Biden has said the charges were unwarranted, politically motivated. What else have we heard from his legal team?
Yeah, this is really something they say for years has been the case, that they have tried to work with prosecutors here. And we did hear a little bit more from his attorney, Abby Lowell. I want to play a little bit of that specifically on this issue.
They knew all the facts for years.
The law, if it has changed at all, as you pointed out, there have been at least 2 federal courts that have found this law in particular to be unconstitutional. And therefore, you have to ask what changed. And what changed, you also just talked about. It is the folks like Chairman Comer and the Republican MAGA crazies who have been pressuring this U.S. attorney to do something to vindicate their political position. And guess what? They succeeded.
You are seeing Hunter Biden's personal attorneys refer to the political here, which is, of course, another part of this story. But it is historic. It's the first time that the son of a sitting president has ever been indicted on these charges. And again, that may be their response specifically related to the gun matter. On the tax question, there's still a lot we don't know about what could happen or what charges could potentially be brought there.
Yeah, Angela, I want to ask you more about that. The special counsel's office says the investigation continues. So what is the potential for more charges here?
So the special counsel is making clear here that nothing is off the table, that this could possibly be just the beginning. I also think, though, it's a signal to Biden's attorneys. Come back in. Let's negotiate another plea agreement, possibly. So last time, I believe the plea agreement just was totally obliterated because Hunter refused to go to jail. Now, look, he's facing prison time almost definitively. So if I were his lawyers, I would be going back and thinking, look, now anything could happen. Let's agree to a little bit of prison time in exchange for other charges going away. So yeah, there's tax charges possible. And also there's the whole question of foreign dealings, which we haven't even looked at yet.
And Monica, as we look ahead and connect this to the president himself, how much of a problem could this be for the president headed into next year's election?
Well, it certainly takes an emotional toll on the president, who has always said he stands by his son, he loves his son, and that he comes at this as a father first and commander-in-chief second. So this is certainly an intense moment for them as a family. And the White House has always said, we're not going to weigh in on this, simply to say that they are a family and we need to set that aside. But they're hoping, and in conversations with sources, that there are some voters out there who will see this as something potentially relatable in terms of a lot of families who've struggled with addiction, who've had these kinds of issues. And again, this all is tangentially connected to an impeachment inquiry that was launched this week in terms of the first steps about potential investigations into Hunter Biden. But the most important thing the White House says here is that there is no linkage or evidence so far between his alleged business dealings and his father, and expect the White House to continue to make that point while not weighing in specifically on the Hunter Biden charges. Guys.
All right, Monica and Angela, thank you both very much. Well, 2 co-defendants in the Georgia election interference trial are headed to court earlier than the 17 other accused, earlier than former President Donald Trump. The Georgia judge agreed to sever the cases of lawyers Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesborough, saying the courthouse does not have enough room to hold all of the defendants in one room for trial. Powell and Chesborough were the only 2 that requested a speedy trial. They're set to begin their joint trial on October 23rd. The ruling goes against the wishes of Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, who was looking to try all 19 defendants simultaneously. The presiding judge warned further separations might be required, but said that decision will be made once all pretrial motions have been resolved.
This morning, at least 7 million people are under tropical storm warnings in New England, preparing as Hurricane Lee is finally set to make landfall this weekend. The storm system has been crawling across the Atlantic for more than a week. It's still unclear if Lee will make landfall in the U.S. or in Canada, but the impacts will be felt either way. We're talking about heavy rains, flooding, and strong winds in the forecast for that region. Let's bring in Coast Guard Master Chief Officer Lance Weiser for more on this. Good to have you with us. So what conditions are we going to expect in the coming days as the storm moves up the coast, and how are you preparing for it right now?
Well, I'm out here on Nantucket at Coast Guard Station Brant Point. We have sustained 25 to 30 knot winds coming through this morning, going to increase 3 to 50 knot winds overnight. We are monitoring the storm surge and expect a 2 to 4 foot storm surge here out on Nantucket. And as the rest of the units across New England, Coast Guard units are preparing for their harbors and all of their specific locations.
Got it. So what worries you most about this storm as it gets closer, and how are your teams preparing to respond to any emergencies during the storm?
What worries is when people are not prepared. We try to make sure that everyone's prepared and informed, and definitely stress that being prepared and informed of the situation, staying away from the beaches and cliffs and anywhere where a tidal surge can be a danger to you. As far as preparing, we're pulling our small boats out of the water in preparation. They'll be ready to launch if we need them. And the larger boats are going to be tied down at the dock in standby in case we need to go out.
All right, Master Chief Officer Lance Weiser, thanks so much for joining us ahead of the storm coming this weekend. We appreciate it.
So where is Lee now, and where is it headed? Let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lassman for the latest. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. We've got all the details, and let's start with those alerts that we just mentioned. We do have the tropical storm warnings in effect, where you see that brighter orange extending from basically the Canadian border with Maine all the way down to Westport, Massachusetts. We're continuing to see tropical storm conditions likely starting for folks in the southern portions of this area by the time we get into the late part of today. The farther north you go, that's where we'll start to see those conditions deteriorating as we get into the evening hours and overnight hours, and eventually early tomorrow morning and beyond through your Saturday. That brighter pink, that's the hurricane watch that's in effect for parts of coastal Maine. That is where we could potentially be seeing some hurricane conditions as this system gets a little closer. And it is moving a little faster at this hour. Northerly movement at 16 miles per hour. You can see still just under about 400 miles to the south-southeast of Nantucket. Winds are at 85 miles per hour, so you might have noticed in the past 24 hours we've started to see it weaken a little bit. We've expected that. It is a Category 1 right now. It'll probably weaken a little more here now through the next 24 hours, but that doesn't really change the impacts that we'll likely see across parts of the East Coast. I say the East Coast because we're still dealing with those coastal issues for the high rip current risk, the large waves, the storm, the kind of dangerous surf that we're going to see over the next couple of days. That's going to last as far south as places like Charleston, Georgia. We'll see that even as far south as Florida, we could see those conditions. But as far as the winds are concerned from this system, really extensive wind field. This is something we've been expecting. As it moves to the north, it kind of has expanded. So that means folks from basically Nantucket up into portions just east of Boston could see some of those tropical storm force winds working through that area here as we get into the late evening hours tonight. You'll notice that we're expecting it to make landfall in a little bit of a more shrunken down area. Of course, as that time gets a little closer, we get that better into view exactly where that will end up. It looks like later into the day, Saturday, probably Nova Scotia, probably maybe into Bay of Fundy. We'll see. But either way, it looks less likely it'll actually make landfall by that time in parts of the United States. But, you know, either way, we're going to see this continuing impacts for folks in the New England area. So there's those winds. They extend more than 200, more than 300 in some spots out from the center of the system. So that means that winds will be elevated, especially along the coast. Bar Harbor, 58 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour in Provincetown. So the closer you are to the coast, the stronger the winds. But even look inland. Hartford could see gusty conditions at 30 miles per hour or a little higher than that. Now, the storm surge, we've seen a little bit of an improvement on that forecast, 1 to 3 feet. We're not looking at the more moderate to elevated coastal flooding, but we could see some minor to moderate. So something to watch, especially if you live near the coast. 1 to 3 feet, though, that's an improvement from where we were yesterday, where some spots in Cape Cod Bay we're going to see 2 to 4 feet, guys. And of course, we'll see some of that heavier rain in down east Maine, maybe up to 5 inches. So the flooding will be a concern, but it's the biggest thing is going to be the power outages, the down trees, of course, with those stronger winds, and along the coast, the flooding. And of course, no swimming in the water, please.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Great safety reminder.
Yes.
Thanks, Angie.
So you got the memo
it.
today.
We're feeling blue today.
Love it. All right, there's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, an unlucky break for guests at a popular Las Vegas casino. We'll have the latest on a second major cyber attack, putting loyalty members' sensitive information at risk.
Up first, showdown on the Hill. Speaker Kevin McCarthy daring his own party to try and remove him from his speakership. More on the tense closed-door meeting when we come back. Stay with us.
stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should waste the dishes, you
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
you've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. NBC News has learned that tensions boiled over on Capitol Hill during a closed-door meeting with Speaker Kevin McCarthy daring members of his own party to try and remove him.
Yeah, two sources in the meeting told NBC News that McCarthy told House Republicans, as you can see on your screen, if you want to file a motion to vacate, then file the expletive motion. Here's what McCarthy had to say afterwards.
I showed frustration in here because I am frustrated with the committee. I'm frustrated with some people in the conference. But when we come back, we're not going to leave. We're going to get this done. Nobody wins in a government shutdown. Nobody wins in a government shutdown. I've been here. I knew people would fight or try to hold leverage for other things. I'm going to continue to focus on what's the right thing to do for the American people. And you know what? If it takes a fight, I'll have a fight.
It was an indirect response to some in the party who are threatening to force McCarthy out of the speakership if he doesn't comply with their demands, like not passing a stopgap bill to prevent a government shutdown later this month. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now. Julie, good morning. So we just heard some strong words from the speaker yesterday. As you know, we had to make a lot of deals. He had to make a lot of deals to get into the speaker's chair. So who in the party would be behind this motion to potentially remove him, and how is his support in the party holding up?
Well, the one saving grace for Speaker McCarthy is the fact that there is really no one to replace him. And even those who want to oust him, they know that. So I was at that press conference yesterday when McCarthy told myself and others that he got frustrated. He got heated in this conference meeting that was supposed to be all about impeachment. Obviously, the spending fight played a big part there as well. And look, the biggest threats have been coming from Congressman Matt Gaetz, the representative, the Republican from Florida. He's part of the House Freedom Caucus. He's really one of those conservative members that, by the way, until the 11th hour, made McCarthy go to that 15th route to even get the gavel in the first place. So he's looking to oust McCarthy because he feels like McCarthy has not been honest with his part of the party when it comes to spending, when it comes to impeachment.
Like I said, though, it seems like McCarthy's safe, at least for now, even though it seems like he has all these issues all at once with a very slim majority, because there's no one really to replace him and no one the party would coalesce around.
So, Julie, lay out the support that he would need to survive a vacate vote. Would House Democrats have to come into play there? And then, secondly, this was a week not without some big news from this particular office, this impeachment inquiry against President Biden, which he announced earlier this week. Could that impact that support that he needs to survive?
Certainly. It's certainly causing some bad blood on the Democratic side, especially with Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, who has kind of tried to work with McCarthy in the beginning. Obviously, McCarthy has about a 4 or 5 seat cushion, so he does need Democratic votes when it comes to pretty much anything that Congress has to pass, including government funding. When it comes to a motion to vacate, if Democrats don't support the speaker during that moment, that means just a handful of some of the far-right conservatives that aren't happy with McCarthy could actually oust him, and that's because of an agreement that he made to get in this place in the first place, right? He made that deal with some of the far-right that only one member can sort of bring up this motion to vacate on the House floor. Again, though, it's not clear who would even replace McCarthy, but certainly, as Jeffrey said yesterday, the MAGA people, he said, hold a temporary gavel. They could be the ones to pass their own legislation, or in this case, keep their own speaker in the job. It's not clear why they'd help him, especially after that impeachment inquiry was launched against the president, which they find completely unfounded.
So we're just over 2 weeks away from this funding deadline. What are the main sticking points right now, and where do Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans stand on actually resolving those issues?
Well, it's pretty much everything. It's such a mess. I was outside the conference meeting yesterday. There are all kinds of ideas being thrown around. Remember, the government shuts down in 14 days from now, just about 2 weeks. And McCarthy has a lot of work to do. He said he's going to keep his members in starting next week. That means weekends, nights, just to figure this out. And there's really 3 paths forward to keep the government open. The first is they can pass all 12 appropriations bills. That's not going to happen in time. The second is a short-term government funding bill, sort of a stopgap measure that can go 4 or 6 weeks, a couple of months. Not clear how long it would even go or whether there'd be enough support to pass it. And the third option here, of course, is to roll all of these measures into one bill known as an omnibus. That's a red line pretty much for all conservatives who are battling with McCarthy over spending levels, because it would guarantee that the Democratic-controlled Congress spending levels will be in effect. And that's one of the major sticking points here. Conservatives feel like the deal McCarthy made with President Biden back in May to avoid the debt ceiling crisis is one made of bad blood. They don't want to be a part of it, and they think the spending levels should be much shorter. The other issue here, of course, is Ukraine aid, disaster aid. Will that be rolled into a short-term government funding bill? Only time will tell, but certainly we're getting very close down to the wire here.
All right, Julie, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's get to international news now, starting with the latest out of Libya, where the death toll is soaring from those devastating floods.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labonga has that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Well, the mayor of Derna, the most affected town, has said the town is now completely destroyed and warned that the death toll there could rise to as many as 20,000 people. That will be 20% of the overall town population. Now, in the meantime, the United Nations Weather and Climate Agency said this disaster could have been prevented if there was a better warning system in place. But the finger is also being pointed at the poor level of maintenance of the dams that collapsed. The World Health Organization also estimates that over 35,000 people are now displaced and homeless, and called it a calamity of epic proportions. Now let's hit the seas, where the luxury cruise ship that was stuck in Greenland is finally free. The explorer, carrying 206 passengers and crew, were rescued just yesterday after days stuck in the mud. The boat's owner, Sunstone, reports that there were no injuries on board. They also say the passengers will be taken to a port from which they can be flown back home. And we end our news tour of the world with a royal auction. The late Princess Diana's famous black sheep wool sweater sold in a competitive bidding war. The auction house, Sotheby's, say this iconic piece actually set an auction record. In the last 15 minutes, the highest bid made a leap from $190,000 to the final price, $1.1 million. Wow. The late princess made headlines about 40 years ago when she wore the sweater to one of King Charles' polo matches just months after the two got engaged, guys.
Wow. Curious to know what the person who won it's going to do with it. We'll have to wait and see. Or maybe we'll never know. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Coming up, a landmark settlement after a devastating tragedy. When we come back, more on the multi-million-dollar deal over the bullying death of a 13-year-old boy.
And it happened again, another major cyber breach impacting guests at a Vegas casino. We'll have the latest on Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should reach the decision.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list. Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with new details about another massive cyber attack at a Las Vegas casino. This morning, Caesars is confirming that guest information, including Social Security and driver's license numbers, were stolen in a massive data breach. It's one of two recent highly publicized attacks. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the details.
The cyber attack was confirmed by Caesars, the casino giant now saying hackers breached their firewalls and hijacked critical data that includes Social Security and driver's license numbers for customers who signed up for their loyalty program. Our partners at CNBC reporting a criminal cyber group demanded a $30 million ransom last week before the casino paid roughly half of it.
Why is that data so important?
That data can be used by people that like to commit identity theft, to open new credit cards, to get driver's license, to get Social Security cards, to open a mortgage.
In an SEC filing, Caesars Entertainment says we have taken steps to ensure that the stolen data is deleted by the unauthorized actor, although we cannot guarantee this result. The confirmed cyber attack, the first of two, reported just days apart. Earlier this week, just down the Vegas Strip at MGM, slot machines suddenly went down. Guests waited for hours to check in, and ATMs were offline.
The FBI is now investigating what many experts already believe. Did the same cyber criminals who hacked Caesars also hack MGM? The question now, are they holding personal data from that casino for ransom?
With MGM saying they are working diligently to resolve our cybersecurity issue, it appears luck has run out for two major casinos. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
A California family just received what attorneys are calling the largest bullying settlement in the United States. The lawsuit was filed after the death of a 13-year-old whose family says that he had been bullied for years. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the details, and we do want to warn viewers, some of the footage you're about to see is graphic.
A Southern California school district reaching a record $27 million settlement over the bullying death of 13-year-old student Diego Stolz. Cell phone video captured the 2019 attack at Landmark Middle School in Moreno Valley. We're freezing the moment before Stolz was punched by a classmate, knocking him to the ground and causing him to hit his head on a nearby pillar. And once on the ground, he was struck again. The boy's aunt and uncle, who were his guardians, fighting tears as they remembered their nephew.
No me entra en mi cabeza ni en mi corazón, sobre todo saber de que ya no está.
According to the lawsuit, the family reported he was being harassed by students for 2 years, and that in September 2019, Diego told the vice principal about several physical attacks. A statement from the family attorneys saying the assistant principal told Diego to take Friday off and that everything would be taken care of when he returned on Monday. However, his attorneys claim when Diego returned, the attack took place.
He died because of a fight that no one was preventing, and everyone was just taking videos of it.
The two teens involved in the beating originally faced manslaughter charges, but after 45 days in detention, they were ordered to complete 150 hours of community service and participate in rehabilitation programs.
Son niños, pero tuvieron mentalidad de adulto para hacer lo que hicieron.
The principal and 2 assistant principals were removed from Landmark Middle School as a result. The lawyers for Diego's family say administrators never reported the previous assaults to police, which is required by law.
The only way to prevent things like this from happening is making sure that staff are adequately trained, that there's adequate security in place.
The school district saying in a statement there have been changes regarding anti-bullying efforts, including a website where students can report bullying and sexual harassment. Diego's family and their legal team now hoping the hefty settlement is a wake-up call.
The end goal here is to inspire and tell and send a loud and clear message to school districts across the country that they have to deal with bullying in a way that's adequate, that puts the kids first, that puts the families first. Because if they drop the ball, there's going to be serious consequences.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Well, convicted killer Alec Murdaugh appeared in a South Carolina courtroom Thursday for the first time since he was found guilty of murdering his wife and his younger son. The disgraced former lawyer now faces the next phase of the state's sprawling case against him in a web of alleged financial crimes. That includes more than 100 charges in state and federal courts, from money laundering to tax evasion and bank fraud. Murdaugh is expected to plead guilty to some of those federal financial charges in a hearing next week.
Coming up, behind the brand. When we come back, we're going to get the story behind one of the top beauty labels in the industry, and not all of it is pretty.
Plus, we're celebrating everything weird and wonderful with a look at the newest edition of the Guinness Book of World Records. You're watching Morning News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with some financial news. Disney is reportedly still on the fence about selling ABC.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, I remember I was working for a Disney, what is now a Disney station, back in 1995 when they first bought ABC. Right now, Disney is yet to decide whether it will actually sell ABC or other properties in its broadcast business. Bloomberg reports Disney held preliminary talks with Nexstar Media Group about selling its TV stations, including ABC. Nexstar is the country's largest owner of TV stations with about 200 stations across the U.S. Media mogul Byron Allen, meantime, also reportedly made a $10 billion offer to buy ABC, local stations, and the FX and Nat Geo cable channels. Separately, Disney expects to fall far short by millions when it comes to its target for subscribers on Disney+. Bloomberg reports former CEO Bob Chapek set a goal of 215 to 245 million subscribers last August. But in February, returning CEO Bob Iger said Disney would no longer provide forecasts watching a movie by Netflix. Disney Plus has been losing, or rather watching a move by Netflix. They don't prescribe those numbers anymore either. Disney has been losing customers to price increases and falling demand in India, where it failed to really win streaming rights to cricket matches, which are key in India. Meet the new boss, meantime. A drinks maker in Poland has appointed an AI-powered robot as its experimental CEO. Mika is a female humanoid that moves around the office on wheels. The company initially used her to identify potential clients for its high-end collectible rum. But now her duties have expanded to tasks such as choosing artists to design custom bottles. While Mika doesn't have actual executive powers, she does work 24/7, and I guess she probably doesn't have a big, executive pay package. So
yeah,
she doesn't
she's
not
need
a great
that.
boss. Who cares?
Pros and cons. There you go, Bertha. Thank you so much, and great to see you. Well, for the last decade, a company called Glossier has claimed its place as one of the leading beauty brands in the industry. Celebrities like Beyonce, Serena Williams, Reese Witherspoon have all been seen wearing the company's cosmetics, but in recent years, they've hit a few rough patches dealing with declining sales and layoffs. Author and journalist Maritza Meltzer is giving us a behind-the-scenes look at the company and its founder and former CEO and celebrity in her own right, Emily Weiss. It's all in her new book, Glossy: Ambition, beauty and the inside story of Emily Weiss's Glossier. And Marissa joins us now. Marissa, thank you so much. I was so excited for this book to come out. Fascinating read. I read every page. I've marked it. I've dog-eared it.
I wanted it to feel like a thriller.
Yes. I mean, it is definitely a page-turner for a nonfiction that is chronicling a company. And just to kind of give a quick background, it kind of, Emily Weiss, who I mentioned, the CEO, you chart her rise from this super intern at places like Teen Vogue all the way to creating this blog called Into the Gloss, which got super famous, and then she ultimately begins this product line. One of the lines that I loved in here was you asked the question, was Glossier just Maybelline or Mary Kay with better design? But it was a phenomenon. First, just set the scene about what this company did in this space.
Okay, so Glossier launched with just a couple products, which was really weird at the time, but it was their version of giving a young clientele stuff that felt like their own, the way that sort of like a Clinique or something did that no one had really updated before, but mixed with this like pink, smiley, very cool imagery that was more like maybe like streetwear or fashion world stuff. And it was an instant hit.
Yeah, and with their drops and everything, it kind of created this hype.
Yeah, we were always wondering, what are they going to come out with next?
Absolutely. And so Emily Weiss, the founder, CEO at the time, was kind of, she was totally synonymous with the brand and so famous in her own right. You really kind of dig into her as this enigma, which a lot of people, I think, were really looking forward to understanding because it was sort of this anomaly with her. You talk about how private she was and how in some ways that was to her detriment, but ultimately maybe it helped her last as long as she did in the CEO role. What did you learn about her?
I learned that she was learning on the job. I mean, she was a person who, starting Into the Gloss, the blog, was more or less her first real job. And within just a few years, the company was worth over $1 billion.
Wow.
So this is someone who is really driven, really talented, but you know, is not necessarily experienced. So she's having to make these bigger and bigger decisions, forced to deal with venture capital funding and answering to, you know, those people, changing cultural climate, a beauty industry where every celebrity from like Selena Gomez to Brad Pitt to Hailey Bieber is starting to launch their own lines, and dealing with her own kind of fame, wrestling with whether she wants to be a household name or something more like a recessive character, you know?
I was shocked by the detail that that blog Into the Gloss had this feature called Top Shelf, where they have celebrities kind of say what's in their medicine cabinet, what products they love. And the New York Times wanted to feature Weiss and do that with her, and she wouldn't do that. I just thought that was such a good example of kind of how she handled her position. We don't have that much time left, but we have to just talk about the girl boss culture. It's obviously a huge part of this book. It's a huge part of Weiss's story. I think when people knew this book was coming out, they were wondering, you know, is this kind of a full takedown? It's not. It's obviously a company that's still making millions a month, but what was her role in that? You call her the last girl boss, and she did not want to step. She said she wouldn't step aside. She said she'd be in it for the long haul. Now she is still on the board, chairwoman of the board, but not the CEO anymore. How did that ultimately shake out?
Well, I think that she made enough missteps that finally the board kind of gave her the opportunity to maybe stay with a very different job or leave and create her own narrative around it. And that's what she chose to do because she's always been a storyteller. And, you know, being a girl boss was putting you up on a pedestal until it didn't really work for you anymore. And one by one, a lot of those women that were associated started to come down.
Absolutely. I loved this sentence in your book. To be a girl boss was to make a business cute. A boy boss is a completely moot point and absurd. It really just puts a fine point on kind of that whole phenomenon, which we'll have to dig into on its own another time.
Yeah, maybe it's Elon.
Yeah. Marissa Meltzer, thank you so much. Fantastic read. It's out now. Congratulations on this.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
All right, hot off the press, the 2024 edition of the Guinness World Records is now on sale. It is filled with the past year's record-breaking feats and achievements from all around the globe. There's quite a few Americans who made the cut this time around. Craig Glenday is editor-in-chief of Guinness World Records and joins us now. Craig, good to have you with us. So first of all, I mean, tell us about this latest edition. How many applications did you receive and how many actually made the cut?
Yeah, this year we've had an incredible year, over 36,000 applications for the book, but only really a very small percent can actually make it through our very rigorous system. So it's not easy to get your record ID approved. So in the end, for this book, we have about 3,000 records, but they're phenomenal. They're the very best of the year's record breaking. So we're very impressed and very happy that people keep coming to us. So we want your ideas.
Wants to be in the book. So let's get to some of the record holders from the U.S. What are the ones that stood out to you? What are your favorites?
I love Nicholas Cherrywood, the guy who's collected the most Care Bear dolls, memorabilia. His story is fantastic. He was a kid in hospital feeling a bit sick, and the only thing that gave him any joy was his Care Bears. And now as an adult, he's got 1,223, I think it is.
Oh my goodness.
Different Care Bears. Amazing. There's Tommy the steer, this enormous, beautiful alpine dairy ox, who's become a family pet. The family just love him so much. And he's 6'1" to the withers. So that's from the bottom of the hoofs to the top of the withers. Enormous. I mean, one of the biggest pets that we know of, as well as being the world's tallest living steer. There's some great hair records as well. The Americans this year for hair has been really impressive. Amir Mendez of California, who has the world's biggest afro. This thing was like 8 to 8 inches in circumference. It's enormous. And the mullet competition this year, for the very first time, we've recognized the mullet as a hairstyle. Oh, there we go. There's the afro. The mullet competition, which happens every year in the USA, is the biggest. And yes, there is a mullet growing world championships. But we have Tammy Manis. She managed to grow her hair 5 foot 8 inches at the back for the world's longest mullet. Very impressive.
That is a major party in the back, that mullet right there. All right, so Craig, this latest edition, it's also about inclusion. You have a new impairment initiative category. What is that? What should we know about it?
Yeah, I mean, what we wanted to do was open record breaking up to everyone. Every single person in the world should have the opportunity. And here's, you see Tom Enoch. Tom Enoch, who's Tom Fit is his brand now. And he is a kid, 19-year-old lad with Down syndrome. But he started his own fitness brand. He does online classes, and he has now about 25, I think, as of yesterday, Guinness World Record titles for various fitness things, for push-ups, pull-ups, and burpees. And he's in the impairment category for intelligence. We have short stature, for example. In fact, the very first entry in our short stature section for the impairment initiative was an American called Sprash Shah of New Jersey. He has osteogenesis imperfecta, so he's very small. But we managed to keep him, his legs at 45 degrees for 2 hours. What an amazing achievement.
Oh, what a great initiative. Craig Glenday, thank you so much for joining us. Looking forward to seeing what else is in the Guinness World Records.
Cheers, thanks for having me.
Okay, well, that was fun, and I'm obsessed with the Care Bears fact. Coming up, get ready. Oktoberfest is about to begin.
Yeah, when we come back, we are going to get a crash course on the German tradition with someone who clearly knows what he's talking about. I just saw him outside our studio in the cutest outfit you've ever seen. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should wait for dishes, you
allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, October is just weeks away, but that means already it's almost time for Oktoberfest.
Yeah, that's right. It is time to break out the lederhosen, raise a stein, and celebrate German culture with traditional food, music, and beer. We've got a head start. Joining us now is Sylvester Schneider. He's the founder of Zoom Schneider's Munich in Brooklyn, which hosts a huge Oktoberfest celebration here in New York. Let's take a step back. The history. Why do we do this? What do we need to know about it?
There was a wedding. We were just talking about wedding, and it was the Crown Prince and the Princess Teresa, and they staged a wedding in Munich and did a horse race and invited the whole city. And that was the founding of the Oktoberfest. They put up a tent and served beer and pork, and everybody had a merry time.
People were like, this is a good idea.
Yeah.
We should do this again.
Yeah.
So they repeated, and it grew and it grew, and now it grew so much that it can't grow anymore. So
It's as big as it could get. Tell us about your outfit. We love it.
Actually, these suspenders are from my late father.
Oh.
This is the first time I'm actually wearing them, and I'm proud to do that right here with you guys. Other than that, I have 3 pairs of lederhosen. So last night I was like going through them and couldn't decide, and then my son helped me decide it.
Oh, I love it.
How did you come to that decision?
How did we come to that decision?
Yeah, what put this money at the top?
His girlfriend is just visiting from London, and they both went like back and forth, and I'm like, at a certain point, they're like, okay, that's it.
And what is it about this? To tell us about kind of, because this is part of the tradition.
This is part of the tradition. Lederhosen and dirndl, all of our waitresses at our operation have to wear that too. Lederhosen are also coming in different styles. There's longer ones that are for the slap dance. If you ever heard about the slap dance, we have dancers like that too. Yeah, so they're longer and they're usually black and they are really loud. There's different styles in Austria, so it's like an alpine thing, really. It's not just Bavaria, but.
So this is your 8th year of doing this celebration. What do you got planned for this year?
We got some chefs that are coming back that used to work in my restaurant. So we're spiced up the menu a little bit. We bring in our own beer imported from an area where I grew up in, the Andex and the HB Traunstein, which really nobody else has in town. We serve it, we just saw the picture, we serve it only in the steins, in the 1-liter steins. I brought this, by the way, that was also from my father. It's a vintage from 1860, I think. Yeah,
wow.
We have my band, obviously. I play in the band.
And what do you play?
Obviously.
You play?
I'm the drummer, singer, and the guy that brings everybody up on the chairs.
All right.
Sylvester Schneider, you are a good time. I'd like to come when you're going.
I'm there every day. So
there we go.
You should come every day.
Yeah, okay.
You're supposed to do,
Don't have to ask me twice. Sylvester, thank you so much. It's so fun. Happy Oktoberfest.
Oh, happy Oktoberfest. Thank you. Prost.
Thank you. Yay.
We're going to end this hour with an amazing guitarist who, at the age of 96, is still selling out shows. George Freeman is a jazz musician who's been sharing his love of music with the city of Chicago for decades. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster sat down with him to learn more about his timeless sound and his big comeback to the stage.
At 96 years old, George Freeman is living the good life. A phrase that's not just the title of his latest album, but a sentiment that guides how he's played his guitar since the early 1940s.
Love is the epitome of what it takes to be a good musician. You got to love.
The Southside jazz guitarist still packs local venues with a signature sound. They see George Freeman. What do they need to know? What do you want them to be thinking?
Mainly creativity, originality, style, and going outside.
Spend any time with George and you'll learn what going outside means.
So I'm going to play outside for you.
It's viewed as almost experimental and boils down to intentionally playing in a different key. A style inspired by the sound of his favorite instrument, not the guitar, but the saxophone.
Dexter Gardner, Sonny Stitt, all them great people.
His biggest inspirations were legendary saxophonists.
I was having a hard time because I was playing like a horn player.
With your guitar?
This is the problem. I was a guitarist.
He idolized his brother Von Freeman, John Coltrane, and Charlie Parker.
I never really cared for the guitar as far as styling was concerned. My interest was in that horn player.
And it was clear George mirrored saxophone solos, learning to blow his guitar like a horn when he was on stage with Coleman Hawkins.
And I was playing, and he said, blow.
Did you know what that meant?
Yeah, I knew what it meant.
What did you do?
Blow. He said, blow. You better play that thing.
But a good life wasn't an easy life. In 1947, he composed a hit song, but the lead trumpeter took the credit.
The tune I gave them could swing, and he made a record of it with his picture on the front page, on the front record.
With your tune?
My tune.
His brother Von died in 2012, and George completely lost his groove.
I stopped playing. I couldn't play.
But he picked up his guitar again 2 years later, started using a new, if unconventional pick, and never looked back. Selling out Chicago's famous Green Mill Lounge in April, releasing an album in June.
George Freeman! 96 years young.
And earning a standing ovation at the Chicago Jazz Festival in August. When was it that you felt you got some recognition?
Now.
With this latest album?
Yeah.
What makes you know that you're getting that recognition?
Looking at you. Look at him walking inside that door with them cameras.
Belated appreciation for a living legend. And warm spirit representing the best of us. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Chicago.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and here's some good news. It's Friday. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Developing overnight on strike. Thousands of UAW members are hitting the picket lines this morning, potentially kneecapping a titan of the American economy. It comes after a midnight deadline passed on labor negotiations between those big three automakers and one of the largest unions in the U.S. So what happens now? What's at stake? And how could it all affect your car already on the road? We are covering it all. Also this morning, Hunter Biden indicted on a handful of federal charges revolving around his purchase of a firearm while allegedly using narcotics. We're going to break down those charges in a moment, what sort of sentence could come along with them, and the political timing of it all. Plus, one-on-one, former President Trump in an exclusive conversation with our own Kristen Welker ahead of her inaugural broadcast of NBC's Meet the Press this Sunday. We're going to bring you Trump's take on his growing legal troubles and whether he'd pardon himself if he returns to the White House after the 2024 election. And I want to believe aliens and UFOs back in the headlines this week on the heels of an out-of-this-world congressional hearing in Mexico showcasing some remains, allegedly, of the extraterrestrial kind. And now here in the U.S., NASA is joining the fray, weighing in on if the truth is really out there. Still kind of blown away by those extraterrestrials that appeared at the hearing
the
in
internet
Mexico.
yesterday, by the way. There are some hilarious memes out there.
We'll dig a little deeper into that coming up. Of course, we want to begin with that historic strike. At the stroke of midnight, thousands of auto workers in 3 states walked off the job.
Yeah, it marks the first time union workers are simultaneously on strike at all of the big 3 automakers. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit with the very latest.
The UAW says this is unprecedented. Workers walking out on Ford, General Motors, and Jeep owner Stellantis all at once. The union is asking for better pay and benefits. Meanwhile, all three automakers have made offers. But I spoke with the UAW president overnight, and he tells me he thinks the two sides are not really close. From Missouri to Ohio and into the Detroit suburbs, this morning, the United Auto Workers taking historic action that comes with serious consequences. Overnight, almost 13,000 workers told to walk off the job in what the union calls its first ever strike against all of the big three automakers at the same time.
We're just seeking what's fair. We help build America.
In front of a Ford assembly plant outside Detroit, UAW President Shawn Fain joining the picket line overnight. For now, the UAW targeting 3 assembly plants, one each for General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis.
You've got competitors for these big three automakers paying a lot less in some cases for labor than these companies. How can you expect to actually get everything you're asking?
Shame on those competitors, number one. All this is the companies are trying to drive a race to the bottom, and we're better than that. America's better than that.
The big three, including the head of Ford, say they want a deal.
What they've offered to us is untenable. We can't sustain our company. We'd go bankrupt in a matter of years. That's why we're pleading with the UAW.
Ford CEO also warning of potential ripple effects.
This could mean that downstream plants and the employees in there may not receive strike funds or even unemployment. It's chaos.
Overnight, General Motors writing, "We are disappointed by the UAW leadership's actions despite the unprecedented economic package GM put on the table," adding, "We will continue to bargain in good faith." And if strikes linger, car buyers and drivers needing repairs could also eventually feel the impact.
How long are you willing to go?
As long as we have to. One day more than these companies want to hold out.
Workers on strike only get $500 a week from the union, underscoring the risk they are taking. Meanwhile, overnight, we've heard from Stellantis, the company, saying it is disappointed in the actions of UAW leadership. General Motors, whose headquarters we're at right now, also expressing disappointment. Back to you.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
For more, we're joined by NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. All right, so this is aggressive, UAW taking on all three automakers at once. Does that make it harder to reach a deal?
Yeah, well, it's also unprecedented because it's all three of these companies at the same time. In 2019, they targeted one specific company. Now, what we know is that there were conversations being had up until the deadline last night. So there was a line of communication between the UAW and all three of the automakers. The question is, can they pick up the phone again to try to basically stop this strike that has already begun? Now, for what it's worth, the strategy is very important here because by targeting only 3 plants, one at each automaker, they don't have to offer that strike pay that Jesse was talking about to all 146,000 members of the UAW. They only have to offer it to about 12,700, which means in theory, that strike fund could last a lot longer than the estimated 11 weeks that some economists have predicted.
So if wages, of course, as it often is in strikes, is a main point of contention here, and the sides are quite far apart, though, on what they want, is it possible, like, meeting in the middle means that this could come to an agreement?
Yeah, well, mathematically, some might say, yeah, well, if the union is asking for 46% in terms of wage increases compounded over 4 years, and the best offer on the table is 20% as of the last disclosed offer from the UAW, well, then maybe you just meet in the middle, right? But it's not quite that easy because keep in mind, the UAW is also asking for other things. They're asking for a 32-hour work week. They're asking for better benefits, better pensions. So it's not just going to be that. And reminder that the automakers, they have record profits. They have the money to be able to do this. But again, they're saying they need to save money to make investments into EVs so that they can survive over the long term because the company's argument, nothing will be worse if they can't employ anyone because they go out of business compared to the other automakers.
For consumers, could this have any impact on car prices?
Yeah, well, I was chatting with a dealer last night who was telling me that the immediate implication would likely be a rise in prices, not just for new cars, because again, what we're talking about here is plants that are producing new vehicles, but it could also bleed into higher used car prices as well. If people can't find cars on the lot that are new, then dealers might be turning them over to used cars, in which case the high demand might lead to prices rising across the board. It's not just that. It could also be for people that are looking for repairs. Keep in mind, this is the entire auto industry that's at risk here. So parts, supplies might not be available as well, which means it could even take people a little bit longer to get their cars fixed. It depends on the length of this strike, which remains to be seen.
Explain UAW's strike fund and what it means it can do for its members in this time.
Yeah, so $500 a week, that's how much the fund can pay out to those that are striking. Again, only for those that are striking. So right now, it's only 12,700 people that would be getting those funds. For what it's worth, the UAW has a pretty deep fund. It's $825 million, which was estimated prior to last night's announcement to last about 11 weeks on the assumption that all 146,000 members would be getting paid. But again, because they're only doing a small sliver with this targeted approach here, what the UAW is calling a, quote, stand-up, that could last a lot longer than that.
Brian, not to throw something kind of random out there at you, but we're just seeing and talking about so many different strikes in so many different industries. Do you think this could be some type of reckoning?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I was hearing commentary from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce this morning that was saying you can't just look at this in a vacuum. A lot of this is, coming on the heels of other strikes that we've seen in Hollywood. We've seen the UPS, debate there. They avoided a strike and were able to get a lot of the high wage increases that actually inspired a lot of the UAW talks here. But again, some of that could be because of the atmosphere right now. Unemployment is very low, worker leverage is very high, and the Biden administration is also encouraging activity in the unions as a very pro-union message ahead of the election next year.
All right, Brian Jung. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, this morning there are new developments in the legal case involving President Biden's son. A special counsel has indicted Hunter Biden on 3 felony counts related to lying about his alleged drug use when he bought a handgun back in 2018. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, good morning, guys. A special counsel in Delaware is sticking to his pledge to indict Hunter Biden by the end of this month. But there are plenty of questions this morning about whether there are more charges still left to come.
This morning, less than 2 months after his plea deal collapsed, the president's son now fighting criminal charges in the midst of his father's re-election bid. A federal grand jury indicting Hunter Biden on 3 felony counts, accused of lying about his drug use when he bought a gun back in 2018. Those allegations, the same ones he stood ready to admit over the summer, which would have allowed him to avoid prison time.
This office has never brought a charge like this against anybody. Hunter owned an unloaded gun for 11 days.
But the deal unraveled after a judge questioned it, and Biden's legal team now calls the charges a result of partisan interference, accusing special counsel David Weiss of bending to political pressure.
If the Republicans yell loud enough, at some point it actually cracks through and people believe it.
While some Republicans on the Hill say they hope this is just the beginning.
That was an easy charge.
And remain focused on their own investigations related to Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings.
You have to follow the money. Does it lead back to the White House? Does it lead back to Joe Biden? And we don't know the answers to that.
No official word from the White House on the indictment, but the president has defended his son in the past, saying in an interview last year he believed people would understand his son's struggles with addiction.
This thing about a gun, I didn't know anything about it, but turns out that when he made an application to purchase a gun, what happened was I guess you get asked, you get asked the question, are you on drugs, you use drugs? He said no.
Special counsel Weiss only releasing a paper statement staying mum about the charges when pressed by NBC News. But a spokesperson for the special counsel's office says the investigation continues.
Now that Hunter Biden has been actually formally indicted, as for what comes next, we're likely to see him in court when he surrenders and comes in for his arraignment. Back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
For more on all this, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. Glenn, good to have you with us. So first of all, talk to us a little bit about the timing of the charges. We know prosecutors were up against a deadline here, right? Help us understand why that is.
That's right, Joe. They were up against a 5-year statute of limitations. And because the allegation is that Hunter Biden falsely filled out this firearms purchase paperwork in October of 2018, the prosecutors had to bring charges no later than October of 2023. I think that's why we saw this indictment drop when we did.
So Hunter Biden's attorney said he believed there was ambiguity in the statute under which Hunter Biden was charged. Help us understand that point. Is that going to be one of the key arguments we see in this case here?
Yeah, this will be hotly contested and litigated. So in 2022, the Supreme Court issued an opinion that restricted the government's ability to charge certain people with possessing a firearm if they had been convicted of some relatively minor criminal offenses. That sort of throws this prosecution into a state of flux. Now, people should know that this is a different charge brought against Hunter Biden. It is misrepresenting something that he put on a firearms purchase form. So that's slightly different than whether somebody convicted of a minor crime can own a firearm. But it's a related issue, and I suspect we're going to see lots of litigation surrounding that issue.
How common is it to see an indictment like this?
Extraordinarily uncommon, I can say. As you know, my time as a federal prosecutor, nearly quarter lone charge like this brought. Ordinarily, Joe, when we see these kind of charges brought, it's because somebody may have lied on their paperwork to purchase a gun, but then they went out and they used that gun. Maybe they shot somebody. And what we would do is we would tack on these kind of relatively minor charges to the more serious charges of using that gun that the defendant purchased unlawfully. So it is highly unusual for a standalone minor crime like this to be brought by federal prosecutors.
So, Glenn, where does the case go from here? We, of course, saw that plea deal fall apart earlier this year. Can there still be a plea deal in this situation? What could be next?
Yeah, there can always be a plea deal. Now, people should remember that there is a 70-day speedy trial law in the federal courts. So if Hunter Biden demands his speedy trial, we could actually see a trial in late November of this year because the government has 70 days to bring somebody to trial after they've indicted him. But you can also expect that the parties are going to get together and see if they can again resolve this case with a guilty plea. They tried once before, but the judge rejected the plea. And you're going to hear the defense argue, and they already have, that, look, we already had a signed contract with the prosecutors, so we want them to honor that contract. Now, contract law doesn't strictly apply to plea agreements, but it is related. So I think we're going to see a lot of legal wrangling over the course of the next couple of months.
All right, Glenn Kirshner, thank you for joining us this morning.
Well, preparations are underway this morning as Hurricane Lee approaches the East Coast. The storm is expected to have the strongest impact on New England, but it's still unclear whether Lee will actually make landfall. Still, experts warn tropical storm conditions should be expected, even if the storm stays in the open waters. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is in Montauk, New York, with more on the storm. That's all the way out the very tip of Long Island. We call it the end. Kristen, good morning. So the storm isn't expected to directly hit New York, but I mean, there's certainly going to be feeling the effects on eastern Long Island, like where you are, strong surf, possible coastal flooding. How's preparations going? What are you seeing?
Yeah, as you know, this wave just comes up and almost gets us here. The storm is 500 miles out that way, and we are really feeling the effects. Even with the sun shining, you know, it's the waves coming in. Take a look out here, and you can see the erosion on the beach. We've got these sandbags that are now exposed here. We've watched it eat away at this beach, so erosion going to be a big issue as we go through the day. And just look at the surf. Some beaches along Long Island already closed today because of rip currents and high surf. Officials saying it is just too dangerous to go in these waters. And then we've got, as we go north, you know, tropical storm warnings in effect now, Massachusetts through Maine. And a lot of people there having to prepare. So even if it skirts the U.S. and hits into Nova Scotia, this is a huge storm. There are 6 states that could see power losses today because of today and into tomorrow because of the high winds. And so this storm is a real concern for a lot of people, guys, as we continue just to watch it here, washing away the sand.
Absolutely. It's going to be a big concern, even more so further north in New England. Earlier in the show, we talked to somebody on Nantucket explaining what they're bracing for. How are they planning up there?
Right. So Maine has already been declared a state of emergency by the governor there. Here in New York, they have the National Guard has been deployed and is ready to go to wherever needed. Already, they saw some overwash onto some roads and had to move the sand out of the way. They're shoring up along New England's coastline with things like sandbags, moving, you know, the sand into areas to protect the delicate shoreline. So prep's definitely underway as we go through today and as things continue to get worse into tomorrow.
All right, Kristen Dahlgren, stay safe. Thank you so much.
Let's get right to meteorologist Angie Lassman for the latest on Lee's track. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Still just under 500 miles away from, of course, Nantucket, but we're starting to see that cloud cover working in, those outer edges of the clouds moving in across parts of New England. Of course, this is not the most impactful thing that we'll see, but you might notice it. Still, with this system so far away, it is quite expansive. We've got the tropical storm warnings up, stretching from Westport all the way to Eastport, right along that that line between the border between Canada and, of course, Maine. We have seen these tropical storm warnings issued a little farther off to the west for parts of Maine. It does include more inland areas, especially places that are densely forested. We could continue to see maybe some downed trees, even with a little bit of wind as far as inland as central Maine. So something to watch for. Here's the latest track. We're going to continue to see this be a Category 1 here down the line through the day today. Maybe some weakening by the time it moves on shore. Either way, we're expecting this to move on shore, maybe Nova Scotia, into the Bay of Fundy, maybe New Brunswick. It's less likely that this is going to move on shore for folks in Maine, but we're still just seeing a sliver of the state in that cone down the line. We've had a good agreement of exactly where the system will go, but look how far west, how far east, how far north these tropical storm force winds, which you see in the orange spread. This is an expansive storm. We've been watching this and expecting this for days now. We likely will see these winds extend 200 to 300 miles out from the center by the time it works its way in. And by the way, those tropical storm force winds are going to start late into the afternoon today and into the evening hours for places as far west as Massachusetts, or as far south rather as Massachusetts. The areas farther west, you'll see maybe 30, 40 mile per hour winds for the peak winds across the day Saturday, but along the coast, much higher than that. 60 mile per hour expected in Provincetown. You see Bar Harbor, upper 50s, and these are some of those peak gusts. This is something we'll watch through the day on Saturday, and then before you know it here, as we get through Sunday, the system will be gone and we'll start to see things calming down. The good news is storm surge forecasts have come down just a little bit. That doesn't mean that it's not going to be impactful at all, but we're talking 1 to 3 feet likely. We saw areas of Cape Cod Bay that were expecting 2 to 4 feet yesterday, so that forecast has come down with just a little bit of a shift in that track, so that'll help us a little bit, but expect a lot of coastal erosion here. Expect still some minor to even moderate flooding from that storm surge. And by the way, really dangerous surf. I know a lot of people even out on Long Island or down the shore planning to maybe head to the beach to see just how churned up the ocean is. Some beaches down the shore are going to issue fines for going in the water. So that tells you just how large these waves are. We could see up to 16-foot waves. So the surf is going to be dangerous, not just today, through the day tomorrow too. And then we'll finally start to see things calming down as we get back into our next work week. As far as the rain is concerned, closer to the center of the storm is where we're going to see those highest totals, of course. So that includes down east Maine. We're talking maybe 3 to 5 inches. The highest totals will be closer to 5 inches. But places across this same region, Boston, Providence, you could see some rainfall across that area that's maybe 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch. We're going to continue to see the saturated ground become even more saturated because remember, we had a whole lot of rain that worked through some of these spots earlier in the week. So we've again got those really saturated grounds. It's not going to take much to bring some trees down with a little bit of wind. So just something to keep in mind. And if you're looking for a forecast anywhere else, it looks great across the west. I mean, I hate to follow up that forecast with this, but beautiful day for folks across the west on Saturday. We will see some strong storms across the midsection of the country and along the Gulf Coast, so heads up for that. Great temperatures, though, for the Midwest, the Northeast, still feeling kind of fall-like, but the showers and thunderstorms will get back into the picture for parts of the Southeast as we get into Sunday. But gorgeous, really, west of that. Look, warm sunshine, sunny and dry. Savannah, I know you like the words I put on this map.
Warm sunshine.
Warm sunshine. It's going to be great. I think people out west need their sunglasses. People in the Northeast might need their umbrella. Or stay home.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just stay home. But the nice weather, people have earned it.
Exactly.
Yes,
I agree.
that's so true. It really says something that they're going to find people if you go in the water. You got to
It does. It's a serious thing.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
We don't want anyone getting hurt.
Yeah. Andrew Lassman, thank you.
Of course.
Coming up on Morning News Now, aliens. They're back in the headlines. In Mexico, 2 alleged extraterrestrial bodies were shown off to the country's Congress. And here in the States, a new report from NASA. We are covering it all later in the hour.
But first, we'll bring you our own Kristen Welker's exclusive one-on-one conversation with former President Trump. Stick around.
Stay
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a preview of this week's Meet the Press exclusive interview with former President Donald Trump. He sat down with new moderator Kristen Welker to discuss a range of topics, including the Hunter Biden charges and the possibility of pardoning himself if elected. Take a listen to some of that interview.
Mr. President, if you were reelected, would you pardon yourself?
I could have pardoned myself. Do you know what? I was given an option to pardon myself. I could have pardoned myself when I left. People said, would you like to pardon yourself? I had a couple of attorneys that said, you can do it if you want. I had some people that said, it would look bad if you do it, because I think it would look terrible. I said, here's the story. These people are thugs, horrible people, fascists, Marxists, sick people. They've been after me from the day I came down the escalator with Melania. And I did a great job as president. People were acknowledged. Great economy, great jobs, great this, great that. Rebuilt the military, Space Force, everything. I could go on forever. Let me just tell you. I said the last thing I'd ever do is give myself a pardon. I could have given myself a pardon. Don't ask me about what I would do. I could have, the last day, I could have had a pardon done that would have saved me all of these lawyers and all of these fake charges, these Biden indictments. They're all Biden indictments, political. They indicted. They want to arrest their political opponents. Only third world countries do that, banana republics. So, ready? I never said this to anybody. I was given the option. I could have done a pardon of myself. You know what I said? I have no interest in even thinking about it. I never even wanted to think about it. And I could have done it. And all of these questions you're asking me about the fake charges, you wouldn't be asking me because it's a very powerful thing for a president. I was told by some people, that these are sick lunatics that I'm dealing with. Give yourself a pardon. Your life will be a lot easier. I said, I would never give myself a pardon.
Even if you were reelected in this moment?
Well, I think it's very unlikely. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. You mean because I challenged an election, they want to put me in jail?
Let's talk about the breaking news today. We learned just a short time ago that the president's son, Hunter Biden, was indicted by a federal grand jury on 3 gun charges. Given that, Mr. President, can you continue to say that there are 2 systems of justice?
Well, I think there's no question about it. He had a plea deal that was the deal of the century, the art of the deal. You could write a book on it, the art of the deal. And all of a sudden that was broken up by a judge who was able to, a brilliant judge actually, who was able to see through what was happening. And it's a sad situation. I mean, nobody should be happy about this. I'm not happy about it. Nobody is. It's a very sad thing. It's so bad for our country. But, you know, if you think about it, I've been under investigation from the day I came down the escalator, and a phony investigation, fake investigations, investigations that I beat every single time, still under investigations. But it's a very sad thing, and it's a slippery slope, and dangerous, very dangerous for our country.
Kristen, thank you very much for that interview. Well, NBC News has also extended an invitation to President Biden for a sit-down with Kristen. And you can watch the full Meet the Press exclusive interview with Trump this Sunday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern on NBC's Meet the Press.
International news now. U.S. officials say China's defense minister is out from his post and under investigation.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labongo is back with that and other news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. According to U.S. officials, the defense minister of China is under investigation for corruption and has been removed from his position. Officials also say the minister, whose name is Li Shangfu, has not made public appearances since late August. This is the latest in a series of purges of Beijing security ranks. And now, with Shangfu's dismissal, there is some uncertainty about the management of China's day-to-day foreign policy. Now, let's head over to the Caribbean, where the Dominican Republic is shutting down all of its borders with Haiti. President Luis Abinader says the Dominican Republic will shut all of its land, air, and sea frontiers, escalating tensions between the two nations. This closure also threatens to worsen the ongoing crisis in Haiti, plagued by poverty and gang violence. Now let's fly over to my home here, Italy, where Venice escaped a spot on the list of endangered world sites, despite a recommendation from UNESCO. Mayor Luigi Brugnaro is celebrating, taking to X, formerly known as Twitter, to call the result a great victory. But some experts have concerns that the city is being destroyed by over-tourism and slowly sinking, of course, as it has been for many, many years. Now, since July, both the state and the city have been making some major changes to protect Venice by banning large cruise ships, and recently they announced they will introduce an entry fee for day trippers next year. So for now, at least, it looks like our beloved Venice is safe. Back to you guys.
Such a special place. Claudio, thank you so much.
The American who was successfully rescued from a cave in Turkey after becoming ill underground is sharing his incredible story of survival. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on what he's saying.
There were moments, Mark Dickey says, when he thought he wasn't getting out of that Turkish cave alive.
I'm feeling very good compared to where I started off on this rescue.
Speaking from a hospital room in Turkey alongside his fiancée and fellow caver Jessica Van Ord, he described the harrowing ordeal.
At first it was, I have no idea what's going on, but it's probably not life-threatening, into this is life-threatening, I need help.
Van Ord climbed more than 3,000 feet out of the cave after Dickey became suddenly ill, vomiting blood.
Just knew that I was definitely fit for that job to get out of there and then get back as soon as possible and coordinate a rescue while up on the surface if necessary.
What started as an exploration expedition turned into a massive international rescue effort.
There's lots of different medical terminology, but circling the drain is one of them, and I was down pretty damn deep in that drain.
At times, he says, he was only semi-conscious. Rescuers gave him a blood transfusion.
I'm not healed on the inside yet, so I'm going to need a lot of help to get out of here.
Loaded on a stretcher, Dickey was pulled up to safety after an arduous 57-hour effort.
Cave rescuers are a family. I'm the person that got rescued They did all of the work to get me out, and I trust them.
Thankful, he says, and not surprised that the tight-knit caving community answered his call. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Next in Morning News Now, you've probably seen these little guys on your social media feeds lately.
Oh, yes. Well, they are allegedly the bodies of aliens shown to Mexico's Congress earlier this week. And while the jury's still out on their authenticity, NASA is now releasing its own separate report on UFOs. Gotti Schwartz is all over it, of course. That's up next.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There is renewed interest in the search for extraterrestrial life. From congressional hearings to the military, even foreign governments are now asking if we are alone in the universe. Well, now NASA is taking a closer look to see if there's life among the stars.
That's right. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us with more. Gotti, you cannot escape the memes.
You cannot escape the memes. Let's talk about that. Yeah, it has been a very, very weird in the UFO world, like even weirder than most this week. And we're going to get into whatever happened down in Mexico in front of their Congress and their lawmakers in just a bit with those like ancient alien mummy types. But first, we're going to talk about NASA because it is very important. They are stepping into the fray here and taking a very scientific approach at this whole UFO question.
Whether you're a believer or not, the question of aliens on Earth is here and now. NASA, the agency most associated with space exploration, has entered the UFO fray.
I personally believe in a universe that is so vast that could there be a replication of life on Earth elsewhere? Of course I believe that.
The agency releasing a 36-page report Thursday on unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or UAP. Their conclusion, there's no proof aliens exist, but they might. NASA saying UAP presents a unique scientific opportunity and that the agency should play an essential role in studying the subject. That report coming directly on the heels of a sensational revelation in Mexico.
No estamos solos en este vasto universo.
Supposed ancient alien bodies. Jaime Maussan, a self-described UFOologist, revealing two figures to the Mexican Congress claiming they were not of this earth. But Maussan has made unfounded claims in the past that turned out to be hoaxes. So in the world of UFO and UAP experts, there's some skepticism. This past July, former intelligence officer Major David Grush testified in front of Congress that the U.S. is concealing a long-standing UFO program.
I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
The Pentagon's UFO office has denied Grush's claims, but lawmakers are looking for answers.
Do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes.
All of this talk of what else might be out there is reducing the UFO stigma. More folks are coming forward, including New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who recently talked about a UFO encounter he says he had years ago on the show Hard Knocks.
We heard the sound and we saw this tremendously large object moving through the sky.
And if the truth is somewhere out there, now it's official. NASA is on the case, too.
So, Gotti, is the stigma surrounding all this starting to loosen up in the last couple of years?
I think so. I definitely think so. I mean, you've got NASA, you've got the Pentagon. You guys aren't laughing at me so much every time I start talking about UFOs and aliens. But I think one of the things that's really, really interesting here, and this is one of the ways that NASA wants to tackle this, they are saying that AI is going to help them search for UFOs, and for so long they've had data from satellites, sensors covering the entire world, but looking through all that data has been very, very difficult. Now they want to use AI to help them do it. So if you could imagine, we live in a day and age where NASA is using artificial intelligence to search for UFOs here on Earth. Wild stuff.
AI to find ET. All right.
Wow. So much to dig into there, and we'll continue doing so with you. Gotti, thank you so much. Always good to have you here. The American Red Cross is calling for action after declaring a national blood shortage earlier this week. The organization warned their national blood supply has fallen critically low, dropping nearly 25% since early August.
They say back-to-back months of climate disasters have put a strain on the blood supply, causing blood drive cancellations and reducing donations to areas most affected. Let's bring in Dr. Bialaski, who is the Divisional Chief Medical Officer at the American Red Cross. Dr. Lasky, good to have you with us. So first of all, what does this declaration mean, and what types of donors are needed right now?
So the American Red Cross has seen a 25% drop in our blood supply since August. That amounts to a 30,000 unit shortfall. We need about 12,000 units a day to support the patients across the country. And right now, demand from hospitals is as strong as ever, and donations have just not kept up with the pace. We need blood donations from all types, particularly O positive and O negative are always in critical demand.
Dr. Lasky, we just mentioned that we kind of think that there's a connection here to the challenges that climate disasters present. Walk us through exactly what that means, and does that mean that you're kind of concerned about this continuing as we've been tracking that Hurricane Lee?
Absolutely. We are just on the heels of incredibly severe fires in Hawaii, Hurricane Idalia, and now the Red Cross is preparing to respond to Hurricane Lee as it makes its way north. Extreme weather often forces the cancellation of blood drives and results in lower blood donor turnout in affected areas, which just further strains the blood supply when inventories are already critical.
So, Dr. Lasky, we know September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month. Back in 2021, the Red Cross launched a new initiative called Joined by Blood to try and help sickle cell patients. What more can you tell us about that? And what are some of the perks that donors receive for donating this month?
That's right. So patients with sickle cell disease may be transfusion dependent for life. They may need up to 100 units per patient per year. And it's really, we're looking for diverse donors to help support these types of patients. And we offer a number of incentives for our donors as a thank you. And we just really want to say, you know, the emergencies don't stop. People don't stop getting sick just because we're experiencing extreme weather-related disasters. Every 2 seconds, someone needs blood, and it's really the blood on the shelves today that helps to save lives.
All right, Dr. Bialaski, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Coming up, a story that Savannah is especially excited about this morning.
That's because it's about my alma mater, the University of Colorado, and our so far undefeated football team with head coach Deion Sanders. Yes, the Deion Sanders. We've got a big game this weekend against Colorado State. It's causing a lot of buzz online already. I'll tell you all about it next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We are back with some money news. WhatsApp is sounding off on a recent report from the Financial Times.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs has that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, WhatsApp is denying a report that the messaging platform is exploring using ads. The Financial Times says teams at Meta, which owns WhatsApp, were discussing whether to show ads in conversations with contacts on the chat screen, but no final decision has been made. The FT also says Meta was deliberating whether to charge a subscription fee to use the app without ads. Meantime, JP Morgan Chase plans to offer payroll services as it tries to appeal to small business customers. CNBC has learned that the bank picked up a fintech player called Gusto to provide the technology. JP Morgan is stepping up its fight against PayPal and Square, which have already been ensconced when it comes to payroll services for small businesses. The new feature is expected to go live by the end of next year and will disperse paychecks, generate tax documents and pay stubs, and file to local and national agencies. JP Morgan has about 5 million small business customers right now and more than 200,000 users of its payment solutions offerings. And we're just about a month out now from Taylor Swift taking on and likely conquering the box office. We're talking about the movie box office. Deadline reports advanced ticket sales for the Eras Tour concert movie have already topped $65 million. That's already higher than advanced sales for superhero movies like Doctor Strange and The Batman. The Eras Tour is opening October 12th and is scheduled to play 4 weekends in a row and on Halloween night. Now, the thing I'm watching for is who's going to get the streaming rights. There are a lot of Taylor Swift documentaries already on Netflix. That would certainly entice a lot of people to actually pay up for Netflix in order to get access to that.
Yeah, Disney Plus has one too. And that, I mean, we could do a whole business segment on how she got this deal directly through the theaters. And then after 13 weeks, her lucky number, streaming rights open up. So we'll have to see where it lands.
Interesting. All right. Thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm so excited about this one. The University of Colorado Buffaloes are right now the talk of the college football universe after winning just one game last year. They are now off to a 2-0 start and are facing their in-state rivals this week in Colorado State. This is all thanks to the arrival of our new head coach, NFL Hall of Famer Deion Sanders, or as we like to call him, Coach Prime. Joining us now is Brian Howell, who covers CU football for Buff Zone and Boulder's Daily Camera. Brian, good morning. It's so great to be talking to you. So, okay, I went to the University of Colorado. This is my alma mater. This is so much fun and so exciting. You've covered the Buffs for over a decade. When I was there from 2009 to 2013, I mean, just to be honest, the football team was nothing to write home about. Just give people a sense of what life was like here before the arrival of Coach Prime in terms of our football program.
Yeah, you were there for some of the lean years, and they got leaner even, this last year. So, yeah, it's been tough. This program has not, been a winning program for years. They used to be, on a big-time national program. I mean, they won a title in 1990, but the last several years, it's been really bad. And last year, they were the worst Power 5 team in the country and one of the worst overall in the country. They had slipped to 1-11 and probably weren't even as good as that record. So it was a tough year for them, and it's been a tough stretch.
Absolutely. And now, I mean, we are ranked. Colorado football being ranked. It's crazy. Also, we're going to play host to ESPN's College Game Day. That's a huge deal. This coming weekend, that's happening where we're squaring off against, of course, our in-state rivals, Colorado State, the Rams. And things are getting a little bit heated in the build-up, some crosstalk back and forth between coaches. Tell us what the latest is here.
Yeah, Jay Norvell, the Colorado State head coach, earlier this week in his press conference, said, hey, Coach Prime has a lot of public critics, but I'm not one of them. And then 2 days later, he goes on his coach's show and publicly criticized Deion and made a comment that was a jab at him saying, hey, when I talk to adults, I take my hat and sunglasses off. That's just how my mother taught me. And that was definitely a stab at Coach Prime, who often wears hat and sunglasses when he's doing press conferences and things like that. And so, Deion Sanders, as he addressed his team, heard about that certainly and said, hey, they've got to make this personal. We're going to go make this personal for ourselves. And Deion Sanders will take any sort of motivation he can get to get his team going, and they've certainly latched onto that this week.
Oh, some of the videos that have come out of him just pumping the team up and stuff are so much fun to watch. And that quote about the hat and the glasses is making the rounds on the internet for sure right now. Let's talk more about Coach Prime. I mean, just what is it that he's done? Obviously, I know he cleaned out a lot of the team, but just walk us through what has happened and how much expectations have changed this season under his leadership.
Yeah, it's changed everything. I mean, this program, as I said, they were the worst team in the Power 5 last year. They needed an overhaul. And not only did he change the roster, there's 87 brand new players on this team. He changed the entire coaching staff. There's people, support staff, people that are no longer here that, they've got new people there as well. He's changed the community. This community was very apathetic about Colorado football. Yes. And, really anybody in Denver didn't really know the Buffs had a program, it seemed like. But now the whole state is behind this program. And there was a line of students that was, several hundred yards long the other day just to get a few extra seats. And they camped out overnight for those seats. That's never happened around here. So it's been pretty impactful all around.
Oh, it's so cool. Very quickly before I let you go. So I'll be there in a couple weeks. I'm coming to homecoming against Oregon State. What's it like in Boulder right now? What do you think it's going to be like at Folsom that weekend?
Oh, it's a madhouse. And that game they just announced yesterday as a sellout, the fifth one. There's only one game with tickets left. It's a party every single time they play. And I know they've only had one home game, but even the spring game was a party back in April. So this fan base is super excited, and it's a great atmosphere every single time they play. As you know, a full Folsom can be one of the best places in college football. But now with Coach Prime and this team, it's really one of the best places in college football.
Oh, my God, it is. It's a stadium where I was lucky enough to give a commencement speech in the middle of a snowstorm, and it was still magical. It's just the coolest place. Brian Howell, thank you so much. Great to see you. See you in a couple weeks, I hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, if it's Friday, that means only one thing. Your can't-miss list is right around the corner.
That's right. And this week we're following some dumb money. The Robinhood GameStop stock market drama is hitting the big stream. More on that and all the other can't-miss content for your weekend. And guess what? Here's the best part. It's with Darren Karp, our LA lady, back here with us after this.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is Friday, which means it's time for your weekly Can't Miss list.
We love this segment, all the movies and shows you can't afford to miss this weekend.
Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed, Darren Karp, is on set with us for more on what we can't miss, because that's what the list says.
I missed you both.
we miss you too.
Yes.
It's glad that you keep coming back and visiting us.
Of course.
Right. So let's start with, there's a highly anticipated movie. It's behind the GameStop drama.
Yeah.
It's called Dumb Money. That's a great title for that one.
It's a great title because I think everyone kind of knows what we're going to get with this. It's very Big Short-esque. It should probably be called The Short Squeeze because that's kind of what happened at GameStop in 2021. This is brought to us by the director of I, Tonya, Craig Gillespie. So it's going to be pretty wild. Star-studded cast. We got Paul Dano right there. He actually plays the securities broker who kind of broke it all and flipped Wall Street on its head and kind of caused a sudden rise in the GameStop stock, which I couldn't be more upset about that I didn't kind of get on that train when we could. Right. But it's an incredible cast. Shailene Woodley plays his wife, and then Pete Davidson kind of rounds out this humor portion of it by playing his brother Kevin. And it's it's just a really well done movie, and it's very, very clever. And of course, we kind of remember it from 2021. Absolutely. Some moments in the trailer even kind of made me like laugh out loud. Yeah, it seems like there's levity for it. I mean, it was a ridiculous thing. Right.
Like for GameStop. Like it was absurd. That's what's great about it.
Oh my gosh, we couldn't stop talking about that when it happened.
Yeah.
Okay, I've just started seeing giant posters pop up around the city for A Haunting in Venice.
You just started?
Yeah. She's pregnant. Yeah, I just started noticing. But I keep on wondering, and I have not watched this trailer yet. Like, what is this?
I feel like September 1 is like, then it's Halloween for like the next 2 months. And so that's why I'm sure you've noticed a lot of this. This is based on the 1969 Agatha Christie novel. So Hercule Poirot, it took me a long time to actually pronounce that. I'm sure I got it wrong. He's kind of this retired, investigator. He decides to go to a seance, as one does, usually during Halloween, and, finds that one of the guests is actually murdered, which causes him to kind of put on his
thinking hat again and trying to solve this murder, but it's supposed to be very creepy, very eerie. It takes place in World War II kind of Venice, so it's got a little bit of an older feel, but it's supposed to be pretty haunting. If
I love seeing Tina Fey in like a scary movie.
Yeah, who doesn't want that little like out of place,
It's
you
like,
know?
all right,
Yes,
good.
exactly.
You go for it. All right.
Yeah.
So Disney has been re-releasing some movies for
Yeah.
its 100th anniversary. The latest is Coco, which won the Academy Award in 2017. I love that movie so much. Remind us what that one's about.
Yeah, so this one is actually being re-released from now until basically September 28th. So you basically have a solid 2 weeks to kind of take the kids and go see it. This won the Academy Award in 2017 in honor of 100 years of Disney, which is pretty great. There's actually going to be a number of films that they're re-releasing. Toy Story, Lion King, The Incredibles. It's just a fun way, I think, a nostalgic way, even though it was only 5 or 6 years ago that this film came out, to take the family, you know, kind of miss it in theaters. I grew up on Lion King and Aladdin and all that stuff. I'm sure you did too.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be nice to kind of go back to the theaters and see it with your family. So it's going on for the next few weeks.
It's really cool. All right, finally, quickly, last one. If you're staying in, what can we stream?
Oh, gosh. I mean, there's so many things to stream. Let me see what I want on my list here to actually tell you about. A Million Miles Away is actually really interesting on Amazon Prime. This is the real-life story of Jose Hernandez, who kind of came up from a farming village in Mexico to go all the way to the International Space Station. It's really, really great. It's actually a nod to that Flamin' Hot biopic that actually aired earlier this year on Flamin' Hot Cheetos. So that's kind of great. It's kind of this Latin, you know, building from the grassroots kind of movie, which is absolutely fabulous. And then Theater Camp on Hulu. If you didn't see this in the theater, you should watch it on Hulu. It's mockumentary style. It's Ben Platt. It's very funny. You don't have to be a theater nerd, which I am, to actually appreciate this, the awkwardness of adolescence. But if you want a good, fun laugh, check out Theater Camp on Hulu this
I feel like
weekend.
it has the camp vibes no matter
It's
what
campy.
kind of camp
Yeah,
you
yeah,
like.
yeah. It's
Exactly.
camp and campy. Yes,
Yeah, exactly. All right, Darren Carp, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
We love when you come see us. All right, well, we want to take this opportunity now to say goodbye to a very special member of the Morning News Now team. We didn't know we were about to do this, so this is a total surprise for him. Our executive producer, Mike Milhaven, is leaving today after more than 2 years in charge of our show.
Yeah, here he is with his lovely, beautiful family. Mike has led our coverage of
Look at the live
huge
picture, too.
stories. There he is right there. He never saw this coming, right?
He
has a great sense of humor. He is creative, behind the scenes, a manager who cares about the team. Everyone knows that he is there. He has got our back. And luckily, he is not going very far. He's moving to Weekend Nightly News. They are incredibly lucky to have him. You as viewers are lucky to know that you'll still be watching shows that have Mike's touch all over them.
Absolutely. I mean, the first thing that our whole team was just saying is just how great the environment has been under his leadership and how much they're going to miss that. So, Mike, we're so grateful to you, and we're wishing you the best of luck. And a big welcome to our new executive producer, Sean Reese, who's also been here at NBC News for a very long time at the Today Show within NBC News Now.
We're all very lucky here at NBC News to have such great people to work with. Mike, we wish you the best. We're lucky we get to see you in the hallway every single day. You're still going to hear from us.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe not in the middle of the night, though.
Yeah, exactly. Get some sleep. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and here's some good news. It's Friday. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Developing overnight on strike. Thousands of UAW members are hitting the picket lines this morning, potentially kneecapping a titan of the American economy. It comes after a midnight deadline passed on labor negotiations between those big three automakers and one of the largest unions in the U.S. So what happens now? What's at stake? And how could it all affect your car already on the road? We are covering it all. Also this morning, Hunter Biden indicted on a handful of federal charges revolving around his purchase of a firearm while allegedly using narcotics. We're going to break down those charges in a moment, what sort of sentence could come along with them, and the political timing of it all. Plus, one-on-one, former President Trump in an exclusive conversation with our own Kristen Welker ahead of her inaugural broadcast of NBC's Meet the Press this Sunday. We're going to bring you Trump's take on his growing legal troubles and whether he'd pardon himself if he returns to the White House after the 2024 election. And I want to believe aliens and UFOs back in the headlines this week on the heels of an out-of-this-world congressional hearing in Mexico. showcasing some remains, allegedly, of the extraterrestrial kind. And now here in the U.S., NASA is joining the fray, weighing in on if the truth is really out there. Still kind of blown away by those extraterrestrials that appeared at the hearing
the
in
internet
Mexico.
yesterday, by the way. There are some hilarious memes out there.
We'll dig a little deeper into that coming up. Of course, we want to begin with that historic strike. At the stroke of midnight, thousands of auto workers in 3 states walked off the job.
Yeah, it marks the first time union workers are simultaneously on strike at all of the big 3 automakers. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit with the very latest.
The UAW says this is unprecedented. Workers walking out on Ford, General Motors, and Jeep owner Stellantis all at once. The union is asking for better pay and benefits. Meanwhile, all 3 automakers have made offers. But I spoke with the UAW president overnight, and he tells me he thinks the 2 sides are not really close. From Missouri to Ohio and into the Detroit suburbs, this morning, the United Auto Workers taking historic action that comes with serious consequences. Overnight, almost 13,000 workers told to walk off the job in what the union calls its first ever strike against all of the big 3 automakers at the same time.
We're just seeking what's fair. We help build America.
In front of a Ford assembly plant outside Detroit, UAW President Shawn Fain joining the picket line overnight. For now, the UAW targeting 3 assembly plants, 1 each for General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis.
You've got competitors for these big 3 automakers paying a lot less in some cases for labor than these companies. How can you expect to actually get everything you're asking?
Shame on those competitors, number one. All this is the companies are trying to drive a race to the bottom, and we're better than that. America's better than that.
The big 3, including the head of Ford, say they want a deal.
What they've offered to us is untenable. We can't sustain our company. We'd go bankrupt in a matter of years. That's why we're pleading with the UAW.
Ford CEO also warning of potential ripple effects.
This could mean that downstream plants and the employees in there may not receive strike funds or even unemployment. It's chaos.
Overnight, General Motors writing, "We are disappointed by the UAW leadership's actions despite the unprecedented economic package GM put on the table," adding, "We will continue to bargain in good faith." And if strikes linger, car buyers and drivers needing repairs could also eventually feel the impact.
How long are you willing to go?
As long as we have to. One day more than these companies want to hold out.
Workers on strike only get $500 a week from the union, underscoring the risk they are taking. Meanwhile, overnight, we've heard from Stellantis, the company, saying it is disappointed in the actions of UAW leadership. General Motors, whose headquarters we're at right now, also expressing disappointment. Back to you.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
For more, we're joined by NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. All right, so this is aggressive, UAW taking on all 3 automakers at once. Does that make it harder to reach a deal?
Yeah, well, it's also unprecedented because it's all 3 of these companies at the same time. In 2019, they targeted one specific company. Now, what we know is that there were conversations being had up until the deadline last night. So there was a line of communication between the UAW and all 3 of the automakers. The question is, can they pick up the phone again to try to basically stop the strike that has already begun? Now, for what it's worth, the strategy is very important here because by targeting only 3 plants, 1 at each automaker, they don't have to offer that strike pay that Jesse was talking about to all 146,000 members of the UAW. They only have to offer it to about 12,700, which means in theory, that strike fund could last a lot longer than the estimated 11 weeks that some economists have predicted.
So if wages, of course, as it often is in strikes, is a main point of contention here, and the sides are quite far apart, though, on what they want, is it possible, like, meeting in the middle means that this could come to an agreement?
Yeah, well, mathematically, some might say, yeah, well, if the union is asking for 46% in terms of wage increases compounded over 4 years, and the best offer on the table is 20% as of the last disclosed offer from the UAW, well, then maybe you just meet in the middle, right? But it's not quite that easy because keep in mind, the UAW is also asking for other things. They're asking for a 32-hour work week. They're asking for better benefits, better pension negotiations. So it's not just going to be that. And reminder that the automakers, they have record profits. They have the money to be able to do this. But again, they're saying they need to save money to make investments into EVs so that they can survive over the long term, because the company's argument, nothing will be worse if they can't employ anyone because they go out of business compared to the other automakers.
For consumers, could this have any impact on car prices?
Yeah, well, I was chatting with a dealer last night who was telling me that the immediate implication would likely be a rise in prices, not just for new cars, because again, what we're talking about here is plants that are producing new vehicles, but it could also bleed into higher used car prices as well. If people can't find cars on the lot that are new, then dealers might be turning them over to used cars, in which case the high demand might lead to prices rising across the board. It's not just that. It could also be for people that are looking for repairs. Keep in mind, this is the entire auto industry that's at risk here. So parts, supplies might not be available as well, which means it could even take people a little bit longer to get their cars fixed. It depends on the length of this strike, which remains to be seen.
Explain UAW's strike fund and what it means it can do for its members in this time.
Yeah, so $500 a week, that's how much the fund can pay out to those that are striking. Again, only for those that are striking. So right now, it's only 12,700 people that would be getting those funds. For what it's worth, the UAW has a pretty deep fund. It's $825 million, which was estimated prior to last night's announcement to last about 11 weeks on the assumption that all 146,000 members would be getting paid. But again, because they're only doing a small sliver with this targeted approach here, what the UAW is calling a, quote, stand-up, that could last a lot longer than that.
Brian, not to throw something kind of random out there at you, but we're
Yeah.
just seeing and talking about so many different strikes in so many different industries. Do you think this could be some type of reckoning?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I was hearing commentary from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce this morning that was saying you can't just look at this in a vacuum. A lot of this is, coming on the heels of other strikes that we've seen in Hollywood.
Yeah.
We've seen the UPS, debate there. They had avoided a strike and were able to get a lot of the high wage increases that actually inspired a lot of the UAW talks here. But again, some of that could be because of the atmosphere right now. Unemployment is very low, worker leverage is very high, and the Biden administration is also encouraging activity in the unions as a very pro-union message ahead of the election next year.
All right, Brian Jung. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, this morning there are new developments in the legal case involving President Biden's son. A special counsel has indicted Hunter Biden on 3 felony counts related to lying about his alleged drug use when he bought a handgun back in 2018. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, good morning, guys. A special counsel in Delaware is sticking to his pledge to indict Hunter Biden by the end of this month. But there are plenty of questions this morning about whether there are more charges still left to come.
This morning, less than 2 months after his plea deal collapsed, the president's son now fighting criminal charges in the midst of his father's re-election bid. A federal grand jury indicting Hunter Biden on 3 felony counts, accused of lying about his drug use when he bought a gun back in 2018. Those allegations, the same ones he stood ready to admit over the summer, which would have allowed him to avoid prison time.
This office has never brought a charge like this against anybody. Hunter owned an unloaded gun for 11 days.
But the deal unraveled after a judge questioned it, and Biden's legal team now calls the charges a result of partisan interference, accusing special counsel David Weiss of bending to political pressure.
If the Republicans yell loud enough, at some point it actually cracks through and people believe it.
While some Republicans on the Hill say they hope this is just the beginning.
That was an easy charge.
And remain focused on their own investigations related to Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings.
You have to follow the money. Does it lead back to the White House? Does it lead back to Joe Biden? And we don't know the answers to that.
No official word from the White House on the indictment, but the president has defended his son in the past, saying in an interview last year he believed people would understand his son's struggles with addiction.
This thing about a gun, I didn't know anything about it, but turns out that when he made my application to purchase a gun, what happened was he stayed, I guess you get asked, I don't guess, you get asked the question, are you on drugs, you use drugs? He said no.
Special counsel Weiss only releasing a paper statement staying mum about the charges when pressed by NBC News. But a spokesperson for the special counsel's office says the investigation continues.
Now that Hunter Biden has been actually formally indicted, as for what comes next, we're likely to see him in court when he surrenders and comes in for his arraignment. Back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
For more on all this, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. Glenn, good to have you with us. So first of all, talk to us a little bit about the timing of the charges. We know prosecutors were up against a deadline here, right? Help us understand why that is.
That's right, Joe. They were up against a 5-year statute of limitations. And because the allegation is that Hunter Biden falsely filled out this firearms purchase paperwork in October of 2018, the prosecutors had to bring charges no later than October of 2023. I think that's why we saw this indictment drop when we did.
So Hunter Biden's attorney said he believed there was ambiguity in the statute under which Hunter Biden was charged. Help us understand that point. Is that going to be one of the key arguments we see in this case here?
Yeah, this will be hotly contested and litigated. So in 2022, the Supreme Court issued an opinion that restricted the government's ability to charge certain people with possessing a firearm if they had been convicted of some relatively minor criminal offenses. That sort of throws this prosecution into a state of flux. Now, people should know that this is a different charge brought against Hunter Biden. It is misrepresenting something that he put on a firearms purchase form. So that's slightly different than whether somebody convicted of a minor crime can own a firearm. But it's a related issue, and I suspect we're going to see lots of litigation surrounding that issue.
How common is it to see an indictment like this?
Extraordinarily uncommon, I can say. As you know, my time as a federal prosecutor, nearly quarter of a century with the Department of Justice, I've never seen a standalone charge like this brought. Ordinarily, Joe, when we see these kind of charges brought, it's because somebody may have lied on their paperwork to purchase a gun, but then they went out and they used that gun. Maybe they shot somebody. And what we would do is we would tack on these kind of relatively minor charges to the more serious charges of using that gun that the defendant purchased unlawfully. So it is highly unusual for a standalone minor crime like this to be brought by federal prosecutors.
So, Glenn, where does the case go from here? We, of course, saw that plea deal fall apart earlier this year. Can there still be a plea deal in this situation? What could be next?
Yeah, there can always be a plea deal. Now, people should remember that there is a 70-day speedy trial law in the federal courts. So if Hunter Biden demands his speedy trial, we could actually see a trial in late November of this year because the government has 70 days to bring somebody to trial after they've indicted him. But you can also expect that the parties are going to get together and see if they can again resolve this case with a guilty plea. They tried once before, but the judge rejected the plea. And you're going to hear the defense argue, and they already have, that, look, we already had a signed contract with the prosecutors, so we want them to honor that contract. Now, contract law doesn't strictly apply to plea agreements, but it is related. So I think we're going to see a lot of legal wrangling over the course of the next couple of months.
All right, Glenn Kirshner, thank you for joining us this morning.
Well, preparations are underway this morning as Hurricane Lee approaches the East Coast. The storm is expected to have the strongest impact on New England, but it's still unclear whether Lee will actually make landfall. Still, experts warn tropical storm conditions should be expected, even if the storm stays in the open waters. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is in Montauk, New York, with more on the storm. That's all the way out the very tip of Long Island. We call it the end. Kristen, good morning. So the storm isn't expected to directly hit New York, but I mean, there's certainly going to be feeling the effects on eastern Long Island, like where you are, strong surf, possible coastal flooding. How's preparations going? What are you seeing?
Yeah, as you know, this wave just comes up and almost gets us here. The storm is 500 miles out that way, and we are really feeling the effects, even with the sun shining. You know, it's the waves coming in. Take a look out here, and you can see the erosion on the beach. We've got these sandbags that are now exposed here. We've watched it eat away at this beach, so erosion going to be a big issue as we go through the day. And just look at the surf. Some beaches along Long Island already closed today because of rip currents and high surf. Officials saying it is just too dangerous to go in these waters. And then we've got, as we go north, you know, tropical storm warnings in effect now, Massachusetts through Maine. And a lot of people there having to prepare. So even if it skirts the U.S. and hits into Nova Scotia, this is a huge storm. There are 6 states that could see power losses today because of today and into tomorrow because of the high winds. And so this storm is a real concern for a lot of people, guys, as we continue just to watch it here, washing away the sand.
Absolutely. And it's going to be a big concern, even more so further north in New England. Earlier in the show, we talked to somebody on Nantucket explaining what they're bracing for. How are they planning up there?
Right. So Maine has already been declared a state of emergency by the governor there. Here in New York, they have the National Guard has been deployed and is ready to go to wherever needed. Already they saw some overwash onto some roads and had to move the sand out of the way. They're shoring up along New England's coastline with things like sandbags, moving, the sand into areas to protect the delicate shoreline. So prep's definitely underway as we go through today and as things continue to get worse into tomorrow.
All right, Kristen Dahlgren, stay safe. Thank you so much.
Let's get right to meteorologist Angie Lastman for the latest on Lee's track. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Still just under 500 miles away from, of course, Nantucket, but we're starting to see that cloud cover working in, those outer edges of the clouds moving in across parts of New England. Of course, this is not the most impactful thing that we'll see, but you might notice it. Still, with this system so far away, it is quite expansive. We've got the tropical storm warnings up, stretching from Westport all the way to Eastport, right along that that line between the border between Canada and, of course, Maine. We have seen these tropical storm warnings issued a little farther off to the west for parts of Maine. It does include more inland areas, especially places that are densely forested. We could continue to see maybe some downed trees, even with a little bit of wind as far as inland as central Maine. So something to watch for. Here's the latest track. We're going to continue to see this be a Category 1 here down the line through the day today. Maybe some weakening by the time it moves on shore. Either way, we're expecting this to move on shore, maybe Nova Scotia, into the Bay of Fundy, maybe New Brunswick. It's less likely that this is going to move on shore for folks in Maine, but we're still just seeing a sliver of the state in that cone down the line. We've had a good agreement of exactly where the system will go, but look how far west, how far east, how far north these tropical storm force winds, which you see in the orange spread. This is an expansive storm. We've been watching this and expecting this for days now. We likely will see these winds extend 200 to 300 miles out from the center by the time it works its way in. And by the way, those tropical storm force winds are going to start late into the afternoon today and into the evening hours for places as far west as Massachusetts, or as far south rather as Massachusetts. The areas farther west, you'll see maybe 30, 40 mile per hour winds for the peak winds across the day Saturday, but along the coast, much higher than that. 60 mile per hour expected in Provincetown. You see Bar Harbor, upper 50s, and these are some of those peak gusts. This is something we'll watch through the day on Saturday, and then before you know it, here as we get through Sunday, the system will be gone and we'll start to see things calming down. The good news is storm surge forecasts have come down just a little bit. That doesn't mean that it's not going to be impactful at all, but we're talking 1 to 3 feet likely. We saw areas of Cape Cod Bay that were expecting 2 to 4 feet yesterday, so that forecast has come down with just a little bit of a shift in that track, so that'll help us a little bit, but expect a lot of coastal erosion here. Expect still some minor to even moderate flooding from that storm surge. And by the way, really dangerous surf. I know a lot of people even out on Long Island or down the shore planning to maybe head to the beach to see just how churned up the ocean is. Some beaches down the shore are going to issue fines for going in the water. So that tells you just how large these waves are. We could see up to 16-foot waves. So the surf is going to be dangerous, not just today, through the day tomorrow too. And then we'll finally start to see things calming down as we get back into our next work week. As far as the rain is concerned, closer to the center of the storm is where we're going to see those highest totals, of course. So that includes down East Maine. We're talking maybe 3 to 5 inches. The highest totals will be closer to 5 inches. But places across this same region, Boston, Providence, you could see some rainfall across that area that's maybe 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch. We're going to continue to see the saturated ground become even more saturated because remember, we had a whole lot of rain that worked through some of these spots earlier in the week. So we've again got those really saturated grounds. Not going to take much to bring some trees down with a little bit of wind. So just something to keep in mind. And if you're looking for a forecast anywhere else, it looks great across the West. I mean, I hate to follow up that forecast with this, but beautiful day for folks across the West on Saturday. We will see some strong storms across the midsection of the country and along the Gulf Coast. So heads up for that. Great temperatures though for the Midwest, the Northeast, still feeling kind of fall-like, but the showers and thunderstorms will get back into the picture for parts of the Southeast as we get into Sunday. But gorgeous, really west of that. that. Look, warm sunshine, sunny and dry. Savannah, I know you like the words I put on this map.
Warm sunshine.
Warm sunshine. It's going to be great. I think people out west need their sunglasses. People in the Northeast might need their umbrella. Or stay home.
Exactly. Just stay home. But the nice weather, people have earned it.
Exactly.
Yes,
I agree.
that's so true. Or at least that's something that they're going to find people if you go in the water. You gotta
It does. It's a serious thing.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
We don't want anyone getting hurt.
Yeah. Andrew Lastman, thank you.
Of course.
Coming up on Morning News Now, aliens. They're back in the headlines. In Mexico, 2 alleged extraterrestrial bodies were shown off to the country's Congress. And here in the States, a new report from NASA. We are covering it all later in the hour.
But first, we'll bring you our own Kristen Welker's exclusive one-on-one conversation with former President Trump. Stick around.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the man with everything.
All right, it just made too. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a preview of this week's Meet the Press exclusive interview with former President Donald Trump. He sat down with new moderator Kristen Welker to discuss a range of topics, including the Hunter Biden charges and the possibility of pardoning himself if elected. Take a listen to some of that interview.
Mr. President, if you were reelected, would you pardon yourself?
I could have pardoned myself. Do you know what? I was given an option to pardon myself. I could have pardoned myself when I left. People said, would you like to pardon yourself? I had a couple of attorneys that said, you can do it if you want. I had some people that said, it would look bad if you do it, because I think it would look terrible. I said, here's the story. These people are thugs, horrible people, fascists, Marxists, sick people. They've been after me from the day I came down the escalator with Melania. And I did a great job as president. People were acknowledged. Great economy, great jobs, great this, great that. Rebuilt the military, Space Force, everything. I could go on forever. Let me just tell you. I said the last thing I'd ever do is give myself a pardon. I could have given myself a pardon Don't ask me about what I would do. I could have, the last day, I could have had a pardon done that would have saved me all of these lawyers and all of these fake charges, these Biden indictments. They're all Biden indictments, political. They indicted. They want to arrest their political opponents. Only third world countries do that, banana republics. So, ready? I never said this to anybody. I was given the option. I could have done a pardon of myself. You know what I said? I have no interest in even thinking about it. I never even wanted to think about it. And I could have done it. And all of these questions you're asking me about the fake charges, you wouldn't be asking me because it's a very powerful thing for a president. I was told by some people that these are sick lunatics that I'm dealing with. Give yourself a pardon. Your life will be a lot easier. I said, I would never give myself a pardon.
Even if you were reelected in this moment?
Well, I think it's very unlikely. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. You mean because I challenged an election, they want to put me in jail?
Let's talk about the breaking news today. We learned just a short time ago that the president's son, Hunter Biden, was indicted by a federal grand jury on 3 gun charges. Given that, Mr. President, can you continue to say that there are 2 systems of justice?
Well, I think there's no question about it. He had a plea deal that was the deal of the century, the art of the deal. You could write a book on it, the art of the deal. And all of a sudden that was broken up by a judge who was able to, a brilliant judge actually, who was able to see through what was happening. And it's a sad situation. I mean, nobody should be happy about this. I'm not happy about it. Nobody is. It's a very sad thing. It's so bad for our country. But, you know, if you think about it, I've been under investigation from the day I came down the escalator, and a phony investigation, fake investigations, investigations that I beat every single time, still under investigations. But it's a very sad thing, and it's a slippery slope and dangerous, very dangerous for our country.
Kristen, thank you very much for that interview. Well, NBC News has also extended an invitation to President Biden for a sit-down with Kristen. And you can watch the full Meet the Press exclusive interview with Trump this Sunday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern on NBC's Meet the Press.
International news now. U.S. officials say China's defense minister is out from his post and under investigation.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lovongo is back with that and other news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. According to U.S. officials, the defense minister of China is under investigation for corruption and has been removed from his position. Officials also say the minister, whose name is Li Shangfu, has not made public appearances since late August. This is the latest in a series of purges of Beijing security ranks. And now, with Shangfu's dismissal, there's some uncertainty about the management of China's day-to-day foreign policy. Now, let's head over to the Caribbean, where the Dominican Republic is shutting down all of its borders with Haiti. President Luis Abinader says the Dominican Republic will shut all of its land, air, and sea frontiers, escalating tensions between the two nations. This closure also threatens to worsen the ongoing crisis in Haiti, plagued by poverty and gang violence. Now let's fly over to my home here, Italy, where Venice escaped a spot on the list of endangered world sites, despite a recommendation from UNESCO. Mayor Luigi Brugnaro is celebrating, taking to X, formerly known as Twitter, to call the result a great victory. But some experts have concerns that the city is being destroyed by over-tourism and slowly sinking, of course, as it has been for many, many years. Now, since July, both the state and the city have been making some major changes to protect Venice by banning large cruise ships, and recently they announced they will introduce an entry fee for day trippers next year. So for now, at least, it looks like our beloved Venice is safe. Back to you guys.
Such a special place. Claudio, thank you so much.
The American who was successfully rescued from a cave in Turkey after becoming ill underground is sharing his incredible story of survival. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on what he's saying.
There were moments, Mark Dickey says, when he thought he wasn't getting out of that Turkish cave alive.
I'm feeling very good compared to where I started off on this rescue.
Speaking from a hospital room in Turkey alongside his fiancée and fellow caver Jessica Van Ord, he described the harrowing ordeal.
At first it was, I have no idea what's going on, but it's probably not life-threatening, into this is life-threatening. I need help.
Van Ord climbed more than 3,000 feet out of the cave after Dickie became suddenly ill, vomiting blood.
Just knew that I was definitely fit for that job to get out of there and then get back as soon as possible and coordinate a rescue while up on the surface if necessary.
What started as an exploration expedition turned into a massive international rescue effort.
There's lots of different medical terminology, but circling the drain is one of them, and I was down pretty damn deep in that drain.
At times, he says, he was only semi-conscious. Rescuers gave him a blood transfusion.
I'm not healed on the inside yet, so I'm gonna need a lot of help to get out of here.
Loaded on a stretcher, Dickie was pulled up to safety after an arduous 57-hour effort.
Cave rescuers are a family. I'm the person that got rescued. They did all of the work to get me out, and I trust them.
Thankful, he says, and not surprised that the tight-knit caving community answered his call. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Next in Morning News Now, you've probably seen these little guys on your social media feeds lately.
Oh, yes. Well, they are allegedly the bodies of aliens shown to Mexico's Congress earlier this week. And while the jury's still out on their authenticity, NASA is now releasing its own separate report on UFOs. Gotti Schwartz is all over it, of course. That's up next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Taylor celebrities.
All right, it just did too.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There is renewed interest in the search for extraterrestrial life. From congressional hearings to the military, even foreign governments are now asking if we are alone in the universe. Well, now NASA is taking a closer look to see if there's life among the stars.
That's right. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us with more. Gotti, you cannot escape the memes.
You cannot escape the memes. Let's talk about that. Yeah, it has been a very, very weird in the UFO world, like even weirder than most this week. And we're going to get into whatever happened down in Mexico in front of their Congress and their lawmakers in just a bit with those like ancient alien mummy types. But first, we're going to talk about NASA because it is very important. They are stepping into the fray here and taking a very scientific approach at this whole UFO question.
Whether you're a believer or not, the question of aliens on Earth is here and now. NASA, the agency most associated with space exploration, has entered the UFO fray.
I personally believe in a universe that is so vast that could there be a replication of life on Earth elsewhere? Of course I believe that.
The agency releasing a 36-page report Thursday on unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or UAP. Their conclusion, there's no proof aliens exist, but they might. NASA saying UAP presents a unique scientific opportunity and that the agency should play an essential role in studying the subject. That report coming directly on the heels of a sensational revelation in Mexico.
No estamos solos en este vasto universo.
Supposed ancient alien bodies. Jaime Maussan, a self-described UFOologist, revealing two figures to the Mexican Congress claiming they were not of this earth. Maussan has made unfounded claims in the past that turned out to be hoaxes. So in the world of UFO and UAP experts, there's some skepticism. This past July, former intelligence officer Major David Grush testified in front of Congress that the U.S. is concealing a long-standing UFO program.
I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
The Pentagon's UFO office has denied Grush's claims, but lawmakers are looking for answers.
Do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes.
All of this talk of what else might be out there is reducing the UFO stigma. More folks are coming forward, including New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who recently talked about a UFO encounter he says he had years ago on the show Hard Knocks.
We heard this sound and we saw this tremendously large object moving through the sky.
And if the truth is somewhere out there, now it's official, NASA is on the case too.
So, Gotti, is the stigma surrounding all this starting to loosen up in the last couple of years?
I think so. I definitely think so. I mean, you've got NASA, you've got the Pentagon. You guys aren't laughing at me so much every time I start talking about UFOs and aliens. But I think one of the things that's really, really interesting here, and this is one of the ways that NASA wants to tackle this, they are saying that AI is going to help them search for UFOs, and for so long they've had data from satellites, sensors covering the entire world, but looking through all that data has been very, very difficult. Now they want to use AI to help them do it. So if you could imagine, we live in a day and age where NASA is using artificial intelligence to search for UFOs here on Earth. Wild stuff.
AI to find ET. All right.
Wow. So much to dig into there, and we'll continue doing so with you. Gotti, thank you so much. Always good to have you here. The American Red Cross is calling for action after declaring a national blood shortage earlier this week. The organization warned their national blood supply has fallen critically low, dropping nearly 25% since early August.
They say back-to-back months of climate disasters have put a strain on the blood supply, causing blood drive cancellations and reducing donations to areas most affected. Let's bring in Dr. Bialaski, who is the Divisional Chief Medical Officer at the American Red Cross. Dr. Lasky, good to have you with us. So first of all, what does this declaration mean, and what types of donors are needed right now?
So the American Red Cross has seen a 25% drop in our blood supply since August. That amounts to a 30,000 unit shortfall. We need about 12,000 units a day to support the patients across the country. And right now, demand from hospitals is as strong as ever, and donations have just not kept up with the pace. We need blood donations from all types, particularly O positive and O negative are always in critical demand.
Dr. Lasky, we just mentioned that we kind of think that there's a connection here to the challenges that climate disasters present. Walk us through exactly what that means, and does that mean that you're kind of concerned about this continuing as we've been tracking that Hurricane Lee?
Absolutely. We are just on the heels of incredibly severe fires in Hawaii, Hurricane Idalia, and now the Red Cross is preparing to respond to Hurricane Lee as it makes its way north. Extreme weather often forces the cancellation of blood drives and results in lower blood donor turnout in affected areas, which just further strains the blood supply when inventories are already critical.
So, Dr. Lasky, we know September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month. Back in 2021, the Red Cross launched a new initiative called Join by Blood to try and help sickle cell patients. What more can you tell us about that? And what are some of the perks that donors receive for donating this month?
That's right. So patients with sickle cell disease may be transfusion dependent for life. They may need up to 100 units per patient per year. And it's really, we're looking for diverse donors to help support these types of patients. And we offer a number of incentives for our donors as a thank you. And we just really want to say, the emergencies don't stop. People don't stop getting sick just because we're experiencing extreme weather-related disasters. Every 2 seconds, someone needs blood, and it's really the blood on the shelves today that helps to save lives.
All right, Dr. Bialaski, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Coming up, a story that Savannah is especially excited about this morning.
That's because it's about my alma mater, the University of Colorado, and our so far undefeated football team with head coach Deion Sanders. Yes, the Deion Sanders. We've got a big game this weekend against Colorado State. It's causing a lot of buzz online already. I'll tell you all about it next.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we fix the dishes, should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with some money news. WhatsApp is sounding off on a recent report from the Financial Times.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs has that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, WhatsApp is denying a report that the messaging platform is exploring using ads. The Financial Times says teams at Meta, which owns WhatsApp, were discussing whether to show ads in conversations with contacts on the chat screen, but no final decision has been made. The FT also says Meta was deliberating whether to charge a subscription fee to use the app without ads. Meantime, JP Morgan Chase plans to offer payroll services as it tries to appeal to small business customers. CNBC has learned that the bank picked up a fintech player called Gusto to provide the technology. JP Morgan is stepping up its fight against PayPal and Square, which have already been ensconced when it comes to payroll services for small businesses. The new feature is expected to go live by the end of next year and will disperse paychecks, generate tax documents and pay stubs, and file to local and national agencies. JP Morgan has about 5 million small business customers right now and more than 200,000 users of its payment solutions offerings. And we're just about a month out now from Taylor Swift taking on and likely conquering the box office. We're talking about the movie box office. Deadline reports advanced ticket sales for the Eras Tour concert movie have already topped $65 million. That's already higher than advanced sales for superhero movies like Doctor Strange and The Batman. The Eras Tour is opening October 12th and is scheduled to play 4 weekends in a row and on Halloween night. Now, the thing I'm watching for is who's going to get the streaming rights. There are a lot of Taylor Swift documentaries already on Netflix. That would certainly entice a lot of people to actually pay up for Netflix in order to get access to that.
Yeah, Disney Plus has one too. And that, I mean, we could do a whole business segment on how she got this deal directly through the theaters. And then after 13 weeks, her lucky number, streaming rights open up. So we'll have to see where it lands.
Interesting. All right. Thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm so excited about this one. The University of Colorado Buffaloes are right now the talk of the college football universe after winning just one game last year. They are now off to a 2-0 start and are facing their in-state rivals this week in Colorado State. This is all thanks to the arrival of our new head coach, NFL Hall of Famer Deion Sanders, or as we like to call him, Coach Prime. Joining us now is Brian Howell, who covers CU football for Buff Zone and Boulder's Daily Camera. Brian, good morning. It's so great to be talking to you. So, okay, I went to the University of Colorado. This is my alma mater. This is so much fun and so exciting. You've covered the Buffs for over a decade. When I was there from 2009 to 2013, I mean, just to be honest, the football team was nothing to write home about. Just give people a sense of what life was like here before the arrival of Coach Prime in terms of our football program.
Yeah, you were there for some of the lean years, and they got leaner even, this last year. So, yeah, it's been tough. This program has not, been a winning program for years. They used to be, a big-time national program. I mean, they won a title in 1990, but the last several years, it's been really bad. And last year, they were the worst Power 5 team in the country and one of the worst overall in the country. They had slipped to 1-11 and probably weren't even as good as that record. So it was a tough year for them, and it's been a tough stretch.
Absolutely. And now, I mean, we are ranked. Colorado football being ranked. It's crazy. Also, we're going to play host to ESPN's College Game Day. That's a huge deal. This coming weekend, that's happening where we're squaring off against, of course, our in-state rivals, Colorado State, the Rams. And things are getting a little bit heated in the buildup, some crosstalk back and forth between coaches. Tell us what the latest is here.
Yeah, Jay Norvell, the Colorado State head coach, earlier this week in his press conference, said, hey, Coach Prime has a lot of public critics, but I'm not one of them. And then 2 days later, he goes on his coach's show and publicly criticized Deion and made a comment that was a jab at him saying, hey, when I talk to adults, I take my hat and sunglasses off. That's just how my mother taught me. And that was definitely a stab at Coach Prime, who often wears hat and sunglasses when he's doing press conferences and things like that. And so, Deion Sanders, as he addressed his team, heard about that certainly and said, hey, they've got to make this personal. We're going to go make this personal for ourselves. And Deion Sanders will take any sort of motivation he can get to get his team going, and they've certainly latched onto that this week.
Oh, some of the videos that have come out of him just pumping the team up and stuff are so much fun to watch. And that quote about the hat and the glasses is making the rounds on the internet for sure right now. Let's talk more about Coach Prime. I mean, just what is it that he's done? Obviously, I know he cleaned out a lot of the team, but just walk us through what has happened and how much expectations have changed this season under his leadership.
Yeah, it's changed everything. I mean, this program, as I said, they were the worst team in the Power 5 last year. They needed an overhaul. And not only did he change the roster, there's 87 brand new players on this team. He changed the entire coaching staff. There's people, support staff, people that are no longer here that, they've got new people there as well. He's changed the community. This community was very apathetic about Colorado football. Yes. And, really anybody in Denver didn't really know the Buffs had a program, it seemed like. But now the whole state is behind this program. And there was a line of students that was, several hundred yards long the other day just to get a few extra seats. And they camped out overnight for those seats. That's never happened around here. So it's been pretty impactful all around.
Oh, it's so cool. Very quickly before I let you go. So I'll be there in a couple weeks. I'm coming to homecoming against Oregon State. What's it like in Boulder right now? What do you think it's going to be like at Folsom that weekend?
Oh, it's a madhouse. And that game they just announced yesterday as a sellout, the 5th one. There's only one game with tickets left. It's a party every single time they play. And I know they've only had one home game, but even the spring game was a party back in April. So this fan base is super excited, and it's a great atmosphere every single time they play. As you know, a full Folsom can be one of the best places in college football. But now with Coach Prime and this team, it's really one of the best places in college football.
Oh, my God, it is. It's a stadium where I was lucky enough to give a commencement speech in the middle of a snowstorm, and it was still magical. It's just the coolest place. Brian Howell, thank you so much. Great to see you. See you in a couple weeks, I hope.
Thank you.
Thank you. All
right, coming up, if it's Friday, that means only one thing. Your can't miss list is right around the corner.
That's right. And this week we're following some dumb money. The Robin Hood GameStop stock market drama is hitting the big screen. More on that and all the other can't miss content for your weekend. And guess what? Here's the best part. It's with Darren Karp, our LA lady, back here with us after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should doing the dishes, you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand. And officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
It is Friday, which means it's time for your weekly can't miss list.
We love this segment, all the movies and shows you can't afford to miss this weekend.
Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed, Darren Karp, is on set with us for more on what we can't miss, because that's what the list says.
I missed you both.
we miss you too.
Yes.
It's glad that you keep coming back and visiting us.
Of course.
All right. So let's start with, there's a highly anticipated movie. It's behind the GameStop drama.
Yeah.
It's called Dumb Money. That's a great title for that one.
It's a great title because I think everyone kind of knows what we're going to get with this. It's very Big Short-esque. It should probably be called The Short Squeeze because that's kind of what happened at GameStop in 2021. This is brought to us by the director of I, Tonya, Craig Gillespie. So it's going to be pretty wild. Star-studded cast. We got Paul Dano right there. He actually plays the securities broker who kind of broke it all and flipped Wall Street on its head and kind of caused this sudden rise in the GameStop stock, which I couldn't be more upset about that I didn't kind of get on that train when we could. Right. But it's an incredible cast. Shailene Woodley plays his wife, and then Pete Davidson kind of rounds out this humor portion of it by playing his brother Kevin. And it's it's just a really well done movie, and it's very, very clever. And of course, we kind of remember it from 2021.
Absolutely. Some moments in the trailer even kind of made me like laugh out loud.
Yeah,
it seems like there's
levity for it. I mean, it was a ridiculous thing,
right?
Like for GameStop, like
Right.
it was absurd. That's what's great about it.
Oh my gosh, we couldn't stop talking about that when it happened.
Yeah.
Okay, I've just started seeing giant posters pop up around the city for A Haunting in Venice.
You just started?
Yeah,
She's
pregnant. Yeah, I just started noticing. But I keep on wondering, and I have not watched this trailer yet. Like, what is this?
I feel like September 1 is like, then it's Halloween for like the next 2 months. And so that's why I'm sure you've noticed a lot of this. This is based on the 1969 Agatha Christie novel. So Hercule Poirot, it took me a long time to actually pronounce that. I'm sure I got it wrong. He's kind of this retired, investigator. He decides to go to a seance, as one does, usually during Halloween, and, finds that one of the guests is actually murdered, which causes him to kind of put on his thinking hat again and trying to solve this murder. But it's supposed to be very creepy, very eerie. It takes place in World War II kind of Venice. So it's got a little bit of an older feel, but it's supposed to be pretty haunting. If
I love seeing Tina Fey in like a scary movie.
Yeah, who doesn't want that little like out of place,
It's
you know?
Like, all right,
yes,
good.
exactly.
You go for it. All right.
Yeah.
So Disney has been re-releasing some movies for its 100th anniversary. The latest is Coco, which won the Academy Award in 2017. I love that movie so much. Remind us what that one's about.
Yeah, so this one is actually being re-released from now until basically September 28th. So you basically have a solid 2 weeks to kind of take the kids and go see it. This won the Academy Award in 2017 in honor of 100 years of Disney, which is pretty great. There's actually going to be a number of films that they're re-releasing. Toy Story, Lion King, The Incredibles. It's just a fun way, I think, a nostalgic way, even though it was only 5 or 6 years ago that this film came out, to take the family, kind of miss it in theaters. I grew up on Lion King and Aladdin and all that stuff. I'm sure you did too.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be nice to kind of go back to the theaters and see it with your family. So it's going on for the next few weeks.
This is really cool. All right, finally, quickly, last one. If you're staying in, what can we stream?
Oh, gosh. I mean, there's so many things to stream. Let me see what I want on my list here to actually tell you about. A Million Miles Away is actually really interesting on Amazon Prime. This is the real-life story of Jose Hernandez, who kind of came up from a farming village in Mexico to go all the way to the International Space Station. It's really, really great. It's actually a nod to that Flamin' Hot biopic that actually aired earlier this year on Flamin' Hot Cheetos. So that's kind of great. It's kind of this Latin, building from the grassroots kind of movie, which is absolutely fabulous. And then Theater Camp on Hulu. If you didn't see this in the theater, you should watch it on Hulu. It's mockumentary style. It's Ben Platt. It's very funny. You don't have to be a theater nerd, which I am, to actually appreciate this, the awkwardness of adolescence. But if you want a good, fun laugh, check out Theater Camp on Hulu this
I feel like
weekend.
it has the camp vibes no matter
It's
what
campy.
kind of camp you
It's camp and campy. Yes,
exactly. All right, Darren Karp, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank
Have a great weekend.
We love when you come see us. All right, well, we want to take this opportunity now to say goodbye to a very special member of the Morning News Now team. We didn't know we were about to do this, so this is a total surprise for him. Our executive producer, Mike Milhaven, is leaving today after more than 2 years in charge of our show.
Yeah, here he is with his lovely, beautiful family. Mike has led our coverage of huge stories. There he is right there. He never saw this coming, right?
He
has a great sense of humor. He is creative, behind the scenes, a manager who cares about the team. Everyone knows that he is there. He has got our back. And luckily, he is not going very far. He's moving to Weekend Nightly News. They are incredibly lucky to have him. You as viewers are lucky to know that you'll still be watching shows that have Mike's touch all over them.
Absolutely. I mean, the first thing that our whole team was just saying is just how great the environment has been under his leadership and how much they're going to miss that. So, Mike, we're so grateful to you, and we're wishing you the best of luck. And a big welcome to our new executive producer, Sean Reese, who's also been here at NBC News for a very long time at the Today Show within NBC News Now.
We're all very lucky here at NBC News to have such great people to work with. Mike, we wish you the best. We're lucky we get to see you in the hallway every single day. You're still going to hear from us.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe not in the middle of the night, though.
Yeah, exactly. Get some sleep. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hi, good Friday to you. We're happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, September 15th. On strike, thousands of auto workers walked off the job over failed contract negotiations with the big three car makers. Whether a deal is in the works and what this all means for you.
Messaging battle. The indictment of Hunter Biden already getting political. We'll tell you how lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are now spinning those charges to fit their own narrative.
Soccer scandal. The ousted Spanish soccer president was issued a restraining order to protect the player he is accused of sexually assaulting. More on the ongoing legal fallout from that controversial World Cup kiss.
Flipping the script, a new generation of Latinos now reclaiming and redefining their own identity. We're going to talk to some young members of the community who are leaning into their inability to speak Spanish.
Hey, happy first day of Hispanic Heritage Month.
Happy first day of Hispanic Heritage Month. And happy Friday.
Yes, happy Friday indeed. And welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with that historic strike against Detroit's big three car makers. Some 13,000 auto workers stopped making vehicles and walked off the job today after union leaders and the companies failed to come to terms on a new labor contract. It expired last night at midnight.
Members of the United Auto Workers Union now picketing at 3 assembly plants, a General Motors site outside of St. Louis, a Ford factory near Detroit, and a Stellantis facility in Toledo, Ohio, which makes Jeeps. This is the first time in the union's history that workers are striking all 3 companies at the exact same time. In fact, any moment now, we're waiting to hear from President Biden, who's touted himself as the most union-friendly president in U.S. history. First, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, who is live outside the Stellantis factory there in Toledo. Shaq, you've been talking to these picketers there all morning. What are they telling you?
They're saying, Morgan, that this is about respect. Yes, there are very serious sticking points in the negotiations as they look for a new contract. Sticking points over wages, over retirement, over work-life balance. But for them, this is about fundamental respect, where they've been seeing their CEOs get increasing profits, but they feel like they haven't been benefiting from that as well. So that's why you have that 40% increase in wages over 4 years that they've been asking for. You've had, by the way, automakers saying that that's not sustainable. That's not something that they can meet. It would lead to bankruptcy and potentially their businesses collapsing if they met those demands. So that is why you have that impasse. But I want you to listen to what these auto workers have been telling me directly as they've been out here picketing at all the entrances of this Stellantis plant.
I'm willing to strike as long as we have to get what we want and what we deserve.
And I've been telling these guys, in for a long haul, I'm sure. Be prepared. I'm hoping not.
Yeah.
But be prepared for a long haul.
It's a little scary because we don't know how long this is going to last, but we trust our union. We're willing to do what we have to do to get the job done.
One word that you're hearing from both the automakers and auto workers is disappointed. No one seems to want to be in this position, to want to strike, but from the auto worker perspective, they feel like they have no choice because they want a fair and strong, in their words, contract.
Shaq, a lot of people may not know, but the union is targeting factories that turn out smaller cars, at least for now. They're not going after some of the big ones that are the real cash cows, like the SUVs, the trucks. What is the strategy here from the workers?
Yeah, this is a unique strategy that you're seeing. One, you're not seeing the entire auto work union strike. Instead of the 145,000 people who could strike, it's about 13,000 people over 3 plants that's striking right now. The strategy, when you listen to Sean Fain, who's the UAW president, is that they're trying to ratchet up the pressure. They're essentially going to do waves of strikes. So right now it's 3 of the about 25 plants out there. By Monday, it could be 6 or 9. They're going to try to, in his words, keep the automakers and the CEOs guessing as they go back to the collective bargaining table. We know that there are no negotiations happening today. We expect negotiations to resume and pick up tomorrow. We know offers were being exchanged as recently as yesterday. But as that process is happening, once negotiations come back online, Auto Workers Union feel like this is the best strategy to increase their bargaining power.
All right, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, in a historic first, the president's son, Hunter Biden, was indicted on 3 federal gun charges just yesterday. Now, this move has pitted the Justice Department against the president's sole surviving son, just as Biden was set to kick off his re-election campaign and really set it into full gear. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haig joins us now live from our D.C. bureau. Garrett, it's good to see you this Friday. Let's first just understand these charges. They could put the president's son in jail for even a decade or longer. Prosecutors have indicated that that might not even be the end of it, since he could still face tax-related charges. So how are both the Democrats, the Republicans there on the Hill sort of using this indictment as proof of their views of the justice system as it is?
Yeah, Morgan, those charges all relate to the purchase of a single handgun back in 2018. The vice president, or I guess he was the former vice president's son at the time, alleged to have lied on a form about being a drug user when he purchased that weapon. As for how this is playing on Capitol Hill, it's proven to be a bit of a political Rorschach test, with members of both parties agreeing that these particular charges don't touch Joe Biden, but from there splitting entirely on what it means for the fate of the Justice Department. Here are the 2 top members on the Oversight Committee. That's the key impeachment inquiry committee, discussing this yesterday.
We shouldn't take delight in other people's misfortunes, but we have to have a rule of law. And when people commit crimes, then the consequences follow.
That's one of about a dozen crimes that Hunter Biden's committed. And ironically, that's the one crime that he committed that you cannot tie Joe Biden into.
Democrats are trying very hard to separate Hunter Biden from Joe Biden on this point, and Republicans are arguing that's not really appropriate. They want to see those additional charges. They believe there are still more charges to be filed in the future that could be relevant to their impeachment inquiry and to the tying together of the 2 Bidens, particularly on Hunter Biden's money and on his business practices.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there, especially in the days ahead. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haig joining us live from D.C. Garrett, as always, a pleasure.
Well, Morgan, today all eyes are on Hurricane Lee as it moves further north up the Atlantic along the New England coast. The Category 1 storm is expected to make landfall as early as tomorrow, where at least 7 million Americans across Maine, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire will feel its impact. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Bar Harbor, Maine. Marissa, do we know where the storm is most likely to make landfall and when?
Hey, Vicki. Yeah, so we are in Bar Harbor, Maine. I mean, the biggest concern here with Lee in terms of where it's supposed to have the biggest impact, in terms of the United States, it's the New England area. As you mentioned, we're in Bar Harbor, Maine, and our understanding is tomorrow is supposed to be the day where we actually see Hurricane Lee's impact when it comes to the wind and the rain. As you can tell right now, it's looking pretty beautiful. It is sunny, and we've got minimal clouds at the moment, and you might be able to make out some boats behind me enjoying the last moments of being able to get their, catches of the day. Obviously, a lot of lobstermen out on the waters right now, Vicki.
A lot of changes is expected ahead there, Marissa. The governor of Maine, Janet Mills, has already issued a state of emergency ahead of the storm's arrival. They haven't been under a hurricane watch in 15 years. There are people concerned. Are people doing things differently to prepare?
No, the short answer is they're not. I haven't seen a single sandbag. I haven't seen a single boarded window. And this is very different from, hurricanes that I've seen in the past, hurricanes that I've covered in places like Florida. It's interesting because I would expect coming up here that there would be a lot more fear because, to your point, this is really unusual for this area. They haven't had a hurricane watch here in 15 years. But people here are really treating it like a nor'easter. In Florida, even if it's a Cat 1 and they're not concerned, you still see some sandbags, you still see some boarded windows. But I think that here, people are just pretty calm and chill about it. I've talked to a few lobstermen, fishermen, people that work in the fishing industry, and the feeling is they're really treating this like a day off tomorrow. There's some precautions that they're taking. I will say the only precaution that I have seen or heard about, the only one, anyone with a boat is doing something to either bring the boat back into storage at some point today. As you can see, there's still a lot of people taking to the water right now. There's lobstermen that are anchoring some of their supplies further out to sea in advance of Lee. There's a lot of people right now on the water. And actually what you can see, there's a lot of kayakers. There's people picnicking around here. So, Vicki, the biggest concern are the trees that could topple from saturated ground. And we know that there is a state of emergency that was issued from the governor, but the attitude here largely very calm and unbothered, to be honest.
Very interesting. All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, thank you so much.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. TikTok has been hit with a $368 million fine for violating Europe's data privacy rules. European regulators say the popular social media app fails to protect children's privacy. In a statement, TikTok says it disagrees with that decision.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So Deirdre, let's talk about what's behind this fine. What are investigators saying?
Some investigators say that when teens sign up for the app, their accounts were automatically made public. This allows anyone to comment or view their profile, and the investigation also found that the family pairing feature that allows parents to manage settings was not strict enough. So adults could turn on direct messaging for older teens even without their consent. Meanwhile, new research shows that the cost of raising a child until they're 18 now averages around $240,000. The annual cost is just under $22,000, and that's up almost 20% from 2016. The numbers factor in what LendingTree calls bare bones necessities, including food, housing, and childcare. And finally, guys, Princess Diana's black sheep sweater sold for more than $1 million at a Sotheby's auction during New York Fashion Week. The iconic sweater is the highest priced item worn by the People's Princess ever sold at auction. The sale wrapped in just 15 minutes. 15, and it surpassed the estimated value of between $50,000 and $80,000. I gotta wonder, in a lot of these stories, who is pricing them in the first place? It feels like they always go for wildly above that initial estimate.
Yeah, way more. We actually saw it. It was in the Today Show studio, and they wheeled it past me. I mean, it's in great shape.
Wow.
I don't think anybody's going to be wearing it anytime soon, but
I have to say, though, Deirdre, it is a really
$1 million
cool sweater. $1 million or not, it's pretty cool. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa for us there. Deirdre, thank you.
Parents in New York are up in arms over what they call an inappropriate school assignment. Why a fifth grade teacher is now out of a job. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
A pretty important story for those of you who have young people you love in your lives. In California, one school district is now paying up to $27 million in what's being considered the largest bullying settlement in U.S. history. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson shows us how the death of a 13-year-old student led to this years-long legal battle.
A Southern California school district reaching a record $27 million settlement over the bullying death of 13-year-old student Diego Stolz. Cell phone video captured the 2019 attack at Landmark Middle School in Moreno Valley. We're freezing the moment before Stolz was punched by a classmate, knocking him to the ground and causing him to hit his head on a nearby pillar. And once on the ground, he was struck again. The boy's aunt and uncle, who were his guardians, fighting tears as they remembered their nephew.
No me entra en mi cabeza ni en mi corazón, sobre todo saber de que ya no está.
According to the lawsuit, the family reported he was being harassed by students for 2 years, and that in September 2019, Diego told the vice principal about several physical attacks. A statement from the family attorneys saying the assistant principal told Diego to take Friday off and that everything would be taken care of when he returned on Monday. However, his attorneys claim when Diego returned, the attack took place.
He died because of a fight that no one was preventing, and everyone was just taking videos of it.
The two teens involved in the beating originally faced manslaughter charges, but after 45 days in detention, they were ordered to complete 150 hours of community service and participate in rehabilitation programs.
Son niños, pero tuvieron mentalidad de adulto para hacer lo que hicieron.
The principal and 2 assistant principals were removed from Landmark Middle School as a result. The lawyers for Diego's family say administrators never reported the previous assaults to police, which is required by law.
The only way to prevent things like this from happening is making sure that staff are adequately trained, that there's adequate security in place.
The school district saying in a statement there have been changes regarding anti-bullying efforts, including a website where students can report bullying and sexual harassment. Diego's family and their legal team now hoping the hefty settlement is a wake-up call.
The end goal here is to inspire and tell and send a loud and clear message to school districts across the country that they have to deal with bullying in a way that's adequate, that puts the kids first, that puts the families first, because if they drop the ball, there's going to be serious consequences.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Heartbreaking. Here on the East Coast, another classroom controversy is brewing after a Long Island school district was forced to take action against one of its teachers. Paisley Chang from NBC New York explains why parents are up in arms over what they're calling an inappropriate homework assignment for their 5th grade kids.
A health teacher at Matlin Middle School in Plainview has been removed from the classroom after the district received complaints about a 5th grade homework assignment deemed inappropriate.
As a parent, I don't feel comfortable, a teacher, giving such an assignment to children.
The assignment given on Monday, the anniversary of September 11, posed a hypothetical question. Nuclear war is near, and you can only choose 6 people to hide in a bunker. Who would you pick?
I wouldn't want a 5th grade to have to make that choice.
Among the choices, a police officer with multiple charges of brutality, a 38-year-old retired prostitute, and a 50-year-old formerly addicted to cocaine.
I don't think that's age appropriate, to be honest with you. I think they need to focus on other things besides that.
The school principal issued a statement saying, in part, this assignment violated all of our criteria and has no place in our classrooms. We condemn this type of material in the strongest possible terms.
Actually, I don't think this is an appropriate topic for 5th graders to be doing, perhaps maybe a college class.
Sally Pollock and her husband are retired New York City teachers, and while she doesn't condone the assignment, she also thinks the teacher deserves a second chance.
We were both retired teachers,
Okay.
So we certainly wouldn't want somebody to get fired over making a poor decision one time.
The principal got a lot of pressure and yielded to the pressure.
Paisley Chang, NBC News.
And still to come, more fallout for the former head of Spain's Football Federation. The possible charges he could soon face. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Ian, just over a year from now, voters will head to the polls to elect our next president. But now there are new concerns about the potential influence of false and misleading political ads created by artificial intelligence.
That's right. Marianne Ahern from NBC Chicago tells us more about the new push to regulate exactly this kind of content.
Let's finish this job. I know we can.
As President Joe Biden announced his re-election campaign earlier this year, the Republican Party posted a YouTube video using software-generated images that were not real. The first ever ad created entirely by artificial intelligence, or AI.
Who's in charge here? It feels like the train is coming off the tracks.
Governor J.B. Pritzker supports guardrails for campaign ads.
It can be used by anybody. I'm not suggesting that that couldn't happen on the left, but so far it's been MAGA Republicans. We need to apply it to everybody.
Campaigns have also started using chatbots to generate content through ChatGPT. Democratic strategist Kitty Kurth.
The more we can go to a machine and say, write a speech in the style of Donald Trump and have it address these 3 topics, and we get a speech pumped out on the other end. Somebody can paste that on the internet. We don't know if it's real. We don't know if it's fake.
Therein lies just one concern, that software could be used to mislead voters through convincing messages that sound like candidates but provide false information.
We don't know what we don't know. So I think we're very cautious.
Illinois lawmakers are creating a task force to examine AI and recommend potential legislation. Illinois Republican leader Tony McCumbee.
You just always have to, trust but verify when you're dealing with politics, especially Illinois politics.
Technology experts like Northwestern University professor Christian Hammond says AI's applications will both transform and threaten elections.
What happens if I decide that there is a segment of the population I want to confuse in a very particular way? I can aim the technology at them and convince them that there's no reason for them to vote by giving them actually the leaders they respect coming out and saying things by mistake where they never said it. It was generated.
Campaigns can micro-target constituents, crafting uniquely persuasive ads by tailoring them to a person's digital footprint.
If I know you and I can figure out what content you will like, and I want you to think something, I can build the content that will slowly, step by step by step, bring you to where I want you to be.
Recently, Google and YouTube said it will require disclosure of AI in political ads, the first to do so. But the burden is also on the voter to be more skeptical.
We're on the precipice of something that's somewhat frightening that could occur, certainly in the political arena, and we need to at least start to develop the kinds of regulations that will prevent people from abusing it.
Really important topic.
Yeah, our thanks to Marianne Ahern from NBC Chicago for that.
Former President Donald Trump is responding for the very first time in detail to the charges in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case.
Here's what he told our new moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, in an exclusive sit-down interview. And we also want to note that Welker did extend the same invitation to President Biden.
I want to ask you about the case related to Mar-a-Lago. A new charge suggests you asked a staffer to delete security camera footage so it wouldn't get into the hands of investigators. Did you do that? It's false.
But let me tell you what.
Would you testify to that under oath?
I'll testify.
You testify to that under oath?
It's a fake charge by this deranged lunatic prosecutor who
lost in the Supreme Court 9-0, and he tried to destroy lots of lives. He's a lunatic. So it's a fake charge. But more importantly, the tapes weren't deleted. In other words, there was nothing done to them. And they were my tapes. I could have fought them. I didn't even have to give them the tapes, I don't think. I think I would have won in court. When they asked for the tapes, I said, sure, they're my tapes. I could have fought them. I didn't even have to give them. Just so you understand, though, we didn't delete anything. Nothing was deleted.
So that's false. The people who testified.
Number one, the statement is false. Much more importantly, when the tapes came, and everybody says this, they weren't deleted. We gave them 100%.
And you can watch more of Meet the Press with new moderator Kristen Welker this Sunday. You're watching NBC News Digital.
And you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. Look at all those places. We always tell you about them. Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us this Friday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. More than 11,000 people are believed to be dead after Sunday's devastating floods in eastern Libya. Officials in the city of Derna say the number of deaths is expected to rise as more than 10,000 people are still reported missing. Authorities are now warning that water contamination could lead to a potential disease outbreak.
3 men involved in the plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer have been found not guilty. Eric Molitor and brothers William and Michael Knoll were among 14 defendants charged in an alleged plot to kidnap the governor back in 2020. It was all in protest to the state's COVID restrictions. The 3 men pleaded not guilty to state and federal charges related to terrorism and illegal firearm possession.
And football star Aaron Rodgers, he's on the mend. Rodgers shared an update to his Instagram followers on Thursday, saying his surgery was a success. The 39-year-old Jets quarterback tore his left Achilles tendon during Monday night's game against the Buffalo Bills.
Well, with a government shutdown looming, tensions are at an all-time high on Capitol Hill this week, even within the ranks of the Republican Party.
Yeah, that frustration is certainly boiled over in a closed-door meeting yesterday when House Speaker Kevin McCarthy reportedly dared his detractors in no uncertain terms to file a motion to vacate if they want to remove him from power. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from Capitol Hill. So, Julie, these remarks, which were confirmed to NBC News by two people who were there in that room, were a nod to members like Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida, who are threatening to take away McCarthy's speakership if he doesn't agree to their demands. So what do they actually want from the speaker?
Well, that remains to be seen because there are a lot of things happening here at once. In the words of one lawmaker I spoke to, it's like a perfect storm for Speaker McCarthy because he had promised all of these different things to all of these different groups of people. For example, Congressman Matt Gaetz, of course, has been very vocal in his demands against the speaker. Essentially, him and others who joined him in his demands say that they don't trust Speaker McCarthy because of that deal he made with President Biden to avoid the default crisis at the end of May. Now they want to cut spending. They also want, at the same time, McCarthy to pursue this impeachment inquiry. That's why we saw him open it last week on the floor. But look, bottom line here, he was very frustrated in that meeting. I spoke to lawmakers afterwards who had confirmed those remarks to me. He threw some expletives around because he was very fired up. Essentially, he doesn't know which way to go here, which direction to take. Take a listen to what he told us after that meeting.
I showed frustration in here because I am frustrated with the committee. I'm frustrated with some people in the conference. But when we come back, we're not going to leave. We're going to get this done. Nobody wins in a government shutdown. I knew people would fight or try to hold leverage for other things. I'm going to continue to focus on what's the right thing to do for the American people. And you know what? If it takes a fight, I'll have a fight.
So obviously we know that McCarthy is going to keep them in, he said, starting next week. There's only about 14 days until the government shuts down, and they're really running out of options here.
Running out of options, Julie, but they're also sort of heightening these tensions we see on the Hill because according to current House rules, it only takes a single member to force a vote to vacate the Speaker's chair. So does it seem like that's going to happen here? And what would it actually take to remove him?
Exactly, and that was one of the major concessions McCarthy made to get the gavel in the first place. He made a deal with the devil, as some lawmakers put to me yesterday behind the scenes. Congressman Matt Gaetz really in front on that effort, saying that he would file that motion to remove McCarthy. I should note that's never happened in history, a successful motion to oust a House Speaker. I should also note there's really no one in line to replace McCarthy, and even people who want to raise this motion against him, they know that. They don't have another option to fill in McCarthy's shoes. The problem, though, is that Democrats, especially with this impeachment inquiry launched against President Biden, who they feel like there's no basis for that, they're not looking to help McCarthy out of his problems. Even Jeffries, who's the Democratic leader, said yesterday that MAGA Republicans have the gaggle, those are his words, and they can they can make their way out of their own problems. The issue here, though, of course, is that Matt Gaetz can force this motion. Only one member is required to do so, and if Democrats don't help him, that means a handful of rebels essentially can oust McCarthy.
All right, NBC News congressional correspondent following it all for us, Julie Sirkin. Julie, thank you.
Morgan, today a Spanish judge issued a restraining order against the country's former soccer chief, Luis Rubiales. Now he faces possible criminal charges for kissing player Jenny Hermoso after her team's historic win last month. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from London. So, Molly, this escalated. Tell us about these potential charges that Rubiales may now face.
Hey guys, that's right. It has escalated. Of course, this has been going on since Spain's win at the World Cup. Well, Rubiales was questioned for 45 minutes by the judge. We are told the judge has not decided whether or not this will go to trial. But as far as Rubiales is concerned, he denied once again that he sexually assaulted Jenny Hermoso. He stuck to his story. Of course, this is what he has been doing for the last couple of weeks, guys.
It is here in that photo. Hermoso was on camera saying she didn't like the kiss. Molly, have we heard a response from Jenny Hermoso and her team?
We have not heard from Jenny Hermoso today yet. Her lawyer, though, has been very adamant. It was a non-consensual kiss is the language they are using. If this goes to trial, though, and regardless, I should say, if it goes to trial, Jenny Hermoso will be giving evidence in the court. Of course, if it does go to trial, we will be hearing, hopefully, a lot more from her side.
Molly, we know the team has a new coach, the first woman coach, but we're also hearing players are refusing to return. What's going on there?
Yeah, and it's really important to say, Vicky, that the players' complaints predate this kiss, predate the World Cup win. But that's right. First female coach, Montse Tomé, she was meant to hold a press conference actually this afternoon to announce her Spanish roster for a couple of friendly games that are coming up later this month. 39 players, including 21 from that World Cup winning squad, have signed a letter. Among the conditions they are demanding restructuring of women's football, restructuring of the women's leadership, the national leadership, I should say. And their demands, they say, are based on a zero tolerance for those who, quote, incited, covered up, or applauded attitudes that go against women's dignity. Though, guys, these are complaints that these players have had, though, for the last year. Very important to say, though, they feel currently that because they have won, people might actually listen to them now.
These world champs making the most of the spotlight. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. Thank you so much, Molly.
Well, many people have wondered what happens when we die. For one thing, research shows that even when our heart stops, our brain does not. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson spoke to one Ohio woman about her brush with death and how it led her to partner with an NYU doctor in a quest for answers.
The moments after death.
Mr. Pendleton, you know where you are, don't you?
Hollywood imagined Warren Beatty greeted by James Mason and Buck Henry in Heaven Can Wait.
Flatline.
Kiefer Sutherland and Kevin Bacon revisited their sins in Flatliners.
So was it, Dave? Was today a good day to die?
Mary Curran Hackett experienced none of those things.
It was like almost going home, and there was nothing to be afraid of.
The Cincinnati writer's heart stopped for several minutes in the hospital in 2004.
And I could see everything, feel everything, hear everything, even though I know now I was medically dying. I felt an overwhelming rush and almost a pressure being pulled, like almost like a force field being pulled back into my body. And then I woke up and saw the doctors that I had been seeing working on me.
Experience like Hackett's part of a new scientific study. It found people who went into cardiac arrest and were brought back to life by CPR, almost 40% had a recollection of dying. NYU's Dr. Sam Parnia is the lead researcher.
We found signs of normal brain electrical activity that is consistent with the types of things that we all have when we're fully conscious.
What does your study show about what happens to the brain after the heart stops?
Contrary to the way that doctors have been taught, that after the heart stops, the brain does not die. It hibernates, and it shows the ability to recover even an hour longer afterwards.
Parnia and Hackett are working on a book. Parnia hopes it will spur new innovation in resuscitation technology. Hackett hopes it will make us think.
If you talk about how you're going to die or what's going to happen when you die, it frames how you are going to live. And what could be more impactful?
As science tries to unlock the mystery of death. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Absolutely fascinating. All right, coming up next, we're going to take a look at how a new generation of Latinos is taking the shame out of not speaking Spanish. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We are kicking off Hispanic Heritage Month with the age-old question: how important is speaking Spanish when it comes to being Latino?
Yeah, it's an age-old question, but it's gotten new traction online. So I took a look at how a new generation is inspiring a movement to change that dynamic and reclaim what it means to be part of the community.
¿Cuál es su nombre?
My name?
It's a cross-cultural debate.
You can't speak it because you won't speak it.
That's reached a fever pitch online.
Mischievous.
Travesura?
Close.
Travieso?
Yeah.
With a growing number of Americans who identify as Latino but don't speak Spanish.
I'm Latino, but I don't speak Spanish.
How important is language to being Latino?
Your dad was a Spanish teacher.
For Anita Flores, whose father is Peruvian, not being fluent in Spanish sometimes felt like a shameful secret.
I didn't grow up speaking Spanish. By the time I started taking classes, I was struggling.
And she's not alone. The latest polling shows just 55% of U.S.-born Latinos speak Spanish at home, down from 66% in 1980. There's even a nickname for the trend, No Sabo Kids.
The term can be controversial. For example, in Spanish, if you don't know something, you say no sé. But for someone who's perhaps learning the language, you might confuse the grammar and say no sabo, which doesn't mean anything at all. So calling someone a no sabo could be considered a little offensive.
I did not choose the no sabo life. The no sabo life chose me.
But now a new generation of Latinos is taking that label and running with it. No Sabo Kid has already gotten more than 390 million views on TikTok alone. Some even turning the name into a game.
It helps challenge players' Spanish skills. It helps people share experiences growing up in a Latino household.
Carlos Torres says he created the Yo Sabo card game a year ago.
¿Cómo se dice apron in Spanish?
To help users build basic vocabulary after struggling with his own lack of Spanish fluency.
Growing up, I didn't really speak that much Spanish, mostly because I was trying to fit into the schools that I was going to. I've definitely heard of the term no sabo. There is so much more that makes us Latinos.
Hola, me llamo Elena y yo soy. Experiences companies like Spanish Sin Pena or Spanish Without Shame are working to provide in a different way. They've seen their customer base grow from a few dozen to nearly 1,000 per year since forming 6 years ago.
Okay, everybody, let's just get going.
With online courses geared toward Latinos who are learning Spanish.
Canción de él.
Learners just like Anita, who's been practicing through the program so she can communicate more with her father, who was recently diagnosed with dementia.
What if he forgets how to speak English? And I don't know if that'll happen, but if it does, I don't want to not be able to communicate with him. I love him. I feel very driven.
Your dad?
Yeah.
Now, after taking Spanish Sin Pena classes for 3 months,
from a scale of 1 to 10, I would say a 6.
She says she can hold a conversation in Spanish.
What would you say to other people who might be on the fence, who say, oh, I kind of want to learn Spanish, not really sure? What would you say to them?
It's never too late. It's never too late.
Never too late to learn or reconnect.
Well, speaking of connection, we are joined right now by Maestra Isa Muñoz, who is the creator of the YouTube channel called Aprende Peque. Maestra Isa, le doy la bienvenida. Thank you so much for joining us. I know that you're based in Mexico, and I have to tell you, I have a little one at home, que tiene 7 meses. She's 7 months old. And I was looking for instruction, but because we're a Spanish-speaking household, I was looking for something en español. And luckily, our wonderful producer, Marcus, found you. So tell us about your content. Talk to us about why you decided to start this channel.
First of all, thank you. It's really, really nice to hear that it's working and it's being liked. I didn't create it by my own. We are four Latin women. Two of the members are actually moms, and they were looking for, they're raising kids in US. So they were looking this Spanish, 100% Spanish content, and they couldn't find it. So we decided to create a channel that provides Spanish 100%. And
that's so important.
That's how we create it.
It's so important even for folks, maybe Spanish isn't even a language they speak in their household, but they know that it's helpful out in the world. I mean, the Hispanic population is the largest growing minority here in the United States. But talk to us, Maestra Isa, about how difficult it can be to raise bilingual or trilingual kids when the culture around you, when the infrastructure around you doesn't necessarily support it. In some cases, kids are stigmatized for speaking another language.
Well, exactly what you say. It's just the environment that surround our kids. It's not it's just English speaking, which is good because they have to learn it, but their heritage and their heritage,
totally correct,
in their families, Spanish it doesn't want to be lost, and so this is something that is challenging, but we need to practice it, and this is our goal, to create something that can actually help people, not just to learn it as a first language, but also as a second language as well. And we try to provide the basic words so they can create basic,
the foundation.
That's the word.
Completely.
So they can later build up to harder conversations and to open the doors from the world, because I know that English is like a global language. We have so many languages more, and it's also important.
And we love what you're saying. It's interesting, though, you mentioned, Maestra Isa, the loss of language, because when you actually look at data, that loss is measurable. One Pew study found that while 80% of foreign-born Latino parents, they encourage their kids to speak Spanish often, by the second generation, that number drops to 53%. So we only have a little bit of time left, but just very briefly, why is it so important to teach Español or any language so early?
We want to pass on our traditions. It's very important. This is our values. It's our how we were raised, and we want to make it to make it better, passing and how do you say it? Through generations, right?
Absolutely.
So that's why it's important. We don't want to be lost, and we don't want to get lost and
want to preserve it and share it. Creator of Aprende Pesque, Maestra Isa Muñoz. Maestra Muñoz, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck as you continue to share the beauty that is Spanish. You're watching NBC News Daily.
crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Florida state officials are now under fire after the state's Surgeon General said that people under the age of 65 should not get the new COVID vaccine.
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns shows us how the country's medical authorities are now pushing back.
As Americans are getting their first doses of the new COVID shots, a battle brewing in Florida over who should roll up their sleeve.
We did not and we will not allow the dystopian visions of paranoid hypochondriacs control our health policies, let alone our state.
Florida's Surgeon General issuing new guidance against the vaccine for anyone under 65. In direct defiance of CDC recommendations, the agency says anyone over 6 months of age who has not gotten vaccinated in the last 2 months should get the shot.
There's essentially no evidence for it. These mRNA COVID-19 products actually increase your chances of contracting COVID-19.
The CDC firing back, saying, quote, public health experts are in broad agreement about these facts, and efforts to undercut vaccine uptake are unfounded and dangerous.
The Florida Surgeon General is wrong. He's not practicing medicine, he's practicing politics. There's every evidence out there that if you're unvaccinated or if you're not up to date with your vaccines and you're an adult, that it's important to get this booster shot.
CDC data shows vaccines have provided enhanced protections from previous variants of the virus. Against the BA.1 variant, a booster shot increased vaccine effectiveness against COVID-related hospitalizations by 24 to 31%, and against the BA.2 variants by 28 to 45%. But it's DeSantis' bucking of the CDC and federal COVID response that helped transform the Florida governor into a national Republican star at the height of the pandemic and arguably opened the door to his presidential bid.
States like Florida that got people back open, we were attacked mercilessly because we were doing that.
If approved by lawmakers, DeSantis' effort permanently restricts COVID shot and mask rules in schools. It prevents public and private employers from hiring and firing based on mRNA shot status.
You don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
Now, the virus is taking center stage in a bitter GOP primary. In an interview with Megyn Kelly, former President Donald Trump discussing vaccines.
First of all, no mandates. I don't want mandates. I never had mandates.
And trying to distance himself from the country's former top infectious disease doctor, Anthony Fauci, to whom he awarded a presidential commendation for his work on the vaccine.
I don't know who gave him the commendation. I really don't know who gave him the commendation.
Presidential commendation. One went out to Mark
Somebody
Miller,
probably handed him a commendation.
DeSantis on Fox News Radio mocking Trump for the apparent reversal.
It literally says President Trump awards commendation. Is this the immaculate commendation or something like that? Did this happen out of thin air? Give me a break. People need to take responsibility for their actions.
The world's deadliest pandemic, a political wedge yet again. Dasha Burns, NBC News.
All right, here's what's trending right now. Celebrities are offering unique experiences on eBay to help support those impacted by the Hollywood double strike. Auction items include Parks and Rec star Adam Scott walking your dog, Girls creator Lena Dunham painting a mural in your home. I'd love that. Actress Natasha Lyonne helping you solve a New York Times crossword puzzle. Very interesting. Proceeds will support crew members who have lost their health insurance due to the strike.
Easy come, easy go. The possessions of the late rock star Freddie Mercury have all been sold by Sotheby's London for a record-breaking, get this, $50.4 million. Nearly 42,000 bids were placed for more than 1,400 items. The sale far exceeded expectations. For example, Mercury's Tiffany mustache comb. I didn't know you could have a mustache comb, but okay, that could come in handy. Very cool. That was expected to sell for just 400 pounds. It sold for 152,000 pounds instead. That's roughly $188,000.
Imagine.
Yeah.
And the Texas Longhorns women's basketball team was in for a pretty big surprise when rapper Drake stopped by to visit them in Austin. A video posted to the team's social media shows the Grammy winner greeting the team in their locker room while supporting a Longhorns jersey. One of the girls got to point out that he was wearing her number, 23. Drake was in town for his It's All a Blur tour. I feel like he raps about Texas a lot.
That's an amazing surprise. Yeah. Did he bring a Birkin bag? Was it Drake who's giving out Birkin bags at his concert?
I don't know.
I think we'd remember. Maybe next time.
Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and watch us free on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this Friday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, September 15th. On the picket line, the United Auto Workers Union is officially on strike after time ran out to reach a deal with the three biggest car makers. We'll take you live outside an assembly plant that's halted operations because of this walkout.
What happens in Vegas? Caesars confirms it was compromised by a cyber attack just days after MGM was the target of another breach. How the casino reportedly paid millions of dollars in ransom to protect sensitive guest data.
Exclusive interview. Newly anointed Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker sat down for an in-depth conversation with former President Donald Trump. What he said about the federal charges he's facing and whether he would pardon himself.
Closing the gap, Hispanic and Latino men are half as likely as white men to talk to a professional about their mental health, the reason for the disparity, and what is being done to erase the stigma.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Friday. We start right now with the unprecedented auto worker strike in Detroit that has pretty major implications for the entire U.S. economy. About 13,000 employees walked off the job today after their union could not come to terms on a new labor deal with the big three car makers. Now, as you can see there on your screen, workers are targeting three different assembly plants: a General Motors factory near St. Louis, a Ford facility just outside of Detroit, and a Stellantis center in Toledo, Ohio that makes Jeeps.
This is the first time in the union's 88-year history that all three companies are striking at the same time. Earlier this hour, we did hear from President Biden, who called on both sides to find some middle ground and to reach a new contract.
It's my hope that the parties can return to the negotiation table to forge a win-win agreement. The bottom line is that auto workers help create America's middle class. They deserve a contract that sustains them in the middle class.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is live outside the Stellantis factory in Toledo. Shaq, we hear the horns behind you. We've been hearing and talking about this for the past week now. The main issues, pay increases and benefits. What are you hearing today from both union members and automakers in terms of reaching a deal?
Yeah, let's start with the union members who are out here outside of this plant here in Toledo, Ohio. You know, for many of them, it's about respect. That's really what it comes down to. Yes, there are serious issues. There are issues with wages. They want higher wages. They want to shift this tier system where people are doing the same job and getting different pay. They want to address retirement. But the big picture is they want respect. They've seen American wages increase at a higher pace than theirs as auto workers. So that's why they're asking for that big wage increase. When you listen to automakers, they say they're disappointed that they're at this point. They say the demands that the UAW, the United Auto Workers, are making are simply not sustainable, that they can't run businesses, profitable businesses, with the demands in the increase in labor costs that the unions are asking for. So that is why we're at this impasse. We know that offers were exchanged up to yesterday, up to that deadline. We know there are no negotiations today, and we expect negotiations to begin tomorrow. So you can expect this strike at least to last into the weekend, guys.
Yeah, you mentioned you expect them to return to that negotiating table tomorrow, Shaq. But when could we sort of start to see some of the effects of these strikes? Like, for example, a potential car shortage or even higher prices?
You know, that is not an easy question to answer because of how unique this strike is. If this were all 150 or so thousand workers leaving the plant, well, then you could expect to see an immediate impact and a drastic impact. But we're talking about 3 plants, about 13,000 workers. So when in conversations that our colleagues have had with the CEOs, they say, yes, it'll be an immediate impact, but they don't say if that's days, weeks, or months. They're not specifying a timeline because automakers did see this coming, so they were able to make some maneuvers. But bottom line, any strike will have an economic impact. You're talking about workers, for example, thousands of them who will only see paychecks of $500 a week. That impacts the communities in which these plants are. And then from the consumer's perspective, as that inventory starts to dwindle down, that means costs and prices for these vehicles are going to slowly go up. And by the way, while it's just 3 plants right now, this is going to be a rolling process. So by Monday, it could be 6 or 9 plants. We don't know the end of it until that contract is signed.
All right, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster in the heart and the heat of things there. Shaq, thank you.
Morgan, now to the ongoing political fallout from the indictment of Hunter Biden. Democrats and Republicans on the Hill are now using the newly announced charges to feed their respective narratives surrounding the Justice Department. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now. So, Garrett, let's put the charges up on the screen. All 3 of them are related to Hunter's possession of a gun. They have nothing to do at this point that we can tell with the president. So how are lawmakers now politicizing this situation?
Yeah, Democrats and Republicans alike concede that there is nothing to do with Joe Biden in any of these charges. Democrats make the argument that the fact that the president's son was charged with any kind of crime is proof of the fairness of the justice system, that if even someone as connected as the son of the current president of the United States can face federal charges, that's just the rule of law working itself out. Republicans, in many cases House Republicans, see the possibility here that these could be the only charges against Hunter Biden, who they're investigating for multiple other misdeeds that they believe are criminal, and they see unfairness there. The Justice Department, for its part, says their investigations are still continuing.
Garrett, we know the president is protective of his son, Hunter. He is his sole surviving son. Are we expecting to hear anything from the White House on this? And long term, do voters care? Is this going to affect President Biden's reelection campaign?
It's a very good question. On the short term, I don't think you're going to see the White House or the president engage on these charges. Whenever President Biden is asked about anything having to do with Hunter Biden, he tends to dodge the substance of the question and just say that he loves his son. The White House is working hard behind the scenes to message around the impeachment inquiry and the elements of that have to deal with Hunter Biden. But I think you're going to not see very much out of Joe Biden's mouth on this, in part because it's personally so challenging for him to have to talk about his son and the legal problems that he faces, and also because he doesn't want to elevate it. Now, whether it'll affect the election, I think if this case or any other is going to trial, it could prove a major distraction for the public and for the president in a busy election year. So I do think it'll have an effect on 2024, but how much and exactly when is still an open question.
All right, NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake for us this Friday. Thank you, Garrett.
Well, Vicki, Las Vegas is reeling right now after 2 major cyber attacks. Caesars confirmed it's the second casino to be breached by hackers just this week, compromising not only its hotels and casinos, but also sensitive guest data. It comes after MGM disclosed a similar attack just earlier this week. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
The casino reportedly paid millions of dollars to protect that sensitive data, but that breach may have exposed the private information for countless customers.
Losing big. Caesars, the casino giant, confirming its fallen victim to a massive cyber attack. With hackers breaching their firewalls, they say the digital crooks hijacked critical data, including social security and driver's license numbers for customers who signed up for its loyalty program. Sources familiar with the matter tell CNBC the criminal cyber group demanded a $30 million ransom before the casino paid half of it.
Why is that data so important?
Because that data can be used by people that like to commit identity theft, to open new credit cards, to get driver's license, to get social security cards, to open a mortgage, to take out loans.
Confirming the sensitive breach to the Securities and Exchange Commission, Caesars Entertainment writing in part, "We have taken steps to ensure that the stolen data is deleted by the unauthorized actor, although we cannot guarantee this result." Caesars is one of at least 2 major hotels attacked by hackers. Just down the Vegas Strip at the MGM, slot machines suddenly went down this week and guests waited hours to check into rooms.
It just throughout the day got worse and worse and worse.
This has to be costing MGM millions of dollars an hour.
With MGM saying they are working diligently to resolve our cybersecurity issue, the Vegas breach even affecting one famous duo, Amy Poehler and Maya Rudolph, making the best of it. But as customers are reeling, the FBI is investigating if both attacks were coordinated by the same group and whether customer data from MGM has also been compromised.
We don't encourage people to pay ransoms just simply because ransomware groups are not trustworthy, but because data is so sensitive and so valuable, oftentimes organizations have no choice.
A big gamble to protect stolen data, but it appears luck has run out for 2 major casinos.
At this moment, it's unclear if that sensitive data has been released or made its way onto the dark web. The FBI says that remains part of their investigation. Back to you.
Miguel, thank you. It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Talks of a potential ABC sale are heating up, with media mogul Byron Allen making a $10 billion offer for the TV network. The tentative deal would include Disney's flagship network, as well as FX and National Geographic.
To unpack all of this, we have CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joining us now. Dom, this is a pretty big deal. So break down what this offer actually entails, and are there any negotiations that are already going on?
Morgan, Vicki, this is a potentially big deal. There's the offer from Byron Allen, as you point out, and Disney has also been holding separate talks with Nexstar Media about whether to sell the ABC network and its local TV stations. Those discussions and the interest overall are preliminary in nature. Sources say no deal has been confirmed, but talks could help determine the new outlet's value overall. These discussions come after Disney CEO Bob Iger said he was looking to sell possibly some of the company's TV assets as viewers turn more towards streaming services and content. We've also got a Polish company picking a new high-tech CEO. The rum producer tapped an AI robot, yes, named Mika, to head its operations. Dictator, as it's known, insists the move is not a stunt and says that Mika is needed to help the company deal with data-driven decisions. So you got that. And then some happy little trees from the iconic American painter Bob Ross can now be yours. The very first on-air painting from Ross's Joy of Painting series is up for sale for nearly $10 million. Up until now, it has been in the possession of an early volunteer on that particular show. I remember the show. I watched it a lot. It was like PBS, but I was a small child back then. But I'm definitely more concerned, ladies, about the idea that you can now have an AI-powered bot running an actual company.
Thank you. That was the question I was going to ask you. I love the Bob Ross painting, but what is the deal with AI CEO? And also, it's a lot cheaper, right, Dom?
You don't, I guess, have to pay them stock option incentive grants or anything else.
No health insurance benefits, no nothing.
Wow.
No.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu, thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
New fallout today from an unwanted kiss caught on camera at the Women's World Cup. What's playing out in court for Spain's former soccer chief coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
New drama this week involving the family that inspired the movie The Blind Side. Sean and Leanne Toohey have now filed a response to former NFL player Michael Oher's recent allegations that they tricked him into a conservatorship. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more on the legal battle.
Are you going to protect the family, Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
The real-life story behind the Oscar-winning film The Blind Side is putting Sean and Leanne Toohey on defense. They deny allegations they kept former NFL star Michael Oher's conservatorship a secret for nearly 2 decades, telling the court they never used the arrangement to control contracts and profit off his name and likeness.
We want to know if you would like to become part of this family.
Kind of thought I already was.
The Tooheys had the opportunity to adopt the then 18-year-old, but in response to a petition filed by Oher last month, the Tooheys now say they vehemently deny they ever told Oher they intended to legally adopt him, saying the decision to establish a conservatorship was made to avoid an NCAA violation when he went on to play for the University of Mississippi and was something Oher was aware of.
2011, he acknowledged that there was, in fact, a conservatorship.
Their attorneys pointing to Orr's book, I Beat the Odds, in which he wrote, Sean and Leanne would be named as my legal conservators. I was just happy that no one could argue that we weren't legally what we already knew was real. We were a family.
It seems strange that the Tuohys go to such great lengths to say how they considered Orr a son, but they don't really explain why they chose a conservatorship over actually legally adopting him.
Orr is now asking the judge to let him out of the conservatorship and for the Tuohys to pay him money he says he's owed, including profits the family made from The Blind Side.
I hear Mrs. Tuohy, I look over my shoulder for my mother-in-law. Call me Leanne or Mama or almost anything else.
The Tuohys say they were paid less than $225,000 for their story, which was divided equally among the whole family. Writing, the family, including Orr, met regarding the distribution of any proceeds from the movie, and all agreed to this arrangement. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Heading overseas for just a moment, Spain's former soccer chief appeared in court today. Luis Rubiales is facing possible criminal charges for kissing Spanish player Jenny Hermoso after her team won the Women's World Cup. But during the hearing today, Rubiales still denied any wrongdoing. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now live from London. Molly, first, just sort of give us the lay of the land. What happened in court today? I understand that a judge issued a restraining order.
Yeah, Morgan, that's right. And very important to note that this hasn't actually gone to trial. So what we understand today is the judge questioned Rubiales for 45 minutes. As you just mentioned, Rubiales doubled down, or I should say triple, quadrupled down after the last 5 weeks, absolutely vehemently denying that he sexually assaulted Jenny Hermoso. And then the judge handed down a restraining order. He cannot get within 200 meters, or about 650 feet of Jenny Hermoso, Morgan.
Give us a sense, though, Molly. I mean, why did it take so long for Rubiales to resign?
Morgan, I think that is the question on everyone's mind. The pressure, as you might remember, immediately after that picture, of course, came out live on television after the Spanish women won. The pressure was immediate that week. Of course, FIFA suspended him for 90 days in that first week. The Spanish coach was fired the following week. There has been so much pressure. We've, of course, heard from Jenny Hermoso multiple times why it took him until this week to resign. In an interview with Piers Morgan, Morgan, I have no idea.
Molly, look, the women's team, though, in the meantime, it sounds like a lot of people there don't really have an idea what's next either because they're in limbo. A lot of players refusing to play. What's happening there?
They're in huge limbo. And Morgan, I think what's so interesting and what this is really kind of bringing to the fore is, do we only listen to women when they win? So what these complaints are coming in on, 39 players, including 21 from the winning World Cup team, have signed a letter saying these are our conditions to play. And they say their demands are based on zero tolerance for those who incited, covered up, or applauded attitudes that go against women's dignity. They are asking, Morgan, before they play, for a restructuring of the national leadership for the Soccer Federation. But they are very clear that all of these demands predate the World Cup win. Interestingly, today, the first women's coach of that team, who was just named, Montse Tomé, was supposed to hold a press conference announcing her new roster. That press conference was rescheduled. Morgan?
I think you asked the million-dollar question, do we only listen to women when they win? NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, thank you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
On this day, 60 years ago, a historic black Birmingham church was bombed as an act of racism and hate.
Today, co-host Chanel Jones visits the 16th Street Baptist Church on the anniversary of that bombing.
This is the same building, the same sanctuary that was bombed. We say that the history of the church is a part of his story, and that's the story of God's love, mercy, and grace.
With 21 years behind the pulpit, Pastor Arthur Price Jr. is the longest-serving pastor of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama.
What does this 60th anniversary year mean for you and the congregation?
It means that we have a state of resiliency. We know in 1963 that the Ku Klux Klan bombed this church. 4 girls lost their lives, but yet in spite of all of that, the church is still thriving.
The bomb, placed outdoors beneath church steps, took the lives of 14-year-olds Addie Mae Collins, Cynthia Wesley, Carol Robertson, and 11-year-old Denise McNair, who are getting ready for service inside the women's lounge in the basement.
I understand, Joyce, that you were getting ready to go to the service that day?
Yes, that's correct.
What happened?
My father received a phone call from my aunt. She called to tell us that the church had been bombed. Denise McNair was a family member. Her mother and my father were first cousins.
Oh, so she was your little cousin?
Yes.
How old were you?
I was 12 years old.
Did you ever question, what if I would have been with my cousin at the time?
We just knew that God was in control and it was going to be made right at some point in time. Behind this wall is where the women's restroom used to be.
Church members Joyce Holloway and Armin Bragg reflect on their journeys while guiding visitors through the tour ministry.
What is it inside of you that said, you know what, I'm going to stay here?
I replaced fear with courage. Nobody was going to run me away, and if I had to endure bombing again, I would go through that.
How old were you when it happened?
I was 18 years old. So I had dropped my sister off here at Sunday school, and I went on to work. It wasn't until 2 o'clock that I heard, witnessed police patrols in the streets. I turned on the radio to see what was happening. I immediately rushed home, and my dad told me that he had talked to my sister. She was still at the church here, talking to the FBI.
Did you come to the scene?
Later on that evening, I did.
Do you remember what you saw and how you felt?
Well, I saw the big gaping hole in the wall. There's not an adjective to describe how bad I felt. I was in shock.
How did you find a resolution in there somewhere in yourself?
Well, I guess it's just like a sore on your arm or leg. Over time, it heals.
Beyond the tragedy of the 4 girls lost, there is another critical part to this story. A 5th little girl in the lounge that day survived.
It started out as another beautiful, ordinary day. What do you remember about that morning? How old were you?
I was 12 years old. We walked to church that Sunday. They was gonna have a youth day program, and we was going to sing in the choir.
It took decades for Sarah Collins Rudolph to speak publicly about what she endured and the loss of her older sister, Addie.
When Denise McNair walked over to Addie, and she said, "Addie, tie my sash." So she reached her hand out to tie the sash, and I heard this loud noise, boom. And all I could do was say, "Jesus, Addie, Addie, Addie," but she didn't answer.
There's a statue in Birmingham. It all revolves around what you remember.
They put them up because of what I sing in the restroom.
As a child, was it hard trying to move forward?
I was in a very nervous condition and so fearful because when they remodeled the church in June 1964, I just couldn't go in there anymore.
Is there a day that goes by that you don't think about what happened?
No, I think about it every day because they had to remove my right eye. And when I look in the mirror at it, I just think about it, you know, just what happened.
What would you tell that little girl?
We got to live on. We just can't die in our minds and our hearts and stay there. We got to get up and keep on moving.
What message do you want to leave people with?
Hope that out of tragedy comes triumph. That in spite of chaos and confusion, courage does prevail.
Chanel Jones, NBC News.
And courage does prevail. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back now on this Friday, so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Drew Barrymore's alleged stalker has been arrested after trying to track down actress Emma Watson at a New York fashion show. According to court documents, 43-year-old Chad Busto broke into a backstage dressing area where he demanded to speak to Watson and said he wanted to marry her. Busto has been charged with 2 counts of trespassing and disorderly conduct.
Next week, Planned Parenthood will resume abortion care services in Wisconsin. This comes after a judge ruled that a centuries-old law in the state, which seemed to ban the procedure, actually does not. Clinics across Wisconsin stopped offering abortions last year after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
And NASA's James Webb Telescope has captured something truly, well, out of this world. Images of a newly born star. The picture shows the supersonic outflow from the baby star, one of the youngest caught on camera in the solar system. It's located about 1,000 light years from Earth and will eventually grow into a star quite similar to the sun.
Those pictures never get old. A baby star.
They never cease to amaze.
How cool is that? All right, we're going to start this half hour tracking Hurricane Lee, which is barreling north up the Atlantic coast. It is expected to make landfall as early as tomorrow.
That's right. The Category 1 storm is targeting the New England coast and Nova Scotia, as well as Canada, an area that's not used to dealing with major hurricanes. The governors of Maine and Massachusetts have declared states of emergency. Let's head to Kathy Park in Portland, Maine, with the latest. We talked about Nova Scotia, Canada. We talked about New England coast. Kathy, how hard is Portland expecting to get hit if this hurricane does stay, in fact, on its current path?
Morgan, good afternoon. So according to the latest models, it appears the storm is shifting slightly east. So right now, forecasters are saying it will likely be a pretty nasty nor'easter come Saturday. So we're looking at some rain as well as powerful winds in the next 24 hours. But obviously, as you can see right now, it's a beautiful day here in Portland, Maine. Over here is Casco Bay, and the waves starting to turn. We're kind of starting to feel the wind starting to pick up as well. But a lot of the residents here, you know, they are pretty precautious about what's headed this way. But, you know, we're kind of in the downtown area right now. A lot of the businesses, it's kind of business as usual at this point. And they're telling me tomorrow they're going to make a game time decision as far as closing down. But once again, the skies are pretty clear, sunny, breezy at this point, but it will look very different in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, Kath, we were talking to Marissa Parra in the last hour, and she said it was sort of just everybody's out on their boats, enjoying that nice weather. People don't seem to be too perturbed, and yet the governor declared a state of emergency. So what are the officials in that area and New England in general most concerned about?
So, Vicki, that's a great question. Obviously, New England, especially here in Portland, we're surrounded by water, right? There are marinas everywhere. We're at Spring Point Marina, not too far from here, earlier this morning. And I was told by the dock master that they have removed all of their vessels. In fact, they got the work done pretty early on. They started Sunday into Monday. They have 450 boats, and they were able to pull all of them out, and they plan on securing everything on that boat today. And earlier this morning, we actually saw some owners coming out, just making sure everything is tied down. So here's a little bit more from my conversation with a dockmaster earlier today. Take a listen.
We decided to pull all vessels out of these two facilities, top to bottom, from accounting to maintenance. We all pitched in Monday and Tuesday to get all these boats out of the water. In my 11 years down here, we've had a full haul out like this about once.
So as you heard there, folks are cautious, but they are hopeful there will be minimal damage. But of course, they're going to have to assess the situation come Sunday to see how much damage there is. But that really is the biggest concern post-storm, just how much infrastructure damage there might be on the ground.
All right, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park live in Portland, Maine for us. Thanks so much, Kathy.
Now to our exclusive interview with former President Donald Trump.
The new host of Meet the Press, our Kristen Welker, asked him about the federal charges he is facing and whether he would pardon himself if elected president. Take a listen.
Mr. President, if you were reelected, would you pardon yourself?
I could have pardoned myself. Do you know what? I was given an option to pardon myself. I could have pardoned myself when I left. People said, would you like to pardon yourself? I had a couple of attorneys that said, you can do it if you want. I had some people that said it would look bad if you do it, because I think it would look terrible. I said, here's the story. These people are thugs, horrible people, fascists, Marxists, sick people. They've been after me from the day I came down the escalator with Melania, and I did a great job as president. People were acknowledged. Great economy, great jobs, great this, great that, rebuilt the military, Space Force, everything. I could go on forever. Let me just tell you. I said, the last thing I'd ever do is give myself a pardon. I could have given myself a pardon. Don't ask me about what I would do. I could have, the last day, I could have had a pardon done that would have saved me all of these lawyers and all of these fake charges, these Biden indictments. They're all Biden indictments, political. They indicted, they want to arrest their political opponents. Only third world countries do that, banana republics. So, ready? I never said this to anybody. I was given the option. I could have done a pardon of myself. You know what I said? I have no interest in even thinking about it. I never even wanted to think about it. And I could have done it. And all of these questions you're asking me about the fake charges, you wouldn't be asking me, because it's a very powerful thing for a president. I was told by some people that these are sick lunatics that I'm dealing with. Give yourself a pardon, your life will be a lot easier. I said, I would never give myself a pardon.
Even if you were reelected in this moment?
Well, I think it's very unlikely. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. You mean because I challenged an election, they want to put me in jail?
We should also know NBC News did extend an invitation for an interview with Kristen to President Joe Biden.
And you can watch more of our in-depth interview with former President Donald Trump this Sunday on Meet the Press, Kristen's first show as moderator.
Now to the growing migrant crisis in the U.S. San Diego is the latest city to feel the pressure after Border Patrol officers dropped off busloads of migrants in the city on Wednesday.
The agency says it's standard procedure, but locals are growing more concerned about safety. NBC's Valerie Castro has more on the nationwide calls for federal help.
Dozens of people filing off 3 buses in San Diego, the majority adult men, carrying a backpack of belongings with documents in hand. The group released by Customs and Border Patrol at a local transit center to figure out the next steps in their journey.
It's no problem if I go to Chicago. Wherever you want.
CBP calling the drop-offs standard procedure, but critics say it's proof of an oversight in a strained system across the Department of Homeland Security, losing track of asylum seekers as they wait for immigration hearings, while many continue to arrive at border crossings.
Was it a rough journey?
Yes.
How many days?
2 days. My husband beats me anytime. I want to make my life better.
A Border Patrol agent telling NBC San Diego about 700 migrants were there on Wednesday, waiting along the border fence, some setting up camp there while the nearby border crossing is temporarily shut down. The drop-offs, a way to alleviate crowding at the crossings. But the DHS Office of Inspector General, an internal watchdog group, found that during a 17-month stretch, 177,000 address records for migrants processed and released into the U.S. were blank or did not contain legitimate locations. CBP explaining that migrants are released near transit centers when non-governmental aid groups are at capacity and after consulting with local governments. In a statement saying in part, CBP is working according to plan and as part of our standard processes to quickly decompress the areas along the southwest border. The concerns also growing thousands of miles from the border in New York City.
Immigration is a federal problem. It calls for a federal solution.
Where state and city leaders continue to pressure the Biden administration for help.
Help us decompress people at the border so that we're not getting 3,200 people through our front door. Let's call for a federal declaration of emergency.
The Department of Homeland Security conducting an assessment of the city's handling of the migrant influx. A senior DHS official familiar with the team's findings telling NBC's Julia Ainsley the team found the city has no exit strategy to see that migrants find their way out of its shelter system.
I keep reminding everyone that no matter how well we do to get people out the system, if we have that amount of people that are continuing to come through the front door, it is going to be hard to keep up.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
All right, so we are kicking off Hispanic Heritage Month with a focus on the mental health challenges facing Latino communities. According to federal data, Hispanic and Latino men are 50% less likely to have received mental health treatment compared to white men.
And they're also 4 times more likely to die by suicide compared to Hispanic women. Joining us now is Dr. Eric Sr. He's a clinical psychologist at the National Hispanic and Latino Mental Health Technology Transfer Center that is funded by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. Dr. Sr., thanks so much for being with us. Let's just start with a simple question. Why are Hispanic men less likely to seek out mental health services?
Yeah, one important reason is stigma, which can be attached to mental health and mental health services. That can definitely deter them from seeking services. And some Latinos and communities seeking services may be viewed as a sign of weakness. And if you have traditional gender roles related to masculinity, that may result in insecurity and not seeking services.
You talk about some of the stigma, but can we just stay there for a minute? I mean, we talk about machismo, for example, and a lot of Latino cultural elements. I mean, it's a Hispanic, an element of Hispanic culture that can be present also in other Caribbean cultures. I mean, talk to us about sort of how that notion of masculinity, of manhood, can sometimes be a hurdle.
Well, it definitely can in terms of when you have rigid traditional gender norms associated with machismo, associated with dominance, with proudness, and also I think most importantly, minimizing symptoms and not expressing emotions. So there may be this expectation to not be emotionally vulnerable, to not show weakness. And so that can definitely not only deter from seeking services, but also showing up to services and aggravating symptoms.
I love what you said about minimizing symptoms, because, I mean, how often do we hear that, right? The pressure for men to say, no, estoy bien, it's fine, I'm okay, nothing to see here. When, you know, look, like, it's okay to need a little bit of help.
Dr. Senior, beyond Hispanic culture, I mean, there are many cultures where mental health services, seeking out help is stigmatized. What are some actionable tips that you have for folks who want to take better care of their mental health and also to support people in their families who need it?
Yeah, so I think one important aspect is to find providers who can offer maybe sliding scale fees. Also, they are accessible, and most importantly, right, that you feel comfortable with. And people, particularly Hispanic and Latino males, should know that when you seek mental health services, they are confidential. And so you can look for a provider who's interested not only in yourself and your symptoms, but also in your background, who you are as a person, how you define yourself. And this can be very a breakthrough process in terms of mental health treatment. So absolutely, those will be some things to do.
All right. Resources are available. Help is available. A great conversation. Thank you for helping us start it. Dr. Eric Sr., thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
It's so important to have more providers who are from different backgrounds,
too.
and
willing to recognize kind of those symptoms.
Absolutely. All right. Well, it has been 1 year since the launch of NBC News Daily. We're going to take a trip down memory lane to look back at the biggest moments of the last year when we come back. More NBC News Daily right after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hampton Liberty.
All right, it just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, this week we are celebrating something special, the 1-year anniversary of NBC News Daily. It has been a year filled with so many memorable news events and also some milestones for our team here at Daily as well.
So to mark the occasion, let's take a quick look back at some of the biggest moments from our first year on the air.
It gives me so much joy to see the two of you rocking this hour, rocking it together.
It is hard to believe it has been a year.
This is a privilege to do this work, but to do something new, that's the type of opportunity that doesn't really come along quite often.
We live for breaking news here at NBC News Daily.
We begin right now with breaking news.
As Hurricane Ian continues to tear along the East Coast.
You could hear the chimney getting ripped off the roof and coming down right above my head.
Well, we are following Hurricane Idalia.
You've got to evacuate and
most people did.
We're the first crew that's here where the storm made landfall.
I live for the moments where we get to bring viewers news in real time.
The unprecedented indictment of Donald Trump.
Overhead, there are a minimum of 4 helicopters.
Live pictures right now. There is Mr. Trump there leaving his property.
Russia is ratcheting up attacks on Ukraine's most critical infrastructure.
Everyone here remembers exactly where they were a year ago at 5 o'clock in the morning when Russian troops crossed the border.
Tens of thousands of mourners gathered to honor former Pope Benedict.
The first time in more than 600 years, a current pope has presided over his predecessor's funeral mass.
The funeral of Queen Elizabeth II.
Well, this is really the time for the royal family to say their goodbyes privately.
Residual smoke from the massive wildfires in Canada is traveling south.
The backdrop behind me says it all.
Search and rescue teams are racing to find the lost sub that went missing, touring the wreckage of the Titanic.
The midterm elections as the situation changes by the minute.
NBC News projects the GOP has in fact won control of the House.
This is the news you can use. This is the news you need. And it's the news that's happening right now.
What are some ways that we can actually, save a little bit?
My first tip is think about downgrading.
Well, I went recently to a summer camp there in Princeton, New Jersey, where the focus was all about AI.
My favorite thing about the show is the energy. We have an amazing team, both behind the scenes and on set with Morgan.
Wow, ladies. Oh,
you did not observe.
All right, go shopping with y'all this weekend.
If you have been seeing the color pink everywhere lately, it's true. It's a huge marketing push.
Our guests are dynamic. Our reporters are dynamic, which means our conversations and the way that we serve is dynamic.
The morning show is back.
We were talking about that.
A little too on the nose, but I had to show you.
I'm very interested in healthy living.
First, I'd like to thank Dr. Lucille O'Neill. That's my mother.
Morgan is currently on maternity. I'm so happy to have you back.
I'm so happy to be back with you, Vicki, to be back with you. It's an emotional time. It's an exciting time. And I thank you guys for cocooning me in your care. I cannot believe it's already been a year. What a wild, fun, incredible ride.
I feel so grateful, so privileged and honored to be a part of the launch of NBC News Daily and to get it started in such a successful way. Fun moment for us, and we're going to take a shot of our control room. There they are.
We love you guys.
Yes. Applause all around. We want to thank Marcus, our line producer, for putting together that video of our first year here on NBC News Daily. There you are. Yes. And a big thank you, really, to our entire team from the control room in the studio. Here are our producers, our associate producers, our production assistants, and our interns who work hard every day to put us on the air for you.
And most importantly, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to watch, to question, to learn with us each and every day. You make this show possible, and we look forward to continuing our conversation with you. Thank you all so much. And you are watching, go ahead, ladies and gentlemen, NBC News Daily!
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
September is National Honey Month. Did you know that?
I did not. I learned that about 30 seconds ago.
Okay, all right. Today, years old. In honor of the sweet holiday, our friends at the Today Show, they're taking us behind the scenes of how honey is made.
That's right. Today Show co-host Al Roker has more on the hardworking honeybees and the beekeepers who help their hives thrive.
This is it, the bee's knees. We got Nick Heffley of Aster Apiaries here, and he's going to take us upstairs to show us some of his hives.
The excitement was buzzing as we made our way to Nick's rooftop hives and suited up.
It's very graceful.
Dylan, I am your father.
First, the master beekeeper sharing some fast facts to get us up to speed.
In this one hive, there are about 30,000 bees.
Wow.
That's a lot of bees.
No, the bees are your friends.
They're your friends. They all have jobs to do, and those do not include checking us out.
Turns out they're all kind of busy workers.
We have foragers in here. We have house bees in here.
With all sorts of tasks in and out of their home.
There are guard bees. There are mortician bees. When they first emerge, they're a cleaner bee, and then eventually they'll become foragers once they get old enough.
Are the foragers only female bees?
All the worker bees are female bees. So 95% of the hive, and in some hives, 100% of the hive will be female.
While female bees are able to take on any one of the 8 available hive chores, male or drone bees have precisely one job: to mate with a queen from a different colony so she can return to lay more eggs, about 2,000 a day.
Right now, we have a lot of confused bees as well. And they're just trying to figure out why there's so many new landmarks around their hive.
Yeah.
Right
They're like, is that Al Roker? Oh my God.
now. All right, so we're gonna pull out a couple frames here.
Oh, this is awesome.
This seems like it would annoy them.
It's something that we want to do slowly.
How would you characterize the state of the bee population right now in our country?
The bee population, as far as managed hives, is actually not falling as much as everybody thinks it is. There's a lot of concern more on native pollinators and those unmanaged bees.
I see. Wow, look at that.
Soon, it was Craig's turn to handle the frames.
They're a little annoyed with me. Kind of like you guys.
While Nick helped us spot the monarch.
Now, what were you saying she's doing there?
She's walking around right now looking for cells to lay eggs in.
So humble. I'd be on a throne. I'd let them do all the work. She does walk around like she's the queen bee.
Right now, the queen is exposed, so they're getting around her to keep her nice and warm.
Wow. That's crazy.
God save the queen.
After tucking the bees back in, Nick treating us to a tour tradition.
This is how the bees leave it when we're ready to harvest. So what you can do is you can just press your finger right into it, and you can try some of the honey direct from the hive.
Oh, that's great.
That's
the purest honey we've ever had.
Oh my God. That's just honey.
Nothing but honey.
That's about as fresh as it gets.
All right. But we wanted to see how honey gets from the comb to our home. So we headed to Nick's shop, the honey house at Aster Apiaries.
We're gonna do a little honey harvesting. The first thing that we've got to do is we've actually got to remove all of the cappings here. Now that all the honey is exposed, we can actually take this to our extractor.
Oh,
that's where the magic happens in separating everything.
Craig got to flip the extractor switch. Of course he did.
We'll just turn this dial up to about 30.
Are you sure you're ready?
Oh,
here it goes.
So this is like a honey tilt-a-whirl.
And that's the honey right there. Okay, with this job.
After all our hard work, we treated ourselves to a snack break.
What you just got is actually also a bit of a spicy salami, sweet and spicy.
Oh, wow.
Before jarring some honey to take home.
1.5 million visits of a bee to make that amount of honey.
That was one busy bee.
Cheers.
Cheers to honey.
To honey.
To the sweetest story and buddy up we've ever done.
Aww.
All right.
Al Roker, NBC News.
Sweet as honey.
Sweet as honey. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, or wherever you stream.
And happy one-year anniversary to NBC News
one-year
Daily.
anniversary. Here we go.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize this is
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Zinklea Asamoah.
I'm Joe Fryer in for Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Friday, September 15th, 2023, walking out thousands of auto workers on the picket lines in the first strike ever against all of Detroit's big three automakers. How this could hit not just the auto industry, but the entire U.S. economy.
Courtroom shocker. 3 men accused of plotting to kidnap Michigan's governor are found not guilty. Why there were gasps in the courtroom as the men learned they would walk free.
Threat thwarted. A new report finds more people on the FBI's terror watch list are trying to cross the southern border. So what happens after they've been caught?
And symptom checker. This new wave of coronavirus cases is not your 2020 COVID. My doctors are having a harder time diagnosing the virus.
I've heard it said it's sniffing season. So.
It is. Just sitting on the subway, you're like, what's going on here, all of you? Why are you coughing? All right, good to have you with us. We begin this hour with that historic labor strike just getting underway.
Yeah, it could prove consequential for workers, the auto industry, and the U.S. economy. Around 13,000 members of the United Auto Workers Union are picketing outside assembly plants in Michigan, Ohio, and Missouri. The strike is unlike any other we've seen from the union in its 88-year history. history.
For the first time, workers are simultaneously striking against all of the big three manufacturers, General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, which makes Chrysler. After weeks of negotiations, the two sides failed to reach a new contract before Thursday's midnight deadline. The strike started immediately after that. President Biden, who has been in the middle of these talks, says that he is sending members of his administration to help hammer out a deal, but ultimately, he says the burden does fall on the corporations.
Record corporate profits, which they have, should be shared by record contracts for the UAW. And just as we're building an economy of the future, we need labor agreements for the future.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is on the ground in Detroit, Michigan for us. Jesse, it seems like we've been talking about so many labor strikes this year. So what makes this one significant beyond the auto industry? And what are you hearing from workers on the picket line?
Yeah, so we're outside of Detroit in Wayne, Michigan right now. This is a Ford plant behind me. The workers there, part of UAW 900, or 600, excuse me. 600, sorry. A lot of you locals out here are currently on strike. This is broader than just about this union because of President Biden's history with the UAW, with union workers. He spoke a short time ago trying to make a push saying that no one wants to see a strike, but that he respects workers' right to strike, and that record profit should mean record compensation, record contracts for the UAW workers. This is a bit of a political football for him because he has been making a push for an EV future. The automakers say that if they're going to be investing more in electric vehicles for the future, that means they can't be spending as much money on workers, and the union labor, the union contracts wind up being more expensive. So the big three pay more for labor in the U.S. than other car makers. So there are a lot of pressures on these companies. The union workers are calling for bigger pay. They're looking for more retirement benefits, among other demands. And right now there is still a gap between what the two sides are asking for, and there is still this lingering impasse. Here's what we heard from at least one worker earlier in Toledo.
It's a little scary because we don't know how long this is going to last, but we trust our union, and we're willing to do what we have to do to get the job done.
Yeah, just a correction, by the way, we are at local 900. You can hear the horns honking behind me, people with the picket signs out here. This has been going on for hours, and at this point, it's probably going to last at least through the night because the UAW has paused negotiations on their end today to have their leadership on strike with the workers. Back to you.
So, Jesse, I know you've spoken with some of the heads of these auto companies. What are they saying?
Yeah, so we've gone one-on-one with the CEOs of GM and Ford, Joe. Both of them say that they got their first substantive counteroffers from the union late yesterday, but the union also says that the companies have been dragging their feet in negotiations. So there's the finger pointing, the back and forth, the CEOs having a different stance on things like pension and retiree health care. The Ford CEO saying that would bankrupt the company, the demands that UAW is having right now. The GM CEO was not as specific or alarmist on that front, saying that negotiations are an important part of figuring out where things can be worked out. Here's part of what we heard from both CEOs.
We want to get this done. This will not be good for the economy overall, and again for all the communities that are impacted, from when a plant is in their city.
What they've offered to us is untenable. We can't sustain our company. We'd go bankrupt in a matter of years.
There's a lot of concern about the broader implications, even beyond the workers who are striking right now, guys. Back to you.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
Well, Hunter Biden's attorney is slamming the new indictment of President Biden's son, calling it unconstitutional. Hunter Biden was indicted on 3 federal gun charges yesterday in Delaware. The crimes are related to lying about his drug use when trying to buy a gun. The indictment came after a plea deal to resolve his legal issue collapsed in court back in July. NBC's Garrett Hake joins us now from Washington, D.C. Garrett, what else is Hunter Biden's attorney saying about this case today?
Yeah, Zigley, Hunter Biden's attorney is arguing that the statute on which this gun law is based is unconstitutional in violation of the Second Amendment. And he goes further still and argues that the timing of these particular charges suggests that they had no bearing on the crime itself. They are purely motivated by politics. Listen to what he said in an interview this morning.
What's odd about this is the fact that this happened in 2018. Law enforcement showed up, no charges. The U.S. Attorney's Office has known about this for years, no charges. When they found out about it and made a deal, it was for a diverted agreement. What changed? Not the facts, not the law, but all the politics that have now come into play.
Ziegler, the other thing that has changed is we're getting close to the end of the statute of limitations. If prosecutors were ever going to charge this crime, they basically had to do it by the end of this month. So we'll see how this plays out with the charges in front of the president's son now, and perhaps more to come on the tax issues that were supposed to be part of that other plea deal that fell apart earlier this summer.
And Garrett, something that hasn't changed is that we've heard from Republicans over and over again saying these new charges are not enough. Notably, Hunter Biden's business is at the heart of the House GOP's impeachment inquiry. So where does the political fallout go from here in Washington?
Yeah, House Republicans certainly want to see the tax charges that I was just speaking about added to this. We know that that's something the federal government was looking at because it was part of that plea deal that fell apart back in July. But beyond that, House Republicans believe that Hunter Biden was up to all kinds of no good, basically, over abroad, selling access to the Biden family, selling the Biden brand. That's the central element to their impeachment inquiry case that they hope to make. They've produced no evidence directly linking Hunter Biden to the president. But I think this kind of cloud around Hunter Biden, even on charges like these that even House Republicans agree have no bearing on the current president, kind of create that murkiness of distrust that House Republicans are hoping to exploit to damage the president and Democrats politically.
All right, Garrett Hake with the latest. Thank you so much.
Right now, Hurricane Lee is making its way toward the New England coast. It could make landfall as early as tomorrow afternoon, and it does seem to be weakening. Still, folks in places like Maine and Massachusetts are preparing just in case. They're putting up floodgates, picking up sandbags, and tying down their boats. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the storm. Bill, let's get right to you. How concerned should people be about this right now?
If I was in down East Maine and I had a lot of trees around my property, I'd be concerned. If I was on Cape Cod and kind of had the same, I'd be watching this very closely. Everyone else, though, I think this is mostly going to be considered a glancing blow by the time they're done, kind of like a nor'easter minus the snow. So I think we can deal with that. So the only trick is that it's been really wet in some of these areas, and now that we're having the winds go in these areas with the trees and the soil may be a little loose, we could have an unusually high number of trees topple over, even with the winds that we're going to see. So the storm itself is going to head up towards Nova Scotia. So we're still about 200 miles. The storm's huge. It's not strong, but it is huge. You can already see the cloud shield goes already to New York City, all the way to southern Canada. It's starting to rain a little bit in the coastline of Nova Scotia. About 8 p.m. or so, some of those first rain bands will head towards Nantucket. Winds are picking up, too, in Nantucket with a gust of 41 in the last hour. So it's brisk, and it'll be windier as we go through tonight. And then tomorrow, it looks like the peak winds will be somewhere on Cape Cod, 50 to maybe somewhere will hit 70. So the Cape Cod gets a lot of big storms. They'll have some minor problems with the winds, but it won't be widespread. I think you're going to be just fine. I'd be surprised if you lose power anywhere near Boston or Providence, heading up into areas around Portsmouth. Down East Maine, though, when we add the combination of 1 to 3 inches, maybe as much as 5 inches of rain, it's already been a wet late summer, and we're going to get 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. This area from Bangor to Bar Harbor down to Eastport and Machias, those are the areas we'll have the best chance of seeing any power outages. So overall, this could be a lot worse, but our friends in Nova Scotia are probably going to take the brunt of it.
All right, Bill, thank you so much. And we do want to go to Marissa Parra, who is out right now. Marissa, you are in Bar Harbor, Maine. How's it looking?
Hey, Joe. Well, I can tell you it is sunny. It is beautiful right now. It's actually kind of hard to believe that we're expecting a hurricane to hit in this area tomorrow, because when you look behind me, there was actually quite a few boats just a couple of hours behind me. Each of these buoys had a boat attached to it, even this time yesterday. But many of them have already started to make their way back to where they're going to be docking it for safety. We know that we spoke to a fisherman and a local lobsterman not that long ago about what they were doing. And I'm going to let you listen for yourself in just a moment, but kind of the consensus here is they're treating this like any other nor'easter that they get. And this is an area that's very familiar with nor'easters. They're used to getting those. But what they're doing is they're securing their lobster traps and all of their equipment so it doesn't get damaged, especially, rocking against those stones and those rocks beneath the water here, but also making sure that their boats are in safe areas. So take a listen for what they had to say for yourself.
So what's the biggest concern for you as a lobsterman?
Just the wind, just keeping the boat and stuff good. So other than that, the sea won't be too bad, I don't think. To be truthfully honest, I've been away golfing for 3 days at the beginning of the league, so I had to get my work done.
That's an honest answer.
So I will just say quickly, I know we're almost out of time here. I haven't seen any sandbags. I haven't seen any boarded windows. The main concern here in this area is really, truly, this is a saturated area. They have seen unseasonable amounts of rain, and so you have top-heavy trees because there's lots of foliage, so there is concern of those toppling over, Joe.
All right, Marissa Parra in Maine. Thanks so much.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. A decades-old logo is getting a makeover.
And a historic English soccer club has new American owners. CNBC's Steve Kovac here. Steve, good morning. Good afternoon.
Hey, Joe. Good afternoon. Johnson & Johnson is dropping its more than 130-year-old logo. The healthcare giant said this week it will switch its well-known cursive logo with a more modern style. The old logo has been in use since 1887 and is based off the handwriting of co-founder James Wood Johnson. The new logo will not appear on the company's consumer products, which are now part of the recently spun-off company called Kenvue. Also, Everton is the latest English Premier League to come under U.S. ownership. A Miami-based private investment firm called 777 Partners just reached a deal to buy out the majority shareholder. Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal, and Chelsea are all also under American ownership. And Princess Diana's iconic black sheep sweater just sold at a Sotheby's auction during New York Fashion Week. It went for more than $1 million, much higher than the $50,000 to $80,000 estimate. That makes it the highest auction price for an item worn by the People's Princess. Joe Zinkley, I'll send it back to you.
Her fashion continues to inspire.
Yes, no kidding.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Well, coming up, the family who inspired the Blind Side movie is now hitting back against the football player they took in. Why they now say they never plan to adopt him.
Plus, stopped at the border, what we're learning about the soaring number of people on the terror watch list trying to sneak into the U.S. You're watching NBC News Day.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
3 men charged in a right-wing plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer have been found not guilty.
Eric Molitor and brothers Michael and William Null were the last of 14 people to be tried in the case. All 3 could be seen breathing sighs of relief as the verdict was read in court.
not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now. Antonia, can you just remind our viewers about this kidnapping plot and how we got to today?
This goes back to 2020 and the time around the election, and the allegation that a group called the Wolverine Watchmen, a right-wing militia group, was plotting to kidnap Michigan's governor. The 3 men acquitted today were alleged by authorities to be part of that plot, although not the central actors, which plays some of a role in why they were acquitted. What they were accused of doing was providing material support for terrorist acts by taking part in militia drills and surveilling and casing Governor Whitmer's property. But they argued that they took part in all of this without knowledge of what the actual goal was, that they didn't really know the plot until the very end. Defense attorneys in the various trials involved in this case have also claimed that the FBI acted inappropriately at times and had informants who misbehaved on the case as well. But this is part of a bigger plot. 9 different people either pled guilty or were convicted, and these 3 men join now a total of 5 people who are not guilty in this very large case.
And Antonia, quickly, how is Governor Whitmer responding?
We have not heard directly from the governor, who's focused right now on the strikes there in her state. But we have heard from the attorney general. And what they have said is that while they were disappointed essentially in the outcome of this, they, quote, still look at the successes we have achieved throughout these cases in both state and federal courts, and that it sends a clear message that acts of domestic terrorism will not be tolerated in our state, guys.
Antonia Hilton with the latest there. Thank you very much.
A new report from the Department of Homeland Security says a growing number of people who are on the terror watch list are being stopped at the southern border.
But that report also shows those numbers are actually down from last year's record high. NBC's Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley is here now to put this all into perspective and context for us. So, Julia, first, walk us through this new report and what happens when someone who is on this terrorist watch list actually gets stopped.
Yeah, so I'll pull apart 2 things. It is on the rise, the number of people who are on what they call the terrorism database, those people who have crossed the border, if a name matches what's on their list. But that could be someone who's related to someone who might be associated with terrorism. It's not necessarily they're catching all known and convicted terrorists. But that number did get to 160 of fiscal year 23, which is ending in just a few weeks, compared to just 100 last year. But in 2019, it was up higher than that. So it is something that ebbs and flows, but it's something that caught the eye of some of the terrorism watchers and counterterrorism people at DHS who said this is a trend we're continuing to watch because as numbers grow at the border, they are concerned about more people coming over, especially because you're getting a lot of people from high conflict zones. Like in the Eastern Hemisphere, the number of migrants from the Eastern Hemisphere doubled from last year to this year.
We only have like 20 seconds here, but this report coincides with an overall increase in border crossings, right?
Yes, and I should say that when they do find anyone as they cross the border, they're automatically checked against these lists and they're apprehended if they do match it. But yes, overall numbers are up. And in fact, we're seeing some migrants being released onto the street in San Diego and Arizona because there's not enough space in the shelters. So something to watch as we get into this season where we normally see more migration anyway.
You'll keep an eye on it, Julia Ainsley. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, 5 former police officers charged with the killing of Tyree Nichols are now back in court. The decision a judge is making that could change the case. You're watching NBC News Daily.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail-in system.
All right, it just me too.
There's new fallout for Spain's former soccer chief. Luis Rubiales appeared in court for the first time earlier today, facing sexual assault allegations after he kissed a member of the women's national team following their World Cup victory. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now. So, Molly, walk us through what happened in court today and where things stand right now with this case.
Joe, this story and this case just keeps going. We cannot stop talking about it. Of course, we should remember that, of course, the reason this all happened because Spain won their first ever World Cup, which is the headline. So Rubiales in court today for the first time. The judge has not decided whether or not to proceed to trial. So this was kind of a pretrial hearing. The judge questioned Rubiales for 45 minutes, Joe. In those questionings, though, we understand that Rubiales absolutely vehemently denied sexually harassing Jenny Hermoso. That has been his line for the last 5 weeks. The outcome of today's hearing, though, Joe, was the judge handed down a restraining order. He cannot go within 200 meters or about 650 feet of Jenny Hermoso. Now, we have not heard from Hermoso since the hearing. Her lawyer, though, adamant that this was a non-consensual kiss. That is the language they continue to use. Now, she is due to give evidence in court at a later date. Of course, she'll be giving more evidence if this case actually goes to trial. But interestingly, the Spanish national team still very much in limbo. They have had a set of complaints, a set of conditions, Joe, that predates their World Cup win, that predates this whole scandal. 39 players, 21 from that winning World Cup team, have signed a letter saying they will not play, even though there's a new head coach, the first ever female head coach, Montse Tomé. Among their conditions, Joe, they want a restructuring of the federation. They want a restructuring of the national leadership, and their demands are based on a zero tolerance for what they say, and for what they say is those who incited, covered up, or applauded attitudes that go against women's dignity. This is not over for the Spanish women's team.
All right, Molly Hunter. Molly, thank you so much.
Maybe you've wondered what happens to the brain when we die or nearly die. A fascinating new study published in the Journal of Resuscitation takes a look at cardiac arrest survivors brought back to life by CPR. As NBC's Ann Thompson reports, the study is revealing new insights about life after death.
The moments after death.
Mr. Pendleton, you know where you are, don't you?
Hollywood imagined Warren Beatty greeted by James Mason and Buck Henry in Heaven Can Wait.
Flatline.
Kiefer Sutherland and Kevin Bacon revisited their sins in Flatliners.
So was it, Dave? Was today a good day to die?
Mary Curran Hackett experienced none of those things.
It was like almost going home, and there was nothing to be afraid of.
The Cincinnati writer's heart stopped for several minutes in the hospital in 2004.
And I could see everything, feel everything, hear everything, even though I know now I was medically dying. I felt an overwhelming rush and almost a pressure being pulled, like almost like a force field being pulled back into my body. And then I woke up and saw the doctors that I had been seeing working on me.
Experience like Hackett's part of a new scientific study published. It found people who went into cardiac arrest and were brought back to life by CPR, almost 40% had a recollection of dying. NYU's Dr. Sam Parnia is the lead researcher.
We found signs of normal brain electrical activity that is consistent with the types of things that we all have when we're fully conscious.
What does your study show about what happens to the brain after the heart stops?
Contrary to the way that doctors have been taught, that after the heart stops, the brain does not die. It hibernates, and it shows the ability to recover even an hour longer afterwards.
Parnia and Hackett are working on a book. Parnia hopes it will spur new innovation in resuscitation technology. Hackett hopes it will make us think.
If you talk about how you're going to die or what's going to happen when you die, it frames how you are going to live. And what could be more impactful?
As science tries to unlock the mystery of death. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Coming up, it is being called the largest bullying settlement in the U.S. Why a school district is now paying one family millions. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. We take you to Morocco, where preparations are underway to celebrate the Jewish New Year. Rosh Hashanah begins tonight at sundown, and that rabbi there is practicing on his shofar. That's an ancient instrument made out of a ram's horn. So for all of those who celebrate, we wish you a healthy and sweet New Year, don't we?
Absolutely.
We have a lot more NBC News Daily right after this.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will visit Washington, D.C. and New York City next week. On Wednesday, he plans to attend the UN General Assembly in Manhattan. He'll then go to D.C. to meet with President Biden at the White House on Thursday. NBC News has also learned that a group of lawmakers is working to meet with Zelensky during his visit.
In the Dominican Republic, the country's president is closing all air, land, and sea borders with Haiti starting today. It comes following growing tensions over construction in a river which straddles both countries. The president of the Dominican Republic claims that the development will harm Dominican farmers, but the Haitian government argues that it has full rights to access the river. The decision to close the borders is expected to impact the economies of both countries, though there is no word on when borders will open back up.
Today marks 60 years since the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing in Birmingham, Alabama. At a ceremony today, the keynote speaker was Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. As the first black woman on the nation's highest court, she discussed the tendency to avoid acknowledging racism. Her message was that the country should not shy away from the uncomfortable facts of America's history. The 1963 church bombing killed 4 young black girls when dynamite planted by the Ku Klux Klan exploded. 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the death of Tyree Nichols are set to appear in court today.
Nichols, a 29-year-old black man, died in a hospital 3 days after he was punched, kicked, and hit with a baton by those 5 officers following a traffic stop in January. It was all caught on police video and later released publicly. All 5 officers are facing state and federal charges, and all have pleaded not guilty. NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella joins us now. So, Angela, today's hearing in state court. Right now, they're really just going over whether or not these men should be tried together or separately. Why might these former police officers want to separate their cases?
Well, in general, any defendant wants control over their case. So all these co-defendants together are being charged for the same 7 crimes, and they are significant: second-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated assault. I mean, these are huge charges. But also, the body cam footage is pretty chaotic, and that's going to be the primary evidence in this trial. It's unclear whose arm is where, who exactly sprayed, etc. So some of those defendants are thinking, look, I will appear less guilty if I'm not lumped in with the others, so I want my own trial.
Now, let's talk more about that. If they do have their own trials, how does that change the defense strategy?
Well, then each defendant can really have their own. They also don't have to worry about pointing fingers in the courtroom when it would go up against another person's defense. So that's awkward. They were all colleagues. They've all pled not guilty together in one courtroom. If they look at each other and they're all like, it was him, it was him, I mean, that could be problematic.
If they're found guilty, what are the stakes here? What could the charges look like, or length of sentencing?
Yeah, significant, even just at the state level, 60+ years. And then also, though, there's the federal charges, the civil rights charges, and we expect those to go to trial as well.
Those federal charges just came down this week. All right, Angela Senadella, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, more than 11,000 people are believed to be dead after Sunday's devastating floods in eastern Libya. Officials in the city of Derna say the number of deaths is expected to rise as more than 10,000 people are still reported missing. Authorities are now warning that water contamination could lead to a potential disease outbreak in the northern African country.
A family in California just reached what their lawyers say is the largest school bullying settlement in U.S. history. It comes after the death of 13-year-old Diego Stoltz. The family's lawyers say he died after being attacked by 2 classmates during lunch. NBC's Steve Patterson reports, but a warning to our viewers, some of the footage you're about to see is graphic.
A Southern California school district reaching a record $27 million settlement over the bullying death of 13-year-old student Diego Stoltz. Cell phone video captured the 2019 attack at Landmark Middle School in Moreno Valley. We're freezing the moment before Stoltz was punched by a classmate, knocking him to the ground and causing him to hit his head on a nearby pillar. And once on the ground, he was struck again. The boy's aunt and uncle, who were his guardians, fighting tears as they remembered their nephew. According to the lawsuit, the family reported he was being harassed by students for 2 years, and that in September 2019, Diego told the vice principal about several physical attacks. A statement from the family attorneys saying the assistant principal told Diego to take Friday off and that everything would be taken care of when he returned on Monday. However, his attorneys claim when Diego returned, the attack took place.
He died because of a fight that no one was preventing, and everyone's just taking videos of it.
The 2 teens involved in the beating originally faced manslaughter charges, but after 45 days in detention, they were ordered to complete 150 hours of community service and participate in rehabilitation programs. The principal and 2 assistant principals were removed from Landmark Middle School as a result. The lawyers for Diego's family say administrators never reported the previous assaults to police, which is required by law.
The only way to prevent things like this from happening is making sure that staff are adequately trained, that there's adequate security in place.
The school district saying in a statement there have been changes regarding anti-bullying efforts, including a website where students can report bullying and sexual harassment. Diego's family and their legal team now hoping the hefty settlement is a wake-up call.
The end goal here is to inspire and tell and send a loud and clear message to school districts across the country that they have to deal with bullying in a way that's adequate, that puts the kids first, that puts the families first, because if they drop the ball, there's going to be serious consequences.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Now to the latest on the legal drama involving the family that inspired the movie The Blind Side.
Sean and Leanne Toohey have now filed a response to former NFL player Michael Orr's recent allegations that they tricked him into a conservatorship and secretly profited off of their story. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now. So, Steph, what are we learning about this new filing from the Tooheys?
Well, look, they are going systematically through all of the allegations, which is actually part of the legal process, and pushing back on all of them. They say that they're willing to eliminate this conservatorship, but they deny these allegations that they lied to Michael Oher, that they took advantage of him financially. They say they supported him and would continue to support him, and they did it for his benefit.
Are you going to protect the family, Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
The real-life story behind the Oscar-winning film The Blind Side is putting Sean and Leanne Toohey on defense. They deny allegations they kept former NFL star Michael Oher's conservatorship a secret for nearly 2 decades, telling the court they never used the arrangement to control contracts and profit off his name and likeness.
We want to know if you would like to become part of this family.
Kind of thought I already was.
The Tooheys had the opportunity to adopt the then 18-year-old, but in response to a petition filed by Oher last month, the Tooheys now say they vehemently deny they ever told Oher they intended to legally adopt him, saying the decision to establish a conservatorship was made to avoid an NCAA violation when he went on to play for the University of Mississippi, and was something Oher was aware of.
In 2011, he acknowledged that there was, in fact, a conservatorship.
Their attorneys pointing to Oher's book, I Beat the Odds, in which he wrote, Sean and Leanne would be named as my legal conservators. I was just happy that no one could argue that we weren't legally what we already knew was real. We were a family.
It seems strange that the Tooheys go to such great lengths to say how they considered Oher a son, but they don't really explain why they chose a conservatorship over actually legally adopting him.
Oher is now asking the judge to let him out of the conservatorship and for the Tooheys to pay him money he says he's owed, including profits the family made from The Blind Side.
I hear Mrs. Toohey, I look over my shoulder for my mother-in-law. Call me Leanne or Mama or almost anything else.
The Tooheys say they were paid less than $225,000 for their story, which was divided equally among the whole family, writing, the family, including Oher, met regarding the distribution of any proceeds from the movie, and all agreed to this arrangement. Because both sides agree that the conservatorship should end, this is really just about punitive damages, with Michael Oher saying that they stole money from him and them just completely denying that allegation, guys.
I mean, it's really hard to watch play out. How long is this all expected to last, this case?
Well, I mean, it's in the judge's hands right now to see if there's enough there to move forward. And if it does, then it could obviously go all the way to trial and it would be dragged out for months, or maybe the Tooheys would settle. But it's a really sad situation because, look, you have a family who took in this young man, and while they didn't adopt him, they say they considered him a son, and clearly there has been this rift between them that's resulting in a really nasty legal battle right now.
And this is a story that just inspired so many people so many years ago.
Yeah.
So to see this playing out, I know it's just tough for people who feel like they knew this family because of the movie.
Yeah, exactly. And wanted to think the best of everyone involved.
Yeah,
Of course. Well, Stephanie Goss with the latest. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Former President Donald Trump says he's willing to testify under oath in the classified documents case in Florida.
The former president sitting down for a wide-ranging exclusive interview with new Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker. She asked him about one of the allegations that led to new charges in the case.
I want to ask you about the case related to Mar-a-Lago. A new charge suggests you asked a staffer to delete security camera footage so it wouldn't get into the hands of investigators. Did you do that? It's false.
But let me tell you what.
Would you testify to that under oath?
I'll testify.
You testify to that under oath?
It's a fake charge by this deranged lunatic prosecutor who lost in the Supreme Court 9-0, and he tried to destroy lots of lives. He's a lunatic. So it's a fake charge. But more importantly, the tapes weren't deleted. In other words, there was nothing done to them. And they were my tapes. I could have fought them. I didn't even have to give them the tapes, I don't think. I think I would have won in court. When they asked for the tapes, I said, sure, they're my tapes. I could have fought them. I didn't even have to give them. Just so you understand, though, we didn't delete anything. Nothing was deleted.
So that's false. The people who testified.
Number one, the statement is false. Much more importantly, when the tapes came, and everybody says this, they weren't deleted. We gave them 100%.
NBC News has extended an invitation to President Biden for an interview. You can see more of Kristen's exclusive interview with Mr. Trump Sunday morning on Meet the Press on your local NBC station.
Well, coming up, why doctors say it's becoming harder to figure out if someone has COVID-19. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. Look at all those amazing places.
Oh, yeah, so many. Got Hulu, Peacock,
We can read them all for you.
Yeah.
Some I've never heard of. The news continues after this.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, Florida state officials are under fire for guidance they issued about the new COVID boosters. The state surgeon general saying people under 65 should not get the shot.
Critics say this is the latest effort by Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to politicize the deadly virus. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has more.
As Americans are getting their first doses of the new COVID shots, a battle brewing in Florida over who should roll up their sleeve.
We did not and we will not allow the dystopian visions of paranoid hypochondriacs control our health policies, let alone our state.
Florida's Surgeon General issuing new guidance against the vaccine for anyone under 65. In direct defiance of CDC recommendations, the agency says anyone over 6 months of age who has not gotten vaccinated in the last 2 months should get the shot.
There's essentially no evidence for it. These mRNA COVID-19 products actually increase your chances of contracting COVID-19.
The CDC firing back, saying, quote, public health experts are in broad agreement about these facts, and efforts to undercut vaccine uptake are unfounded and dangerous.
The Florida Surgeon General is wrong. He's not practicing medicine, he's practicing politics. There's every evidence out there that if you're unvaccinated or if you're not up to date with your vaccines and you're an adult, that it's important to get this booster shot.
CDC data shows vaccines have provided enhanced protections from previous variants of the virus. Against the BA.1 variant, a booster shot increased vaccine effectiveness against COVID-related hospitalizations by 24 to 31%, and against the BA.2 variants by 28 to 45%. But it's DeSantis' bucking of the CDC and federal COVID response that helped transform the Florida governor into a national Republican star at the height of the pandemic and arguably opened the door to his presidential bid.
States like Florida that got people back open, we were attacked mercilessly because we were doing that.
If approved by lawmakers, DeSantis' effort permanently restricts COVID shot and mask rules in schools. It prevents public and private employers from hiring and firing based on mRNA shot status.
You don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
Now, the virus is taking center stage in a bitter GOP primary. In an interview with Megyn Kelly, former President Donald Trump discussing vaccines.
First of all, no mandates. I don't want mandates. I never had mandates.
And trying to distance himself from the country's former top infectious disease doctor, Anthony Fauci, to whom he awarded a presidential commendation for his work on the vaccine.
I don't know who gave him the commendation. I really don't know who gave him the commendation.
Presidential commendation. One went out to Mark
Somebody
Miller, too.
probably handed him a commendation.
DeSantis on Fox News Radio mocking Trump for the apparent reversal.
It literally says President Trump awards commendation. Is this the immaculate commendation or something like that? Did this happen out of thin air? Give me a break. People need to take responsibility for their actions.
The world's deadliest pandemic, a political wedge yet again. Dasha Burns, NBC News.
When it comes to COVID, doctors say it's becoming harder to determine whether someone actually has it.
That's because the virus symptoms often overlap with allergies, a cold, or other respiratory illnesses. Joining us now is NBC News health reporter Aria Bendix. Aria, I do recall earlier in the pandemic when people got COVID, it was you're losing your sense of smell, right, and taste. What are the symptoms like now?
Yeah, so the most common symptoms are the ones that we commonly associate with other respiratory illnesses. So that might be sore throat, congestion, sneezing. Some people are reporting a very faint sore throat. Others say they feel some scratching or burning akin to a strep throat. And then a smaller number of people reporting, your headaches, chills, muscle aches, maybe a postnasal drip that can lead to a bit of a cough. But as you mentioned, that dry cough we were seeing at the beginning of the pandemic, that loss of taste and smell, even some of the gastrointestinal issues we saw early on, those have largely gone away.
Yeah, beyond those things, is there anything else that's different about the virus now than it was in the early days?
Yeah, I know we hear about all these different strains and mutations, and it's really important for scientists to pay attention to those. But from the public health perspective, we are dealing with the same variant that we have since late 2021. That's the Omicron variant. That hasn't gotten milder over time, but our response to that variant has changed. Our immunity has changed. Most people now have what's called hybrid immunity, which is immunity from vaccination and a natural infection. So when they're exposed to that virus, their bodies know how to fight it off, and it results in a milder illness. I should mention, though, that that immunity does wane. So for older adults in particular, it's important to get these updated booster shots this fall so they can top off that protection.
That's such an important point, especially for the immunocompromised, any vulnerable communities, to really take the protections you need to stay safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Aria Bendix, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, we've got a lot more news ahead.
Yeah, you are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Some parents in New York are outraged over what they say was an inappropriate homework assignment given to their 5th graders.
The teacher who assigned it is now out of the classroom. Paisley Chang from our NBC station in New York explains.
A health teacher at Matlin Middle School in Plainview has been removed from the classroom after the district received complaints about a 5th grade homework assignment deemed inappropriate.
As a parent, I don't feel comfortable, a teacher, giving such an assignment to children.
The assignment given on Monday, the anniversary of September 11, posed a hypothetical question. Nuclear war is near, and you can only choose 6 people to hide in a bunker. Who would you pick?
I wouldn't want a 5th grade to have to make that choice.
Among the choices, a police officer with multiple charges of brutality, a 38-year-old retired prostitute, and a 50-year-old formerly addicted to cocaine.
I don't think that's age appropriate, to be honest with you. I think they need to focus on other things besides that.
The school principal issued a statement saying, in part, this assignment violated all of our criteria and has no place in our classrooms. We condemn this type of material in the strongest possible terms.
Actually, I don't think this is an appropriate topic for 5th graders to be doing, perhaps maybe a college class.
Sally Pollock and her husband are retired New York City teachers, and while she doesn't condone the assignment, she also thinks the teacher deserves a second chance.
We were both retired teachers. Okay. So we certainly wouldn't want somebody to get fired over making a poor decision one time.
The principal got a lot of pressure and yielded to the pressure.
Paisley Chang, NBC News.
Well, in case you didn't know, today is the start of Hispanic Heritage Month, and we're taking a closer look at a question getting a lot of attention online. How important is it to speak Spanish when it comes to being Latino?
A new generation is turning that question on its head. NBC News Daily anchor Morgan Radford has that story.
¿Cuál es su nombre?
My name?
It's a cross-cultural debate.
You can't speak it because you won't speak it.
That's reached a fever pitch online.
Mischievous.
Travesura?
Close.
Travieso?
Yeah.
With a growing number of Americans who identify as Latino but don't speak Spanish.
I'm Latino, but I don't speak Spanish.
How important is language to being Latino?
Your dad was a Spanish teacher.
For Anita Flores, whose father is Peruvian, not being fluent in Spanish sometimes felt like a shameful secret.
I didn't grow up speaking Spanish. By the time I started taking classes, I was struggling.
And she's not alone. The latest polling shows just 55% of U.S.-born Latinos speak Spanish at home, down from 66% in 1980. There's even a nickname for the trend, No Sabo Kids.
The term can be controversial. For example, in Spanish, if you don't know something, you say no sé. But for someone who's perhaps learning the language, you might confuse the grammar and say no sabo, which doesn't mean anything at all. So calling someone a no sabo could be considered a little offensive.
But now a new generation of Latinos is taking that label and running with it. No Sabo Kid has already gotten more than 390 million views on TikTok alone. Some even turning the name into a game.
It helps challenge players' Spanish skills. It helps people share experiences growing up in a Latino household.
Carlos Torres says he created the Yo Sabo card game a year ago.
¿Cómo se dice apron in Spanish?
To help users build basic vocabulary after struggling with his own lack of Spanish fluency.
Growing up, I didn't really speak that much Spanish, mostly because I was trying to fit into the schools that I was going to. I've definitely heard of the term no sabo. There is so much more that makes us Latinos.
Hola, me llamo Elena y yo soy. Experiences, companies like Spanish Sin Pena or Spanish Without Shame are working to provide in a different way. They've seen their customer base grow from a few dozen to nearly 1,000 per year since forming 6 years ago.
Okay, everybody, let's just get going.
With online courses geared toward Latinos who are learning Spanish.
Canción de él.
Learners just like Anita, who's been practicing through the program so she can communicate more with her father, who was recently diagnosed with dementia.
What if he forgets how to speak English? And I don't know if that'll happen, but if it does, I don't want to not be able to communicate with him. I love him. I feel very driven.
Your dad?
Yeah.
Now, after taking Spanish Sin Pena classes for 3 months,
From a scale of 1 to 10, I would say a 6.
she says she can hold a conversation in Spanish. Never too late to learn or reconnect. Morgan Radford, NBC News.
Never too late to learn or reconnect. Love that.
Exactly.
I'm Zing Clay.
And I'm Joe Fryer. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Zing Clay.
I'm Joe Fryer, in for Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Friday, September 15th, 2023, walkout. Thousands of auto workers are on the picket lines right now. The historic strike expected to cost the U.S. economy billions, and how it could impact your wallet, even if you're not shopping for a new car.
No kidding. One thing all parents can agree on, child care is expensive. Why more than 3 million American families could soon be without it.
Symptom checker, loss of taste, shortness of breath, COVID toes? Doctors say symptoms have evolved a lot over the course of the pandemic. The new COVID symptoms to watch out for as cases rise.
And managing machismo, experts say Hispanic and Latino men are significantly less likely to seek mental health care. The cultural pressures they face and how they can find the help they need.
Excited to get to this one, especially on this first day of Hispanic Heritage Month.
Exactly. It'll be an important conversation. We're, of course, going to begin this hour with that historic labor strike that is just getting underway.
It could prove consequential for workers, the auto industry, and the U.S. economy. Around 13,000 members of the United Auto Workers Union are picketing outside assembly plants in Michigan, Ohio, and Missouri. This strike is unlike any other we've seen from the union in its 88-year history.
For the first time, workers are simultaneously striking against all of the big three manufacturers, General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, which makes Chrysler. After weeks of negotiations, the two sides failed to reach a new contract before Thursday's midnight deadline. The strike started immediately afterward. President Biden, who has been in the middle of these talks, says he is sending members of his administration to help hammer out a deal, but ultimately he says the burden falls on the corporations.
Record corporate profits, which they have, should be shared by record contracts for the UAW. And just as we're building an economy of the future, we need labor agreements for the future.
NBC News correspondent, business and data reporter Brian Chung is following with the latest. Brian, it does seem like we've been talking about a lot of labor strikes this year, and in most cases, union members are asking for similar things. So first, let's hear from one member who's picketing today in Toledo, Ohio.
It's a little scary because we don't know how long this is going to last, but we trust our union and we're willing to do what we have to do to get the job done.
We're willing to do what we have to do. So, Brian, what are the sticking points between both sides right now, and why is the strike so significant even beyond the auto industry?
Yeah, well, I mean, just from what we heard from the worker right there, right, they're fighting for higher wages. And the number that the United Auto Workers Union would like to see is 46%. That's how much they would like to see wages increase compounded over the next 4 years. And for what it's worth, the best offer that the UAW disclosed as of about 2 nights ago was 20%. Now, there have been likely talks since that point in time where there could have been somewhere in the middle, but the UAW is not just willing to compromise on a number that's somewhere there, because they're also asking for things like a shorter work week. They want a 32-hour work week instead of a 40-hour work week. They want better pensions and health care benefits. So you can see just how wide the chasm is between these two sides, which is one reason why we're going to be watching very closely if those talks do pick up soon, whether or not they can continue that dialogue to try to get some sort of compromise. But again, for right now, it does seem like the two sides are apart, underscored by the fact that that strike began as of midnight.
And so, Brian, with that strike now underway, what are we hearing from the heads of the auto companies? What are they saying about the negotiations and about the union's demands?
Yeah, well, on the automakers side, we've heard from a number of CEOs who have largely summarized their reaction as well. We wanted to get a compromise as well, but we have to, basically account for the fact that we need to save investments on the side to compete in a very fast transitioning cycle into electric vehicles. Take a listen to what some CEOs have told us just in the past few hours.
We want to get this done. This will not be good for the economy overall, and again for all the communities that are impacted, from when a plant is in their city.
What they've offered to us is untenable. We can't sustain our company. We'd go bankrupt in a matter of years.
And for what it's worth, Jim Farley and Mary Barr are not arguing that the workers don't deserve a raise. They have offered raises on the table, but they're just not simply up to snuff to what the UAW is asking for. And again, one reason why they're not giving them the full 46%, because they say they need to save money for those electric vehicle investments that will keep the company in business over the long term. Very much a complicated picture that underscores just how difficult it might be to get both of these sides to agreement ultimately.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you so much. Hunter Biden's attorney is slamming the new indictment of the president's son, calling it unconstitutional. Hunter Biden was indicted on 3 federal gun charges yesterday in Delaware. The alleged crimes are related to lying about drug use when trying to buy a gun. The indictment came after a plea deal to resolve his legal issues collapsing in court back in July. NBC's Garrett Hake joins us now from Washington. So, Garrett, what else is Hunter Biden's attorney saying about the case?
Well, Joe, there has been some court precedent that suggests he may be right about the constitutionality of these gun charges. I expect to see that get litigated down the line at some point. But for now, Hunter Biden's attorney is out trying to influence the court of public opinion, arguing that the charges brought against his client are cooked up because of the timing and that there shouldn't have been any charges now when there weren't 5 years ago when this crime allegedly occurred. Here's what he said in another interview this morning.
What's odd about this is the fact that this happened in 2018. Law enforcement showed up, no charges. The U.S. Attorney's Office has known about this for years, no charges. When they found out about it and made a deal, it was for a diverted agreement. What changed? Not the facts, not the law, but all the politics that have now come into play.
The other thing that changed, Joe, was the approaching statute of limitations for these charges. If they were ever going to be charged, it basically had to be by the end of September. So maybe as a bargaining chip and a broader plea agreement of some kind to come down the road later with Hunter Biden, we're just going to have to wait and find out.
Garrett, let's talk about the politics here. We've heard some Republicans say these new charges are not enough. Hunter Biden's business is at the heart of the House's GOP impeachment inquiry. So how is this going to play out in Washington ahead of the 2024 campaign?
Yeah, Democrats and Republicans agree that these particular charges don't have anything to do with Joe Biden and are really the least political of any of the challenges that face Hunter Biden. But any day you're talking about Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, and indictment in the same sentence is a complicated day for the White House. It's not a story they want out there. House Republicans think their investigation will ultimately go much further and will prove that Hunter Biden was somehow, doing business on behalf of the Biden family and that his work somehow benefited Joe Biden. They have not established any of that to date, but they think they're going to be able to move forward. And they think perhaps that some of the other criminal investigations that the Department of Justice says are ongoing into Hunter Biden may ultimately help them. Once again, Joe, we'll see.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much.
Right now, Hurricane Lee is making its way toward the New England coast. It could make landfall as early as tomorrow afternoon, but it does seem to be weakening. Still, folks in places like Maine and Massachusetts are preparing just in case. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the storm, but we're going to start with NBC's Marissa Parra in Bar Harbor, Maine. Marissa, it's great to see you. And I know it's the day before a hurricane, but it doesn't really feel like it. So what are people out there telling you?
Hey, Zinkley. I mean, they do say the calm before the storm for a reason. It is beautiful. You can probably see the sun beating down some of the boats behind me before they go and dock into a safer area. But really, it feels just like another day. People are walking around, kayaking. I've seen people picnicking. As someone who has been through several hurricanes, I think the thing that's most striking to me is I'm used to seeing sandbags and boarded windows. I have not spotted a single one of those today yet. By all accounts, people are really treating this like a nor'easter, at least here in this local area. Maine is no longer under a hurricane warning or watch, but it was the first one that was issued in 15 years. So this is really something that is unusual. People are actually kind of looking forward to seeing what it does around here because this isn't something that they're really too concerned about. We are expecting, of course, wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We're expecting rain upwards of 1 to 4 inches and a small storm surge between 1 to 3 feet. But in terms of preparations, you would have to look a lot closer to see what those preps are. And I'll get to some of those in just a moment. But, some of these boats behind me, there were a lot more this morning. There were a whole lot more yesterday. And that's because they're going to safer waters. We were there as one lobsterman. Of course, that's a huge part of the local economy here in Maine. One lobsterman was dropping off his last delivery before docking his boat in a safer area. Take a listen to his feelings about the storm coming up. So what's the biggest concern for you as a lobsterman?
Just the wind, just keeping the boat and stuff good. So other than that, the sea won't be too bad, I don't think. To be truthfully honest, I've been away golfing for 3 days at the beginning of the league, so I had to get my work done.
That's an honest answer. So you can kind of hear how nonchalant people are around here. But as the governor has pointed out, this has been an unseasonably rainy summer here in Maine. So you have waterlogged ground. You have foliage that's still on the trees because it's still quite warm here. So you have top-heavy trees. And so when they have wind and rain expected here, I will say that the concern that people have said, if there are concerns, are really about those trees, the power lines, losing power. The state has said that they have the resources to prepare for exactly that. But those are probably the things that the local area is watching for the most, Sinclair.
Yeah, I do want to bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, to Marissa's point, should people be more concerned about what might come?
Only if they were really in Down East Maine or in Nova Scotia. This will be a glancing blow for most areas of coastal New England. Cape Cod will actually get a little higher than that, but Cape Cod's used to big storms, so I don't expect widespread power outages. The storm itself is now closing in on the Gulf of Maine here. You can see some of the radar echoes. Cloud shield is all through New England. Winds are gusting 39 in Nantucket, about 18 miles per hour, where Marissa was just reporting from. And those winds will pick up as we go throughout the afternoon, especially dramatically. They'll pick up early tomorrow morning. So the highest winds where she's located, will be about 60 miles per hour. In down East Maine, that's enough to do some tree damage and scattered power outages. But everybody else in the 40s should be just fine. The rain's not going to be a big deal in the Cape. Only down East Maine is really the concern, guys, going towards tomorrow.
Hoping everyone stays safe. Bill Cairns and Marissa Parra, thank you.
Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. TikTok gets fined for data privacy violations.
And if you are going to Wendy's next week, you can get to eat for just a penny. CNBC's Steve Kovac joins us now. Hey, Steve.
Hey there. Yeah, talks of a potential ABC sale could be heating up as media mogul Byron Allen made Disney a $10 billion offer for the TV network. The deal would include the network itself, FX, and National Geographic channels. A source familiar with the situation tells CNBC that Nexstar also approached Disney, expressing interest in buying the ABC network and some of its owned and operated stations. Also, European regulators handed down a $368 million fine to TikTok for failing to protect children's privacy. This is the first time the app has been punished for breaking Europe's privacy rules. Investigators found that when teens signed up for the app, their accounts were automatically made public. The features and settings listed in the report stem from violations back in 2020. And it's time to celebrate National Cheeseburger Day. Wendy's is selling its Junior Bacon Cheeseburger for just a penny with any purchase. The 4-day sale starts on Monday and can be redeemed on the Wendy's app or website. I'm going to have to get in on that, guys.
I don't know, penny for your thoughts, but maybe not for your sandwich. Okay.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
Coming up, courtroom shocker. The last 3 men charged in a plot to kidnap Michigan's governor found not guilty. The reaction heard inside the courtroom.
Plus, a school employee is caught on camera appearing to strike a 3-year-old with autism. What his mother is telling NBC News about the incident. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For many in America, childcare can be hard to find and expensive, but soon the stakes could get higher. Millions of children and their parents are in danger of losing childcare at the end of the month when federal funding approved during the pandemic expires. And if that happens, it could cost the economy billions. CNBC correspondent Emily Wilkins joins us now. So, Emily, what's at stake here if Congress does not renew this crucial funding, and where are lawmakers right now in the fight?
Zinkley, there is a lot on this line for this $24 billion program. While most industries have bounced back after the pandemic, childcare hasn't. More than 65,000 childcare jobs have been lost since early 2020, and now this lifeline of funding from the government is set to run out at the end of the month. The cuts would impact an estimated 3.2 million children and cost families $9 billion in lost revenue, according to the Century Foundation. I spoke with Ashley Proctor. She's one of the parents who would be impacted. Her son attends Greenway Learning Center thanks to assistance that Congress approved, and without it, Ashley says her son would not be able to attend childcare.
If you're an infant, daycare can cost as much as $400 a week. That's like you're working and your whole check is going towards daycare. How are you going to survive? How are you paying your other bills because you're worrying about the cost of a daycare, a safe environment for your child? You shouldn't have to worry about that.
More than 100 Democrats are pushing to get $16 billion for childcare approved before funding runs out. Lawmakers introduced a bill that would continue the funding this week, but it is not clear if the bill will pass without Republican support. Zinkley.
And Emily, what are you hearing from daycares and those who care for children who rely on this extra childcare funding?
So I also spoke with Patty Smith. She's the director at Greenway Learning Center in Maryland. She says about a quarter of the students in her program get this assistance. And listen to her tell me what's going to happen if Congress does not approve funding before the end of the month.
We went through all the limbo with COVID and dealing, can we open, can we not open? And now it's like, are we going to have full enrollment? You know, if we don't have full enrollment in the classrooms, then I have to let teachers go. And I don't want to do that. And I certainly don't want to turn children away.
Zinkley, it's a debate that's going on in Congress right now, but of course Congress has a lot on its plate, and it really does remain to be seen whether this can get done.
CNBC's Emily Wilkins, thank you so much.
Right now, deliberations are underway in the impeachment trial of Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. He's accused of taking bribes from a real estate developer in exchange for several favors. He denies the allegations. Paxton is a top ally of former President Trump and has led several legal challenges against the Obama and Biden administrations. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson's in Austin for us. So, Priscilla, this trial began 10 days ago in the Texas State Senate. Take us through the closing arguments from both sides today.
Yeah, Joe, it was a big day here. I'll start with what we heard from Ken Paxton's attorneys, who effectively called this a political witch hunt. They said that the burden of proof is beyond reasonable doubt, and they do not feel that that burden has been met. But needless to say, the House impeachment managers disagree. What they have said today is that Ken Paxton used the Attorney General's office as his own personal law firm, and if he is not impeached, that is going to set a dangerous precedent. I want to play a little bit of what we heard first from the House impeachment managers and then from Ken Paxton's attorneys. Take a listen.
He has betrayed us and the people of Texas, and if he's given the opportunity, he will continue to abuse the power given to him.
This case is a case about nothing. I'm asking you to agree with the 4.2 million Texans who put this man in office as Attorney General to put this man back to work.
And this case is now in the hands of the 30 senators who are going to be voting on this, 12 Democrats and 18 Republicans. They would need to have a 2/3 majority in order to impeach. And we expect that if that does happen, there would be a second vote to decide if they intend to bar Ken Paxton from holding public office in the state in the future. And the lieutenant governor who's presiding over this has said if a decision is not reached today, Saturday, or Sunday, that he is prepared to sequester these senators.
Okay,
Joe?
Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much. We got more NBC News Daily. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
In honor of Hispanic Heritage Month kicking off today, we're taking a look at the impact the current state of the economy is having on the community.
Yeah, according to the results of a new survey, there's still important work to be done. CNBC's Brandon Gomez joins us now with the latest. So, Brandon, Just Capital's annual survey, it's specifically called Views on Business, is out. And they asked Hispanic Americans if they think capitalism is working. What did they say? What'd you find?
There was a mixed response, although generally not positive. So the total population felt about 32% said, yes, it's working. But when you break out Hispanic Americans, Black Americans, even less confidence in the system. 26%, 22% respectively, they're saying, yes, capitalism is working. But why is that? Look at the unemployment rate, right? Look back at August. Hispanic Americans, unemployment 4.9%. Now that's over a percentage point higher than the overall unemployment rate. And then when you look at the median household income, Hispanics still lag, although they have gained some footing over the last couple of years, about $7,000 more per average household, but still $90,000 less than the average American household. So a huge gap there. Factor in that the wage gap persists. Hispanic Americans making about 80 cents for every dollar. That's not even breaking out Latinas and specific communities within the Hispanic community. It's about $850 per week, $1,100 per week for the average American.
The numbers certainly tell a lot of the story there. Hispanic Americans are also saying they want more from the CEOs of large corporations. What did the survey tell us about that?
The #1 word I always say, transparency. Transparency, transparency, transparency. The more transparent CEOs can be about the wage gap, about how they're conducting internal audits, the better the situation will be. Also, key issues like reproductive rights for women, advancing racial equity, climate change. It's interesting that they're saying they want these things because there is such a narrative of the anti-woke corporate culture that's being portrayed by a lot of political candidates. And so this just sort of goes in the opposite direction, saying this is what some Americans actually do want. They want outspoken CEOs.
Oh, fascinating findings.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The Biden administration is fulfilling a promise made by the president earlier this month and naming its first ever book ban coordinator.
The Department of Education says this person will lead the charge against book bans in schools and libraries all across the country. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky is following this story for us and joins us live. So, Noah, what can you tell us about this new book ban coordinator? As the graphics is right behind you there, the book czar.
Yeah, he'll have a bunch of names. Maybe the best would be anti-book ban coordinator, because his name is Matt Nozanchuk, and he's got a long history of advising presidential administrations basically on civil rights issues, both Obama administration and the current administration a few years back. But they see this as a civil rights issue because most of the books being pulled from shelves have to do with either LGBTQ issues and or racial issues. And according to the American Library Association, more than 1,200 requests came in last year to remove books from the shelves, some of them hundreds of books at a time. That number almost doubled from the previous year, and that's why the Biden administration now says this is something that needs immediate action.
So what exactly will this person be doing in this new job? What does it entail?
It's a tough job because most of our schools in America run by the state or local level. Most of our libraries run at the local level as well. So what can the feds do? Well, Department of Education spokesperson tells me that enforcement is on the table if they see federal law violated. But in the case short term here, most of the work that this guy will be doing will be focusing on resources and training for local school districts so that they know what the federal law is.
So, Noah, we are just over a year away, of course, from the election. Politics is dominating these issues right now. What is the political undertone of this decision to have this book czar?
I don't think this administration does anything without an eye toward 2024. But the strategy here is really part of the Biden pushback on culture issues. They see this one as maybe one that they can win. They see this as potential Republican and conservative overreach, pulling books from the shelf. But the response from Republicans generally has been that it is Democrats overreaching. They shouldn't be involved in these local decisions, is what they're saying. They call Democrats hypocrites for pulling other books off the shelves or out of curriculums in other parts of the country. But at the end of the day, Republicans see this as an opportunity, too, because they're tapping into the concern from a lot of parents who believe that libraries should really reflect age-appropriate content. The big issue here, everyone has a different view of what age-appropriate is. Guys?
Good point. Noah Pransky, thank you so much.
Coming up, striking a chord will introduce you to the 96-year-old musician whose new sound is packing jazz clubs. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. We take you to Morocco, where preparations are underway to celebrate the Jewish New Year. Rosh Hashanah begins tonight at sundown, and that rabbi right there is practicing on his shofar. That's an ancient instrument made out of a ram's horn. So for all who celebrate, we wish you a healthy and sweet New Year. More Daily after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes you
Allegations of grocery pork hunting.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
At least 11,300 people are believed to have died after the massive flooding through eastern Libya, but that number is expected to grow. The Secretary General of the Libyan Red Crescent, a humanitarian organization, told the Associated Press that another 10,000 people have been reported missing. Rescuers continue to search underwater and in rubble for bodies. There is also concern that the number of bodies in the water could lead to a deadly outbreak of disease.
3 men charged in a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer in 2020 were found not guilty today. Prosecutors say the men went on a scouting mission to the governor's vacation home and helped advance the kidnapping plot. All 3 men were visibly emotional as those not guilty verdicts were read in court. They were the last of 14 people to be tried in the case. Adam Fox, the man who authorities said was the leader of the plot, was sentenced to 16 years in prison.
And today, 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the death of 29-year-old Tyree Nichols were back in court. Nichols died in a hospital 3 days after he was punched, kicked, and hit with a baton by those 5 officers following a traffic stop in January of this year.
It was all caught on police video that was released publicly. All 5 officers are facing state and now federal charges, and all have pleaded not guilty. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella with more. So, Angela, these 3 officers want to have their cases tried separately. 3 of them do. Why would they want to have that?
So defendants generally don't want to be tried together. They want to have control and just know what their strategy is. But if you have all the defendants together, some of them believe they're just less guilty than the others. But when they're grouped together, they will be guilty by association. So they are all being charged with murder. They're all being charged with kidnapping. Some of them could believe, look, I'm not the one who delivered the fatal blow. I don't want to be lumped in with the guiltier defendants.
If this does happen, if they do manage to separate out all the cases, how does that change the strategy strategy for the prosecution?
I don't know if the prosecution will really change their strategy, but it'll be a lot easier for the prosecution. They generally want all of the defendants in one room, and that's because of the jury. So when something so egregious and horrific like this happens, the jury wants to hold somebody accountable. But if you have the defendants tried one by one, they can more easily create reasonable doubt by saying, well, it wasn't me, but it was those other people. But when they're all in one room together, the jury will feel inclined to hold somebody responsible.
So here we have state charges. We also have federal charges now. If they are convicted, found guilty, how harsh are the punishments?
Massively harsh. I believe they would be spending the rest of their life in jail for both state and federal. Even federal charges are up to life in prison. State charges 60, 30 years per charge.
All right, Angela Senadella with the latest for us. Thank you very much.
A school employee in Ohio is out of a job after he was caught on video hitting a young nonverbal student. And a warning, this video is hard to watch. You can see the employee trying to catch the 3-year-old boy running down the hall. When he catches up to him, you can see him violently slamming the young child's head to the ground, then carrying him by his ankles back to class. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer joins us now. So, Miguel, what more do we know about what happened here, and what is the boy's family saying?
Well, Braylon Tootle's family is shocked, and they're also angry. They say after this incident happened on the second day of school, they were initially told the 3-year-old was swatted in the back of the head. A couple of weeks later, Braylon's mother, Tanisha Lindsay, says that the Child Protective Services actually called her and showed her the video of what happened. Now, she wants that school employee who was put on leave, then resigned, to face criminal charges for assault. I spoke to Braylon's mother a short time ago. The parents are very upset. They say they want action. Here's what she said. When you watch that video now, what goes through your mind? It's been some time, but it still must be difficult.
Right now, I just want justice for him. It's blown up more than I expected. So my hope is for change. And then when Braylon is older, be able to look back on this and be proud of me for what I've done for him and the changes that I've made for him and kids like him.
Police now have this case, and they say they are investigating.
Yeah, Miguel, I want to ask you exactly that point right there. We know the school employee's out of a job now, but could the employee face criminal charges over what happened here? Where does that stand?
He certainly could, Joe. Dayton police say they have this case. They've turned it over to the DA's office, and now they are investigating whether those charges will come into play. Is going to be up to the prosecutor's office. The people who are reviewing this tape will also speak to that third person that you saw on the video. It looked like another school employee as Braylon was coming off of that video there. So this will all be an open investigation that's going to unfold in the weeks ahead, Joe.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you so much. And you can see more of Miguel's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News.
Former President Donald Trump says he may pressure the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates if he is reelected. Mr. Trump sitting down for a wide-ranging exclusive interview with new Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker. She asked what he would do about Fed Chair Jerome Powell, who he appointed back in 2018.
The Federal Reserve is obviously independent, but I wonder, Mr. President, if you are re-elected, would you direct your Federal Reserve chair to lower interest rates?
Well, you know that I put a lot of pressure on him. It was outside pressure because nobody knows whether or not you can really do that, but I did because I thought his interest rates were too high, and he ultimately dropped his interest rates. The same gentleman, as you know. And but it was a lot of pressure. I mean, I was very active on that. Right now, interest rates are very high. They're too high. People can't buy homes. They can't do anything. I mean, they can't borrow money. The banks don't have the money. The banks aren't lending the monies. The banks, by the way, Chase Manhattan Bank, Bank of America, they discriminate against conservatives. It's a disgrace, and they shouldn't be allowed to. And I'm going to do something about that. But you take a look at banks throughout the country, and I think because of the regulators, but you take a look at Bank of America and Chase, they discriminate against conservatives.
What's
and
the
Republicans.
evidence for that, Mr. President?
Oh, we'll give you plenty of evidence.
Okay, all right. Well, let's stay on track with this question, though. So just to be very clear, if you were reelected, would you direct your Fed chair to lower interest rates?
It depends. It depends. Depends where inflation is. But I would get inflation down because drill we must.
Mr. President, are you going to appoint a new Fed chair if you're reelected?
Well, I guess he would have 2 years left or something like that. So we'll see. But,
okay. All right.
You know the word jawboning? I did a lot of jawboning against him. And he ultimately lowered interest rates.
NBC News has also extended an invitation to President Biden for interview. You can see more of Kristen's exclusive interview with Mr. Trump Sunday morning on Meet the Press on your local NBC station.
Now to an NBC News exclusive on Capitol Hill. Legislation to advance marijuana reform at the federal level is expected soon to take a historic step forward. That's thanks to major buy-in from Republicans in the Senate. The party has historically been opposed to drug reform of any sort, but now a new bipartisan effort could drastically alter access to the drug nationwide. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin's been reporting on this. Julie, so we'll get to the politics in a moment, but first, this is just something that has gradually changed over time. First medicinal marijuana, then recreational marijuana. State by state, we've seen some of these changes. But this bill, how would it impact legal marijuana businesses? Could it open the door to federal legalization in the future?
That's what advocates are hoping for, right? This is a historic moment. We've seen this bill known as the Safe Banking Act, which would expand access for legal marijuana businesses to traditional banking services, credit lines. That's why in legal marijuana businesses, it's all cash all the time, even in states where, of course, recreational medicinal marijuana remains legal. But this bill really would be the first time that any Senate committee held a hearing on any kind of cannabis reform at the federal level. That hearing is set to take place at the end of this month, as my colleague Liz Brown-Kaiser and I had reported, and this is really a significant shift when it comes to the federal government, which has had really an arm's distance approach to any kind of marijuana legalization, especially when it comes to the fact that more than 70% of Americans across the country support it. So certainly a big step forward with this legislation. It passed the House 5 times in past years, never got its chance in the Senate. Now certainly advocates are hoping it will.
So we're talking about the bipartisan effort here. Why is this legislation getting some key support from some Republican senators?
Well, remember, 40 states and the District of Columbia have legalized some form of use of marijuana. Certainly, that's putting pressure from constituents on lawmakers, even in a state, let's say, like Alabama, where recreational weed is not legal, right? It's only medicinal. But in the case of Senator Tommy Tuberville, for example, who supports this bill, he was going to co-sponsor it formally, then did an about-face on that because of pushback he got from law enforcement officials, from other conservatives in his state. He's supporting it, though, because of the access it would give to small banks, community banks, to these legal businesses. Also because of the rise in crime. These are cash-heavy businesses. They are operating with large sums of cash in their businesses, traveling with it as well, very far distances in some cases to deposit it at banks that will work with them. Well, they've seen an increase of robberies because of that. So Republicans have been hearing from law enforcement officials in their states who want them to do more on this issue. And by the way, all of these legal business owners are contending with a patchwork of laws around the country. That's something I saw firsthand when I went to Montana earlier this year, a conservative state that recently legalized marijuana. That's something I heard over and over again.
All right. Julie Sirkin, thanks for your reporting. Appreciate it. When it comes to COVID, doctors say it is becoming harder to determine whether someone actually has it.
That's because the virus's symptoms often overlap with allergies, a cold, or other respiratory illnesses. Joining us now is NBC News health reporter Aria Bendick. So, Aria, I'm reminded that earlier in the pandemic, the main symptoms were things like losing your smell, losing your taste. What are the symptoms people are seeing right now?
Yeah, so now we are seeing more milder symptoms that are commonly associated with other respiratory viruses. So things like sore throat, congestion, some sneezing. A smaller number of patients might report headache, chills, a postnasal drip, muscle aches. But like you mentioned, those early in the pandemic symptoms, the loss of taste or smell, the dry coughing, shortness of breath, we're really not seeing those in huge numbers anymore.
So what are doctors saying is different about the virus now?
I mean, the virus itself hasn't really changed since late 2021. It's still Omicron. We are seeing various subvariants and mutations, and it's important for scientists to pay attention to those. But from our perspective, what's really changing is our immunity. We have hybrid immunity now, most of us do, from either vaccination, a natural infection, or both. And that's really protecting us and leading to milder illness. Now, of course, that immunity can wane. So particularly if you're an older adult, you should get the updated booster shot this fall, just to make sure you top off that protection.
So you're saying our immunity has changed. Does anything need to shift in terms of how we're protecting ourselves from the disease with masking, social distancing? I'm thinking specifically of those who are in immunocompromised groups as well.
Yeah, I mean, for those individuals, the guidance really remains the same. Masks continue to work. Vaccination continues to be a really important source of protection. But younger adults and people who are healthier, there's debate about whether or not those are necessary measures anymore. But if you feel that they are are helpful and you're concerned about getting COVID, certainly do deploy those measures in your daily life.
All right. Arya Bendix, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, why experts say Hispanic men are significantly less likely to seek mental health care.
Stay with us. We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
In today's Mental Health Check, we're kicking off Hispanic Heritage Month with a focus on the mental health challenges facing the Hispanic community.
According to federal data, Hispanic men are 50% less likely to have received mental health treatment compared with white men. Joining us now is Eric Senior. He is a clinical psychologist at the National Hispanic and Latino Mental Health Technology Transfer Center, which is funded by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. Dr. Senior, good to have you with us. Let's start with that first question. Why Hispanic men are less likely to seek out mental health services?
Yes, certainly. So one principal aspect is stigma, which in a broader sense means that they may view mental health services or seeking mental health services as a sign of weakness. It may be associated with shame, both for themselves or for their family. And they may not feel comfortable speaking with issues about mental distress with strangers or people outside the home. So that's one of the main deterrents in terms of seeking help. Also, because Hispanic males may feel that traditional masculine roles expecting them to be independent. Seeking mental health services or support from somebody else may come in conflict with those attitudes or beliefs they hold.
And Dr. Senior, I understand some in the community use the term machismo, right, which is defined as a strong or exaggerated sense of manliness associated sort of with traditional gender roles. And those, of course, can also affect mental health treatment. Talk to us about the impact of that, machismo, with mental health.
Yes, so there's definitely much research associated between those traditional gender roles within machismo. Machismo is socially constructed, meaning that we're socialized in terms of expectations and traditional gender norms of what it means to be male. And some of those are being powerful, dominant, and most of all self-reliant in a way, and minimizing emotional vulnerability or not wanting to express emotional vulnerability. So that may lead Hispanic males to minimize symptoms and believe that they don't need or require mental health services or support. So there's that kind of intersection in terms of minimizing symptoms and not feeling that mental health services are for them.
A moment ago, you mentioned stigmas. What are some of the key stigmas linked to mental health care, and what are the best ways to try and break those stigmas?
So absolutely, some aspects of those, as I mentioned, are not wanting to disclose information related to mental distress with people outside the home. So there's a saying in Hispanic culture, right? Los trapos sucios se lavan en la casa, which means dirty clothes are clean at home and they're not aired to anyone else. So there's a culture of silence around that. So that stigma absolutely deters Hispanic males from seeking treatment. There's also aspects related to who is mental health treatment for. So many may believe that mental health treatment is only for severe psychopathology or severe mental illness or psychosis. And so there's a fear of being labeled as crazy or loco, which can bring shame to the family. So that intersects principally into mental health and seeking mental health among Hispanic and Latino populations and males as well.
Doctor, with all of those fears, what are your tips for people in the community who may want to take better care of their mental health?
Yeah, so the one thing that I would suggest is to look for providers who are open to learning about your culture, your identity, who you are as a person, and also focus on your needs. So if your first language is Spanish, there are providers who can provide service in Spanish. So make sure you can look for culturally competent providers as well, who you feel comfortable with.
We have 30 seconds here, and we want to hit on one more topic, which is important. That's cost, because people are worried about that. What are some ways to find affordable mental health services?
So there are many providers who provide sliding scale fees, which may match your income. So that's one important options. Also, I would highly recommend clinical internship programs, which are of low cost or no cost for services. And those are usually the ones I would recommend.
All right. Dr. Eric Sr., lots to cover. Such an important topic. We thank you for taking a few moments to talk about it with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A jazz musician is drawing crowds and packing venues across Chicago.
And get this, he's doing it at 96 years old. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster shares how he's striking a chord with new fans.
At 96 years old, George Freeman is living the good life. A phrase that's not just the title of his latest album, but a sentiment that guides how he's played his guitar since the early 1940s.
Love is the epitome of what it takes to be a good musician. You got to love.
The Southside jazz guitarist still packs local venues with a signature sound. They see George Freeman. What do they need to know? What do you want them to be thinking?
Mainly creativity, originality, style, and going outside.
Spend any time with George and you'll learn what going outside means.
So I'm gonna play outside for you.
It's viewed as almost experimental and boils down to intentionally playing in a different key. A style inspired by the sound of his favorite instrument, not the guitar, but the saxophone.
I was having a hard time because I was playing like a horn player.
With your guitar?
This is the problem. I was a guitarist.
He idolized his brother Von Freeman, John Coltrane, and Charlie Parker.
I never really cared for the guitar as far as styling was concerned. My interest was in that horn player.
And it was clear George mirrored saxophone solos, learning to blow his guitar like a horn when he was on stage with Coleman Hawkins.
And I was playing, and he said, blow.
Did you know what that meant?
Yeah, I knew what it meant.
What did you do?
Blow.
But a good life wasn't an easy life. In 1947, he composed a hit song, but the lead trumpeter took the credit.
The tune I gave them could swing, and he made a record of it with his picture on the front page.
His brother Von died in 2012, and George completely lost his groove.
I stopped playing. I couldn't play.
But he picked up his guitar again 2 years later, started using a new, if unconventional pick, and never looked back. Selling out Chicago's famous Green Mill Lounge in April, releasing an album in June.
George Freeman! 96 years young.
And earning a standing ovation at the Chicago Jazz Festival in August. When was it that you felt you got some recognition?
Now.
With this latest album?
Yeah.
Belated appreciation for a living legend. And warm spirit representing the best of us. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Chicago.
Oh, love that. So cool to see him playing so late into life.
That was awesome. He's got years ahead of him playing there.
For sure. Well, let's take a look now at some of the other stories that are trending.
A sweater worn by Princess Diana is now the most valuable sweater ever sold at an auction. Diana's black sheep knit sold for $1.1 million after just 15 minutes of bidding. This is the highest price paid for an auction item worn by the Princess of Wales. The sweater was one of Diana's many iconic looks from the late 80s.
She knew how to look. Look.
Yeah, always.
Look.
Oh, she knew how to look.
All right, well, ever dreamed of owning a Bob Ross original? Well, now you can for the small price of $9.8 million. A Walk in the Woods was painted back in January 1983. It was the very first Ross ever painted while taping his show, The Joy of Painting. The original owner bought the work at a PBS fundraiser before selling it to an art gallery.
Happy little trees. You can have the sweater and the painting for $10 million.
We're just decking out your whole house here.
Ellen DeGeneres is returning to television. The former talk show host is teaming up with the Discovery Channel for a passion project, Saving the Gorillas. Ellen's next adventure is a 2-hour documentary special set to premiere next Saturday in honor of World Gorilla Day.
Pretty cool. And one lucky bidder could soon have a mural painted inside their home by actress Lena Dunham. She is one of many celebrities celebrities auctioning off their services to support workers affected by the Hollywood strikes. Other items up for auction include a signed apron from the cast of The Bear, a virtual meetup with the cast of New Girl, and a pottery class with Busy Phillips. Which one would you pick?
You know, I like that Adam Scott will walk your dog or John Lithgow will paint your dog. There are many options in the list, 50 of them in all.
We're giving you the range.
Exactly. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Sinclair Samoa. You're watching NBC News Daily. Thanks for being with us.
Feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way. Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
If it's Friday, President Biden urges an end to a historic auto workers strike as nearly 150,000 union members prepare to hit the picket line in the UAW's first ever simultaneous strike on all of Detroit's big three car makers. Plus, a Meet the Press exclusive with former President Trump will take you inside Kristen Welker's one-on-one with the Republican presidential frontrunner for her first show as the new moderator of Meet the Press this Sunday. With no topics off limits, from his actions on January 6th, his 91 criminal counts, and his current view of Vladimir Putin, and the piling up of political problems facing the White House that has voters questioning whether President Biden has what it takes amid the partisan warfare of a looming impeachment inquiry and new legal issues facing his son, Hunter Biden. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez here in Washington, where we begin with the growing number of challenges facing both the Biden White House and his re-election campaign, starting with a historic strike in a key sector of the U.S. economy. As the clock struck midnight, thousands of auto workers officially walked out at 3 car manufacturing plants in Missouri, Michigan, and Ohio after the UAW and the big 3 automakers failed to reach an agreement on a new contract. It's the first time in the union's history that its members have gone on strike against Ford, GM, and Chrysler, making Stellantis at the same time. As for how long they're willing to strike, here's what UAW President Shawn Fain told NBC News moments after the union officially walked out.
As long as we have to, one day more than these companies want to hold out. It don't matter to us. We're going to be out here until we get our share of economic justice, and it doesn't matter how long it takes. That's up to the companies. They need to come to the table and get real about taking care of their members that they call family.
Meanwhile, President Biden, who calls himself the most pro-union president in American history, now finds himself walking a fine line between supporting the labor movement while also trying to limit the impacts of the strike on the economy as he stakes much of his re-election campaign on his economic record. Here's what he had to say earlier today.
Let's be clear. No one wants a strike. Say it again. No one wants a strike. But I respect workers' right to use their options under the collective bargaining system. And I understand the workers' frustration. Record corporate profits, which they have, should be shared by record contracts for the UAW. And just as we're building an economy of the future, we need labor agreements for the future. It's my hope that the parties can return to the negotiation table to forge a win-win agreement.
In addition to the economic impacts, the strike could have broader implications for the president as he seeks a second term in the White House. For one, the UAW has yet to back Biden's 2024 re-election bid, and the walkouts will largely be centered around states like Michigan and Wisconsin, both of which were critical to Biden's victory in 2020. The strike also comes at a less than ideal moment for the White House politically. A new Fox News poll shows Biden lagging slightly behind the Republican frontrunner, former President Trump, in a head-to-head matchup, with 61% of registered voters saying Biden does not have the mental soundness to serve. The president is also facing the fallout of a criminal indictment of his son and an impeachment inquiry by House Republicans that seeks to tie him to his son's business dealings. So joining me now from the picket line outside Detroit is NBC's Jesse Kirch. Also with me, NBC White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Jesse, the UAW is officially striking against the three automakers. So why did the negotiations break down?
Yeah, so Gabe, if you ask either side, the other side was not negotiating on the same level. The UAW is accusing the big three automakers, Ford, GM, and Jeep owner Stellantis, of dragging their feet until the final days. We've heard from both the GM and Ford CEOs in the last 24 hours or so, and they've told us that it wasn't until last night when they received the first substantive counteroffer from UAW. So the finger pointing is ongoing. We know that negotiations in theory will continue, but for the moment they are suspended from the UAW side. The union had announced a couple days ago that on the 15th they would not be negotiating because leadership would be striking with their workers. I talked about this with CEO of GM, Mary Barra, earlier today. Here's part of what she told me. Your understanding is UAW is not even going to negotiate with you today?
Yes, my understanding is no negotiations today. I will tell you our team is at the table ready to continue and do the problem solving we need to do to get people back to work. For every GM job, there's 6 other jobs that are associated with it, and that's why the ripple effect can happen so fast. It's not going to be good for the economy. It's not going to be good for anyone.
Barr there, Gabe, is underscoring one of the other concerns that's out there around all this is a ripple effect well beyond just those who are striking. Of course, there could be other auto workers impacted if layoffs happen down the line. That's something that the Ford CEO yesterday was warning is a potential based off of who's striking. But then there are other pieces of the economy as well that are of concern, too.
So, Jesse, the union's asking for 40% pay increases in some cases. So how far apart are the union demands from where the companies are at right now?
Yeah, so yesterday, or overnight, I should say, just after midnight, Sean Fain told me that they have made counteroffers. He wouldn't get into specifics. I was asking him if they've put out any olive branches because we have seen concessions specifically on pay from the big three automakers. He wouldn't get into specifics. I asked earlier today the CEO of GM about what the pay offer that is being made by UAW is right now, and she wouldn't get into that specifically with me either. But we know publicly, based on what has been asked of demanded by UAW. There's about a halfway point still to go. The numbers from the big three automakers are around 20%, somewhere in that range, and the UAW is asking for 40%, and it's 46% when compounded over 4 years. So there appears to be, at least publicly, a wide ravine, but of course we don't know exactly what is going on behind the scenes.
And Mike, the president's remarks on the strike today were fairly measured, right? For someone who has, followed the president, how exactly, what is going on inside the White House right now? This must be so difficult for this pro-union president. Give me a sense for the fine line that he's trying to walk here.
Yeah, Gabe, this is such an interesting political moment for the president. I've spent a lot of time over a long period of time with President and Vice President Biden over the years. And he, of course, styles himself, as you say, as the most pro-labor president in history. When he was vice president, he took the lead in championing the auto industry bailout. He was essentially the co-mayor of Detroit for a period of years as he was helping to rebuild the city, frankly, and keep it financially solvent in the wake of the Great Recession. But his heart, of course, is with union workers. That's some of his favorite political audiences. And you see him at every turn here publicly making sure to stand for workers and their right to collectively bargain. But he's also cognizant of the fact that one of the major issues in this negotiation is the shift to electric vehicles and the fact that auto workers are concerned that that is going to, over time, deplete their workforce. You also have a president who intends to and feels he has a strong case to run on the economy, but a long disruption here could potentially put that in jeopardy. So I think you're going to continue to see the president do as he did today, stand with workers, try to reiterate that he believes they have a right to seek better wages, that this is something that is good for the economy as a whole, but privately make sure that workers are acting in their own best interest here and that the leadership of the big three are also coming to the table with a fair mind in place here to make sure that it's a good deal for both sides.
And Mike, it also can't be ignored that we're heading into an election year where Michigan is a key swing state. So the UAW has yet to endorse anyone. Is the president counting on that endorsement?
Well, we saw so quickly after the president announced his re-election bid just a few months ago how many major labor unions came forward to endorse him quickly, unprecedentedly quick. The UAW, a key outlier in that. But what the White House and what the Biden campaign has been very quick to point to, especially today, is the fact that Sean Fain, who we're hearing quite a bit from, has been emphatic in the idea that the former president, Donald Trump, is not somebody who could win the support of auto workers based on his past comments about especially shifting some of those jobs into more labor-unfriendly states in the South especially. But a non-endorsement could be just as punishing to President Biden in his re-election bid as an endorsement of his opponent. And so you do get the sense here that Biden aides want to make sure that they don't do anything publicly that would be seen as potentially undercutting workers here as they try to get a good deal for all sides here.
So is the White House worried leaning too far in either direction could derail the campaign in the state?
Well, it's interesting to talk to White House advisors in terms of what they're working on behind the scenes, and because most of those conversations are very close to the vest. You did hear the president today dispatch those aides who have been primarily managing this issue over the course of the last few months. There's, of course, top economic advisor Gene Sperling, and then the acting labor secretary Julie Su going in person to Michigan to try to work with both sides directly. What I think has been a sideline role for some of these officials and the White House in general is going to be, I think, getting closer and closer to a hands-on role as they try to avoid a prolonged dispute here.
And back to Jesse in Michigan, what's been the union reaction to the president's involvement? Do they welcome his help?
Yeah, so I spoke with a woman who was on the picket line earlier, and she told me, Gabe, that she is in President Joe Biden's corner. And I also talked to her about the president's comments in support of the UAW when he spoke earlier today. But we also got a statement a short time ago from the UAW president, Sean Fain, which I think is kind of surprising in the context of the president's relationship and everything Mike and you were just talking about. I want to read part of that for you right now. If you take a look at this statement came out a short time ago from Sean Fain. I believe we have a graphic. There we go. The statement says, in part, working people are not afraid. You know who's afraid? The corporate media is afraid. The White House is afraid. The companies are afraid. Today, we're rallying with our members. Tomorrow, we expect to be at the bargaining table. So he's calling out the president there. And I asked Sean Fain overnight about his conversation with the president. He said he didn't want to get into the politics. But then we see the statement today, and in just a little bit, he'll be rallying with Bernie Sanders.
Jesse Kirch in Michigan and Mike Memley at the White House. Thank you so much for joining us. And joining me now is Michigan Democratic Senator Gary Peters. And Senator, you were on the ground this morning in Michigan. What did you hear from the auto workers on strike?
Well, that's right. I spent the morning on the picket lines with the auto workers, and I'll tell you, they were actually quite enthusiastic. Their spirits were very high. They believe that they need to get a good contract, that they haven't been getting fair wages, particularly after the significant sacrifices that the UAW members have made in the past to keep these companies alive. You know, back in 2008 and 2009, during the auto rescue, it was UAW workers that really stepped up, made significant sacrifices, went to a two-wage system, lower wages, understood that they were part of the solution to get through tough times. And yet now these companies are doing extremely well. In fact, already this year, across the board, over $20 billion in profits. You look at the chief executives and all of the executives in the company are making great money and large pay increases. And that has not been happening for the workers. And so clearly the workers believe, and I support them, and I'm standing with them on the picket line, that they certainly deserve fair wages and good benefits. And they should be able to participate in the good times, just like they were willing to sacrifice when the times were rough. They certainly helped make GM and Stellantis survivors during a very difficult time. Now they believe they should share in the rewards.
And Senator, you mentioned 2008 and 2009. I was actually a reporter, local reporter in Flint, Michigan at the time. I covered GM's bankruptcy, and I was there for what was a very difficult period in the auto industry, as you just mentioned. Put it in perspective for our viewers. How far have we come from those dark days of the Great Recession, 2008, 2009, and where the auto industry is now compared to what it was 15 years ago?
Well, no, I think that's a great point. And as you were there, you know, it was a very, very difficult time. I still remember the meeting with then the CEO of Chrysler at the time, and saying that if he didn't get some support from the federal government and with help from the unions, that they would be filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. I mean, they would be liquidating is what they would have to do. And so it was a scary time for workers, for everybody. And as was mentioned in your opening segment, if the auto industry gets hit, those aren't the only workers. There are so many other jobs associated. Every auto worker job is usually supports around 6 jobs throughout the economy. So it would have been absolutely catastrophic for Michigan had those companies gone under. They haven't. They've rebuilt. They've got great products. They're selling very profitable vehicles. As I mentioned, they have record profits right now. The key executives have seen large increases in their payoffs and in their pay, and it's time for workers to be able to share in that.
At the same time, Senator, a lot of Americans across this country might look at some of the demands right now, the 40% pay increase over the next couple of years, and I understand that that is due to what the union says is these huge payouts, these huge salary increases for CEOs. But is there a danger here in terms of the public perception? Is there a danger that the union could be overreaching here and that many Americans might see these demands as just too high?
Well, you know, right now, certainly these are what is out as demands. You know, as it goes through the negotiation process, it's not likely to end up exactly where you start as you go through that process. But you also have to look at these numbers in terms of the inflation rates that we have seen here recently, and the fact that this is a new contract, picking up from a contract that was signed before we saw these high inflation rates. But bottom line, I think this strike is about more than just the UAW and the auto workers. It is about workers across the country who understand that the middle class has been shrinking. It is a struggle for folks. And yet you see very large profits, you see stock buybacks, you see an awful lot of money in the economy, but not coming to everyday people. And I think it's a major reason why, if you look at public opinion polls right now of the broad public, and you ask them how favorable do they view unions, Actually, it is equal to the highest amount back in 1963. We haven't seen these high favorability numbers for unions since 1963, which was a very golden time for unions. And if you think about that, in 1963, the average CEO made about 30 times more than the average worker. Today, it's about 500 times more than the average worker. And folks are saying this is not working right, especially young people. If you look at younger folks, that's why you're seeing drives in Starbucks and other areas where people are looking to unionize, because people realize that they need to collectively come together in solidarity and stand up.
And Senator, you alluded to this in one of your answers, but what do you make of those warnings of the effects that the strike could have on Michigan's or the nation's economy? GM CEO Mari Barra, of course, she has a vested interest in this, she's warning that inventory could become tightened, and Moody's says that the strike could, quote, undermine Michigan's position in the economy. So with those stakes so high, do you think that President Biden should take a more active role in these negotiations?
Well, there's no question we don't want to have a long strike. You never want to strike. So this is not something that anybody wishes on anybody. And the workers who are on strike, as I was out there today, they were filling out their paperwork to get their strike pay of $500 a week. This is going to be a sacrifice for those members. So no one wants to see the strike go long. It does have an impact. And I think that puts pressure on both sides to come together and find an agreement that they can live with. But I think you also have to look at the long-term benefits of this strike, and hopefully we'll have a successful conclusion of it very quickly. But if you put more money into the pockets of workers, if you put more money into middle-class Americans, they spend that money. It is actually incredible stimulus for the economy. I don't believe you can have a strong economy if you don't have a strong and vibrant middle class. And that's what this battle is about, is to make sure middle-class families have the resources to live a life with fair wages and good benefits and can strengthen the overall economy. That's really what's at stake here.
Senator Peters, thanks so much for joining Meet the Press Now. We appreciate your time, sir. Let me bring in another Michigan lawmaker, Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. And Congresswoman, what do you make of the president's remarks today? We reported he spoke to both the union and industry leaders yesterday. So are you satisfied with the president's public response, given how often he touts his pro-labor credentials?
So, look, I've been probably more engaged than most people, talking to everybody on both sides. It's been a lot of time in union halls. I am not somebody that believes that this president should intervene in this strike or where we are. This is something that's got to be resolved between the companies and the workers. I think it's very important that the president show the workers he is standing with them strong. They're looking for that signal. I know the White House feels that they're in a difficult place. I have been working with Gene Sperling all summer. I probably right now talk to him 10 times a day. They are closely monitoring what is going on. They are listening. I think we need to think in the public policy arena what it is that we can do to support this transition. You know, this is not a talking point moment. This is where the rubber is hitting the road about the future of this auto industry. I'm not old, but I'm seasoned. I've watched a lot of contract negotiations, and this, without fail, is the most important one I will probably witness in my lifetime.
Certainly, Congresswoman. I know you've been around the auto industry a very long time, but I understand you, and I appreciate what you say, that this needs to be negotiated between the workers and the car makers. But given that President Biden, this is one of his main issues, is there a danger for him appearing too hands-off here?
Well, I think he does need to show people that he is engaged. It's monitoring. What kind of policies can he help do? I've said for a while, I've said to everybody, we got a problem with labor. In that I'm in the union halls. I am in a union hall during the pandemic. I wasn't able to, but every weekend I am in a union hall. I'm going to tell you, in 2015, 2016, I warned Democrat Donald Trump could win Michigan, and everybody thought I was crazy. Now, I know, but I've talked to the president. I mean, anybody who knows me knows I talk to everybody to make sure that they understand what the issues are. And, you know, part of the issues in this contract are very clear. COLA. My colleague, Senator Peters, talks about it, but people don't understand that the union workers gave up COLA in 2008 and 2009, have not had a cost of living adjustment since those times, and now their real wages are almost 10% behind where they were in 2008 and 2009. We have to address the tier system, but not even in these contract negotiations, and probably what is the most important issue, but you can't talk about it because of labor law, is that transition to the battery, from the internal combustion engine to the battery. Who's going to be, who's going to make those batteries? How are they going to be paid? Where are they going to be built? And we do have a role to play in that. I consistently and constantly tell my colleagues that as we go to EVs, we've got to address the foundation that's got to be there and in place. And it's not either or, it's both. But the worker has to have a just transition. We have to watch out for the worker in this transition period.
Certainly, Congresswoman, a critical inflection point in the history of the auto industry. But let's talk more about the president's campaign. We showed a poll earlier that more than 60% of Americans do not believe that President Biden is mentally sound enough to serve as president. That number includes a quarter of Democrats and nearly 70% of independents. So what do you make of those numbers?
So first of all, I'm going to tell you that everybody knows this at MSNBC, and Chuck Todd knew it well. I don't believe in polls, because you all keep giving me all these polls and told me I was crazy when I said Donald Trump was going to win Michigan. And I was right and you were wrong. And I'm in those halls and I know what people are saying, and it's a year out from this race. So this is just another poll that's an inflection of time that you all are going to use to make a lot of noise about. I'm going to listen to what the voters are really thinking and what the choice is going to be and who it's going to be between. Now, President Biden has got to show people how engaged he is, what he's paying attention to, making sure he's fighting for those issues that working men and women across this country care about. He's going to do it during this auto strike. He's going to do it for the next year. And ask me next October what I think and who's going to win, because I get out every weekend. I talk to real people. Polls don't talk to real people.
Congresswoman Dingell, we cover a lot of things on this program. We cover polls, we cover voices of voters, we cover politicians. We greatly appreciate your time here for speaking with us about a very important issue. Thank you, Congresswoman.
Thank you.
And up next, Kristen Welker, the new moderator of Meet the Press, is here after her exclusive and wide-ranging interview with the 2024 Republican frontrunner Donald Trump. What he told her about potentially pardoning himself and Russian President Vladimir Putin. His comments on that next. And new troubling poll numbers for an incumbent president seeking re-election as the crisis and concerns pile up. Can the Biden campaign navigate the rocky road to 2024? That's ahead. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Ahead of her first episode as the new moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker sat down with former President Trump in a one-on-one exclusive interview inside his New Jersey golf club. The interview comes as Mr. Trump faces a historic moment, expanding his already dominant lead over the GOP field, with his sights firmly set on retaking the White House while facing enormous legal peril across 4 looming criminal trials. No topic was off limits, from the prospect of jail time to big policy issues like his stance on abortion and his view of Russian leader Vladimir Putin, who made comments this week about Trump's so-called plan to end the war in Ukraine. Take a listen.
I want to ask you about something President Putin said about you this week. I don't know if you've seen it. This was very recent. President Putin said, quote, "We surely hear that Mr. Trump says he will resolve all burning issues within several days, including the Ukrainian crisis. We cannot help but feel happy about it." What do you make of that? Do you welcome his support?
I like that he said that, because that means what I'm saying is right. I would get him into a room, I'd get Zelensky into a room, then I'd bring them together and I'd have a deal worked out. I would get a deal worked out. It would have been a lot easier before it started. Essentially, for 4 years, I kept them from doing anything. Because, you know what, I will tell you this, I've never said this, Ukraine was the apple of his eye. I said, don't ever do it, don't ever do it. He would have never done it. But again, oil prices. He wouldn't have done it because of me, but oil prices. The prices were so high that he had so much money, so he had all this money to prosecute the war. The one who drove up the prices was Biden.
Given that President Putin has bombed maternity wards, 20,000 kids kidnapped from Ukraine by Russia, mass graves. Yeah. Do you welcome his support, his all but endorsement?
Look, I had a very good relationship with him, and yet nobody was tougher on Russia than me. I stopped Nord Stream 2. You never heard of Nord Stream 2. That was the pipeline until I got involved. I said Nord Stream 2, people that were sophisticated, military people and political people never heard of Nord Stream 2. I had it ended. The pipeline was dead. Biden came in and he approved it. There was nobody tougher than me with Russia, and yet I got along with Putin. Let me tell you, I got along with him really well. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing. He's got 1,700 nuclear missiles, and so do we. But look, that's a good thing. Getting along is okay, but I got along through strength. And the war would have never happened. The war would have never happened. Now what's happened, it's so bad. The oil price is so high, it's hard to get it stopped. The oil price is so high. When he goes above $50 and $60 a barrel, he makes a lot of money on the war. Now, it's a humanitarian thing. It's a lot of different reasons, but I will get that war stopped.
And you can catch much more of Kristen's interview this Sunday on Meet the Press. And joining me now on set, here it is, Kristen Welker, the new moderator of Meet the Press. Thank you so much for being here with us, and congratulations on that huge interview.
Gabe, thank you so much. It's great to be with you.
Well, it's good to have you here. And I want to talk to you a little bit more about that exchange regarding Vladimir Putin. Did the former president give any details on how he would come to this deal? He said he'd end the war very quickly. What exactly did he mean? And did he say how often he talked to Vladimir Putin when he was president?
He didn't, but you're absolutely right. That's the key question. How are you going to end a war in 24 hours? A lot of people hear that and say it's just not realistic. He wouldn't give specifics, but I pressed him, Gabe, on the idea of if you were to end this war in 24 hours, isn't that effectively giving Putin a win? Because he would therefore be able to hold on to the territory that he's illegally occupied. The former president disputed that and said that wouldn't be a part of any deal. It's hard to see how it wouldn't be, but this is an ongoing challenge. And again, not giving any new details about the specifics of that 24-hour timeline, which by a lot of accounts doesn't seem realistic to many many people.
And of course, as you know, Kristen, the Ukrainians would, according to all the experts and according to the Ukrainians that I've spoken with, they wouldn't agree to any deal that gave up any of their territory. So he didn't get into specifics. And that's something the former president often does, right? You also spoke to him about these negotiations with the UAW and the Big Three. He talked about a grand deal, but would never get into specifics.
That's so interesting. He said he would make a deal between UAW and the big auto manufacturers, and of course, the entire country watching this massive standoff. Look, he is a businessman. He wrote The Art of the Deal. So we know that this is a part of who he is as a politician as well. But you're absolutely right to point out that the devil's in the details. How does it actually get done? It was notable when he weighed in on the UAW standoff, obviously going on against the backdrop of a major and critical battleground state, Michigan, which former President Trump won in 2016, but then lost to President Biden in 2020. By the way, the Biden campaign blasting former President Trump for what he said about UAW, effectively saying that he's the one who sent manufacturing jobs overseas and that manufacturing has increased in recent
And
years.
Kristen, in this interview, you also got him to weigh in on some of his legal obstacles on the record for the first time. And he told you that he was given the option to pardon himself, right, at the end of his administration. Let's take a listen at some of what he told you.
Mr. President, if you were reelected, would you pardon yourself?
I could have pardoned myself. Do you know what? I was given an option to pardon myself. I could have pardoned myself when I left. People said, would you like to pardon yourself? I had a couple of attorneys that said, you can do it if you want. I had some people that said it would look bad if you do it, because I think it would look terrible. I said, here's the story. These people are thugs, horrible people, fascists, Marxists, sick people. They've been after me from the day I came down the escalator with Melania. And I did a great job as president. People were acknowledged. Great economy, great jobs, great this, great that. Rebuilt the military, Space Force, everything. I could go on forever. Let me just tell you. I said, the last thing I'd ever do is give myself a pardon. I could have given myself a pardon. Don't ask me about what I would do. I could have, the last day, I could have had a pardon done that would have saved me all of these lawyers and all of these fake charges, these Biden indictments. They're all Biden indictments, political. They indicted. They want to arrest their political opponents. Only third world countries do that, banana republics. So, ready? I never said this to anybody. I was given the option. I could have done a pardon of myself. You know what I said? I have no interest in even thinking about it. I never even wanted to think about it. And I could have done it. And all of these questions you're asking me about the fake charges, you wouldn't be asking me, because it's a very powerful thing for a president. I was told by some people that these are sick lunatics that I'm dealing with. Give yourself a pardon. Your life will be a lot easier. I said, I would never give myself a pardon.
Even if you were reelected in this moment?
Well, I think it's very unlikely. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. You mean because I challenged an election, they want to put me in jail?
So interesting, the television performer kind of teasing. I've never said this before. So, Kristen, I want to ask you, look, you covered the Trump administration. Of course, you were the moderator of that critical debate in 2020. You've dealt with the former president so many times. What struck you about this interview in particular? What was his demeanor like? Did he seem a different way? His answers to his questions? What struck you most?
Look, I think he was incredibly defiant in this interview, particularly as you heard him say. I did ask him repeatedly about the legal challenges that he is facing. I asked him if he fears going to jail, and he said he doesn't. He said, I'm wired differently. That was a fascinating and revealing moment, but it is clear that this is obviously something that looms large over his campaign. He has a very significant lead in the GOP primary, but when you look at the general election matchup, it gets much closer, and he knows that's where these legal challenges, I think, come under closer scrutiny.
Kristen Welker, the new moderator of Meet the Press.
Great to
so
see
good to have you here in person.
Thank you.
And we'll be watching on Sunday to see more of that interview.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Make sure to catch more of Kristen's exclusive interview with former President Trump this Sunday, only on Meet the Press. Instead to come this hour, how an 80-year-old president is working to rally support for his re-election among the nation's youngest voters. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
And welcome back. As we've noted, the headaches facing the president are piling up. Economic uncertainty and an auto workers strike, a looming impeachment inquiry, legal issues facing his son Hunter Biden, questions about his age, all as the Biden re-election campaign braces for a brutal campaign season, no matter who they face in 2024. New numbers from Fox News have President Biden running neck and neck with all of his potential Republican rivals. As we showed you earlier, in a national poll, President Biden trails the Republican frontrunner Donald Trump by 2 points. That's within the margin of error. But it is a notable decline from Fox's August poll when Mr. Biden led Trump by 3 points. The other potential Republican nominees are also within the margin of error with the president, with Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Mike Pence narrowly leading Mr. Biden. The strongest hypothetical matchup for the president? Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. What it means for the White House and the Republican primary. The panel is next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
And welcome back. With summer break officially over for most people and Congress back in session, both parties are confronting serious issues heading into the fall. For Republicans, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who just initiated an impeachment inquiry of President Biden, has until the end of this month to rally his caucus to a spending agreement and avoid a government shutdown, all while navigating threats from that caucus to oust him from the speakership. Democrats, meanwhile, must contend with continued polling that show the president tied with former President Trump and most other GOP candidates, while also facing a growing number of setbacks and distractions in Washington. And joining me now is the panel. On set, Heidi Heitkamp, former Democratic senator from North Dakota and a CNBC contributor. Sarah Chamberlain, president and CEO of the Republican Main Street Partnership. And Tia Mitchell, Washington correspondent for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Thank you all for joining me at the Press Now. And Tia, I want to start with you. We're still a long way out from the 2024 election. Was it like 416 days?
Down to the day. Yeah. You're better than me.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it from some of the discussion we're already having. But the polls that we're hearing about, the new polls regarding President Biden, does this square with what you've been hearing? And is this where President Biden expected to be at this point against former President Trump?
I think President Biden would like to have higher approval numbers, higher polling numbers, but I think his campaign would say there's a lot of time. Right now, Trump and the other Republicans are fighting for that nomination. It's not even general election season yet. I think Biden's campaign would also say national polls are not what is the true barometer of how to win a presidential election. But it is troubling. The White House, the Biden campaign has tried a lot of things to tout his agenda, tout what he's accomplished in his first 2 years of office, and it's not resonating to the point that it's turning things around.
And Sarah, I want to turn to you. A lot of Republicans have been making the electability argument against Trump. There's been a lot of talk that, another Republican would be better suited to take on President Biden. But looking at that poll, does this poll take the wind out of that argument? I know it's within the margin of error, but 48-46, it looks, according to this poll, that former President Trump is in decent shape, very good shape against Biden.
He certainly is in decent shape, and the Republican Main Street Partnership did a poll that matches this poll, so he is certainly right there. People like President Trump. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that. I know Governor Sununu has been very public about wishing that maybe Trump would not be the nominee, but at this point it looks like he will be. So, it doesn't even matter what is going on with the law and the indictments.
I want to turn to Heidi now. To win a campaign, you need to motivate voters, as you know.
That's right.
Now, the poll also shows that 50% of all voters are dreading a Trump-Biden rematch, including 60% of Democrats and independents. So the voters say they don't want a rematch, but it looks like they're going to get it, right?
Well, who knows what's going to happen between now and Election Day. But, one of the things that the Republicans need to be very concerned about is that once the choice is just between Biden and Trump, there will be people who will, not necessarily favorable to the president, but who do not want Trump to be president again. And so I think that the best bet that you have right now is that Trump being the opponent for Biden gives Biden a headwind, or it gives Trump a headwind that Biden doesn't have. But, the one thing that I will say, and I think the administration has a little bit of an ostrich symptom here. Head in the sand, pay no attention. We've got a great story to tell. Well, you got to start telling the story, because first impressions in politics matter.
You mentioned it, you got to start telling the story. At what point do Democrats start panicking about 2024?
I don't know that anyone's panicked, but people want to see a campaign.
Right. Well, that's what I'm asking. At what point? If it continues along this route, will, and panicking may be a strong word, but at what point do Democrats really get concerned about this?
I saw Debbie Dingell tell you that it's all good and don't trust polls, but politicians trust polls. Politicians read polls. Right. And the bottom line is you've got to respond. And if you let that narrative continue, too old, not up to the job, not mentally able, that will embed itself and be so much harder to move than it is right now. And so, my advice would be get out there, prove your point, run a campaign, and do not play, the Rose Garden strategy.
Right. Now, Tia, I want to turn to something that has been coming up a lot in the campaign, that the Biden administration and the White House really does not want to touch, but it has been coming up, the issue of age. What do you think what role do you think that issue is going to play in the months to come?
Well, that's a big reason why Biden is lagging in the polls. And I think the White House would say they do talk about it. He makes self-deprecating jokes. He acknowledges his age. But it's an issue. I think that Trump being not that much younger inoculates it a little bit. But the fact that President Biden, it's not just age. It's the fact that he visibly moves more slower. He talks and sometimes loses his train of thought more in ways that are public because he's the president and he's on the public stage. So it's something that they know they have to deal with. It's who he is. It's what Democrats have right now.
And to that point, I was at Hampton University yesterday at a very energetic event with the vice president, but she didn't really mention President Biden directly by name. This was meant to, energize young voters. But I spoke with several of the students there. Let's take a listen to what some of they told me, and we can talk about it on the other side. Do you think that President Biden, do you think his age is a concern?
I think it is a concern because, we don't want to be voting for him and then he may not actually be able to serve the full term.
Do you think that President Biden's age is a concern?
I would say yes.
Biden or Trump?
Biden.
Do you think President Biden is too old to run for re-election?
Yes, I do.
Really?
I do. I think it's good that he has Kamala Harris because she's young and she fits in a lot of demographics, so she might be able to provide a fresh mind on a lot of topics. But President Biden himself, I feel like this should be his last year in office.
So look, they were blunter than I anticipated. Some of them saying, "Oh, he might not be able to make it to the end of his term." However, at the same time, when I asked them Biden versus Trump, they obviously said Biden, and that squares with a recent NBC News poll that we had. That despite concerns about age, young voters ages 18 to 34, they will go for President Biden by a wide margin, 60 to 35, I believe it is. The question is, can those voters actually turn out? Are those voters, even though they support President Biden and Vice President Harris, are they going to get out to the polls?
One thing I would tell you, and it should not be underestimated, and that is choice. Women's reproductive rights, once again, will be on this ballot. If there is a clear differential between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, we're going to see young people voting issues like climate, voting issues like choice. And so, let's not put too fine of a point on it because this is a race between two individuals. But the issues for young people are on the Democratic side.
And absolutely, that is something that Vice President Harris really stressed in her remarks yesterday. Also today, she was in North Carolina talking about climate change, gun safety, reproductive rights. That's a theme she's hitting over and over again. But, Sarah, I want to get your take on this. What you just heard, from those young voters, what do you make of that? And can Republicans also turn out their young voters as well?
Well, we don't have as many young voters.
That's true,
Let's just be honest.
That's right.
But I'm not sure those voters are going to turn out. I have a daughter that's about that age. She's 17 now, and she thinks Biden is too old. He is older than her grandfather on both sides. So that's a little scary. I'm not sure these kids are going to turn out. They're going to talk about it, but will they really go and vote? The Democrats need them to vote, though. Absolutely.
It was very interesting. Another group that I also talked to, they said that they grew up on the Obamas, and they viewed, former President Obama as their dad. He had young children in the White House, but they look at President Biden as their grandfather.
Right. And as Sarah said, he's older than a lot of the young people's grandfather. He has grandchildren that are older than those college students you spoke to.
Right. Well, thank you, Tia, so much. Heidi and Sarah, thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. And coming up, much more. And as we go to break, a look at what Republican voters on the trail have been telling our NBC team of campaign embeds on the ground about President Biden's age and whether it's also an issue for Donald Trump. Stay with us.
Are you concerned about President Biden's age?
I am. Not so much age as his mental faculties. I feel like he's being pressured and propped up.
Do you think Trump is too old to be president?
He's getting there, but I tell you what, he is sharp as a tack. There's nothing wrong with his mind.
Not at all.
No, I'm only like 62, you know. Trump's age is, he has bigger problems than his age.
Well, I think everyone ages differently.
Oh, nice.
And I think that Trump is probably blessed with that ability to, like a Mick Jagger, like he'll be young forever.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today marks the first day of Hispanic Heritage Month, a celebration of the history and contribution of Hispanic Americans. To honor those contributions, Congress approved the funding for the National Museum of the American Latino in 2020. And while the museum itself is still more than 10 years away from opening its doors, a proposed exhibition about the Latino youth movement sparked outrage from some on the right, leading the exhibition about Latino political activism to be put on pause. And joining me now is Jorge Samanillo, the founding director of the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Latino. And Jorge, thank you so much for joining me at the press. Now, first, tell us a little bit about the significance of this museum and what it took to get here.
Well, this museum was years in the making. It goes back over 30 years, a small group of people trying to get a Latino history presence on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., to tell our story, to have representation. And in 2020, the legislation was passed, and we hired a director, myself. We created a board of advisors, trustees, and now we're looking for a site to build a museum on.
And, you know, just to bring our viewers up to speed, so the museum is still a decade away, but this exhibit, you're trying to drum up interest. But there has been some controversy over the past year, of course, as you will now. Bring us up to speed. What has, in your view, what has been the main sticking point? And it's been put on pause right now, and the exhibit is shifting direction a little bit. Tell us about that.
Well, we have a Molina family gallery at the National Museum of American History. And in there, we have an exhibition called Presente, which we opened last June, which is a foundational exhibit talking about Latino history in the United States. And that exhibit has been open for a little bit for over a year now. It's an incubator space. We try out different themes and topics, see what resonates, and see what we'll explore further for the permanent museum.
But some Republican lawmakers looked at it and said, this isn't the history that they want to present it. Yeah. They argue that in some cases, it presented Latinos as victims. Do you agree with that?
We always appreciate the critique and people's viewpoints, and it shows passion, right? People want to make sure their stories are being represented the correct way, so we'll listen to all sides and take that critique in. But it's factual history, but we always take a deep look at what people are saying, and if we need to make any corrections or expand on labels, we'll do that.
But you know, I'm trying to understand. I was reading an article about this exhibit. Now, is the focus shifting to salsa and music? Is that something that's for a broader audience that you're focusing on?
No,
rather than focusing on this history, or just clarify that?
No, there might be two different exhibits you're talking about. Right. So we have the first exhibit we opened last year, Presente. Right. We're developing another exhibition on Latino youth movements that recently came out in an article. Last year, I decided to shift to a music exhibit, a broader appeal exhibit, and that's what you may be talking about. Right. That one is an exhibition that I decided we need to do to increase our collections, build our collections, reach out to more communities across the United States, have a broader appeal as we raise money and build towards the museum.
What would you say, how difficult is it in the times we're living in right now to present a version of history that is not so politically charged? Did it surprise you with how much blowback and backlash this particular museum got over the last year?
It didn't surprise me. You know, I'm from South Florida, I'm from Miami, and I know the Cuban-American story there and how passionate people are about making sure that story is told correctly. And I knew we have a very diverse community across the United States, and this Latino community we're trying to really build an identity for. So I expected some of that.
So in terms of the funding, what's next?
Its funding is, you know, it's raise money. We need to raise over $500 million, and then Congress, through appropriations, matches that. So we have a long road ahead, but we're doing very well with fundraising. Hopefully we'll secure a site this year, and then eventually start the design competition, architecture, and we'll start seeing the museum coming out of the ground.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Jorge, for joining us. We really appreciate your time. And, you know, as we start Hispanic Heritage Month, thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. And we're back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. And if it's Sunday, of course, it is Meet the Press on your local NBC News station, with the debut of Kristen Welker as moderator. She'll, of course, have much more of her exclusive interview with former President Donald Trump. NBC News Now coverage continues in just a few moments with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with brand new layoffs just announced at Ford, with that company blaming the already historic workers' strike. We're looking ahead to what's next, with thousands of auto workers off the job and on the picket lines, with more surprise strikes in more places set to come. Where it could happen, what it all means for the economy, and the potential this turns into a political lightning rod, with our team coverage in just a minute. Plus, a new state of emergency in Massachusetts, with the governor calling in the National Guard. We're just getting a new update from the National Hurricane Center in the last 30 seconds. Dangerous Hurricane Lee is moving faster as it gets closer to New England. We've got more in just a sec. Then, could a popular party drug help treat PTSD? What we're learning in a brand new breakthrough study on ecstasy and whether it's getting closer to FDA approval. Plus, controversial roundups of wild Mustangs, pitting ranchers against horse advocates. Some of those animals ending up in kill pens. In tonight's original, our months-long deep dive looking at the true cost and what our team uncovered about what the government's doing about it. And a cheating scandal rocking the world of pro racing, as a former driver now says he was robbed of a championship. What it could mean for F1's growing fan base in the U.S. later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are learning in literally the last 30 minutes that Ford is laying off 600 workers. They say it's because of this historic strike that is happening now against the big three U.S. car companies. Setting up this pretty remarkable split screen here. There's this big rally you're looking at live to support the UAW union. It's kicking off in Detroit. We expect to see Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Senator Bernie Sanders there, with thousands of workers now off the job in this targeted and suspenseful strike that could become one of the biggest in decades. It's hitting Michigan, Ohio, Missouri now, but where these workers strike next, we don't know. And the head of the union says that's kind of the whole point, to keep these corporations on their toes. Watch.
We didn't want to be here. We want a fair agreement. We want fair economic and social justice for our members. That's what this is all about. And it's a shame.
It's an economic hot potato and a political one, with the White House now sending some of their folks to Detroit to help negotiate, as President Biden tries to walk a tightrope here.
Let's be clear. No one wants a strike. Say it again. No one wants a strike. But I respect workers' right to use their options under the collective bargaining system. And I understand the workers' frustration.
All Our NBC News team is covering this from every angle. Mike Memoli is posted up for us near the White House, but I want to start with Shaq Brewster, who is spending the day with picketers, the evening, I should say, outside a plant in Toledo, Ohio. So, Shaq, here we are, hour 17, no negotiations today, and now this new announcement of layoffs. Help us understand how to put that into context.
Yeah, Hallie, you're already seeing the ripple effects of this strike. You know, everyone knows that strikes are difficult. The workers out here, they know that and they fully understand it. And you just mentioned Ford announcing that about 600 employees have been laid off. And they released a statement explaining that it's essentially because of a process that needs to be done by the workers that are already inside the plant. The process to finish that and to complete that work needs to be done by the team already on strike. So they're laying off that team, and it's just a sample of the ripple effects that you can continue to see. And I'll tell you, Hallie, just in the past few minutes, you saw me looking down at my phone. We're learning that GM is also previewing the possible idling of a plant by as soon as early next week, this plant with some 2,000 employees. So this is going to be a difficult process. We know it will get ugly. That is something that these workers know and understand. Listen to a little bit of my conversations with them that give you a sense that they're in this for the long haul, despite the sacrifice that they know they may be facing.
I'm willing to strike as long as we have to.
The new people coming in, they're coming in at the same price that McDonald's is hiring. And I've been telling these guys, in for a long haul, I'm sure. Be prepared.
We know the big sticking points are wages, retirement, work-life balance. GM and the other automakers saying that they have offers, they've made good offers, but they simply can't accept what the union has been requesting at this point, Hallie.
Shaq, it is just so remarkable to see you there as all of this is happening. It is unfolding tonight as we speak. You mentioned the negotiations tomorrow. There's an economic impact, too. And let's be clear, it's not like you're not going to be able to go out and buy a new car tomorrow, right? There is a broader domino effect.
Exactly, Hallie, and the real size of that effect is unclear because of how unique this strike is. The fact that it's 3 plants right now, but we're already talking about 2 other plants that may be idled, and then the union may go on and expand this strike. So we don't know how quickly this effect will be felt by consumers. But listen to a little bit of what the CEO of GM told our colleague Jesse Kirsch when he asked about the ripple effects of this strike.
For every GM job, there's 6 other jobs that are associated with it. And that's why the ripple effect can happen so fast. It's not going to be good for the economy. It's not going to be good for anyone.
You hear estimates, economic estimates of billions of dollars being lost by the companies each week this strike goes on. You talk about the workers out here. They're going to be receiving not their regular wage, but instead $500 a week. This is going to have an impact, and for some, it's already having that immediate impact, Allie.
Shaq Brewster live for us there in Toledo. Shaq, thank you very much. Let me bring in Mike Memoli, who's outside the White House, because there is a political component to this, and it is a big one here, Mem, right, as the president is trying to walk this tightrope here. There's a lot of interest to appease. He has positioned himself as a pro-union guy. There's also the potential for the economic impact. He wants a bunch of EVs on the road, right? That's been a cornerstone of his policy platform, too.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. I mean, what makes this such an interesting political moment is that you have a president. I was just with him at a Labor Day rally in Philadelphia a couple weeks ago. He loves the union audience. As he says, labor is what brought him to the dance. He really credits them for helping put him in office and put him in the White House. But really, you're not going to see him publicly take any step other than but to support workers, support the right to bargain. But privately, we know there are some bits of daylight between the administration and what the union is trying to do here. One is the policy area. Of course, electric vehicles, the transition is a major part of the administration's strategy for a clean energy future, but that also might lead to a reduction in auto jobs. And then if you peek under the hood a little bit more, to pardon the pun, there's this issue that the concern that the White House has is automakers are already trying to move some of their jobs. Some of these foreign automakers in particular have set up shop in southern states with much less labor-friendly policies. And the concern is that if the UAW maybe overplays raise their hand here, that might just lead to some of these big three automakers doing the same. So that's why the president has dispatched his team to Detroit to help potentially find a deal here. But it also might be what's behind an interesting statement we got from Sean Fain of the UAW just today. He talked about the fact that there is some scaremongering about the economy in his view, but workers aren't afraid. He said corporate media, I guess that's you and me, Hallie, are afraid. The White House is afraid, and the companies are afraid. So there's, as you see, Sean Fain soon to be joined by Bernie Sanders. There's a very Bernie-style rhetoric here, and we know that the president, especially in the primary, but even sometimes here in the White House, has had some daylight as it relates to Senator Sanders as well.
There's also the view from the Republican side of the aisle here, and an interesting one from somebody who is the current frontrunner in the 2024 Republican primary, happens to also be a former president, Donald Trump, in an exclusive interview with our Kristen Welker. Let me play that.
Let's talk about the economy. And I want to start by talking about this big standoff between the auto workers and the big three auto manufacturers. My question for you, Mr. President, whose side are you on in this?
I'm on the side of making our country great. The auto workers are not going to have any jobs when you come right down to it, because if you take a look at what they're doing with electric cars are going to be made in China. The auto workers are not going to have any. I'll tell you what, the auto workers are being sold down the river by their leadership, and their leadership should endorse Trump. The reason is, you got to have choice. Like in school, I want school choice. I also want choice for cars. If somebody wants gasoline, if somebody wants all electric, they can do whatever they want. But they're destroying the consumer, and they're destroying the auto workers. The auto workers will not have any jobs, Kristen, because all of these cars are going to be made in China. The electric cars automatically are going to be made in China.
So let's talk about UAW's leadership. The president, Sean Fain, has withheld his endorsement of President Biden, but this is what he had to say about you. Quote, another Donald Trump presidency would be a disaster. How would you win that endorsement?
Well, if that's the case, I probably won't win his. I don't know the gentleman, but I know his name very well. And I think he's not doing a good job in representing his union, because he's not going to have a union in 3 years from now. Those jobs are all going to be gone because all of those electric cars are going to be made in China.
So we should note that the same invitation as Mem, to sit down with Kristen went out to President Biden as well. The political component is interesting because you saw Donald Trump do what he has often done on the campaign trail, and that is pivot to China.
Yeah, not just pivot to China, and we know that's going to be a big part of the rhetoric here, but even as it's clear the UAW is not going to be endorsing Donald Trump if he is ultimately the Republican nominee, President Biden hasn't earned their endorsement either. And so the rhetoric we just heard from Donald Trump speaks to two audiences. One, a Republican conservative audience that likes anti-union rhetoric, but also the former president, they're trying to potentially divide the union vote itself, create some daylight between their leadership and the rank and file. President Biden did win the union vote in 2020, but not in a landslide. And that's going to be a crucial battleground if it is between these two men next November. And you see Donald Trump laying the groundwork here to try to win some of that vote back.
Mike Memoli, thank you very much for that. You can catch more of that interview with Mr. Trump in Kristen's debut show, her inaugural hosting of Meet the Press. That's this Sunday on your local NBC station. So listen, in just the last couple of minutes, we're getting the latest update in from the National Hurricane Center, telling us Hurricane Lee is getting bigger and it is moving faster toward New England. We're seeing these tropical storm warnings up and down the coast because even though Lee is not expected to make a direct hit, it could still deliver some punishing wind and rain starting tonight. The governor of Massachusetts calling up the National Guard given the state of emergency. And look at this. Some harbors are empty. Look, people pulling out their boats to keep them from getting wrecked in this storm. There's also the potential for a strong storm surge, too. That could create some dangerous rip currents. But as you're seeing here, some surfers are still taking the risk.
It's a lot more powerful. There's a lot more push behind the wave.
As surfers, we actually like that. We're looking for offshore winds that hold the waves up.
We have Marissa Parra on the ground in Bar Harbor, Maine, but I want to get right to meteorologist Bill Cairns first with this newest update. So what are you gleaning here from this National Hurricane Center news?
Not a lot changed. We just shifted the path slightly to the left, and that really doesn't mean much except for maybe areas around Bar Harbor or Bangor. Maybe the wind gusts could be slightly higher. That's really about it. So here's the new path from the Hurricane Center. They have it coming almost over the top of Yarmouth. It was just to the east of that previously. Tropical storm warnings remain in place in the same exact areas, and they do have it now making landfall as a tropical storm, or what we would consider like a nor'easter minus the snow. So it's just that's what it's turning into, this big, huge blob of a storm. And you can see that clearly here. Here's the first radar bands not far from Nantucket. It's going to be interesting tonight to see if these make it over Cape Cod. If Cape Cod gets in this, then you could see some of those higher wind gusts. If that remains just offshore, your winds will probably be a little bit lower. So that'll be a big difference on the power outages late tonight, early tomorrow morning on the Cape. This yellow shows you where the tropical storm force winds are, and they're now moving over Cape Cod, Nantucket, and Martha's Vineyard. The hurricane winds are in red. Thankfully, no one's going to experience that. By the time it makes it to Nova Scotia, it'll weaken. So the highest winds now, Nantucket's already gusting to 39, Provincetown at 30. We do think the highest gusts will be out on the Cape tonight, up to 60. Down East Maine, same for you. And with all the trees in place and all the rain lately, we could end up with more power outages in Down East Maine than anywhere else. And that's where the heaviest rain will be, too. Hallie, I still think when this is all said and done, everyone from about the Maine coast southwards, they'll say this was a glancing blow, and they'll be happy about it.
Well, let's hope so. Bill Cairns, thank you. To Marissa Parr now in Bar. Is that the sense you're getting from folks you're talking to, Marissa, that, you know, I wonder about how people are calibrating their level of concern here?
Absolutely. I mean, I would say that walking around Bar Harbor, you would not know that they had a hurricane watch, their first in 15 years here. We've only seen one store board up, and they told me they actually board up every season. They just typically do it at the start of November for the nor'easters. This year, they're starting a little bit early. They're surrounded by windows and glass, so they're just being extra cautious, if you will. There's a couple of stores that are closing tomorrow, but really other than that, there's no sandbags, there's no other boards. It really feels pretty normal walking around. In fact, really what you're going to be seeing is just as you mentioned and as Bill mentioned, we're going to see some rain, we're going to see some wind gusts here tomorrow, upwards of 60 miles per hour. And so if you're looking at what preps have been done, I think the water is your best bet to see what's being done differently. We actually had a chance to catch up with some lobstermen. You're going to hear from one in just a second as he was delivering his last batch before putting his boat to safety. Take a listen.
They're just moving their traps out of the shoal of water because of the surge. A lot of them went to and most of them are all in this harbor. They all hauled out.
So one other thing you may notice behind me, you might see one or two boats over my shoulder, but typically this is an area that sees 100 boats or more. And a nice day like this is the tail end of summer. It's been nice sunny weather all day. For the most part, there were very few boats out on the water here, especially compared to what you normally see. So, Hallie, a lot of those boats also, fishermen taking precautions. And I'll leave you with one last thing because I know we're almost out of time, but I have to mention this. The trees. This has been a very rainy summer. You have waterlogged ground. And then you have top-heavy trees that have a lot of foliage left on them. So when it comes to those power outages, there is also a concern about the trees toppling over, hopefully not in very heavily populated areas, Hallie.
Lots to watch over the next 24 hours. Marissa Parr, we're glad you're there for us in Maine. Thank you. A breakthrough new study may pave the way for a popular party drug to treat PTSD. And now, a new push to try to get ecstasy approved by the FDA in time to get it on the market inside a year. We know there's been a lot more interest in using psychedelics to help treat mental health issues all over the world. Australia became the first country earlier this year to actually let psychiatrists prescribe MDMA, that's ecstasy, and psilocybin, that's the active ingredient in shrooms, to treat patients. Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. So, Dr. Akshay, research found that nearly 3/4 of the people who got this treatment and did some therapy, talk therapy, got so much better that they ended up not even meeting that criteria for PTSD by the end of the study. What do those results say to you?
Hallie, this is really encouraging. And for your viewers out there who are seeing headlines, it seems like every week about a new psychedelic study. I just want to be clear, this is a really rigorous study. This is a phase 3 study that is really the final step before the drug submits to the FDA for approval. And Hallie, what makes this so exciting and just the field of psychedelics to me so interesting, when you talk about drugs like Ozempic or drugs for high cholesterol, you're really on them for lifelong. Here, as you just pointed out, there was only 3 sessions. After 3 sessions of MDMA, we're talking about 70 percent of people no longer meeting the definition for PTSD. So I think when we're talking about the field of psychedelics as a whole, definitely, certainly very exciting. And you see here 86.5% of people reach that, quote, clinically meaningful benefit. I mean, it's certainly very, very encouraging, Hallie.
And how should we be thinking about the fact that the company sponsoring this research is a nonprofit advocacy group focused on developing prescription psychedelics? Like, what's our gut check on that?
Yeah, you always have to consider what a company's motivation,
Right.
who is funding the study. But Hallie, because of the legality of psychedelics, what we're seeing is that it's harder to get funding for these studies, and it's harder for researchers to get approval for them. So ultimately, it's going to be up to these companies who, yeah, may have a conflict of interest, but ultimately they publish the paper for all of us to review. And if the data checks out and the FDA is going to, look at it the same way, then yeah, it's not something that I think should prohibit them from coming to market.
Before this would get prescribed, right, before there would be any movement on that, the DEA, of course, would have to change the way that it classifies ecstasy. And it's an interesting sort of thought experiment here, because I look at something like cannabis, right? There has been discussion for years now of having the feds change the classification for that, especially when you consider that nearly 3 million people in this country have been enrolled in medical cannabis programs. MDMA is a Schedule I drug, right? Ecstasy is Schedule I. What kind of a hurdle is it for advocates of using this to get over, right, in order to have more widespread use?
It could be a hurdle, but Hallie, I've talked to psychedelic experts over the last year talking about things like smoking cessation and alcohol cessation, and they all say the same thing, and they feel that the tide is finally turning. We see that the Biden administration is more open to looking at these as therapeutics, and hopefully the DEA should come soon as well. But Hallie, the big thing they all tell me, we cannot go down the marijuana route. It's turned into a wild, wild west out here in terms of where you can get marijuana, where you can't. Psychedelics, they're really pushing to have these done in medical facilities under the supervision of a trained professional, really taking a different approach to what we did with marijuana.
Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting on that.
Anytime.
Just before we came on the air, police in Georgia announced new criminal street gang warrants, that's what they call them, for 6 so-called soldiers of Christ. They're now being charged with murder in connection to a woman found dead in the trunk of a car earlier this week. We still do not know her name, but what we do know are some of the pretty disturbing details around her death. Police found her so malnourished, she weighed only about 70 pounds. She had apparently been beaten as well. The people accused of doing it, these 5 adults and a 15-year-old, say they're part of a group called the Soldiers of Christ. Aaron Gilchrist is joining us now. Aaron, talk to us about these new warrants and the fact that the new warrants are related to criminal street gangs. What is this about?
So we're still trying to figure out exactly what this group of people really is, right? We know that there are 3 brothers in this group. There's a friend, there's a girlfriend. They've all said that they call themselves Soldiers of Christ. And so I asked police about that a couple of times today to understand, well, are we saying that this is some sort of a gang? Are we saying that this is some sort of religious organization? Right. Are they connected to a church or a larger group? And police said, no, they can't find anything that would point to them being connected to a larger group. And so they are the group, these 6 people, as it seems at this point, and this is what has potentially led to this being looked at as like a street gang, as opposed to just sort of, people who are not connected in some way. But just, a horrible case for this community to now be looking at, to have this young woman, we believe in her 20s or early 30s, to show up in the trunk of this car.
70 pounds. I mean, ugh.
Police believe that she had been starved as early as beginning as early as August 3rd, and that she died somewhere near the end of August, right? And they don't know exactly how long she had been in the car, but clearly she had been beaten, she had been starved, she had been confined in the basement of a home for at least weeks.
How did police manage to finally find her?
So they believe that one of the suspects in this case drove the car to a parking lot with this body in the trunk, and then called a relative and said, hey, I need a ride to a hospital to deal with some other sort of an injury, and then asked that relative to go back to the car to retrieve something. And when he went back to the car, found the body in the trunk, and that started this series of events where police started investigating, trying to figure out exactly how she ended up there. We haven't been given her name yet. We do know that she came to the United States from South Korea to join this group. And so now police are trying to track down her family to make them aware of what's happened, and then eventually for us identify her.
Do police think that there may be another shoe to drop here? In other words, are they concerned about the potential for more victims?
We asked that too. They don't seem to think that there are any more suspects or that there are any more victims involved here. And they seem to be, set on the people that they have involved, the suspects and this young woman. But just the community there has been really rattled by this turn of events, and not, no one would expect that this sort of a group is doing what they're accused of doing in a house.
Yeah. Aaron Gilchrist, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Tonight, some disturbing new video has an Ohio mom demanding answers after these images emerged showing a school employee allegedly hitting her 3-year-old toddler on the head last month. We're going to show you what happened with a warning here. It is tough to watch. So here it is. You see the toddler, who is autistic, running down the hallway. There's a staffer chasing him. Lawyers for the family say the employee then grabbed the boy's head and threw him to the ground. You see that there. They describe his head hitting the floor, in their words, violently. Our Miguel Almaguer has more.
Hey there, the school surveillance video shows 3-year-old Braylon Tootle running down the hallway when a campus employee gives chase and appears to strike the toddler in the head, forcing him to the ground. Moments later, Braylon, a special needs preschool student, is dangled upside down from his ankles and rushed down the hallway before disappearing out of view. Now, Braylon's mother, Tanisha Lindsay, says school officials at Rosa Parks Early Learning Center first told her her autistic nonverbal son was, quote, swatted in the back of the head. Weeks later, she says Child Protective Services in Ohio called her and shared the video, which she is now making public. Here's what she told us just a short time ago.
When you watch that video now, what goes through your mind? It's been some time, but it still must be difficult.
Right now, I just want justice for him. It's blown up more than I expected. So my hope is for change. And then when Braylon is older, be able to look back on this and be proud of me for what I've done for him and the changes that I've made for him and kids like him.
While police in Ohio investigate the incident at Dayton Public Schools, authorities on campus have not yet said what action they have taken. The superintendent tells parents the district will ensure all school employees are properly trained and qualified for their positions. Back to you.
Our thanks to Miguel for that reporting. He will have more tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. However you watch your local NBC station, starting at 6:30 Eastern. Coming up here on this show, a whole lot more, including what happens to ABC if Disney sells it, the latest in the linear versus streaming TV wars, and what it means for how you watch your favorite shows. Plus, more fallout new tonight for Ashton Kutcher after that letter of support for convicted rapist Danny Masterson. The new resignation from Kutcher coming up in just a sec.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, a key moment for the future of cable and broadcast TV as Disney may be in the market to sell off ABC. Although nothing is set in stone, but the reports it could be happening prompted one big media mogul to jump in and make a $10 billion push to try to buy ABC, FX, and National Geographic. Sources tell CNBC that Nexstar has reached out to Disney to express interest in ABC and its stations. So what does Disney say about it? Well, they didn't really deny it. They didn't really confirm it. They said, I'm quoting here, they are open to considering a variety of strategic options for our linear businesses, but they strongly shut down the idea that any decision's been made yet on what it's going to do with ABC. There's reason to believe that Disney would be up for selling. Listen to what CEO Bob Iger said just a month ago to CNBC about the idea.
We have to be open-minded and objective about the future of those businesses, yes.
Meaning that they're not core to Disney?
That they may not be core to Disney, yeah. The disruptive forces that have been preying on that business for a while are greater than I thought.
Let's go to CNBC's senior media and tech correspondent, Julia Boorstin, for more on this. So it is an interesting business story, Julia, but it goes well beyond simply the business world, right? There are so many people who watch shows on cable or linear TV, or they stream us like now. Where does Disney stand, and what would actually happen to ABC? How could we watch it still?
Well, look, I think that ABC is going to exist as a linear TV network. It's just going to be a question of who owns it. And I have to say that you were right to point out that this deal is far from done. What's happening now is that after Bob Iger expressed interest in maybe selling some of those linear TV assets, now the offers are starting to come in. Now there starts to be a conversation about how might this fit into my portfolio if I'm a Nexstar and I own all these local stations. How might these local stations, along with ABC, be more valuable maybe to other players? And I think effectively what Bob Iger is saying is that the linear TV business is not growing, it is shrinking. The growth is in streaming, and he's more focused on that direct-to-consumer streaming business right now, and he's exploring whether it might be worthwhile to sell the likes of ABC and those local stations, as well as some of these other things that are not core. Disney is about big IP, big brands. They're valuable on the big screen, on streaming, and at the parks, and this is a separate entity than that.
Can you put this into context for what it means as we talk about where linear TV is going? And by that, you know what I mean. The traditional flick on your TV, do whatever. We know so many people are streaming. So many people are finding alternative ways to get content.
That's right. This is all about the decline of linear TV and the rise of streaming. And there was a very important turning point that happened this summer. And I'm going to reference some key numbers here. Streaming accounted for a record high of 38% of total TV usage in July, while broadcast TV fell below 50% for the first time ever in July. So there is a turning point happening right here, and the power and the viewership is going from linear over to streaming, something which you understand very well, Hallie.
I was going to say, we've all drank the Kool-Aid over here. Julia Boorstin, thank you very much from CNBC. It's great to have you on the show. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, an NBC News exclusive. 3 Democratic senators want answers from the defense secretary about whether Elon Musk limited Ukraine's access to comms networks at a key moment, basically at the start of Russia's invasion. Musk apparently sent Starlink terminals through his company SpaceX to Ukraine, but a new book about Musk suggests he stopped Ukraine from using this system before an attack. Now Musk saying he did not take away coverage near Crimea because he didn't promise it to begin with. Number 2, TikTok's facing something like $350 million fine. Why? Well, European regulators say the company is not protecting kids' privacy. This is the first time that TikTok has faced this kind of fine from Europe. The company says it does not agree with the decision and that it made some changes even before that investigation started. Number 3, Ashton Kutcher, we're learning tonight, is stepping down as board chairman of the anti-child sex abuse organization he co-founded more than a decade ago. This is after Kutcher and his wife, Mila Kunis, wrote letters of support for actor Danny Masterson, who was convicted of raping 2 women. Kutcher, late today, saying in a letter to the board he apologizes to all victims of sexual violence and that he doesn't want what he described as an error in judgment to distract from the group's work. Number 4, Drew Barrymore is apologizing today after announcing that her talk show will restart production even during this writer's strike. Listen.
I wanted to own a decision so that it wasn't a PR protected situation, and I would just take full responsibility for my actions.
she goes on to say that she's coming back partly because other people's jobs are on the line. Well, comments section is lit up with a lot of people criticizing her apology, saying the show shouldn't return right now. Number 5, Aaron Rodgers says he has had surgery now after that season-ending Achilles tear. He says it went well and that he's starting the path to recovery. Rodgers is 39, but says he plans to, quote, rise again. A little bit of breaking news to get to you here. Special counsel Jack Smith, who of course is investigating former President Trump, is filing a motion asking a judge to limit what Mr. Trump can say in this indictment in Washington against him. The special counsel is quoting inflammatory public statements that have led to threats and harassment. I want to bring in our Laura Jarrett, who's following this one for us. I see that we are just getting a response from the Trump team. I believe, Laura, and I'm pulling this up to make sure I have the sort of language here right, that the pushback is about the Trump team seeing this as them trying to silence him. Put this into context. What should we know?
Well, they are, Hallie, and the reason they are is that the federal government believes that he's a risk to public safety, namely because of all of his social media posts, which we've all seen for our own eyes. And the government is saying to the judge, look, one of these posts is going to get someone hurt. He's been making a number of statements against the prosecutors, against the judge herself. The judge has received threats because of this, and so they're asking essentially to gag him, Hallie. They're asking to gag the front runner of the Republican Party in the midst of a presidential election, which is enormously significant.
Well, I'm so glad you said that, because the reason I was sort of fumbling with my phone for a second, can we call it a gag order? That's appropriate? This is a gag order?
Yeah, and it's not saying he can't talk about anything for any time, but they're asking him to stop talking about witnesses and making statements that would prejudice the trial. Now, the Judge Tanya Chutkan, way back when he got arraigned, had already issued her own warning to him, saying, I want you to be careful here. But remember, she never actually signed a formal order. She just sort of gave him like what I would call a first warning, an oral admonishment. Now they're asking her, let's make it formal, let's make it narrow, but he's not going to be, at least according to this, he would not be allowed to talk about witnesses, to make any threats against the prosecutors or the judge herself or the citizens of D.C., as we know that he's come after. Now, I don't necessarily think the judge is going to sign off on this right away, but what she might do is haul him back into court and have some strong words for him about this.
So to be clear, he has gone after special counsel Jack Smith many times before. What this does, right, is says, if the judge approves it, if you do that again, you're going to be in big trouble. Fair?
You would be in contempt of court, and there's any number of different ways that the court could try to enforce that order. Well, she could hold him in contempt. She could do sanctions. She could do a fine. She could put him in jail. Not saying that she's going to go that far, certainly not sort of on a first warning, but just so people understand the stakes here. If you violate a court order, it's quite serious. So I think it's going to be fascinating to see what she does with this. We've never seen anything like this, because there's never been a case of the former president who's running for president being indicted and the government asking to have that person silenced in the midst of a campaign. So I just think it'll be fascinating to see what the judge actually does with this. Of course, the Trump team is going to get to push back on this, and then the judge will decide.
Presumably they'll make a First Amendment case?
Of course, and that's why this is such high stakes, because they're asking to silence him. And of course, if she says she will, then he'll appeal it.
Timeline? When do we know when she'll make a decision?
I think sometime by the end of the month, they're going to have a chance to respond, and the government gets the response. It always takes longer than you think.
Laura Jarrett, it is fascinating. Thank you for breaking it down so clearly. It's always good to have you on. Thanks.
Sure.
When we come back, no tax charges for Hunter Biden, at least not yet. What the IRS whistleblower at the center of that investigation is telling our team tonight. Plus, new body cam video of a kind of like different arrest. Look at this. Yeah, that's a power wheel and a guy getting a DUI. We're talking about it in just a sec.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it There's another big shoe that could potentially still drop as it relates to the president's son, Hunter Biden. As you know, 24 hours ago, we brought you the news that he'd been indicted on federal gun charges. But remember, there is still an investigation into Hunter Biden's taxes that is continuing. The IRS investigator who launched that investigation is now a whistleblower. At least he helped to do that. He testified in front of Congress and had some big concerns about how the investigation was handled. He's sitting down with our own Tom Winter for a conversation. Watch.
The son of the President of the United States indicted by Special Counsel David Weiss.
Is there an indictment come today, sir? No comment. No comment?
Robert Hunter Biden facing gun charges, but so far no charges tied to his taxes.
I was the originating case agent of the Hunter Biden investigation.
NBC News sat down with IRS Special Agent Joseph Ziegler earlier this week in his first interview since Weiss was appointed special counsel. Ziegler opened the tax investigation after a Biden bank record showed up in a different case.
It stated that Hunter Biden was paying prostitutes related to a prostitution ring. He was spending lavishly out of the corporate bank account.
In the course of your investigation into Hunter Biden, can you tell us what were the crimes that you believed you uncovered?
As far as the tax crimes go, it's felony tax evasion, felony filing a false tax return, and then misdemeanor charges relating to failure to timely pay his taxes and failure to timely file his tax returns.
And was this 1 year or was this multiple years?
So this is for 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019.
Biden had planned to plead guilty to misdemeanor tax counts in July, and his representatives note he has paid the taxes back. Ziegler, speaking to NBC News just before Biden's gun indictment, says he has concerns about how the investigation was handled, going to Congress under oath to talk.
And coming forward, I believe I'm risking my career, my reputation.
He says he no longer believes in Special Counsel Weiss's ability to lead the case. Should the American people have confidence in the outcome of this case into the son of the President of the United States?
All I can say is we've brought forward facts of what happened over my 5+ year investigation into the president's son. There were leads that we didn't follow. There was evidence that we didn't follow. There were things that we didn't do in those 5 years that were essentially halted from the prosecutors.
Did there come a point where there were witnesses that you wanted to interview that prosecutors said, we don't think that's a good idea?
Yes, there were multiple witnesses that we wanted to go interview and we were shot down. The adult children of Hunter, individuals who received financial transactions that we wanted to go interview.
Weiss previously wrote to Congress saying he couldn't address all of the whistleblower concerns because of the ongoing investigation, and says he was able to operate independently. Ziegler says his motivations are not driven by politics.
I'm a 38-year-old gay man. My politics are simple. I am a Democrat.
What do you want people at home to know about this investigation and about Joseph Ziegler?
I was so strategic in everything that I did to conduct a proper investigation of Hunter Biden.
Tom Winter is joining us now. So you and I have talked a lot about this investigation, about the sort of different pieces of it as well. You look at the years that he mentioned with regards to some of those tax filings. They go back like a decade, as far back as 2014. Right. Talk now about the potential, as we said, for this next shoe to drop, because there is a time crunch that might be coming up here.
Right, and it's that time crunch, Hallie, that has us so intently watching and focusing on this case. You know, you mentioned 2014. I remember when we first published an email where Hunter Biden's business associate talks about tax obligations in that year. But that ship has sailed. Right now, that year is gone, 2015, 2016. And really, it's the years that were referenced in Hunter Biden's plea agreement that are probably going to be most relevant here from a statute of limitations standpoint. And there's some belief that the year that is probably really most in focus, 2017, as well as follow-on years from that, that the statute of limitations is actually going to expire, or believed to expire, exactly a month from today. So it's one of the reasons why we're so closely watching this and waiting to see exactly what or if the special counsel's office will do, Hallie.
Tom Winter, thank you so much for being such the tip of the spear for this reporting. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Midwest Bureau, the last 3 men charged in that 2020 plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan have been found not guilty today. They've been accused of providing support for terrorist acts. You can see one of them breaking down in tears after that verdict was read. The group's leader had been sentenced to 16 years in prison in December. Also out of our Midwest Bureau, new video of police in Indiana arresting a man for driving while intoxicated in a Jeep, but a Power Wheels Jeep, like a toy car. And yes, apparently that counts as a vehicle, meaning this charge is actually a felony. Police say the man was driving in the dark with no headlights, no reflectors, that he failed a field sobriety test. He was taken to the hospital for, they say, drugs were also found in his system. And out of our Western Bureau, imagine thinking you have 3 snakes hiding in your garage. Ugh. Imagine finding out it's actually 20. That's what happened to one guy in Arizona. He called a snake wrangler for help, who found 5 adult snakes and 15 baby snakes. The company says it's the most they've ever found in one call. They're all going to get moved to the desert. Coming up, a huge controversy over the U.S. management of wild horses. We've got a closer look in a piece we've been putting together for months in the original. Coming up in just a sec.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight we're taking you out west where there's a huge controversy over the management of America's wild horses, which cost taxpayers, me and you, tens of millions of dollars every year. You can see them here, this herd, just some of those Mustangs running across public rangeland in Nevada. Now they're protected by law. They are allowed to roam free. But they're also competing for resources with native wildlife and with cattle ranches on the same land. We're talking water, food, space. And some of the horses rounded up by the government end up in kill pens. NBC's Erin McLaughlin has been looking into this for months. She's got our story. Good girl.
Outside Palm Springs, California, horses like Dahlia, once running wild across the West, are now tame.
Grab more rain.
Under the expert care of horse activist Marissa Mendoza.
It's hard to believe that she was a wild horse.
Living her best life.
Rounded up, written off
Yep, and now she's riding with me.
Dahlia was captured by the Federal Bureau of Land Management as part of its effort to control the wild horse population. But not all horses survive the roundups. This video from mid-July shows a stallion desperate to escape, snapping its leg, trying to jump the fence. A spokesperson for the Bureau told NBC News in part, injuries to wild horses during gathers are rare, noting that BLM and contract staff adhere to strict practices and humane handling standards during gathering operations, and that they continue to assess the gathering process. But some call it part of a decades-old battle playing out over millions of acres of federally owned land known as the Range.
The wild Mustang is the symbol of America.
Pitting horse advocates like Mendoza.
Every car that you used to see was once a horse.
Against cattle ranchers like the Nevada-based Fellini family. They argue with few natural predators and limited resources, there are too many horses and they're pushing out the cows.
In the battle of cattle versus horses, who's winning?
Horses are winning. Wherever there's an allotment with horses on it, horses are winning.
Wild horses are protected by a 50-year-old federal law tasking the Federal Bureau of Land Management with their oversight and care. At the same time, the Bureau has issued nearly 18,000 permits to cattle ranchers, allowing them to use public land, getting millions of dollars in livestock grazing fees in return. Anna Fellini and other ranchers argue the Bureau of Land Management is not doing enough to deal with horse overpopulation.
Is this a crisis?
Yes. It's a crisis beyond crises.
The Fellinis are legally obligated to let the horses run wild on the land their family has worked for more than 150 years.
The Bureau of Land Management will come out and tell us we are using too much forage. We have to remove our cattle. But they won't remove horses until no forage is available at all.
Fellini says the land has suffered as a result, showing us a section she says is now completely unusable, almost devoid of forage or edible grass.
How long has this land been like this?
30 years.
With more than 80,000 wild horses and burros on the range, Holly Waddell, the Bureau of Land Management's Horse Program Division Chief, acknowledges there are 3 times as many animals as there should be.
That is a crisis that's headed towards ecological disaster.
And so every year, the Bureau rounds up a predetermined number of horses by helicopter, sending thousands to federal corrals. Last fiscal year, the Bureau spent over $80 million caring for captured wild horses. In order to free up badly needed corral space and save taxpayer dollars, in 2019, the Bureau started paying people federal money to adopt up to 4 horses, giving them $1,000 for each horse.
It shows all of the herd management areas and the herd areas.
The idea being the horses would go on to live productive lives off the range. Waddell says as a result, adoptions increased to record levels.
The adoption incentive program has been successful.
But a 2021 New York Times investigation found that some adopters were pocketing the money, and as soon as they could, selling the horses at auctions frequented by slaughterhouse brokers. The article sparking outrage among the horse advocate community.
We are sending droves of these federally protected animals who helped build this country to slaughter.
So what's being done to stop this exploitation?
We have made several revisions to the current adoption incentive program.
But 2 years later, an NBC News investigation confirms that federally branded horses are still in the international slaughter pipeline. After obtaining federal records, we found federally branded horses appearing to be for sale in self-described kill pens, like in this video. And we matched the brand numbers of the horses with their adoption paperwork, appearing to confirm taxpayer dollars had been handed over to the adopters in exchange for the horses. The Bureau of Land Management says it monitors adopted horses for a minimum of 1 year, and during that time conducts health and care inspections, requiring a certification of good health before title is transferred, noting it is unaware of any untitled horses being sent to slaughter. But because the Bureau does not keep tabs on horses once the adoption is complete, it is impossible to know the extent of the problem.
So you're not actively monitoring these auctions for BLM horses?
We're managing wild horses and burros that are protected by the Act.
Advocates argue the entire program is unsustainable, in part because even for well-intentioned adopters,
oh my gosh, look at that little fuzzy head.
It's very difficult to tame a wild horse like Dahlia.
We would leave them as they have been for centuries. They are exactly what America represents, and that is freedom, resilience, strength.
If you get rid of every cow, then the horses are still going to be completely out of control. You have to manage the horses.
Out in the Wild West, there's no obvious way to rein in America's wild horses.
Aaron McLaughlin is joining us now. Aaron, we're so glad to have you with us and have this story with us, too. When you look ahead, what do you hear from people, as you've laid out on all different sides of this issue, about a solution? What's the long-term plan here?
Well, Hallie, all sides seem to agree that science in the form of fertility control could be the solution. The issue being the current vaccines in existence require multiple shots, something that the Bureau says is difficult considering we're talking about a wild horse population. That being said, they have funded several studies into longer-term shots, but that could be years away. Hallie?
Can you pull back the curtain a bit for us, Aaron? Because you and our team have been working on this for months. I want to say almost 6 months at this point, if not longer. Walk us through the steps that you took to investigate what is listen, it is a complicated and it is a nuanced issue.
Yeah, it is fascinating. The Hallie Jackson Now incredible producer, Mark Scaglione, as you say, and I have been working on this for months. And to be able to explore all sides of the issue, to be able to go out to Palm Springs, to see a horse sanctuary firsthand, to see the beauty of these animals, their potential, and then as well to get out there to Nevada, to the range, to talk to ranchers who say this is an existential issue for them. And one additional point to that, they were telling me that they own the water rights to much of this range. So if they are driven out of business, as they say they are being by these wild horses, they take the water with them, jeopardizing potentially the remaining horse population. It's just another illustration of just how complicated this is, Hallie.
Just how many layers there are to this whole thing. Aaron McLaughlin, we are so glad to have you bring this story to life for us here on the show. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Still to come here on the show, a new legal fight in the F1 world trying to overturn one star's championship win. It is a cheating scandal rearing its head and rocking the racing world. We've got our resident F1 expert here to break this down coming up.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
A new twist on an old scandal is rocking the world of pro racing with allegations of a conspiracy to cover up cheating, with one retired Formula One racer threatening a lawsuit to overturn the result of the 2008 championship. We're talking about retired Ferrari driver Felipe Massa. He says a notorious race-fixing plot called Crashgate robbed him of the trophy that year. Massa and his team say newly unearthed comments by a couple people in F1 leadership shows they knew more about the cheating scheme than they let on. And the reopening of this whole controversy is coming as the U.S. fan base is getting bigger and bigger. Sahil Kapoor is joining us now, or should I say our chief F1 racing correspondent, Sahil Kapoor. I know that you are like a huge fan, but you also do reporting on this topic. Talk to us about what this cheating plot, this crash gate is all about.
It's an extraordinary story, Hallie, and it all goes back to the Singapore Grand Prix in 2008 when the Renault driver Nelson Piquet Jr. was told by team bosses to deliberately crash and bring out a safety car and help his teammate win. Long story short, the plot succeeded, and the man who was leading the race at the time and lost out big was Ferrari's Felipe Massa. You see him on the screen there. He ended up losing the championship that year by just 1 point to Lewis Hamilton, who's on the right. Now, at the time, F1 officials said that race would count because they didn't know about the so-called Crashgate plot until the following year. But now, Massa's legal team cites new comments by then F1 chief executive Bernie Ecclestone in an interview months ago, who said he did know at the time. And had they annulled the Singapore race, Massa, not Lewis Hamilton, would be champion. And Massa told me those are the comments that prompted him to take this action, and he insists he's deadly serious about it. Listen to what he told me.
I want the trophy. I'm fighting for the justice, you know, to have the trophy. I will fight until the end, even if I need to go to the legal, to the court, to prove that what happened to me was not fair.
Now, it is worth noting, Ecclestone, who is now 92, has since said he doesn't recall making those comments and accused Massa of waging a stunt for money. Massa told me he has no interest in the money. He just wants the title. F1 and the FIA have not weighed in, and they did not return our requests for comment.
How big of a deal is this in the pro racing world? Like, really, help us gut check on that.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary thing, and nobody really knows if it'll succeed. There's no history of overturning championships after they've been granted. And think about the implications for the sport, rewriting the history of it after 15 years. And for Lewis Hamilton, by the way, a 7-time world champion. If somehow this does succeed, he's down to 6 world championships. Now, I want to be clear. Hamilton is not accused of doing anything wrong.
Right.
Massa says he simply benefited from the transgression that occurred. I did reach out and get in contact with Hamilton's representatives. They are declining to comment on this. He's focused on the current race.
It is also just so fascinating because this is coming at a time when, as you and I have talked about on this show before, the popularity of Formula One racing is growing in this country, and that has not always traditionally been the case.
That's absolutely right. And there are a lot of new Drive to Survive era fans in the United States who may not be familiar with what happened in 2008. This brings it all back, and Massa's legal action threatens to drag the sport, or reopen, rather, one of the dark chapters in the sport's history.
Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much. Great to see you. That's a wrap for this hour. We've got more coverage picking up right now. We are coming on the air with brand new layoffs just announced at Ford, with the company blaming that already historic workers' strike. We're looking ahead to what's next now, with thousands of auto workers off the job and on the picket lines, with more surprise strikes in more places set to come. Where it could